This is a world where everyone changes jobs and everything is completely digitized. Everyone awakens a career card when they turn 18. Some people choose to use it and become professional strongmen. Some people choose to give up or even sell them directly in exchange for wealth and resources. In this world, awakening a powerful career card is essential to stand out. Countless people aspire to become a combat career and dream of becoming a top powerhouse. However, although my awakening is not one of those popular combat professions, my luck is not bad either. What I awakened is the Aura Master, an extremely rare profession, and its rating is the highest level of God. Sounds good? But although the Aura Master is powerful, it is a supporting profession and has many limitations. Its real power lies in the fact that there is no limit on skill slots. As long as there are enough skill books, you can learn unlimited skills. What's even more terrifying is that its skill effects and attribute bonuses far exceed those of other god-level professions. It can bring about earth-shaking changes in battle. But the price is equally staggering. The skill cooldown time is extremely long, the casting process is cumbersome, and the spiritual power consumption is huge. Therefore, in the eyes of top guilds and the military, the Aura Master is an irreplaceable tactical nuclear weapon. But in the hands of ordinary players, it is a useless profession that is difficult to master. What's worse is that once a Halo Master is trained, he can dominate the battlefield in large-scale battles. So the top forces will only train people they can control. A Halo Master is like a nuclear bomb. Everyone wants to own it, but the prerequisite is that the detonator must be in one's own hands. If I use the career card, these forces will definitely not train me easily. What's more, the early stage of this career is extremely difficult. Not only is the development slow, but it also requires a huge amount of resources. The Longting Guild heard the news and sent people to offer a high price to acquire it, and even kept increasing the price. The principal also advised me to consider it carefully. But as a time traveler, I have great ambitions in my heart. How could I give in easily? Just as I was struggling, the God-level enhancement system suddenly activated, and a shocking system prompt appeared. A moment of 1,000 breaths. All skills have no cooldown. Endless life. All skills have no consumption. As you wish, skills can be released instantly. At this time, in Tianyuan City, Tianyuan No. 1 Middle School, there is already a huge crowd of people outside the principal's office, with hundreds of students standing on tiptoe, eager to get a glimpse of what was going on. Inside the house, I sat on a chair, my eyes focused on the blue light screen in front of me. I couldn't help but smile at the corners of my mouth, and almost laughed out loud. These 3 talents are tailor-made for the Aura Master. They perfectly solve a series of pain points, such as long skill cooldown time, high cost, and complicated precasting. Just based on this, I can change my job without hesitation. What's more exciting is that there is an exclusive talent that has not yet been unlocked. Seeing my smile, the secretary mistakenly thought I was interested and immediately took out the transfer contract that had been prepared long ago. This is the transfer contract. You just need to sign it, and the money will be in your hands immediately. I smiled slightly, pushed the contract aside, and said in a relaxed tone, I'm not selling this card anymore. I want to change my job to Aura Master. Although the price of 18 million is far from the expectations of the Longting Guild, as long as the transaction is successful, the principal can make a lot of money. Seeing this, the principal still did not give up and continued to persuade. Linny, you are already an adult. Don't be impulsive. We can talk about the price later. The secretary of the Longting Guild had a smug smile on his face, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. You have to think it through. Not to mention you personally, even for a top-level organization like our Longting Guild, it's not easy to train an Aura Master. Without the support of a strong team, an Aura Master is not even as good as an ordinary level nurse in the early stage. If you insist on doing this, not only will you waste a magic card, but you may also ruin your bright future. The secretary was already used to this kind of situation and thought I was just trying to bargain childishly. However, the next second, her smile disappeared and her face suddenly turned into shock. The principal and the students watching outside were also stunned. I bit my finger without hesitation, and blood dripped onto the career card. With a dazzling burst of colorful light, the occupation card instantly turned into spiritual power and poured into my body. Detected that the host has become a full-time, god-level occupation. Aura Master. Exclusive talent activated. Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive talent. Attribute conversion. I stared at the light screen with great anticipation, my heart full of anticipation for the effect of this exclusive talent. Through previous tests, I had some understanding of its performance, so I was more eager to know its true power. Attribute conversion. Aura Master can use skills on enemies, and the attributes will also change in the opposite direction. For example, buff becomes debuff, and treatment is converted into damage. Strengthen the basic functions of the system. Unlimited grabbing is started successfully. Infinite grabbing? What effect will this bring? A few seconds later, the light screen displayed the detailed information of Infinite Grab. Infinite Grab. The host gains 1 reinforcement point per second. Reinforcement points can be used to improve skills, props, etc. Is this the power of plugins? So cool. I couldn't help but smile, and my neck almost bent from laughing. I have to say, this system is tailor-made for Aura Masters. These 3 basic talents not only solve the fundamental problems of Aura Masters, but the infinite grabbing completely eliminates the hidden dangers of later development. What excites me the most is the exclusive talent, attribute conversion, which directly grants me combat capabilities. You know, the skill bonus of the Aura Master has always been very powerful. This talent not only allows me to have the ability to fight, but even to compete with other god-level combat professions. After all, other professions have limited skill slots, but their bonuses cannot match mine. My action shocked everyone. Even the principal was so angry that he almost trembled. You are just making a fool of yourself. The shock in the secretary's eyes turned into anger. Stupid. A simple acquisition mission had gone so wrong. She might have to face a scolding when she returned. She pushed the door open angrily and left. I walked out of the principal's office, and the crowd gradually dispersed. No one wanted to associate with a piece of trash. Looking at those figures leaving in a hurry, I felt no ripple in my heart. As I was about to go down the stairs, I suddenly saw a sturdy man with a serious expression, intimidating without even getting angry. Our eyes met, and I subconsciously shrank my neck. Uncle, why are you here? He is Su Qingyun, my uncle. He has been raising me since my parents died on the battlefield. Su Qingyun frowned, his eyes full of anger. This is just nonsense. What's the point of doing this, other than destroying yourself? Uncle, my ordinary job prevents me from avenging my parents. I responded firmly. Hearing this, the anger on Su Qingyun's face gradually dissipated, and his eyes became softer. He understood that this has always been a pain point in my heart. After giving this reason, he didn't say anything more. He just sighed, took out a purple skill book from his arms, and handed it to me. I can't help you too much. Since you have chosen this path, you must keep working hard. See level skill book. My heart was slightly shocked. In this world, the levels of skill books and items are the same as career ratings, divided into 7 levels from high to low. God, S, A, B, C, D, and E. Skill books are extremely valuable and can only be obtained through dungeons or drops from powerful monsters. The value of a C-level skill book is at least 1 million. Although Su Qingyun's professional rating was not high and his annual income was limited, this skill book almost exhausted all his savings. Holding the skill book, I felt a surge of warmth in my heart. To me, Su Qingyun is no longer just an uncle, but more like a father. My parents died when I was 6 years old, and Su Qingyun has always been the person closest to me. He patted my shoulder and handed me a bank card. There's 200,000 in the card. Find some reliable teammates and refresh the dungeon. If you're lucky, you might get some skill books. As long as you have more skills, you'll be able to show your value. Then there will be people willing to help you level up. If you pass the college entrance examination, your profession may be able to receive special support. After saying that, Su Qingyun received a call and left in a hurry. I opened a skill book with great anticipation. Skill book, War Aura. Occupation, Aura Master, exclusive. Quality, C-level. Effect, instantly restores a large amount of health to the target and provides a 20% speed bonus to the target during the duration of the aura. Duration, 10 seconds per cooling time, 10 minutes / chanting time, 20 seconds per spirit consumption, 90. When I saw the cooldown time, I finally understood why people said that the Aura Master was not even as good as the E-level nurse in the early stage. Although the healing effect of an ordinary nurse is not as good as that of a War Aura, it has a short cooldown time, short casting time, and much lower consumption. But without equipment and powerful skills, The Aura Master is indeed a bit powerless. Fortunately, I have the blessing of the system, and these shortcomings do not pose a threat to me. I was looking forward to trying to understand how much damage the battle ring would bring under the attribute transformation. After learning the skill book by dripping blood, I couldn't wait to open the panel to check it out. Lin level 10/100, HP 100, Strength 5, Defense 2, Spiritual Power 100, Agility 3, Equipment none, Skills War Aura C, War Aura, instantly restore 1050, basic 1000 plus attribute bonus, health points for the target, and provide a 20% speed bonus to the target during the duration of the aura. Duration 10 seconds / cooldown time, 10 minutes / chanting time, 20 seconds / spiritual power consumption, 90. I was shocked to see this terrifying value. If this skill is converted into damage, it can easily kill a level 5 monster. After all, even the boss in the novice copy only has about 5,000 HP. What shocked me even more was that the attribute bonus of the Aura Master was 10 times higher than that of other god-level professions. This gap seems to be only 3 times, but in fact, once the level and equipment are upgraded, the gap will be more obvious. In the future, the attributes will become more exaggerated, and the attack power will even exceed 5 digits. With the support of 3 basic talents, my combat power is comparable to that of a mage, or even better. The only shortcoming at present is that the ability to survive is too weak, which is also a common problem of all auxiliary professions. Thinking of this, I immediately had a new goal: earn enough gold coins to buy a set of defensive equipment. After all, only when alive can you output. If you die, no matter how strong your output is, it is meaningless. Just when I was getting excited, I suddenly remembered that the reinforcement points I had acquired wirelessly could also be used to enhance skills. I couldn't help but look at the panel again. More than 10 minutes have passed since the system awakened. I checked the panel and found that I now have 720 enhancement points. As I had no equipment at the moment, I turned my attention to the only skill that could be improved. War Aura, C level, requires 600 reinforcement points to be enhanced. Do you want to enhance it? Without any hesitation, I chose Strengthen. Strengthening successful. War Aura, C level, is strengthened to War Aura, C level LV1, and the effect is enhanced by 10%. When I checked the skill details, I was pleasantly surprised to find that the healing amount had increased by 105 points. This was enough to instantly kill an opponent of the same level. I am very satisfied with the enhancement effect, although this enhancement did not directly improve the skill rating. I believe that as the number of enhancements accumulates, the value will definitely explode with amazing results in the later stage. After closing the panel, I hummed a little tune and walked towards the novice copy. The novice dungeon is an artificial dungeon created by the Huaxia Empire for major high schools across the country. Only players below level 9 can enter. Its purpose is to provide a place for those students who have just changed jobs and have weaker combat power to level up. Here, even if you die, you will only lose some experience. Each time you start a copy, you need to consume a certain amount of blood crystals, which are a special energy item that can be obtained by killing ferocious beasts or in secret realms. The market price of a blood crystal is 10,000 yuan. For wealthy players, this amount of blood crystal is nothing, but for ordinary people like me, it is a precious opportunity. Huaxia officials will reimburse the cost of 1 copy for each newcomer, regardless of the difficulty. This is crucial for ordinary students. If you miss this opportunity, it may affect the college entrance examination in half a month, and the college entrance examination will determine the direction of your future career. At this time, the entrance to the dungeon was already crowded with people. Hundreds of students were looking for team partners. C-rank P shooter, looking for a team. 2 B-level leaders, 1 is missing from the 4, need an assistant. 4 B-class jobs, looking for an A-class warrior to lead us for a fee. In this digitized world, unless you use special means or props, others can directly see your occupation and level. What the fuck? A god-level profession. A scream attracted the attention of everyone around me. Everyone recognized me and started to mock me. Hey, isn't this the idiot who gave up 18 million? He dares to come to play the dungeon? Who would be willing to bring an Aura Master with him? Although the Aura Master profession is very powerful after it grows up, no one is willing to take an Aura Master who has not yet grown up to play a dungeon. Suddenly, the The crowd automatically opened a path for me, and everyone hid far away, as if I brought some bad luck. I wasn't angry, I was rather pleased. Crowded places were not suitable for me, but everyone made way for me, allowing me to enter the dungeon unimpeded. Thanks, I said to myself. Just as I was about to enter the dungeon, a voice full of resentment rang out. Don't embarrass the god-level profession. A poor guy like you can't play the Aura Master profession at all. The person who spoke was a young man wearing gorgeous equipment and holding an exquisite red staff. Next to him stood the female secretary of the Dragon Guild whom I'd seen before. Longting Guild President's youngest son, Longzwa, someone whispered in the crowd. This is a true god-level professional. Big boss, please guide me. I glanced at his profession, god-level elementalist, and immediately understood. The Dragon Ascension Guild came to buy my class card today, apparently to prepare it for Longzwa. Although the elementalist is also a god-level class, its rarity and growth potential are far inferior to that of the Auriest. 4 top guilds, an Aura Master who can provide support to 100,000 players at the same time is more strategically significant than an offensive god-level profession. Longzwa obviously didn't expect me to reject him. His eyes were full of resentment. He had planned to use the special features of the Aura Master to restore his position in the guild, but I broke this dream in front of him. I smiled calmly. This instance is not yours. It's none of my business whether you brush it or not. Longzwa stared at me with a threatening look in his eyes. He wanted to kill me with a fireball, but since this was an urban area, he couldn't do it casually. Humph. Every time you start a dungeon, you need to consume a lot of crystals. No one is willing to take you in. If you go in, won't you be wasting public resources? This is a very shameful behavior. Public resources belong to the people of the country. As a citizen, I have an obligation to stop you. Of course, if you can find your teammates, I will let you in. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked around and swept his eyes threateningly. In fact, even if he didn't threaten, no one would be willing to team up with me. After all, no one would joke about their own future. I looked around and smiled. Are you so sure that I can't clear the dungeon by myself? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience burst into laughter. The boss of the novice copy was only a level 6 monster. Even a top-level profession like Longzwa might not dare to fight it alone. Your head must have been caught in the door. You're talking nonsense. I smiled slowly and said, Nonsense? How about we make a bet? Longzwa was full of disdain. Bet? What can you, a poor guy, bet on? I took out 2 bank cards from my pocket and said with a smile, Here are 300,000. Let's bet and see who can clear the nightmare-level novice dungeon alone. Longzwa sneered. Do you really think I'm a fool? It's impossible to clear a nightmare-level dungeon alone. We both failed, so you don't count as a loser, right? I didn't expect you to be so scheming. I rolled my eyes at him and said, Then let's bet on the duration. Whoever stays longer wins. Longzwa was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his eyebrows. 300,000? Not even enough for me to buy an ornament. Let me change the terms. If you lose, you'll be my slave for 10 years. If I lose, I will give you 2 million. I smiled even more brightly. No problem. Let's swear by the law of heaven now. In this world, if one breaks an oath sworn to heaven, there will be retribution. Longzwa agreed generously. He was already thinking that with his complete equipment and powerful elementalist profession, there was no way he could lose. Haha, what an idiot. Although I'm a squishy class, I have a full set of equipment, and my defense is higher than that of an average warrior. The advantage is mine. I chuckled. What a fat pig. How could you be fooled so easily? The moment I took the vow, I felt a strange power surge into my body. Lin E is really a lunatic. He actually dared to gamble with Longzwa. But if he really wins, getting 2 million is not bad. Oh, you haven't woken up yet. Even if you can enter the dungeon, you will die when facing the monsters. Not only will you waste your opportunity, but you will also bet on your 10 years of youth. You are really stupid. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Longzwa and I entered the dungeon. As soon as I entered the dungeon, a light blue curtain flashed before my eyes. You have entered the nightmare-level novice dungeon, the jungle battlefield. It is said that this dungeon was built based on a real battle. I was standing on a small earthen slope, with endless jungle in front of me. The trees were towering, the air was thick with mist, and breezes were blowing. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Before I got deeper, I felt a chill coming over me, as if a poisonous snake's gaze was fixed on me. This was my first time entering a dungeon, and I felt a little nervous and excited. I decided to find an ordinary monster to test my combat power. The sunlight in the jungle was completely blocked, and the vision gradually became dim. After taking a few steps, my heart suddenly started beating faster, and I instinctively moved to the side. Swish! A black shadow passed by, and a strong wind brushed my cheek. Bang! A thick tree fell down with a loud bang and was directly broken. When I looked carefully, I found that the one who attacked me was actually a huge rabbit with strong muscles and super strong body. I quickly activated my spiritual eye and read its properties. Giant rabbit, LV5. Quality, D. HP, 480. Attack, 51. Defense, 27. Skills, kick, bite, rabbit punch. Looking at the powerful attributes of this giant rabbit, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's worthy of being a nightmare-level copy. The difficulty is so high right from the start. With my current abilities, if I get hit a few times by this rabbit, I'll probably die immediately. The giant rabbit's sneak attack failed, and it showed its teeth ferociously and made a shrill cry. Soon, the surrounding bushes began to stir, and the calls of rabbits became more and more frequent. I felt that the situation was not good, so I quickly pointed at the giant rabbit. War Halo! A circle of red halo instantly enveloped the giant rabbit, and then burst into a dazzling red light. With a loud bang, the rabbit was blown into pieces. Kill the giant rabbit, experience plus 10. At the same time, the effect of the war aura began to show. The two giant rabbits that were rushing towards me suddenly slowed down. This is the second effect of the war aura, increasing movement speed, which means slowing down the enemy. Although my skills do not require a chanting process and do not consume any energy, they still require certain actions and slogans to be released. At this moment, I pointed out the surrounding bushes several times in rapid succession, speaking very quickly. 6 war halos rotated in the air, forming a huge light array that protected me. Except for the locked rabbit that was killed instantly, the other rabbits seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and their movements became abnormally slow. This buys me precious time to kill the enemy. Kill the giant rabbit, experience plus 5. Kill the giant rabbit, experience plus 10. Kill the giant rabbit, experience plus 15. The prompt sound continued to sound, and the experience bar rose rapidly. A minute later, the jungle was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the surroundings gradually became quiet. In the distance, there were faint sounds of collisions and chaotic footsteps. Although this is a man-made instance, the monsters here are not stupid due to the power of the law. Under my almost crushing slaughter, the monsters were actually scared and fled. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, I wiped the sweat from my forehead, my heart filled with pleasure. This method of killing monsters is really refreshing. However, the war aura can only kill by one move. If you encounter a large number of fast monsters rushing towards you at the same time, the situation will be a bit dangerous. It would be great if there was a group enhancement skill. At this moment, a white light suddenly appeared on my body. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded to level 2. I glanced at the panel. Lin E. Level. LV2 80/2000. Detected that the host's level has been upgraded. Random draw function is enabled. Do you want to draw? Can I win a prize after upgrading? I immediately became interested and quickly answered, yes. A pile of cards spun rapidly in front of my eyes, and after a few seconds, a card slowly emerged. Congratulations, you got a special item from the prize pool, Golden Cicada Shell. Special items are different from ordinary items. They have no grades and different effects. Some are against the will of heaven, while others are harmful to others and yourself. I hope it's something useful, I said to myself, my eyes falling on the Golden Cicada Shell in my hand. Golden Cicada Shell, special item. After use, it can form an identical replica of the host, and the host can choose a fixed point within 50 m to teleport once. Seeing this effect, I laughed. Although there is no resurrection coin in this world, isn't this Golden Cicada Shell a disguised resurrection coin? After putting the Golden Cicada Shell into my backpack, I looked into the depths of the jungle. I felt no fear in my heart. Instead, I felt the momentum of a fierce bandit going into battle. I could draw a lottery every time I level up, so I have to give these monsters a thorough cleanup. Outside the copy, due to the bet with Longzhua, the other students did not enter the copy, but waited outside to watch the fun. 2.5 minutes have passed. Lenny should be out, right? With his fragile body, a basic attack from a small monster can take him out. Of course, that's a nightmare-level dungeon. Even a team of god-level bosses can't get through it. It's impossible to clear it alone. But then again, young Master Longzwa has such good equipment, and his skills must be top-notch. Even though he can't beat ordinary monsters, he will definitely be able to hold on for a while. Another 2.5 minutes passed. Damn, Lenny actually lasted 5 minutes. This is too unscientific. Another 2 minutes passed, and both Ryuzo and I had exceeded everyone's expectations. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shone from the dungeon entrance. A player was teleported out and lay motionless on the ground. The onlookers rushed forward excitedly. Is it Lenny? Ah, Longzwa. Longzwa was lying on the ground. His equipment was badly damaged, his clothes were torn, and he looked in a miserable state. Looking at the excited onlookers around him, Longzwa couldn't help but brush his hair on his forehead and struck a pose that he thought was quite handsome, feeling secretly proud of himself. I managed to survive 7 minutes in a nightmare-level dungeon. I didn't lose face for the god-level professionals and the Longting Guild. In fact, he didn't kill any monsters, and there wasn't even a direct confrontation. He just fled all the way, relying on the equipment and speed-up potions to survive for so long. Although the process was unbearable, he didn't care, as long as he could win. However, everyone looked at him with a strange look. He was still immersed in his own fantasy and asked casually, "When will Lenny come out? 1 minute? Or half a minute?" The female secretary hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice and said, He hasn't come out yet." Longs was suddenly jumped up from the ground, his eyes wide open like copper bells, and grabbed the secretary's collar fiercely, asking in shock, "What did you say?" "Lin, he hasn't come out yet? What does this mean?" His face turned pale instantly, and his words trembled unconsciously, as if even breathing had become difficult. He couldn't believe that with that set of luxurious equipment worth tens of millions and millions of potions, he could barely last 7 minutes. But how could Lin E hold on for so long? The crowd suddenly erupted in shock. "Lin E actually won. This is impossible. The aura master the teacher mentioned is clearly a support profession. How could he be so powerful?" "Don't talk nonsense. It must be that Lin E hid well, and the monster hasn't found him yet." Although Longs were lost, his identity was there, and no student of Tianyuan No. 1 Middle School dared to offend him. However, Longs's heart had already collapsed. He was the young master of Longting Guild, one of the 4 major guilds in China, and had a prominent status. With equipment worth tens of millions, powerful potions, and the blessing of a god-level profession, his strength had already crushed countless people. However, all this seemed to be not enough, as he was defeated by Lin E. He was defeated by an aura master who had no background, no strength, and was even like a waste in the early stage. Puff! Longzwa, who was furious, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mist and roared with gnashing teeth. "Damn it! Why on earth doesn't he come out yet? Why hasn't the monster killed him yet? Why? Why?" His anger almost devoured his sanity. At the same time, I and the copy have transformed into a butcher, taking the initiative to attack and meet the challenges of those monsters. As I shuttled through the jungle, all the monsters around me were killed instantly without exception. Relying on the 4 talents granted by the system, I easily defeated the level 5 monsters on the periphery. They had no resistance in front of me at all. Kill notifications popped up on the screen one after another, and my experience bar increased at an astonishing speed that was simply unimaginable. A few minutes later, the light on my body lit up again. I leveled up. Before I could catch my breath, I heard the system's voice. "Host level has been upgraded. Random draw function is enabled. Do you want to draw?" Of course. The familiar lottery scene appeared again. "Congratulations, you have obtained the C-level skill book, Invigorating Aura, exclusive for Aura Masters." When I saw this skill book, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Am I really the chosen one? Skill books are divided into 2 types, general and exclusive. Exclusive skills are usually much more powerful than ordinary skills and can only be used by specific professions. For example, the Invigorating Aura in my hand is exclusive to the Aura Master and cannot be used by other professions at all. Without hesitation, I dripped blood and immediately learned the skill. Lin E, level 3, 60/5000. HP, 200. Strength, 7. Defense, 4. Spiritual power, 450. Agility, 3. Equipment, none. Skills, Ring of War, exclusive/C. Aura of Inspiration, exclusive/C. Invigorating Aura, provides 90% burst speed for targets within a 5 by 5 square meters range, decaying to 40% after 2 seconds. Duration, 5 seconds per cooling time, 15 minutes/chanting time, 40 seconds per spirit consumption, 110. What the fuck? A 90% acceleration effect. This is even more terrifying to the enemy than imprisonment. I couldn't help but laugh. This skill is simply perfect. Although the exhilaration aura has no damage, its acceleration effect can effectively restrict the enemy's actions. More importantly, this is also a group skill. If I could find a group healing skill to combine with this, I would be a super powerful elementalist. As I killed the monsters on the periphery one by one, I gradually advanced to the middle of the dungeon. The types of monsters began to increase, and their levels gradually rose. Kill the fanatical hyena, experience plus 12. Kill the wind wolf, experience plus 15. Kill the tusky boar, experience plus 18. I continued to advance steadily. Although the health of these monsters gradually increased, they were still no match for me. In less than 30 minutes, I reached the next level. Lin E. Level 4, 30/12,000. I shook my head and smiled. This upgrade speed is too fast. This is simply against the will of heaven. However, fortunately, not all Halo Masters have cheats. I can have this speed. It is really unfair that I have to bear this in silence. Although I said this, I continued to kill every monster that appeared without mercy. There's only half a month left before the college entrance examination. The minimum standard for the college entrance examination is level 9, while first-class universities require level 15 and Imperial University requires level 20. Under normal circumstances, even for a god-level profession, it would take at least 3 days to reach level 9 without help. But at the current speed, I only need to finish the novice dungeon to reach level 5, and even level 9 in 1 day is not a problem. The gap is really too big. Afterwards, I won another lottery. Although the result was not amazing, and I only got a bottle of D-level spiritual power recovery potion, I still drank it because there was no water source. If other people saw this, they would definitely be furious. After all, a bottle of D-grade spiritual power recovery potion has a market value of up to 100,000. However, after this period of crazy monster hunting, I have accumulated 180 blood crystals in my space backpack, as well as countless skill books and equipment, and my wealth has already exceeded 3 million. I have become numb to the frenzy of making money, and even feel that drinking a bottle of water worth 100,000 yuan is normal. At this time, Longzhou outside the dungeon was almost mad. It has been 38 minutes since we entered the dungeon. However, I still haven't come out. He knew very well that the monsters in the dungeon would automatically seek out players, and it was impossible for them to hide without being discovered, as some people speculated. Long's expression became more and more ugly, and finally, he angrily threw the communicator that had been checking the time to the ground. Damn it, there must be something wrong with this copy. At this moment, the students watching were completely dumbfounded. The scene before them was completely beyond their comprehension. The novice dungeon had existed for 100 years, and no player had ever been able to stay in it for such a long time. Lin E is just an aura master. He doesn't even have an E-level equipment. He can stay here for so long. There must be something wrong with the dungeon. But there has never been a problem with the copy. Could it be that Lin E has another way? After all, he has been the number 1 in our school for the past 3 years. Huh, who said the copy wouldn't break? There haven't been any problems for so many years. It's reasonable for it to break down now, right? No matter how powerful he is, it can't change the fact that he is a support profession. In 38 minutes, the monsters inside could have killed him hundreds of times. There is obviously something wrong. I'm going to find a principal. In order to please Longzhou, some students not only continue to follow his words, but also rush to the principal's office quickly. Because I insisted on my own way, the principal's plan failed. At this time, I was being comforted by the young assistant, and my mood calmed down a little. Just when the atmosphere was tense, there was a sudden knock on the door. The principal sitting on the chair frowned and said angrily, "Why are you knocking? If you have anything to say, let's talk later. Don't disturb me." "No, principal, there's a problem with the novice copy. Go and check it out." The principal shouted to the students outside the door in a bad mood. Isn't the replica just an ordinary mechanical device? It is the crystallization of China's top technology. How could it be broken? Get out of here and don't disturb me. But Lin Yi has been in the nightmare level dungeon for 38 minutes. You should go and take a look. These words stunned the principal for a moment. After a moment of silence, he quickly tidied his clothes and rushed out. What did you say? Lin Yi stayed alone for 38 minutes? Or was it a nightmare level copy? The principal understood these words, but when they were put together, he was a little confused for a moment. Aura Master is a god-level class, and indeed very powerful, but it is a support class after all. At the beginning, not only is the combat power 0, but even the recovery ability is almost non-existent. Not to mention the nightmare level dungeon. Even if it is a normal level dungeon, it is impossible to stay there for so long. Then, there might really be something wrong with that copy. Go prepare the testing equipment and go to the warehouse to get it. Let's go take a look. In the dungeon, I relied on the incredible talent granted by the system to easily defeat most of the monsters. Within 10 minutes, I had eliminated all the monsters, and my experience bar grew rapidly, breaking through more than half. Although the skill release was simple and fast, I still felt a little tired after each battle. After a short rest, I continued to move towards the boss area. After walking a few hundred meters, I came to an open area filled with the fragrance of green grass. In the middle of the grass, a giant yellow bull over 5 meters long and as big as a heavy truck was eating grass. This was the boss of the novice dungeon, the Manic Bull. The Manic Bull has a strong sense of territory, and anyone entering its territory will be immediately attacked indiscriminately. The novice copy is prepared for newcomers, so the boss's territory is clearly marked with a red circle. Although I swept all the way here, I did not rush and rashly. Instead, I cleverly used the dense grass around me to hide my body, and at the same time, used my spiritual eyes to detect the boss information. Manic Bull, LV12. Quality, D-Boss. HP, 10248. Attack, 325. Defense, 210. Skills, Bull Charge, Earthquake Trample, Angry Roar, Savage Swing, Tough Body. Hiss. I couldn't help but gasp when I saw the attributes of the Manic Bull. Its health is amazing, but its ridiculously high attack and defense are what really shocked me. Even a level 5 shield warrior or knight, who was a main defense class, only had about 500 HP and a basic defense of only 30 or 40. Facing this kind of boss, 2 slaps would be enough to end the battle. What's more, this is just a normal attack. Once it uses a skill, it is not impossible to kill instantly. This is just a simple value. Other fragile professions have no chance of survival. I'm only level 4 now, with only 250 HP and single-digit defense. Even if it hits me, I'll probably die immediately. Moreover, the skill combination of this Manic Bull is simply perfect. The damage skills such as Earthquake Stomp and Savage Swing are not worth mentioning, but Bull Charge is both a damage skill and has a displacement effect. The most terrifying ones are Angry Roar and Tough Body. Angry Roar can double its attributes in a short period of time, which is simply an enhanced version of explosive power. Tough Body does not cause damage, but it can greatly increase the toughness of the Manic Bull, making its resistance almost unstoppable. In other words, it is almost impossible to control. With these skills, the Manic Bull can not only kill a single player instantly, but can even easily wipe out an entire god-level professional team with all members at level 9. Until this moment, I really understood why no one had cleared the nightmare level dungeon. Who can beat this fucking boss? I breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I'm hooked. I opened the panel and invested all my enhancement points into the War Aura. Although the upgraded War Aura only increased its damage by 200 points, I had no choice. After all, with the skill of Tough Body, the Invigoration Aura was almost useless. After the strengthening was completed, I took out the golden cicada shell from my backpack and prepared for emergency. Everything is ready. I step into the boss's territory. The Manic Bull raised its head, glared at me, and spewed out 2 streams of white air, full of anger. I didn't dare to be careless and immediately released the exciting aura. This skill can temporarily interrupt its charge and buy me some time. Then I kept casting spells at it, almost without stopping. War Aura, War Aura. In an instant, 2 red halos fell on it, and its health bar dropped by more than half in an instant. The Manic Bull roared, and blue light flashed on its body. Tough Body was activated. I didn't dare to delay and ran away immediately while continuing to cast the spell. Although I don't need to make gestures, the spells I cast must be clear and accurate. Fortunately, I made a living by talking in my previous life, so I can still be accurate and fast even when I am nervous. War Halo. In just 3 seconds, I have cast 9 spells. Although the Manic Bull used Tough Body, it was still unable to completely resist the damage due to the distance difference. The cumulative effect of the 6 war auras ultimately made it impossible for it to move forward before falling. Accompanied by a strong gust of wind pressure, my hair was blown into a mess. Killed the boss Manic Bull and gained 5,000 experience points. I flashed white again and upgraded. Lin E. Level. LV5, 10/20,000. I was drawing the lottery with great interest when suddenly, a crisp reminder sound broke the silence. Congratulations, you have cleared the Nightmare level novice dungeon for the first time alone, setting a national record. The clearance reward has been issued. At the same time, outside the dungeon, a loud reminder sound echoed across the campus. Congratulations, Tianyuan City's first solo clearance of a Nightmare level novice dungeon. Because the data of a novice copy is common throughout the country, once uploaded, this prompt tone will sound synchronously in the novice copies throughout China. This reminder caught the attention of all the graduates. Within 30 seconds, countless people were stunned, and all their attention was focused on this message. 30 seconds later, screams came like a flood. The students of Tianyuan City seemed to be ignited by the news. The noise was deafening, and the sound penetrated the atmosphere and even reached space. However, unlike the commotion in other cities, the dungeon square of Tianyuan No. 1 Middle School was unusually quiet. This was not because everyone was not shocked, but because as my classmates, their shock was even stronger. After all, other people did not know my profession. However, no one dared to show it when Longs was stood at the entrance of the copy. Impossible. How is it possible? How could he succeed alone? I don't believe it. Puff. Long's expression was extremely crazy. He roared and was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood and finally fell to the ground weakly. At this moment, this notice was enough to prove that there was no problem with the copy, but he still couldn't accept that he, with his luxurious equipment, was killed instantly by a small monster, while I, an Aura Master, could actually clear it solo. Tianyuan No. 1 Middle School, warehouse. The principal was looking for testing equipment. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly. His expression was stunned, and then he looked at the equally stunned, beautiful assistant beside him in shock. Xiao Wang, did you hear that sound just now? The beautiful assistant nodded vigorously. I heard it. Someone cleared the Nightmare level dungeon alone, and it's a student from our Tianyuan City. Normally, no one dared to try the Nightmare level dungeon, but the notice just now confirmed that I had stayed in the dungeon for a long time. Although the notice did not mention the name, at this moment, the name is self-evident. Linyi. It's Linyi. The principal's previous anger at my refusal to acquire the company disappeared instantly. Although he could not get a direct reward for breaking the national record, the fame alone was enough to make him proud for the rest of his life. Moreover, anyone who could clear a Nightmare instance alone was definitely a genius among geniuses. As long as you level up according to common sense, admission to Imperial Capital University is almost certain. Once a student enters Imperial Capital University, as the president, he will receive real rewards. The value of these rewards far exceeds the income from selling cards. I said that Lin E is a calm kid who usually performs well. If he chooses to change his job to an Aura Master, he must have his reasons. Now it seems that I was right. The beautiful assistant was a little stunned. But you were just criticizing him. The principal waved his hands and said, You must have heard wrong. How could I criticize such an outstanding person? I can't even defend him enough. Okay, there's no problem with the dungeon. You don't need to take the materials. Hurry up and prepare a piece of Halo Master equipment. I want to reward Lin E personally. City Lord's Mansion. Although it was only a little after 10 in the morning, City Lord Fang Jingyong and his long-lost friend Zheng Qiao were already tipsy. Suddenly, Fang Jingyong's personal guards burst in and shouted excitedly, Report, Lord City Lord, something big has happened in Tianyuan City. Fang Jingyong was having a good chat with Zheng Qiao when he was suddenly interrupted. He looked a little unhappy. Didn't you say you wouldn't disturb me? Under my leadership, success is inevitable. There's nothing to be surprised about. Get out. Don't come back in without my order. The guard was a little disappointed, but still said, "No, our Tianyuan City student has cleared a nightmare-level novice dungeon alone. Now the whole country has been notified. You will definitely be interested." When the guard were about to close the door, Fang Zheng suddenly stood up bravely, his face flushed, his eyes sharp, and a strong smell of alcohol wafting from his body. He had already activated his spiritual power to stimulate the alcohol reaction. "What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. A student in our city just cleared a nightmare-level dungeon solo. The whole country has been notified." Fang Jingyong was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Haha, I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in our Tianyuan city. My investment in education over the past few years has really not been in vain. Quick, bring me the cloak. I want to meet this genius in person. Lao Zheng, wait for me for a moment. I'll be back soon." Although Zheng Xiao and I have been friends for many years, our temperaments are completely different. Fang Jingyong was born in the army and had a rough temperament, while Zheng Xiao was a teacher at the Imperial Capital University and was elegant and gentle. Zheng Xiao smiled and waved his hand. "I have been working in admissions at Imperial University for more than 10 years, and I have never seen such a genius. I want to go with you." Fang Jingyong nodded. "All right, this kind of genius will enter Imperial University sooner or later, so it doesn't hurt to go and take a look first." So, the two of them quickly prepared, activated their skills directly, and turned into a beam of light and flew towards the copy square. In the dungeon, I am counting the loot I just obtained. Since it is a cross-level kill, not only is the experience rich, but the explosion rate is also quite amazing. The Manic Bull dropped 53 blood crystals, 3 C-level skill books, and 2 pieces of equipment, one of which was actually B-level. However, these are not what I can use. The reward for completing a level is a special item called the Badge of Courage. Badge of Courage. Exclusive reward for first solo clearing of a nightmare-level novice dungeon. After wearing it, 30% of the damage will be converted into true damage. I looked at the badge in my hand and smiled. This is a good prop. True damage is different from normal damage. Normal damage will be offset by attributes such as defense and shield, while true damage can ignore all defenses and directly affect health. The effect of true damage is particularly significant when a low-level player counterattacks a high-level player. This kind of item, when worn by a mage, can create a huge breakthrough in team battles. Fortunately, I have a tribute conversion. I am an enhanced mage, so this badge is still useful to me. But if it is not 100% converted true damage, it may not be very useful in the future. Fortunately, it is not uniquely bound and I can sell it or give it to others. After collecting my spoils, I stepped into the portal and left the dungeon. As soon as I came out, many cameras were shooting at me. I was stunned. I'm just clearing a dungeon. Why is there such a big fuss?" Chapter 8. Reward from the Boss, Spirit Guardian Robe. Of course, these reporters were specially called by the principal. The purpose is to record the most glorious moments in my educational career. Seeing Lin Yi coming out, the principal immediately stepped forward, took his hand, and spoke to the camera. "Lin Yi, I knew you were a good prospect since you entered school. I have been giving you the highest scholarship over the years. Now the facts have once again proved that my vision is as correct as ever. You have now broken the record of the nightmare-level novice copy. This not only proves yourself, but also proves the educational method that I have insisted on for so many years. Now, on behalf of the school, I will reward you handsomely." At the principal's signal, his beautiful assistant came over with a red plate, and at the same time she lowered her body slightly so that the reporters could clearly take a picture of what was on the plate. It's actually a level 5B grade equipment. It would sell for several million at an auction. When did the principal become so generous? TSK, you know shit. Lin Yi is a tough guy who cleared a nightmare-level novice dungeon alone. If you build a good relationship with him and donate some money to school in the future, you will make a fortune. Hearing the principal's words, Lin Yi secretly complained to his heart. Bah, what shame on you, old man. Aren't those scholarships set by the Empire? And I got them through my own hard work. What does it have to do with your educational theory? Where's that ugly face you had when you persuaded me to sell the cards? However, as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Lin Yi just complained at his heart, with a smile on his face, and his eyes fell on the tray in the assistant's hand. Chain of Spiritual Breath. Quality B. Level 5. Spiritual Power. Plus 100. Cooling Down Reduction. 15%. Although this necklace is not an exclusive equipment, its attributes are indeed very suitable for aura masters. Both spiritual power and cooldown reduction are attributes that ordinary aura masters need very much. However, these had no effect on Lin Yi at all. But he did not refuse. After all, it was several million. Don't miss it. The principal picked up the necklace and put in Lin Yi's hand. I bought this with my own money on top of the school scholarship to help you upgrade quickly. When Lin Yi took the necklace, everyone suddenly looked up towards the school gate. Two streams of light came quickly, and before the people arrived, a rough voice was heard first. Where's the genius who can solo the dungeon? Come out and let me see him. In the blink of an eye, two middle-aged men came up to the crowd. A man with a strong physique, shaped like an iron tower, wearing a black cloak. There is a conspicuous star logo on the cloak. That is the symbol of the Huaxia Empire and can only be used by official personnel. Below the logo are the words Tianyuan. The other person looked a little thin, wearing a plain long-sleeved shirt, and looked very scholarly. On his chest was a badge the size of a button. When they saw the badge clearly, everyone in the audience was shocked. Am I seeing things? Is that the emblem of Imperial Capital University? Yes, that's right. That's the badge that only teachers at Imperial University can wear. And it has 7 stars. This is a director-level boss. Lin, he is really awesome this time. He even attracted the director of Imperial Capital University. When the principal saw Fang Jingyong and Zheng Qiao, his eyes were full of excitement. Principal of Tianyuan No. 1 Middle School, I have met the City Lord Professor. The highest title in the academic world is Professor. Although Zheng didn't know what Zheng Qiao's specific position was in Imperial Capital University, he knew it was right to call him Professor. It's like when you call someone boss, no matter what their specific occupation is, you won't get angry. Fang Jingyong and Zheng Qiao nodded to Zheng Yi, and their eyes fell on Lin Yi, who was holding the spirit breath chain. After seeing Lin Yi's level and occupation through their spiritual eyes, the two looked at each other with strange expressions. A doubt arose in the minds of both of them at the same time. Level 5, Aura Master, soloing a nightmare-level dungeon? Is this reasonable? Before coming, they both thought that a rare warrior class with god-level combat power had appeared. They guessed dozens of ways, and didn't even consider professions like shooters and assassins that only had single target damage in the early stages, let alone support professions. What made them even more unbelievable was that Lin Yi didn't have any equipment on him. Even though they both claimed to be knowledgeable, their heads were buzzing at this moment. Although Lin Yi was the only student with the highest level among the students present, and Zheng Yi also rewarded him with a B-level equipment, Fang Jingyong still asked with some disbelief, "Is it really you who passed the copy?" Although Lin Yi had never seen Fang Jingyong and Zheng Qiao, he recognized the cloaks and badges that represented their identities. He nodded and took out the badge of courage directly. Guaranteed authenticity. When they saw the entry for the first solo clearance reward on the badge of courage, countless question marks popped up in their minds. They were all very curious about how Lin Yi, an Aura Master, did it, but they all tacitly agreed not to delve into the issue. Fang Jingyong patted Lin Yi's shoulders twice. Good boy. You have finally made our Tianyuan city proud across the country. You're already level 5 before 12 o'clock. Not bad. Yes, this is my reward for you. Level up well. Try to get the top score in the state exam, so that other cities in Southwest Province can see the elegance of our Tianyuan city. Fang Jingyong took out a robe from his space backpack. Spirit Guardian Robe. Quality A. Level 5. Defense, plus 95. HP, plus 200. Spirit Shield. Actively activate an instant shield with a value of 1,000. Cooling down 1H. Fuck. A-level robe. The City Lord is so generous. Lin Yi is so lucky. Woo. Why didn't the City Lord give it to me? TSK, you only know how to say that others are lucky, but you can't see their hard work, right? If you can clear a nightmare-level dungeon alone, you could do it too. When he saw the information about the Spiritual Guardian Robe, Lin Yi was also shocked. The quality of low-level equipment is generally not very high, and Grade A is already the ceiling. Even a rich man from Top Force like Long Zui only has A-level equipment. For Lin Yi, attributes are secondary. He was interested in the skill of Spirit Shield. Basically, it can block 1,000 points of damage. If this is strengthened further, the value will definitely be even more terrifying. This undoubtedly greatly increases Lin Yi's safety when facing monsters that are higher than his level. Even though Lin Yi levels up very quickly, it is actually because he kills monsters of higher levels, plus he gets special bonuses from nightmare level dungeons. If he kills a monster of the same level, even if he can kill it instantly, his upgrade speed will be greatly reduced. Lin Yi took the spiritual guardian robe, thanked him repeatedly, and then looked at Zheng Qiao with hope. Chapter 9. The Feeling of Sudden Wealth. Although he is only the director of Imperial Capital University and does not have a fixed rank, his influence is much greater than that of Fang Jingyong, the Lord of the City. After all, there are 300 to 500 small cities like Tianyuan City in the whole of China. However, the number of directors in the Imperial Capital University would not exceed 20 at most. If you give this kind of person something, even if it is not very practical, it will be of great significance. Zheng Xiao looked at Lin Yi's hopeful eyes and smiled. From a policy perspective, only our Imperial University can afford to train people like Aura Masters. Work hard. With your qualifications, as long as you meet the level requirements, you will definitely be admitted to our Imperial University. I happen to be in charge of enrollment in Southwest State. I am very optimistic about you. If you encounter any difficulties in leveling up, you can contact me. As he spoke, he took out a business card and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi grinned, thanked him repeatedly, and put the business card away as if it were a treasure. With the system in place, Lin Yi doesn't have to worry about his future development. The reason why he took a fancy to Zhang Xiao's business card was that more than 80% of the members of the Geocentra Battle Soul Corps who were able to enter the Geocentra battlefield were directly selected from the Imperial Capital University, and only a very small number were selected from other first-class universities and ordinary military forces. Lin Yi's parents were both killed in the Earth's Core battlefield. If he wants to avenge them, he must first join the Earth's Core Battle Soul Legion. With Lin Yi's leveling speed, he will definitely meet the level requirements to enter the Earth's Core battlefield before graduation. As Zheng Xiao is a director-level figure at the Imperial Capital University, if he could establish a good relationship with him in advance with his recommendation, maybe he could join the army early. Although the arrival of Fang Jingyong and Zheng Qiao made Zheng Yi, who was originally the center, become a foil, he had no complaints at all. After all, with the addition of the two of them, the value of this film has skyrocketed to N levels. When such information is released, even if he becomes a foil, the response will be much better than if only he and Lin Yi appeared on the screen. At this moment, Lin Yi was like a star, the center of everyone's attention. However, Long Zhua, who was once a superior person, was now like an ant and no one cared about him. Especially when he saw Zheng Qiao personally handing the business card to Lin Yi, his face became distorted with jealousy. Long Zhua is not envious of equipment. As the young master of the Longting Guild, he doesn't care about anything that can be bought with money. However, the recognition of a person like Zheng Qiao is priceless. Long Zhua looked at Lin Yi with resentment, then covered his chest and prepared to leave dejectedly. Although Lin Yi made a lot of money at this time, he did not forget the bet with Long Zhua. Seeing Long Zhua trying to escape, he called out to stop him. "Where are you going, young Master Long? You haven't fulfilled your bet yet." Lin Yi's words immediately made everyone's attention fall on Long Zhua. Long Zhua was already badly beaten up by monsters in the copy, and he kept vomiting blood afterwards. At this moment, he had no grace or temperament at all, and looked like a refugee. At this moment, although he was the center of everyone's attention, these gazes were like red-hot steel pipes, making him extremely uncomfortable. His already gloomy expression became even more distorted. The 4 major guilds have a very high status in China, and can even sit at the same table and eat with the government. As the young master of the Longting Guild, Long Zhua was naturally known to Zheng Qiao and Fang Jingyong. Seeing Long Zhua in such an embarrassed state, both of them were stunned. The self-esteem of the strong-willed and arrogant Long Zhua was ruthlessly trampled upon at this moment. He looked at Lin Yi as if he wanted to bite him to pieces. Seeing this, the secretary standing next to him immediately filled out a check and handed it to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, just wait, this is not over between us." After saying these harsh words, Long Zhua left in disgrace. Fang Jingyong frowned and fell into deep thought. Zheng Qiao smiled slightly, talked to Lin Yi for a few words, and then took Fang Jingyong away. After getting the equipment, facing those guns and cannons, Lin Yi no longer had the intention to stay, so he made up an excuse and ran away. After leaving the school, Lin Yi's communicator rang. It was a message from Su Qingyun asking him to go home on time for dinner. After Lin Yi replied to the message, he went straight to the official auction house. Lin Yi sold all the things he got in the copy that he had no use for and earned a total of 10.56 million. Adding Long's was 2 million. He now has up to 12 million in cash, which can be regarded as a feeling of getting rich overnight. If you add in the equipment given by Zhang Yi and Fang Jingyong, his net worth would be more than 25 million. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh that for capable professionals, making money is really as easy as drinking water. After getting the money, Lin Yi immediately spent 10 million to buy a level 25 B-grade shield for Su Qingyun. Su Qingyun's talent is not good, and his profession is a D-level shield warrior. Although he failed to get into university, he managed to gain a foothold in an adventure group in Tianyuan City through his own efforts. The work of the adventuring group is very risky, especially for the shield warriors who need to be able to withstand injuries. Su Qingyun also has a son named Su Tian, who is 2 years older than Lin Yi and is currently studying at the top university, Manhwa University. Most of the money Su Qingyun earned was spent on Su Tian and Lin Yi, which resulted in the poor attributes of his equipment. Lin Yi was very grateful to Su Qingyun for raising him. Now that he had money, the first thing he thought of was buying equipment for Su Qingyun. On the way home, Lin Yi was as happy as a child. When Lin Yi returned home, Su Qingyun had already prepared a table full of food. On the table, Lin Yi even saw Su Qingyun's collection of wine. Wow, what day is it today? The food is so good. Su Qingyun smiled and said, "Celebrate your awakening today. Go wash your hands and eat." Su Qingyun poured 2 glasses of wine and pushed one to Lin Yi. "Come on, let's have a drink." Lin Yi was a little surprised. In his impression, Su Qingyun never allowed him to drink with his cousin. Su Qingyun laughed and scolded. "Little bastard, what kind of look is that? Now that you've awakened, you're considered an adult. You can drink a little from now on, but never too much." Lin Yi picked up the wine glass, clinked it with his cup, and then drank it all in one gulp. Su Qingyun leaned back in the chair, watching Lin Yi eat, a smile breaking out on his weather-beaten face. During this meal, Su Qingyun hardly moved his chopsticks. He just kept drinking and even looked drunk in the end. After Lin Yi helped him to the room and put him to sleep, he put down the shield he bought. After resting for a few hours, he turned around and went back to the novice copy to level up again. Lin Yi returned to the copy square again, and the classmates who had originally avoided him came to him like dogskin plasters. "Boss, take us 2 sisters with you. We are very obedient and will do whatever you tell us to do." "Boss, take me to a nightmare dungeon. I can pay you 500,000 yuan for the training." Faced with these requests, Lin Yi decisively refused. 500,000? He could get more than that with just a few blood crystals. As for the sisters, Lin Yi also took a look at them. All he wants now is to quickly level up. Chapter 10. The one who walks through blood and fire is the king of soldiers. Lin Yi is only level 5 now, but he can still get experience rewards by clearing nightmare-level dungeons. With the previous experience of clearing levels, Lin Yi progressed much faster. It directly reduces the original time to 1/3. After 3 consecutive times, his level reached level 9. As the level increases, the experience required becomes greater and greater. The last time, Lin Yi only gained half a pipe of experience. This kind of efficiency can no longer satisfy his appetite. So after coming out, Lin Yi went straight home. When he got home, Lin Yi immediately saw the shield he bought on the coffee table in the living room. Why did Uncle leave the shield here? Lin Yi frowned slightly and walked to the coffee table with some confusion, only to find that there was a bank card and a note next to the shield. That bank card is faded. Su Qingyun has used it for many years. It is his salary card. Lin Yi picked up the note, which read, "Xiao Yi, the password is my birthday. There should be some money deposited into your account in a few days. You should buy a set of equipment before the college entrance examination and try to get good grades. Come on, I believe you can achieve your dream. You will always be your uncle's pride." Lin Yi frowned. For some reason, he felt that the note was giving instructions for one's last wishes. Especially since the shield he bought specially was also placed here. This made Lin Yi feel even more strongly. He took out his communicator and dialed Lin Qingyun's number, but it turned out to be out of service area. Lin Yi frowned, and after a moment, he took out Zheng Qiao's business card and dialed his number. "Director Zheng, I'm Lin Yi. Can I trouble you with something?" Inside the city lord's mansion, Zheng Xiao looked a little strange. Are you having trouble leveling up? No. Can you ask the city lord to help me find some information? Zheng Xiao's expression returned to normal, and he handed the communicator to Fang Zhengyong. I'm Fang Zhengyong. What do you want me to help you check? City Lord Fang, can you help me check if the Fireworks Adventure Group has any new land reclamation activities recently? Fireworks is the name of the adventure group that Su Qingyun belongs to. In this world, in addition to dungeons, there are also countless secret realms and foreign places. The so-called foreign places are actually some contaminated space debris. These fragments come from the vast universe and will appear when they fall to the ground. The foreign place is like a temporary secret realm, which contains not only monsters, various medicinal herbs, but also some special materials. The foreign place is similar to the secret place, but it is temporary and will automatically shatter once the energy inside is consumed. Entering a new and foreign place to explore is called pioneering. There is a special valley called Tianyao near Tianyuan City, where strange people often descend. The technology in this world is very advanced, and the signals of communicators are widely distributed. If you're not in the service area, you can only enter dungeons, other places, and secret realms. There are no other copies or secret realms in Tianyuan City. The only possibility is the appearance of a new place. Fang Zhengyong nodded to his personal guard, indicating him to check it out. The personal guard searched the official information database on his wrist and quickly showed the information he found of Fang Zhengyong. According to the news, the Fireworks Adventure Group did obtain the priority exploration rights for a new off-site area this morning. According to the time, they have been inside for an hour and a half. In another half an hour, their priority exploration rights will expire and other adventure groups will also enter. Why are you asking this? You don't want to go to another place to level up, do you? Lin, even though you cleared a nightmare-level novice dungeon alone, you should not be blindly arrogant. We have tested this foreign land, and it is a level 30 foreign land. It is very dangerous inside, and is far beyond the reach of professionals of your level. Just stay in the novice dungeon and get to level 9 first. A level 30 alien place. Lin, he was secretly shocked. As far as he knew, the Fireworks Adventure Group was not very strong. Although there are about 100 people, their average level is around level 20, and their professional grades are not high. This kind of adventure group is basically risking their lives when they explore new lands and other places. However, the resources in the foreign land are very abundant, especially for those who get the first exploration rights. They can make a lot of money every time. Although it is extremely dangerous, as the saying goes, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. The adventure group will offer very attractive prices to the pioneering team. Thinking of his uncle's strange behavior, Lin Yi was certain that he must have joined the pioneering team. Although Lin Yi is only level 9 now, with the 4 talents given by the system in the team, his auxiliary ability and combat ability are not inferior to those of level 25 professionals. As long as he protects himself well, even a level 30 professional can't be better than him. Su Qingyun is not only Lin Yi's uncle, but more like his father. Lin, he couldn't just watch him in danger. Lord City Lord, I'm already level 9. Can you send me the coordinates? Oh, Lin Yi, your future. Fang Zhengyong was suddenly stunned. Wait, what did you just say? You're already level 9. Zheng Xiao and Fang Zhengyong couldn't help but straighten their backs, looking shocked. They are old and have never heard of anyone reaching 9 levels in one day without the help of an expert. This leveling efficiency is simply terrifying. Even if you're level 9, it is still dangerous in other places. If you really want to level up, go to a place like Jingbei Lake. It will be much safer. Zheng Xiao grabbed the communicator and said, I'll send you the coordinates right away. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Xiao sent the coordinates to Lin Yi. Fang Zhengyong stared at Zheng Xiao with anger in his eyes and complained. Old Zheng, you just can't stand seeing me doing well, right? It's not easy for our Tianyuan city to produce a top genius, and you want to let him die in vain? Zheng Xiao smiled slightly. What are you talking about? I wish you the best, even more than your father does. The coordinates of the different places are not a secret. As long as he goes to Tianyuan for a walk, he can find them in a short time. Besides, to be honest, I want this kid to be alive more than you do. I see hope of winning the Sea Dragon contest in him. When he said this, Zheng Xiao's eyes flashed with brilliance. Fang Zhengyong's expression became strange. Old Zheng, you are not still drunk. Didn't you say that the candidates for the Sea Dragon competition must be the best in the country? You should choose this kind of genius from among the direct disciples of the four major guilds. Lin Yi is good, but he doesn't have a huge amount of resources. It's already very impressive for him to reach level 20 during the college entrance examination. When a level gap widens, his methods may not be so powerful. This competition is of great importance. If you focus on this, aren't you afraid that your boss will scold you for not doing your job properly? Zheng Qiao laughed. There's a reason why you can only be the lord of a small city after all these years. Can't you spend a little of the time you spend exercising your limbs on your brain to think? It's true that the people from the four major guilds are strong, but can they be stronger than Mumu Yuko, the only professional holy light angel in Sakura country? But Lin Yi is different. According to the information sent back, even if the Sakura Kingdom royal family sent experts to help Mumu Yuko level up, she is only at level 9 now. Lin Yi is not a fool. Since he chose to go to a different place, he must have some confidence. Although this foreign land is dangerous, it is also a treasure trove. Apart from anything else, the experience gained from killing the monsters inside is 30% more than that in the outside world. Why? You've been retired for many years. Have you forgotten the saying that only those who have walked through blood and fire can be the best soldiers? Chapter 11. Long's Lin Yi. If you mess with me, you'll die. Now, it was Fang Xingyong's turn to remain silent. As a soldier, he certainly knows that people who have come back from the brink of life and death are far more powerful than those who grew up in a greenhouse. But this is a level 30 alien land. The monsters inside are at least level 20. He is only level 9 now. The risk is too great. Zheng Qiao smiled. The boss of a nightmare-level novice dungeon is level 12. When Lin Yi first played it, he was probably only level 3 or 4. He was able to fight across so many levels back then. Now that he's level 9, his skills must have improved. Since he can refresh our cognition once, he can definitely refresh it a second time. Let's go and see what's going on. I hope this little guy can give me some more surprises. After Lin Yi got the coordinates, he went out immediately. Unlike other locations and copies, the official can only use special instruments to detect the energy fluctuations inside to determine its level. However, no detailed information on the inside is known. The unknown is often full of opportunities and dangers. Lin Yi did not dare to be careless. After putting the shield he bought for Su Qingyun into his backpack, he went to the trading company and spent 1 million to buy 5 bottles of potions that increased movement speed. Although Lin Yi's skills have a speed-increasing effect, the annoying thing is that the Aura Master skills are ineffective against him. After everything was ready, Lin Yi immediately rushed to the different location. When he arrived at his destination, the place was already bustling with people. Among them are not only major adventure groups and professional families, but also many individual cultivators. For these ordinary professionals, a foreign place is like a huge treasure trove. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. At this time, dozens of fully armed professionals were standing at the entrance to the foreign land. These people are all around level 25 and are all members of the major adventure groups in Tianyuan City. Their purpose of guarding here is very simple, mainly to control the number of people entering from other places. After all, resources in other places are limited. In order to make reasonable distribution, they have already figured out a set of rules. Once a foreign place is discovered, the person or adventure group that discovers it first will have priority exploration rights for 2 hours. After 2 hours, other adventure groups or individuals can enter, but the number is also limited. Officially registered adventure groups can send out an exploration team of 10 people, but individuals are only allowed to enter in groups of 5 or more. Therefore, there are many independent cultivators here looking to form a team. However, due to the level of the foreign land, everyone who comes here is at least level 20. Lin Yi, who is at level 9, stands out. Countless eyes fell on him. A level 9 or a master. Judging from his age, he must still be a student. Whose young master is this? Hey, that's not right. He looks like he's one person. Lin Yi walked straight to the entrance of the foreign place, but was stopped by someone when he was about to enter. Hello, this foreign land is dangerous. Your level is too low. Even if you want to go in, you should call some experts to form a team. This man was very polite to Lin Yi, and obviously thought he was the young master of some powerful force. Lin Yi shook his head. No, I'm alone. Lin Yi was worried about his uncle's comfort. So he smiled kindly at the man and walked straight into the entrance. The person who kindly reminded Lin, he was confused. Whose foolish young master is this? How dare a level 9 or a master enter a level 30 alien land alone? He is really seeking death. The man tapped the instrument on his chest. Fortunately, I recorded a video in advance to dissuade him. If the family behind him causes trouble later, I can get away with it. After Lin, he entered the foreign land. A level 20 assassin in the crowd immediately made a phone call. Master Long, Lin, he has entered a foreign land alone. What happened in the morning hurt Long's was self-esteem. At this time, he was leveling up like crazy under the leadership of his leveling team. In this world, there's an experience limit for leveling up in a team. Whenever you form a team, the experience gained from killing monsters will be reduced by 20% and then divided equally according to the number of team members. If the maximum level difference between team members reaches 20 levels, the experience will be reduced by 50%. If it exceeds 30 levels, no experience will be gained. In order to maximize the leveling efficiency, the highest level member in Long's leveling team is 25 and the lowest is 20. Although there is an experience penalty, because they have been killing monsters above level 20, Longswa has now reached level 7. After hearing this, Longswa showed a grim smile on his face. Oh, there's a road to heaven, but you don't take it. And there's no door to hell, but you break in. I didn't have a chance to deal with him, but he actually ran out of the city by himself. Longswa was used to a life of luxury, and what happened in the morning made him hate Lin Yi. Okay, let's not practice here for now. Follow me to Tianyanao now. The captain of the leveling group is a level 25 shield warrior named Zhou Yifan. Young Master Long, we are now hundreds of kilometers away from Tianyanao. It will take at least an hour to get there. Although there are experience bonuses in other places, it will be more cost-effective for us to grind here with this 1 hour time difference. Madam has instructed that you must be promoted to level 10 today. Madam also said that if you fail to change your job to an Aura Master, you must fight for a spot in the Sea Dragon tournament. This is the key to whether you can gain a firm foothold in the guild. The selection for the Sea Dragon tournament is very strict. Many people from the other 3 guilds are also determined to get a spot this time. We can't take it lightly. Longswood glared at him with displeasure. Are you teaching me how to do things? Zhou Yifan felt bitter in his heart. I dare not. Humph. Then why are you wasting your words? Besides, it won't take an hour to get there from here. It only takes a few minutes to fly there. After saying that, Longs was summoned a single-person aircraft from his space backpack. This aircraft is extremely fast and expensive, equivalent to a private jet on Blue Star. Zhou Yifan was stunned for a moment. You want to go alone? Longswood jumped into the cockpit with an impatient look on his face. Are you a pig, or am I a pig? That foreign land is level 30. Am I going to die alone? After these words were spoken, not only Zhou Yifan, but the other 4 people were also stunned. Then Ryuzo pointed to the landing gear next to the aircraft. No, isn't there a place to pull? Just grab this, and I'll fly you over. Zhou Yifan and others looked at Longzhua in disbelief. This aircraft has a speed of over 1,000 kilometers per hour. Although professionals' physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people, they are still within the scope of mortal bodies. If this goes on, they will be skinned alive, even if they don't die. Mr. Long, please stop joking. If you do this, someone could die. Longzhua was immediately angry. Don't talk nonsense. If you really die, I'll ask my mother to give your family a pension. Hurry up, or I'll call my mother now, and you'll be responsible for the consequences. Zhou Yifan and his companions suddenly felt like deflated balls. Although Long's mother was not favored, she was still able to deal with people like them. If Long's were really sued them, the lives of them and their families would be over. With a sigh and a roar, the 4 men could only take out ropes and tie themselves tightly to the landing gear. Oh, that's more like a slave. Long's started the aircraft and turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. If you mess with me, Lin, you'll die. Chapter 12, The Hunting Time has begun. After a brief feeling of weightlessness, a strong white light flashed before Lin Yi's eyes. When his vision returned, Lin Yi had already arrived in a strange place. At this time, Lin Yi was standing in a grassland that seemed to have no end. We have entered the barren grass plains of the foreign land and wilderness. Unlike remote locations and copies, the contents inside will not be refreshed automatically. Before Lin Yi came in, everything outside had already been cleared out by people from other adventure groups. The chance of finding a bargain is slim, but the good thing is that there is no danger. Lin Yi's original intention of coming here was not to hunt for treasure, but he was happy to see that there were no monsters to interfere. Lin Yi looked for traces left by humans on the playground and moved forward. A few minutes later, a huge roar was heard in the sky above Tiananao. The huge movement attracted everyone's attention. Holy crap, that's the latest model of single-person aircraft worth hundreds of millions. Oh my god, what happened to our Tianyuan city? Why are there so many big shots coming here all of a sudden? The aircraft landed. Zhou Yifan and a few others loosened the ropes, climbed to the ground, and started vomiting. Under the wind pressure of the fast flight, the skin of the 4 people turned purple. After vomiting, their breath was weak, as if they had just recovered from serious illness. Longs put away the aircraft and saw the 4 people's appearance. His eyes were full of disgust. Waste! The man who had contacted Long earlier came over hurriedly. Mr. Long, you're here really quickly. Lin, he has only been in for a few minutes. We can easily find him if we go in now. When Longsworth thought that he could control Lin Yi soon, he suddenly felt a sense of pleasure in his heart. Well done. I'll give you a reward later. Seeing that Zhou Yifan and the others still looked like they were dying, Longsworth showed a hint of displeasure on his face. You are such a loser. You look like this just because you are blowing the wind. I don't know why my mother keeps a bunch of good-for-nothings like you. While cursing, Longswood took out recovery potions from his backpack and threw them to the 4 people. Use it. Hurry up and follow me. If anyone dares to delay my work, you know the consequences. After saying that, he walked towards the entrance of the foreign place. Although Zhou Yifan and his companions had complaints in their hearts, they did not dare to show it in the slightest. He could only drink the potion hurriedly, suppress the discomfort in his body, and keep up with Longswood's pace. There were 6 people in Longswood's group. Although it exceeded the regulations jointly set by the Tianyuan City adventure groups, no one dared to stop him at this time. Rules are like this. They can only restrict the weak. The scope of the foreign land is very large. As Lin Yi goes deeper, the traces caused by human beings become fewer and fewer. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lin Yi suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the left front. The lush green grass also began to sway, and Lin Yi felt 2 fierce auras. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi immediately took out a speed-enhancing potion and drank it, entering a state of combat readiness. After a few breaths, the green grass in front parted and 2 dark shadows jumped out from it. It was a level 30 alien land, and the monsters inside were at least level 20. Lin Yi had already been on high alert. The moment the black shadow appeared, he immediately raised his hand and released Battle Formation Aura -1,350. Ouch! Bright red words floated up and a scream was heard. The other monster that was not attacked also slowed down due to the deceleration of the War Halo. After drinking the speed-up potion, Lin Yi's movement speed increased by 15 points. He moved lightly and immediately moved 3 or 4 meters to the side to avoid the attack. After getting to a safe distance, he could see clearly that the attackers were 2 wild wolves with shiny fur. Wild Wind Wolf, LV-22. Quality E. HP, 1980. Attack, 200. Defense, 55. Skills, Wind Blast Bite. After seeing the attributes, Lin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the level of the Wild Wind Wolf is high, due to its quality, this attribute is really a bit disappointing. Of course, Lin Yi's comparison object is the boss in the Nightmare level copy, and this is just what Lin Yi feels. In fact, even a fully staffed adventure team would have a headache if they encountered a wilderness wind wolf, because wolves are social creatures, and they are very smart and know how to work in a team. If a fight really breaks out, the risk will be no less than fighting a boss of the same level. Lin Yi was worried about his uncle's safety and was not going to waste time. Immediately cast another War Halo at the wild wind wolf that had been hit earlier. After several enhancements, the damage of War Aura has reached a terrifying 1,500 points. 2 War Halos fell, and the Wilderness Wind Wolf was killed instantly. Kill the Wilderness Wind Wolf and gain 825 experience points. Although Lin Yi's experience bar required for upgrading has now reached 60,000, the experience of this Wild Wind Wolf still makes his experience bar increase significantly. This made Lin Yi somewhat happy. According to this algorithm, Lin he only needs to kill about 70 wild wind wolves to reach level 10. 70 heads, for Lin Yi, are just 140 war halos. This time he brought several bottles of drinks to quench his thirst, so he didn't have to worry about releasing skills at all. It seems that after finding my uncle, I have to give the place a thorough search. When Lin Yi was calculating the experience, the remaining wild wind wolf raised its head and let out a rapid cry. Soon, wolf howls were heard from all directions. The sounds came one after another, some near and some far away. Judging from the sound alone, there are at least 40 wild wind wolves nearby, and more than half of them were only a few hundred meters away from Lin Yi. With the speed shown by the wild wind wolf before, it would only take a few seconds. Damn it, are those people from the adventure group ahead just here to eat? Why are there still so many wild wind wolves left in the places they have swept? Lin, he was wrong about blaming those adventure groups. The strength of these adventure groups in Tianyuan City is not strong. Although their levels are all in their 20s, their combat power is not strong due to their low professional ratings and equipment columns. It will be difficult for a full team of 10 people to face 3 or 4 wilderness wind wolves at the same time. If the number is larger, the whole team will basically be wiped out. These adventure groups explore foreign lands mainly for the medicinal herbs and crystals that can be taken away directly, rather than hunting the monsters there. As for some solitary monsters, they can still deal with them, but as for those that live in groups and know how to cooperate like wolves, they will just run away when they see them. This is also the reason why there's so many wild wind wolves nearby. Lin, he was only momentarily distracted when 4 wild wind wolves suddenly jumped out from the dense green grass. The attack directions of these 4 wild wind wolves were very particular, directly blocking all of Lin Yi's dodging routes. What a clever beast. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. Lin Yi did not dare to be careless. He raised his finger to the sky and used the invigorating aura continuously. Although the exhilarating aura does no damage, its 90% deceleration is like a magical skill when used against monsters that are good at speed. Lin Yi raised his lips and said, "The hunting time has begun." Chapter 13 single-handedly challenged the wilderness windwolves. Although the 90% slowdown of the invigorating aura is only 2 seconds, the 40% effect can last for 5 seconds. Since there was no room to dodge, Lin Yi simply stood still and quickly used the war halo on the 4 wild windwolves. Under the 8 war halos, the 4 wilderness windwolves were killed instantly before they even got 3 meters close to Lin Yi's body. The foreign land is not a dungeon. The monsters here will leave corpses after being killed. Although there are no blood crystals in the monster's corpse, it is full of treasures. There is extraordinary spiritual power hidden in its flesh and blood, and long-term use is also beneficial to the professional's practice. In addition, some special parts of the monsters can also be used to make equipment. For example, equipment made from the leg bones of the wild windwolf can have the attribute of increasing movement speed. If the corpse of such a monster is packaged and sold to an auction house, it could be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lin Yi accepted everyone who came and put them all into a space backpack. Ouch! Suddenly, a clear wolf howl was heard. There seemed to be a special power in this voice, which made Lin Yi feel a sharp pain in his head. Shit! Sonic skills. Lin Yi covered his head and looked to the west. The wolf that escaped the net the first time also quickly ran towards that direction. At this time, a strong wind blew and the fragrant grass fell down. Lin Yi saw a wilderness windwolf with a body length of more than 3 meters 100 meters away. This windwolf is not only larger in size, but also has an extraordinary aura. Behind it, there are more than 30 ordinary wilderness wind wolves standing. Ouch! The large wilderness wind wolf roared at Lin Yi, and the wilderness wind wolves behind it immediately dispersed, forming a circle to surround Lin Yi. In this world, everything is relative. Professionals can gain experience and become stronger by killing monsters, and monsters can also quickly become stronger by eating humans. This is also why this world is made up of cities rather than open cities like on Earth. The purpose of building tall city walls is to defend against the impact of the beast tide. Lin Yi immediately used his spiritual eyes on the large wilderness windwolf. Wild Wind Wolf King, LV-25. Quality E. HP, 2,480. Attack, 275. Defense, 90. Skills, Wolf King Roar, Wolf King Howl, Rapid Pounce, Tear. The attributes of the Wild Wind Wolf King are not only more luxurious, but also have 2 more skills. The main thing is that this guy has 2 sonic skills. Among them, the Wolf King's roar is an attacking one. Ouch! The encirclement was formed, and the Wild Wind Wolf King let out a short roar, like a general giving orders. More than 30 Wild Wind Wolves immediately pounced towards Lin Yi. Facing so many level 22 monsters at the same time, even a level 20 god-level professional would find it difficult. Not to mention that there is a stronger Wild Wind Wolf King waiting nearby for an opportunity to strike. Lin Yi had been keeping an eye on the Wilderness Wind Wolf King. After discovering that this guy was ready to launch a sneak attack at any time, Lin Yi immediately formulated a combat strategy. Catch the leader first. Lin Yi raised his finger to the sky and quickly used 4 invigorating auras. The coverage area of one exciting halo is 25 square meters, and 4 of them would be 100 square meters. Although this space is not big in the wild, it is enough for Lin Yi to break through the encirclement of the Wilderness Wind Wolves. After slowing down all the Wilderness Wind Wolves, Lin Yi immediately used the War Halo in succession towards the east. 6 War Halos fell, instantly killing the 3 Wilderness Wind Wolves in that direction. After tearing open a hole, Lin Yi immediately increased his speed to the extreme, trying to break out. A flash of shock flashed across the eyes of the Wild Wind Wolf King, and then a fierce look appeared. Ouch! A short, harsh sound was heard. Lin Yi just felt as if a big bell was banging in his head, making him see stars and his head buzzing. Fuck! The Wolf King is roaring. Lin Yi vaguely saw the Wolf King's body rushing towards him like a motorcycle. Under the influence of the Wolf King's roar, Lin Yi's body was completely out of control. Not to mention dodging, he couldn't even use his fingers to perform skills. Fortunately, the equipment skills after blood recognition do not require any casting actions and can be triggered with just a thought. At the critical moment, Lin Yi endured the pain in his mind and activated the spiritual shield of the spiritual guardian robe. Bang! Wolves are creatures of iron and steel, and the collision almost knocked out Lin Yi's lunch. A white minus 528 damage sign also appeared above Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi's current health points are only 290 points. If it weren't for the spiritual shield blocking it, he would have really died. This. When he fell to the ground, he felt severe pain, which made Lin Yi's face grim. Although equipment and items in this world can block damage, most of them cannot completely block the damage. Damage can be resisted, but pain cannot. When the Wolf King saw Lin Yi, who was intact, great doubts emerged in his little eyes. With its limited intelligence, it couldn't understand how Lin Yi survived its attack. However, it did not hesitate too much and immediately raised its head and let out a series of rapid and continuous calls. This time, these sounds did not have any effect on Lin Yi, but after hearing the sounds, those ordinary wilderness wind wolves all had a faint red light on their bodies. Through his spiritual eyes, Lin Yi discovered that their attributes had increased a lot. Overall, amplification skills. No wonder you can be the Wolf King. Lin Yi was shocked and didn't care about the pain. He quickly added 4 more exciting halos. Lin Yi stood up and distanced himself again, looking at the Wolf King with ferocious eyes. Lin Yi covered his stomach, and with the help of anger, he broke through himself again. In just 1 second, he directly used 4 war halos. Minus 1,235. Minus 1,235. 3 red damages floated up, and the Wolf King didn't even have a chance to react. His health bar was emptied, and he fell to the ground. Until the moment of its death, its eyes were full of confusion. Obviously, it didn't understand why it was killed instantly by Lin Yi, who was at level 9. Kill the Wilderness Wind Wolf King and gain 2,250 experience points. Woo-woo. The Wolf King was killed, and the remaining Wild Wind Wolves let out mournful howls and stopped charging. Their original formation was dispersed at once, and many even turned around and ran away. It is just like this: when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Having lost their backbone, these wild wind wolves have lost their will to fight. For Lin Yi, there is no threat anymore. Looking at the wild wind wolves fleeing in all directions, Lin Yi's mouth curled up. These are all experiences. He will not let them go. You're running away, you horsehead. Lin Yi kept using the war aura. His hand was like a judge's pen. Wherever he pointed, the wild wind wolves would die. At this time, 2 kilometers away, Long Zhe was leading people to search for Lin Yi's trace. After hearing the wolf howling, a look of joy appeared on Long's face. Judging from a distance, they can't be the adventure teams that entered early. It's Lin Yi. This guy dared to embarrass me in public. I must torture him. It would be too easy for him to be killed by the monster. Ryozo looked at the assassins in his sparring group. Hurry up and save that guy for me. He can only die in my hands. Chapter 14 Zhang Tong. God wants to kill me. Although these wilderness wind wolves fled in different directions, under the coverage of the exciting aura, Lin Yi still had a chance to kill them, but it would just take a little longer. 5 minutes later, all the wild wind wolves were killed. There were corpses everywhere, and blood was flowing like a river. A white light flashed on Lin Yi's body. He upgraded again. Lin Yi, level 1060/80,000. As his level improved, Lin Yi truly realized how strict the admission standards of Imperial Capital University were. He is only level 10 now, and the experience he needs is as much as 80,000. According to this ratio, if he wants to reach level 20, he will need at least 1.3 million experience points. Such a huge amount of experience would be impossible to obtain if you kill monsters of higher levels or spend money to clear special dungeons. It seems that it's the same everywhere. It's hard for a poor family to produce a noble son. Lin Yi sighed, but he was not discouraged. Although he is not from a wealthy family, as a time traveler, he has some tricks. After sighing, he immediately opened the lottery panel and started the lottery. Congratulations, you got a B-level skill book from the prize pool. B-level. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he prayed in his heart. It must be something I can use. Skill book. Life resuscitation. Occupation. Support. Quality B. Effect. Instantly restore 10% of the health of allies within the target range. Coverage range 10m * 10m. In the next 20 seconds, the friendly target's health will be restored by 2% per second. While healing friendly targets, life resuscitation can also purify most negative states, such as poisoning, bleeding, slowdown, etc. Cooling time, 5 minutes per chanting time. 20s/spiritual power consumption, 90. Group skills. Although it is not a skill exclusive to Aura Masters, fortunately the rating and effect are very good. I just don't know what effect the purification effect will have on the enemy after I learn it. Lin Yi muttered to himself, and immediately learned the skill by dripping blood. The skill book turned into a stream of light and sank into the body. Lin Yi opened the skill panel to check. Because of the profession issue, the name of Life Resurrection was changed to Resurrection Aura on the panel. The healing effect has not changed, except that a description has been added after the purification effect. If used on an enemy, the purification effect will turn into a curse, and the enemy will randomly suffer a negative state. Not bad, not bad. Looks like I can collect monsters and level up in the future. Lin Yi was very satisfied with the recovery aura. Looking at the scene of corpses and blood in front of him, Lin Yi suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart. He took out a small flying camera and released it, then stood on a wolf corpse and looked into the distance with sharp and disdainful eyes. After taking a few photos, Lin Yi opened his phone to appreciate the photos. As expected of me, so handsome. While admiring his handsome photos, Lin Yi took out a bottle of Waha from his backpack and started drinking. Fighting consumes physical energy for others, but fighting consumes saliva for Lin Yi. Although he didn't sweat a drop in this exciting battle, his mouth was already dry. Only after he drank a liter of drink in one breath did he show a satisfied expression. At this time, a figure was crawling in the grass 100 meters away from Lin Yi. He lay on the ground motionless, his clothes like a ghillie suit. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to spot him. This person was Zhang Tong, the assassin sent by Long Zhe to rescue Lin Yi from the monster. Zhang Tong originally planned to come over and use his professional characteristics to restrain Lin Yi and take him away. However, after he came here, he happened to see Lin Yi frantically killing the wilderness windwolves. Although Zhang Tong and his men have the strength to deal with a few wild windwolves alone, their number is definitely not large. Even Zhou Yifan, the strongest among the 5 of them, could only deal with about 6 or 7 of them at a time. If there were more, he would have to run away. If it was someone like Lin Yi, facing 30 or 40 ordinary wilderness windwolves and a wind wolf king at the same time, let alone a one-on-one fight, even if the 5 of them attacked together, it would be difficult. Is this guy really just an awakened or a master? After seeing Lin Yi's level through his spiritual eyes, his heart was filled with turmoil. A level 9 aura master actually single-handedly took on an entire pack of wilderness windwolves. This is a monster. When Zhang Tong thought that Long Zhua actually wanted him to capture Lin Yi, he felt a chill on his back. After witnessing Lin Yi's terrifying fighting power, he didn't even dare to move, afraid of being discovered and killed by Lin Yi. When Lin Yi started to walk back and clean up the battlefield, Zhang Tong dared to move his numb body. Phew, what a scary guy. It is really unwise to go against such a person. I hope young Master Long can sober up a little. After making sure that Lin Yi could not sense him, Zhang Tong used his skills to rush back. He's back. As the strongest person in the team, Zhou Yifan could sense Zhang Tong's breath from a distance. A smile appeared on Long's face. Lin Yi, making me unhappy is the biggest mistake you have made in your life. When he was only 500 meters away from them, Zhang Tong came out of stealth and revealed his true form. When he saw Zhang Tong alone, the smile on Long's face disappeared instantly, and his expression became so gloomy that it looked like water could be squeezed out of it. Zhou Yifan and others also frowned. They are well aware of Zhang Tong's abilities. Logically speaking, there was no possibility that Zhang Tong would fail. Where are the people? Ryuzo questioned. Master Long, that guy is not an ordinary aura master at all. He is a complete monster. I just saw him kill 30 or 40 level 22 wild wind wolves alone. With our current strength, we can't afford to offend him. Let's retreat first. Longzhou was so angry that he kicked Zhang Tong to the ground. You idiot. It's okay that you failed, but now you're making up such a ridiculous story to deceive me. You don't even use your brain when you speak? Longzhou was so angry that he kicked Zhang Tong again. Wait till you get out and see how I deal with you. Follow me. We must catch Lin Yi today. After Longzhou drank a bottle of speed-increasing potion, he rushed out first. After Zhou Yifan helped Zhang Tong up, he immediately led his men to follow. On the way, Zhou Yifan asked in a low voice, "What happened? How did you miss?" Zhang Tong had a bitter look on his face. Seeing that kind of scene, I didn't even dare to move. Brother Yifan, with our strength, we are really no match for him. Let's take young Master Long and retreat. Ah, are you out of your mind? It's okay to say this to young Master Long to excuse yourself, but it's wrong to say it in front of us brothers. With the strength and equipment of the 5 of us, as long as we don't make any big mistakes, we can face a god-level professional of the same level. A student who just changed jobs is nothing. The person who spoke was Zhou Yuan, the assistant in Zhang Tong's team. Except for Zhou Yifan, the other mages and shooters also echoed. That's right. Tell me the truth. Was that guy entangled by the boss, and you sneaked back because you were afraid of death? Zhang Tong felt hopeless when he saw that his teammates didn't believe in him. He closed his eyes and ran wildly, 2 lines of tears falling. Oh, God wants to kill me. Chapter 15. It's hard to persuade a damned ghost with good words. The corpses of these wild wind wolves are worth millions in total. As a child from a poor family, Lin Yi accepted all the items on the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Yi was about to move forward to look for Lin Xingyun's team when he suddenly turned around and looked behind him. The perception of professionals is far superior to that of ordinary people. Although Lin Yi's current perception range is only a few dozen meters, he can still vaguely hear the rustling sound of grass being trampled in the distance. This noise clearly indicates someone is coming. It is not uncommon to meet people who come to explore in a foreign place. Lin Yi didn't take it to heart. He is only 10 years old now. In the eyes of normal people, it is a miracle that he can survive in this dangerous foreign land. It is impossible for him to find anything valuable. Even if you meet some evil people who like to kill and rob, you will not attack them. After all, it is not cost-effective. Of course, if he really met the kind of evil person who was not after money but wanted to rob women, Lin Yi wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. With the halo of recovery and the golden cicada shell in hand, as long as Lin Yi doesn't act too arrogantly, it will be extremely difficult to kill him with the strength of the adventure groups in Tianyuan City. Lin Yi, stop right there. Lin Yi had just taken 2 steps when he heard a scolding from behind. The voice seemed familiar. Lin Yi turned his head and saw Long Zhua and others. Well, the novel is not fiction. There really are people who are so petty. Lin Yi stopped and turned to look at them. Once they entered the detection range of his spiritual eyes, Lin Yi immediately read out their information. Among them, the highest level is Zhou Yifan, a level 25 shield warrior. The remaining shooter Zhang Yuan, mage Ni Zhang, and assassin Zhang Tong are all level 24, and the support Zhou Yuan has the lowest level, only level 20. Longzhua himself is level 8. Zhou Yifan and his 4 companions all have B-level professions, and their equipment is also pretty good. Judging from the panel, except for Zhou Yuan, everyone including Longzhua can kill him in seconds. The prerequisite is that there must be an opportunity to take action. Although Lin Yi is confident, he also knows that it is better to be safe than sorry. Now the spiritual shield of the spiritual guardian robe is still on cooldown. If you get attacked by surprise, you will be in big trouble. To be on the safe side, Lin Yi already had the golden cicada shell in his hand. Seeing Lin Yi stop, a smile appeared on Longzhua's face, and he turned to look at Zhou Yifan. Idiot, open your eyes and see clearly. He is just a level 9 aura master. He doesn't have much equipment, and his attributes are terrible. Any one of us can easily kill him in 1 second. If you can't even do a small thing, I'll ask my mom to fire you when we get back. As the top guild in China, Longting Guild offers very generous benefits. Zhang Tong and his colleagues also went through layers of selection before joining. In the past, if Longzhua threatened him with dismissal, he would definitely cry for mercy. However, when Zhang Tong heard that he was fired, his originally dejected eyes became bright, and he couldn't hide the joy on his face. It felt like winning the lottery. Mr. Long, don't wait until we get out. Fire me now. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Zhou Yifan had the best relationship with Zhang Tong, so he immediately pulled him over. What are you crazy about? Why don't you apologize to Master Long now? Longzhua also looked at Zhang Tong in disbelief. You know, Longting Guild not only has high salaries, but also allows you to exchange for a set of equipment with the same professional rating for free every time you level up by 10. This is why so many people are trying their best to join the big guilds. Everything you have now was given by the Longting Guild. Once you leave, no force in the entire China will take you in. Although your career grade is B, without the support of resources, you will only be a second-level career in this life. Are you sure? Longzhua looked at Zhang Tong in disbelief. Under the puzzled gazes of Zhou Yifan and others, Zhang Tong nodded heavily. I'm sure. Then, Zhang Tong quickly took off all his equipment. I'm returning all my equipment, and I don't want this month's salary. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Longting Guild. After saying that, Zhang Tong ran straight towards the exit. When Lin Yi saw this scene, he also showed a hint of curiosity. Is this an internal conflict? For a fragile profession like Aura Master, assassin is the most threatening profession. After all, stealth is an essential skill for an assassin. Lin Yi currently does not have any detection skills. Once he enters stealth mode and has no target to attack, most of his methods will become ineffective. Without the threat of the assassin, Lin Yi no longer took Longzhua and the others seriously and directly put the golden cicada shell into his backpack. Seeing the departing figure, Zhou Yifan's expression became solemn. Is this guy in front of me really that scary? Seeing that Zhang Tong was serious, Longzhua was so angry that his face turned green. Longzhua has been pampered since childhood and is used to giving orders. Now that Zhang Tong had done this, he was very unhappy. Longzhua raised his hand to put the equipment into the backpack and snorted coldly. Nothing. Do you really think everything will be all right after you quit? If you mess with me, I will deal with you sooner or later. However, compared to Zhang Tong, he still cares more about Lin Yi. Zhou Yifan, catch him for me. Longzhua wanted to torture Lin Yi, so he chose to let Zhou Yifan do it. Otherwise, no matter whether it is a shooter or a mage, Lin Yi would be killed instantly if they are not careful. Zhou Yifan nodded and stepped forward. Give up resistance, you are no match for me. Lin Yi's gaze passed over him and fell on Longzhua. What's the matter? Young Master Long can't even afford to lose 2 million. Ryuzo sneered. This is not about money. If you dare to embarrass me, you will die. Longzhua has a special identity. If he is killed, it will basically mean that the entire Longting Guild is on the opposite side. Lin Yi didn't want to get himself into such big trouble unless it was absolutely necessary. I'm kindly advising you to do the same as that guy just now. Just leave. Compared to your life, your face is worthless. Upon hearing this, Longzhua burst into laughter. What a toad yawning. What a big mouth. Although I don't know what means he used to clear the nightmare level novice copy, but in the face of absolute strength, all means will be useless. Although Zhou Yifan's career rating is B, he is also proud in his heart. Although Lin Yi is a god-level profession, he is an aura master after all, and my level is 15 levels higher than his. This doesn't take him seriously at all. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Arrogant. Zhou Yifan took out a heavy shield from his space backpack, aimed at Lin Yi and threw it directly. This is the shield warrior's basic skill, throw shield. The damage is not high, but there's a stun effect. A green light tail appeared behind Zhou Yifan, and his speed increased sharply as he rushed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. It's really hard to persuade that damn ghost with kind words. Chapter 16, I didn't say I would let you go. Lin Yi stretched out his hand, made a pistol gesture, and tapped Zhou Yifan lightly. Va halo. A scarlet halo of war instantly formed above Zhou Yifan's head. Professionals are very sensitive to crises. Feeling the extraordinary aura of war, Zhou Yifan's expression changed drastically. However, his shield had already been thrown out. A shield warrior without a shield will have his defense and attack power greatly reduced. Zhou Yifan could only push his hands above his head, and a khaki shield appeared above his head. Minus 1,500. White damage words appeared, and the shield that Zhou Yifan held up was instantly shattered. Seeing such horrific injuries, not only Zhou Yifan, but also Long Zhua and others behind him were horrified. Seeing this result, Lin Yi shook his head. Sure enough, the people from the big guild still have some tricks. Zhou Yifan's health is only 2,200 points. If he hadn't reacted in time, the war halo would have almost killed him instantly. Zhou Yifan has already smelled the scent of death. He was so scared that his back felt cold, but at the same time he knew that Zhang Tong was not crazy. Lin is really a monster. In the face of death, Zhou Yifan lost his previous arrogance and hurriedly shouted at Zhang Yuan and others. Don't just stand there. Let's kill him together. Lin Yi's previous actions had already shown them that there was no pre-swing when he released his skills. Although Zhou Yifan didn't know that Lin Yi's skills not only had no pre-swing, but also no consumption and cooldown, he knew that the most special thing about the Aura Master profession was that it had many skills. He also didn't know how many skills Lin Yi had, or whether his other skills had such terrible damage. Anyway, he didn't dare to gamble. Zhou Yuan reacted the fastest, summoning his staff and starting to use his skills. Zhou Yuan's occupation is a B-level spirit binder. Although he is not good at healing, he has strong control ability. Once he was controlled by him, Lin Yi would basically be like a fish on the chopping board. Zhang Yuan and Ni Zhang also began to attack. Ni Zhang's profession is explosive archer, and his attack does not require a forward swing like other professions. He can attack as soon as he picks up a weapon. Although Lin Yi has the golden cicada shell to save his life, such a thing is hard to come by, and he doesn't want to waste such a good prop just to show off. When a few of them just started to move, Lin Yi smiled and pointed twice at the location where Long Zhua and the others were. Résurgence sera. Uplifting aura. Long Zhua and the others are not Zhou Yifan. They don't have any life-saving skills. Under the illumination of the halo of recovery, the health bars of the four people dropped instantly. What frightened them the most was that their health was still decreasing. 2% per second for 20 seconds is no joke. At the same time, they were shrouded in black shadows and could not move. This is exactly the additional scale effect of the recovery aura, which is confinement. In the imprisoned state, all their movements were interrupted and they could only watch their health bars drop rapidly. Fortunately, the damage of the recovery aura is a percentage. If it was a fixed damage like the war halo, Long Zhua would be killed instantly at his level. Although Lin Yi didn't want to cause trouble, he was also afraid of trouble. Since Long Zhua has already decided to kill him, he certainly won't be a saint. While several people were imprisoned, Lin Yi tapped Zhang Yuan, Ni Zhang, and Zhou Yuan 3 times in a row, quickly releasing 3 war halos. All 3 of them are fragile professions. Even though their equipment can support their health and defense a little, they still cannot withstand the damage of the recovery aura and war aura. In just 2 breaths, the health bars of the 3 people were emptied and they fell to the ground. Your skills don't have a cooldown. After discovering this horrible fact, Zhou Yifan had lost his fighting spirit. At this moment, he regretted it very much. Zhang Tong had just reminded him. If he had listened to Zhang Tong and resigned and left, even if he became an ordinary person in the future, he would still be alive. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Lin, he was kind enough to let him be the one who knew the truth. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Let's get going. Although Zhou Yifan did not suffer any damage from the recovery aura, it was no big deal in front of Lin Yi. Directly used 3 war auras in succession to clear his health bar to 0. Before dying, Zhou Yifan said his last words. I regret it so much. Looking at the bodies of Zhou Yifan and the other 3, Longswa no longer had his previous arrogance. At this moment, his legs couldn't stop shaking. If it weren't for the restraint of the revival halo, he would have fallen to the ground. Longswa looked at Lin, Yi stretching his hand towards him, and his face turned pale with fright. Lin Yi, you can't kill me. My father is the president of the Longting Guild, a top expert at level 97. If you kill me, you won't survive. Lin Yi grinned. You really have no brains. How dare you threaten me at this time? Seeing that Lin Yi still wanted to kill him, Longswa hurriedly lowered his attitude. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I just wanted to scare you, not kill you. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. Although Longswa said this, when he lowered his head, his eyes were full of resentment. He was thinking at this moment that he would have to find a high-level assassin to take action next time. Lin Yi looked at Longswa with a half-smile. I don't agree with this reason. Change it. If I agree, I can consider it. Seeing hope, Longswa suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of light, and his IQ, which had never been used, immediately took over the high ground. He immediately understood what Lin Yi meant. I can give you all the equipment and items I have. This is Lin Yi's real purpose. In this world, after killing someone, you can only get the items that the person is wearing. The things in the space backpack will disappear directly into the void when the person dies. With Longswa's identity, there must be a lot of good things in his backpack. It is necessary to kill the animal, but if you can squeeze out more juice, then of course you should squeeze out more. This young man is teachable. Lin, he snapped his fingers and took the initiative to cancel the recovery aura. When the skill is terminated, not only the imprisonment effect is invalid, but the continuous blood loss also disappears. Looking at his extremely dangerous blood bar, Longswa felt a little relieved and subconsciously took out a recovery potion from his backpack to replenish his blood. The potions used by Longswa are all high-end products. For example, the bottle of high-end recovery potion in his hand is worth over $1 million. Lin, he immediately pointed his finger at him and shouted, Put down my potion. Longswa was frightened and immediately put the potion on the ground. Brother, don't be impulsive. Can I just not drink? Seeing that Lin, he still had no intention of letting go, Longswa, who was full of desire to survive, immediately took out all the things in the space backpack. That's all. Looking at the various potions and props piled up like a small mountain on the ground, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Longswa gave a bitter smile. It's really gone. As he spoke, he took the initiative to show Lin Yi the capacity of the space backpack. After making sure that Longswa did not hide anything, Lin Yi waved his hand, put all the things away, and grinned at Longswa. Get ready to hit the road. Longswa's eyes widened. I gave you everything, but you don't keep your word? Lin Yi laughed. I said I would consider it, but I didn't say I would definitely let you go. Lin Yi tapped his fingers lightly, and a war halo directly emptied Longswa's health bar. Chapter 17. Su Kinjun in danger. After getting rid of Longswa, Lin Yi stripped off all the equipment from Zhou Yifan and others. After burning the body, Lin Yi began to carefully check the things he had collected from Longswa. In addition to the set of equipment that Longswa was wearing, there were 2 more sets in his backpack. One of the sets was what he wore when he refreshed the dungeon before, and the other set was A-grade level 15 equipment. The combined value of these 3 sets of equipment alone is over 100 million. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh that children from wealthy families have an easy life. In addition to equipment, there are more than 100 potions. There are many types of potions, some to restore health, some to restore spiritual power, and some to increase movement speed. Lin Yi even saw 2 real potions in them. The ratings of these 2 potions are also the highest among these things, reaching S level. The effect is also very simple. After taking it, all damage will be converted into real damage within 5 minutes. The effect is very abnormal, but it does have limitations. is useless for people above level 50. This thing is perfect for killing monsters above your level. In addition to equipment and potions, there are two rare items. One is called Divine Protection, and the other is called Exploding Star. The introduction of Holy Asylum is very simple. It can generate a special shield that can block the full strength attack of people below level 60. The Exploding Star is an offensive item that can cause a total of 50,000 damage after use. When seeing these two things, he secretly thanked his luck that the scope of the Revival Halo's effect was confinement. Otherwise, if Longswood takes out these two guys, we'll be doomed. 50,000 points of damage. Except for level 60 professionals whose professional attributes have been greatly improved after the third transformation, no one can withstand it. He also came to a conclusion. That is, never hesitate when you meet such rich kids in the future. You never know, they might pull out some strange things from their crotches. After sorting everything out, he continued to look for Su Qingyun's whereabouts. As they went deeper, the level of monsters they encountered became higher and higher, and the number of people in the adventure group also increased. Whenever he heard any noise, he would go over to take a look. He didn't do this with the intention of robbing. There was no grudge between them, and he couldn't do such a thing for the time being, mainly to find people. However, there were too many people entering the foreign land. He searched for another hour and met more than 10 adventure groups, but still found no trace of the Fireworks Adventure Group. At this time, in a cramped cave in the dense jungle, Su Qingyun's face was covered in blood, and the shield in his hand was missing half. He leaned against the wall of the cave, breathing heavily. Behind him, there are 8 teammates. These people are also in very bad condition. This is the second area of the alien land, the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest is dimly lit and filled with a special fog. In this special environment, the medicinal herbs grow vigorously. Su Qingyun and the others couldn't resist the temptation and stepped into it. However, what they didn't expect was that there lived a monster called the Dark Night Cat Demon. This monster is not big in size, but has special abilities, similar to the human assassin profession. It has fast speed, high burst, and can hide in this special environment. Su Qingyun and his friends also suffered a great loss because of this. It had been less than half an hour since they entered the Dark Forest, and not only had the entire team been crippled, but one of the assistants had even been killed. What's even more terrifying is that they were forced into this cramped cave, and there were 6 dark night cat monsters outside. Although they camouflaged the cave, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered as long as they stayed there. Su Qingyun is the highest ranking and oldest member of the team, and is the backbone of the team. In this critical moment, the other 8 people were eagerly waiting for him to make a decision. Su Qingyun pondered for a moment, a look of determination in his eyes. Sooner or later, you will be discovered if you stay here. Only by taking a risk can you have a chance. He looked at the only remaining auxiliary in the team. Give me all your skills. I'll hold the cat demon back for a while, and you guys can take this opportunity to escape. No, if we're going to leave, we're going together. There's no reason to leave you alone. These people have been partners with Su Qingyun for many years and are as close as brothers. Even in the current situation, they cannot accept Su Qingyun's sacrifice of himself. Su Qingyun patted the man who spoke on the shoulder. I'm the oldest and my sons are all adults. You are different. Your children are still young. If you die here, what will happen to them in the future? If you still recognize me as your brother, then be obedient. As he spoke, Su Qingyun took out all the contents of the space backpack and handed them to an assassin. These materials are very valuable. Only by handing them over to the head of the group can I get a high pension. My nephew has just awakened and needs money now. Please don't let me down. With Su Qingyun's insistence, the assistant used all his skills on Su Qingyun to help him increase his health. Although his health was full, his equipment was damaged and his spiritual power was insufficient, so his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Hearing the sound outside the cave getting closer, Su Qingyun picked up the broken shield, looked at his teammates with sad faces, and smiled. Come on, charge out. Don't let my death be in vain. After saying that, he kicked open the disguise of the cave entrance and rushed out first. After leaving the cave, Su Qingyun used his limited spiritual power to perform the skill, Earth Shock. This skill does not cause much damage, but it makes a lot of noise and is usually used to lure monsters in dungeons. The huge noise immediately attracted the attention of the Dark Night Cat Demon, who was searching for them outside. Meow. Upon discovering their target, The Dark Knight cat demons immediately let out excited cries and pounced towards Su Qingyun. These Dark Knight cat monsters are all level 25 monsters, and their attacks are very terrifying. Without any hesitation, Su Qingyun ran wildly. The Dark Knight cat demons were lured away, and the rest of the Fireworks Adventure Group immediately retreated quickly in a defensive formation. In fact, they didn't go very far into the dark forest. Without any monsters blocking their way, the members of the Fireworks Adventure Group escaped in just 7 or 8 minutes. At this time, he happened to be standing at the junction of the barren grass plain and the dark forest. He was wondering whether to go on or search the barren grass plain. Suddenly, he saw the members of the Fireworks Adventure Group. Lin's expression lit up with joy, and he hurried over. "Uncle Chun, where's my uncle?" He came to the assassin to whom Su Qingyun had given the supplies earlier. The assassin's name was Chun Kong. He had a good relationship with Su Qingyun, and they often had meals together. He recognized him. When he discovered the injuries of Chun Kong and others, his heart skipped a beat and his brows furrowed. Chun Kong was slightly stunned. "Why are you here?" "Don't worry about why I'm here. Just tell me how my uncle is doing." Chun Kong sighed. "Brother Su took the initiative to lure the monsters in order to give us a chance to escape. There are several level 25 Dark Knight cat demons. Brother Su is probably in great danger." Lin Yi's expression immediately became anxious. "Where is it? Take me there quickly." Although Chun Kong and others were unwilling to give up Su Qingyun, when they thought of his instructions and their current condition, they would just die if they went. Those cat demons are very powerful. If we turn back in this state, we will die. If that happens, Brother Su will have died in vain. He didn't waste any words. He raised his hand, and a recovery halo appeared. Then he gave Chun Kong a war halo alone. With the blessing of the 2 halos, Chun Kang's health bar was immediately restored. Seeing the health bar suddenly filled up, Chun Kong was stunned and too excited to speak. Your healing capacity is so high. Stop talking nonsense. Take me to rescue people." Chapter 18. Don't have the intention to harm others, but be on guard against others. After Chun Kong handed the contents of the backpack to others, he grabbed Yi and ran wildly into the dark forest. A few minutes later, Chun Kong took Yi back to the cave where they had been hiding before. However, Su Qingyun's voice was not heard. Suddenly, a rapid cry of a cat demon was heard in the distance. He took out a high-level speed-increasing potion he got from Longzhua, drank it, and rushed out first. After running for several hundred meters, he finally saw Su Qingyun. At this time, Su Qingyun's health bar was almost 0, with only a little blood left. The shield in his hand had long been scrapped, with only a few fragments left in his hand. Chun Kong and the others should have already run away. "We found so many resources this time. The compensation the captain gave me must be around 10 or 20 million. This money should be enough for Xiaoyi to buy a set of equipment. I hope it can help him get a good score in the college entrance examination. This way, I won't have let my sister down." Su Qingyun was exhausted at this time. He simply threw away the broken pieces of shield in his hand, clashed his hands together, and the remaining spiritual power in his body rushed through his body. Beasts die together. Su Qingyun wants to self-destruct. He looked nervous. "Uncle, no." Su Qingyun looked up, and his breath stagnated when he saw Yi. "Xiaoyi, why are you here? Go, it's dangerous." Su Qingyun's expression immediately became nervous, and he yelled at Yi. These Dark Knight cat demons have been fighting with Su Qingyun for a long time, and now they seized the opportunity to pounce on him. He raised his hand and pointed at Su Qingyun's head. Exciting aura. In an instant, a large amount of light shone down, and the originally dim jungle became bright. Those extremely agile night cat monsters seemed to be stuck in a quagmire at the same time. Although they were struggling to move their limbs, they were almost unable to move forward. He raised his hand again and used Resurrection Aura. After using the 2 AoE skills, the originally ferocious and violent Dark Knight cat demon had conspicuous red damage marks on its body, and its health bar dropped rapidly. Among the 3 skills, Recovery Aura and Invigoration Aura are AoE skills, so the casting distance and coverage range are both 500 meters, while War Aura is only 100 meters. After entering the casting range, he immediately cast 2 War Halos on Su Qingyun, directly filling his health bar back to full. "Uncle, go on." Lin Yi handed over the shield he bought. When the Dark Knight Cat demons sensed the danger, a strong black light emerged from their bodies, and they all bit Su Qingyun's neck. After taking the shield, Su Qingyun immediately entered a defensive state. The properties of this shield are several times better than the one Su Qingyun used before. Even when facing attacks from several Dark Knight Cat monsters at the same time, he remained unharmed. Lin Yi stretched out his hand, ready to kill with the War Halo. However, when the War Halo fell toward a Night Cat demon, it flashed and actually dodged it. Lin Yi was also stunned for a moment. War Halo is his highest single-target killing method, and it is always effective whether used to kill people or kill monsters. Being avoided this time, he secretly kept this drawback in mind. Lin Yi raised his hand and cast Invigorating Aura again. No matter how fast you are, if it is reduced by 90%, it will be like a turtle crawling. With the intersection of Exhilarating Aura and War Aura, Lin Yi easily killed this group of Dark Knight Cat monsters in less than 40 seconds. Kill the Dark Knight Cat demon and gain 1280 experience points. Kill the Dark Knight Cat demon and gain 1280 experience points. 6 reminder sounds rang out, and Lin Yi's experience level increased by a small level. Lin Yi didn't pay attention to these at this time and rushed to Su Qingyun. Uncle. Although his health was restored, his physical injuries and stamina were not repaired. The crisis was over. Su Qingyun felt exhausted and sat down on the ground. Although his face was covered in blood and he looked tired, Su Qingyun's eyes were shining with a unique light when he looked at Lin Yi. Xiao Yi, has your profession changed? Occupations, like DNA, have a probability of mutation, and the direction of mutation is unstable. Some are good, some are bad. Judging from the ability that Lin Yi just demonstrated, it is obviously a benign mutation. Of course, Lin Yi's profession has not changed, it's just that he has a cheat. However, the fact that Lin Yi has the ability to attack will sooner or later be revealed, so it is good to have such a reasonable excuse now. Yes, it has mutated. My skills are two-sided. I can play the supporting role of an ordinary aura user, and I can also play the role of a mage. Su Qingyun also noticed that Lin Yi had been using the same skill frequently. The cooling time is much faster than that of ordinary auxiliary healing spells. Your skill cooldown has also changed. Lin Yi nodded. Yeah, it's similar to an ordinary auxiliary profession. Lin Yi did not say that it had not cooled down. It was not that he wanted to hide it from Su Qingyun deliberately, but mainly because he was afraid of scaring him. Lin Yi took out a few medicines from his backpack and handed them to Su Qingyun. Longzhou has a wide variety of potions. The 3 that Lin Yi selected are for treating injuries, restoring spiritual power, and replenishing physical strength. Su Qingyun looked at the advanced potion and his eyes widened visibly. Where did you get these things from? Lin Yi didn't want to make Su Qingyun worry, so he made up a story. Bought it at the auction house. Su Qingyun looked at Lin Yi and his expression became serious. Was the body disposed of cleanly? What Lin Yi didn't know was that this kind of high-level medicine was not sold in the auction house in Tianyuan City. Su Qingyun was quick-witted. Thinking of the card-buying incident in the morning, he had guessed the source of the potion. Lin Yi was slightly stunned and nodded. Yeah. Su Qingyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Longting Guild is very powerful. Even if they don't catch us, they will find out about you soon. They are just trying to deal with ordinary people like us. It's easy as pie. Fortunately, your profession has mutated. Not only does it have terrifying healing abilities, but it also has powerful damage. As long as you level up, you will have no problem getting into Imperial University. Even if the Longting Guild is powerful, they dare not wantonly embarrass the students of Imperial University without strong evidence. After Su Qingyun drank the potion, he dripped blood on the shield, took out a sand table model, and looked into the depths of the dark forest with a determined look. Su Qingyun patted the new shield in his hand. With this equipment, my defense has been greatly improved. I can't say for sure about the ultimate boss, but I can definitely handle the other 3 small bosses. Let's go kill them and help you level up. Su Qingyun requested Lin Yi to form a team. Lin Yi saw that the request page showed that Su Qingyun had allocated all the experience to him. Lin Yi clicked cancel and said with a smile, Uncle, the experience has been distributed normally. There's so many monsters here. Your level should be raised. Nonsense. My professional rating is too low. I don't have any special materials or items for advancement. This is how my life will be. Why do I need experience? Stop talking nonsense and accept it quickly. The Longting Guild doesn't have much time left for you. Faced with Su Qingyun's insistence, Lin Yi could only accept it with a wry smile. At this time, Chen Kong rushed over. When Chen Kong arrived, Su Qingyun had already put all the medicine bottles into his backpack. At the same time, he held Lin Yi's shoulder to signal him not to speak. Chen Kong was stunned when he saw the corpse of the Dark Knight, Cat Demon, on the ground. Brother Su, when did you become so fierce? Su Qingyun shook the shield in his hand. Thanks to Xiao Yi for sending me new equipment and his assistance, I was able to complete the counterattack. Your injuries are serious, so please retreat first. I will take Xiao Yi to level up in there. After seeing that Su Qingyun had recovered well, Chen Kong nodded. Okay, be careful. After Chen Kong left, Lin Yi smiled and said, Uncle, I still have a lot of potions in my backpack. It won't be a big deal to give some to Uncle Chen and the others. Su Qingyun shook his head. This is a serious matter. Don't act recklessly. You are still young. When you go out, you must be more careful about everything. You can make friends with people, but don't open your heart easily. Even if they are close friends, don't tell them everything. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. The closest small boss to us is a level 25 violent boar king. This guy is a warrior-type boss, with thick skin and flesh, but fortunately, it is relatively bulky, so it is relatively easy to deal with. Let's practice with it first. Chapter 19. Group Rushing Quick Upgrade. Lin Yi just noticed the sand table Su Qingyun was holding and became curious. Uncle, is the sand table you just took from this foreign land? Su Qingyun took out the sand table again and handed it to Lin Yi. After the alien land appears, people who enter for the first time will get a lost sand table, which you can think of as a living map. Su Qingyun pointed to a long blue strip at the top of the sand table. This is the energy bar of the sand table. Once it reaches 0, the foreign land will disappear. Below the energy bar are 3 clearly defined areas. The first patch of green grass was the wild grass plain. The second area was covered with a layer of black fog, and there were many trees. There was also a flashing white dot here. It was obviously the dark forest where they were now. The third piece is earthy yellow in color, with yellow sand all over the ground, and the name displayed on the sand table is Withered Desert. From the sand table, we can see that there are many small red dots in the dark forest and the Withered Desert, while there are only a few scattered ones in the wild grass plain. These small red dots represent ordinary monsters. The big red dots are small bosses, and the red skull is the ultimate boss. At the very edge of the Withered Desert, there is a conspicuous red skull. Su Qingyun tapped it lightly, and a huge projection of a sand giant appeared. Sandman Leader, boss. Quality B. Level 30. Only some simple information can be seen on the sandbox, but it is not difficult to see from the quality and level that this is a tough guy. Foreign places are fragments of the world, and the ultimate boss is the hub of the laws within them. The ultimate boss in a foreign land will be more powerful than the boss in a dungeon or secret realm. But at the same time, the probability of getting good things after killing it is also very high. Level 30. If you can handle this, you will have a lot more experience. Lin Yi looked at his own strengthening points, and a bold idea came to his mind. Uncle, how long do you think the energy of this strange land can last? Su Qingyun looked at the energy bar above the sand table for a while. At this rate of consumption, it won't be a big problem to last for 6 hours. Lin Yi clapped his hands. Okay, then let's not rush to find a little boss. Let's take it step by step and get these done first. Lin Yi tapped on a red dot next to the flashing white dot. Stinging Wasp. Quality D. Level 22. The scenery on the sand table magnified, and the group of red dots became clearer. A rough scan showed that there were at least over 100 of them. After taking a look, Su Qingyun quickly shook his head. No, although the quality and level of the stinging wasps are not as good as the violent boar king, they are numerous, and their attacks have paralyzing effects, making them much more difficult to deal with than the violent boar king. Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently and said confidently, Uncle, I have AoE damage and restriction skills. Just be careful, it will be fine. And didn't you tell me that I had to level up quickly? Killing monsters in a foreign land will give you experience bonuses. If I leave here, I will have to waste a lot of time. Su Qingyun thought for a moment and made up his mind. Okay, then you must listen to my instructions. Wait until I have stabilized the monster before you take action. Otherwise, with your current attributes, you will easily die suddenly. Although Lin Yi's treatment methods are powerful, a doctor cannot heal himself, and he cannot heal himself. If Su Qingyan wasn't there, he would indeed have thought about it. I'm not a fool. I won't blindly die. After putting away the sand table, Lin Yi and Su Qingyun immediately rushed to the location of the poisonous wasp. It looks close on the sand table, but it is actually more than 10 kilometers to walk. After more than 10 minutes of walking, Lin Yi and Su Qingyun saw from a distance the huge beehive hanging on the 2 trees in front of them. The 2 hives looked like a giant hot air balloon, with many fist-sized stinging wasps hovering outside. Lin Yi activated his spiritual eyes to read the information. Stinging wasp, LV-22. Quality D. HP, 1,300. Attack, 320. Defense, 30. Skills, poison needle shooting, rapid dive, swarm dance. This stinging wasp has very low health and defense, but its attack stats are a little outrageous. Hide here and prepare your chant. I'll go and kill the monsters when your skills are almost ready. Lin Yi smiled and said, No need to be so troublesome, just drive. Su Qingyun raised his eyebrows, looking puzzled. Are you sure? Although I, your uncle, am not afraid of death, I don't want to die in vain. You're my uncle. How can I cheat you? Just go for it. After pushing Su Qingyun out, Lin Yi hid behind a big tree with dense branches and leaves and began to strengthen his skills. Because of the group refresh, Lin Yi used all his enhancement points on the recovery aura. After strengthening to LV5, the skill effect has not changed much, but the value has increased a lot. The instantaneous loss of health increased from 10% to 20%. Add to that the continuous loss of blood, and 40% of the blood volume can be lost in 20 seconds. All in all, Lin Yi can get it done in just 1 minute. To explain, the effects of skills with lasting effects cannot be stacked. Su Qingyun was discovered by the poisonous wasp when he was within 100 meters of the hive. There was a buzzing sound coming from the hive, and within a moment, dozens of poisonous wasps flew out. The stinging wasps are very warlike. Su Qingyun doesn't even need to actively pull the monsters. They will flash their wings and rush towards him. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately raised his hand and used Invigorating Aura and Reviving Aura. The 2 halos took effect, and the stinging wasp's wings, which were originally flashing fast, slowed down visibly to the naked eye. Because the wing flapping amplitude slowed down, many stinging wasps fell directly to the ground. At the same time, their health points dropped a lot immediately. The random negative effect of the resurgence aura causes bleeding. This caused the stinging hornet's health bar to drop rapidly. Good boy. Instant release. When dealing with the Dark Knight Cat demon before, Su Qingyun thought that Lin Yi had chanted in advance. Now it seems that it is not the case at all. Xiao Yi's mutation has improved. After being continuously controlled, those poisonous wasps decisively gave up close combat. They just raised their buttocks, exposed their poisonous needles, and aimed at Su Qingyun. Uncle, don't get excited. Be careful. Seeing Su Qingyun looking at him with surprise, Lin Yi hurriedly reminded him. Poison needles fly. The poison needle wasp instantly transformed into a Gatling gun, and dense poison needles poured out towards Su Qingyun like bullets. Su Qingyun was suddenly frightened and quickly stuck his shield into the ground. As he curled up, a dazzling yellow light flashed on his body. It is the shield warrior's signature skill, stand firm as a mountain. Although he had the shield to block the firepower was too strong, and Su Qingyun's health bar was rapidly decreasing. Seeing that the stinging wasp's attention was all on Su Qingyun, Lin Yi simply stopped hiding and sat comfortably on a rock. When Su Qingyun's health bar dropped to half, Lin Yi gave him a war halo. Then wait until the duration of the invigorating aura and the resuscitation aura ends before connecting the skills again. This way of fighting is simply too easy. A minute later, the ground was covered with the corpses of stinging wasps. Kill notifications start to appear on the screen. Soon, a white light appeared on Lin Yi's body, and he had upgraded again. Chapter 20, The Ultimate Boss, the Sandman Leader. After the upgrade, it was time for the lucky draw session that Lin Yi was looking forward to the most. Congratulations, you got a B-level skill book from the prize pool. Skill book, Charge Guard. Occupation, Warrior. Quality, Grade B. Effect, charge forward and quickly approach the target. during the charge, cause certain physical damage to enemies on the path and knock them back. After the charge, you will enter a guarding state that lasts for a period of time. In this state, the damage received is reduced by 20% and you are immune to some control effects. This skill not only has a control effect, but also provides damage immunity and dominance. For the warrior profession, it is a very comprehensive skill. Lin Yi turned off the panel and came to Su Qingyun's side. Although Su Qingyun's health bar was full, there were many poison needles inserted into his body, and the paralyzing toxins entered his body. He was lying on the ground at this time, and except for his eyes, his limbs could only tremble slightly. Lin Yi came over and helped him up, then took out a purification potion and gave it to him to drink. These medicines of Longzhua are all high-end products, and the effects are immediate. As soon as you drink it, the paralysis effect is immediately removed. Su Qingyun shouted excitedly, "It's so enjoyable! It's so enjoyable!" As the main tank of the Fireworks Adventure Group, Su Qingyun had led the group to explore foreign places, fight in group dungeons, and fight hundreds of battles, big and small, but he had never had this feeling before. 2 people killed more than 100 level 22 poisonous wasps in 1 minute. If he hadn't been the person involved, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Lin Yi handed him the Charge Guard skill book. With the previous events as a backdrop, Su Qingyun was not surprised that Lin Yi took out a B-level skill book at this time. He didn't ask any more questions and just started learning. After a short rest, the two continued to look for monsters to kill. After experiencing Lin Yi's methods, Su Qingyun became bolder. He doesn't even bother to watch if he's not a gregarious person. After more than 2 hours of running around, the two of them cleared out all the monsters in the dark forest. Most of the time was spent on traveling, and the actual fighting time was less than 20 minutes. Because of the experience gained individually, even if the team only had 80% of the experience, Lin Yi's level rose very quickly. During the break, Lin Yi glanced at his panel. Lin Yi, level 12-36899/150000. Lin Yi looked at the time. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening. According to this progress, Lin Yi estimated that as long as he did not completely clear the Withered Desert and then killed the ultimate boss, the Sandman leader, he might even have a chance to reach level 15. According to official data, since the beginning of the job change era, the fastest record on the first day of job change is 13 levels in 1 day. The creator of this record is none other than Long Tongue, the current president of the Longting Guild, and Long's was father. The reason why Long Tongue was able to upgrade so quickly was not only because of his own strength, but also because of his wealthy family background. Although Long Tongue's father was not the president of the Longting Guild at the time, he was also a senior executive and controlled huge resources. Longting has a special team to lead the dungeons with experience bonuses, which is how this terrifying record was created. However, Lin Yi does not have such generous conditions. In comparison, Long Tongue's record seems a bit mediocre. Although the high-intensity travel and fighting made Su Qingyun very tired, he was very excited when he saw Lin Yi's level rising rapidly. Even when Lin Yi asked him to take a rest, he refused and forcibly dragged Lin Yi into the Withered Desert to start sweep. Off-site entrance. As time went by, many people came out one after another, and the people gathered here began to disperse gradually. Seeing more and more people leaving and Lin Yi still not coming out, Fang Jingyong became a little restless. Old Zheng, why hasn't Lin Yi come out yet? What is he doing in there with a shield warrior and aura master? Although Zheng Qiao looked a little anxious, he still pretended to be calm. Level up, what else can I do? Leveling up? They're just playing. One of them is a shield warrior, and the other is an aura caster. How can they deal any damage? Zheng Qiao rolled his eyes at him and said, I told you to spend some time exercising your brain. Lin Yi is an aura master, but he cleared a nightmare-level novice dungeon alone at level 1. An aura master skills cannot be used by himself. If he doesn't have the ability to attack, do you think he can do it? Fang Jingyong's eyes widened. You mean his profession might have changed? Zheng Qiao corrected. It's not possible, it's certain. I said I saw hope of winning the Sea Dragon contest in him. Do you think I was kidding you? That guy looks smart. Since the members of the Fireworks Adventure Group have come out, he still chooses to stay inside. He must be confident. You don't have to be so anxious. If he really died in there, it would be God's will. Anyway, you have been working in Tianyuan City for so many years, it's not impossible to work until retirement. Fang Zhengyong, in the Withered Desert, Yellow sand fills the sky, and the heat is unbearable. Fortunately, there was the medicine sponsored by Longzhua. Otherwise, Lin, Yi, and the others would not have been able to hold on. More than an hour later, all the common monsters in the withered desert were wiped out by them. Now, on the huge sand table, only the red skull of the Sandman leader was lit. Because a large number of monsters were killed, the energy bar in the foreign land also dropped rapidly, and now there's only one small bar left. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Yi's experience. Lin Yi, level 13, 171000/180000. It's just a little bit away from level 14. After Su Qingyun pondered for a moment, he looked at Lin Yi and asked, "According to the energy bar, we still have about half an hour. Do you want to give it a try? If you succeed, you'll set a national first day record." Lin Yi originally planned to wipe out the leader of the Sand People, and he was still thinking about what reason to use to convince Su Qingyan. Now, Su Qingyan took the initiative to bring it up. Obviously, in these few hours, Lin Yi's strength has conquered him. Lin Yi grinned. "Try hard, and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle." After making up their minds, the two immediately rushed towards the territory of the Sand People leader. The territory ruled by the Sand People is also covered with yellow sand, but unlike other places, there's a grand bluestone altar in the endless yellow sand. The altar is engraved with mysterious runes, giving people a very mysterious feeling. Looking at the empty altar, Lin Yi frowned. What's strange? Lin Yi is not a reckless man. This Sandman leader is not only of a high level, but is also called the ultimate boss, so his strength must be extraordinary. Before starting a fight, he has to consider whether he can fight. As a veteran who has explored foreign places several times, Su Qingyun is very experienced in this kind of thing. This kind of boss usually won't show up directly. You have to actively trigger it. Su Qingyun took out a speed-increasing potion that Lin Yi had given him and drank it. "Just wait here, I'll lure him out. If the stats are too high, we'll run." Chapter 21. Kill the Sandman leader, exaggerated experience reward. When Su Qingyun stepped into the altar, something strange happened. The originally lonely altar was suddenly hit by a violent hurricane. The rolling yellow sand covered the sky and the sun. A depressing atmosphere descended from the sky, and a low, frightening voice sounded. "How dare you, a lowly human, disturb my eternal sleep? This crime deserves death." As the voice fell, the yellow sand in the sky fell onto the altar and slowly condensed into a giant 7 or 8 meters tall. The Sandman leader is made entirely of yellow sand. Although it has already taken shape, the sand on the surface looks like flowing water. Lin Yi immediately activated his spiritual eyes to read the information of the Sand People leader. Sandman Commander, LV-30, Ultimate Boss. Quality B. HP, 45,860. Attack, 680. Defense, 580. Skills, Sand Hammer Smash, Sandstream Impact, Sand Fury, Sand Binding Technique. A monster made of sand that can manipulate the sand at will. It has strange and varied abilities and a strong self-healing ability. It is an extremely powerful creature. Seeing the attributes of the Sandman leader, Lin Yi felt a chill on his back. More than 40,000 health points is still normal, but the attack and defense are too scary. With such a high attack, even if it was an ordinary attack, Su Qingyun would not be able to withstand it for many hits with his current attributes. Not to mention that among this guy's 4 skills, 3 of them are offensive skills. In addition to attack, the defense is also outrageous. Nearly 600 points of defense. It is no exaggeration to say that without special props or skills, even a full-strength 25-man pioneering team of 10 would not be able to defeat it. Since Lin Yi has the aura of recovery, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to win. The problem is whether Su Qingyun can withstand it. After Su Qingyun put on new equipment, his health was only 1,800 points. If you make a mistake, you will die. After seeing the luxurious attributes of the Sand People leader, Su Qingyun stopped laughing and turned around and ran away. Shout Yi run. Lin Yi also felt that the risk was too great and was ready to give up. However, just as they were about to set off, the voice of the Sand People leader sounded again. "Since you are here, then sleep here with me forever." The leader of the Sand People raised his hands, and suddenly a strong wind blew. All the sand in the desert in the distance was rolled up. Under the strong wind, a solid sand wall was formed blocking Lin Yi and his team's retreat. This, Lin Yi and Su Qingyun were both dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the leader of the Sand People could actually change the terrain over such a large area. This ability is so fucking abnormal. Looking at the thick sand wall, Su Qingyun looked annoyed. Oh no, I forgot that the ultimate boss is blessed by the power of laws from another place. Not only do they have explosive attributes, but they can also use some power of laws. It's all over now. Lin, he took a deep breath and comforted her. Since we can't get away, let's give it a try. Uncle, whether we live or die depends on whether you are strong enough. Su Qingyun didn't waste any time. He raised a shield and rushed towards the Sand People leader. Lin, he was not idle either. He raised his hand and created Resurrection Aura. I was lucky this time, and the negative effect that followed was dizziness. This made Lin he secretly relieved. After 5 seconds, the stun effect disappeared, and the Sandman leader's gaze fell on Lin Yi. As he raised his hand, countless yellow sands quickly condensed into a huge war hammer. The leader of the Sand People swung a sledgehammer at Lin Yi. "Hit me, you bastard." Su Qingyun became anxious and immediately used Taunt. Under the effect of Taunt, the Sandman leader's attack also fell on him. Although Su Qingyun had used his defensive skills in advance, when the hammer fell, a shocking number still appeared above his head. Minus 1,680. With one blow from the hammer, his health bar was reduced to only 200 points. This made Lin Yi terrified, and he quickly gave him 2 war halos to increase his health. While Lin Yi was applying the war halo to Su Qingyun, he was also keeping an eye on the status of the Sandman leader. He found that the Sandman leader's health bar stopped moving after it dropped by 20%. This is not because the continuous damage of the recovery aura has failed, but because this guy's recovery ability is too strong and it directly offsets it. By this calculation, the recovery aura is equivalent to a 20-second cooldown. The Sandman leader had 4 skills, and he only used one of them, and it scared Lin Yi and the others enough. If you want to kill simply by relying on the resurgence aura, it will take too long. Lin, he immediately took out a real potion from his backpack and drank it. With the help of the real potion, all of Lin Yi's attacks will now ignore defense and directly affect blood volume. Lin Yi was highly focused and immediately started to cast War Aura on the Sandman leader. Minus 1,500. Minus 1,500. The word harm kept appearing above the Sandman leader's head. Although this value is insignificant compared to its health, Lin Yi's skills have no cooldown. Coupled with his amazing mouth speed, the accumulated damage is still very considerable. By the time the taunt ended, the Sandman leader's health had dropped by a quarter. The leader of the Sand People went into a rage. "How dare you, lowly human, hurt me? You all deserve to die. Come out, my faithful servant, and eat them up." The leader of the Sand People waved his hand, and dozens of yellow sand were separated from the surrounding sand walls. After falling to the ground, they formed miniature sand people that were almost the same size as humans. Sand Soldier, Sandman Commander Summon. HP, 3,280. Attack, 180. Defense, 100. Skills, Charge Attack. These sand people condensed various weapons with yellow sand in their hands and marched towards Lin Yi. Shit, he can actually summon his minions. Su Qingyun cursed angrily and immediately prepared a retreat to protect Lin Yi. "Uncle, don't worry about me. I can handle these sand soldiers. Just focus on capturing the leader of the Sand People, and I will give you some blood." The Sandman leader's stats are too high. Even Su Qingyun can't handle it. If Lin Yi was really hit by it, he would die on the spot. After Su Qingyun remembered Lin Yi's previous methods, he no longer retreated and began to use various methods to make the Sandman leader's attack target fall on himself. Facing these Sand People, Lin Yi directly used Invigorating Aura and Reviving Aura to deal with them. At this time, Lin Yi was also very busy. While he had to deal with the Sand Soldiers, he also had to keep an eye on Su Qingyun's health and replenish his blood at any time. In addition, he also had to find time to give the Sandman leader a few war halos. If it weren't for his quick mind and quick mouth, the system would have crashed. Under Lin Yi's crazy output, the Sandman leader's health bar dropped rapidly. When his health dropped to half, the Sandman leader screamed in anger and immediately used the sand binding technique to try to control Su Qingyun and then attack Lin Yi. Fortunately, Su Qingyun is a veteran, And although his attributes are not very good, his combat skills are very good. He had foreseen the Sandman leader's thoughts and used the charge guard. He had just learned, relying on his domineering state. Su Qingyan once again pulled back the attack of the Sandman leader. Lin Yi also secretly breathed a sigh of relief at this time, but still held the golden cicada shell tightly, because he had to do several things at once. The battle that theoretically should have only taken 100 seconds to finish actually took a full 5 minutes. Kill the Sandman leader and gain 30,000 experience points. Kill the incarnation of the law and gain the power of the law. Because the host level is too low to comprehend the power of the law will be automatically converted into experience. Experience gained, 180,000. Chapter 22, Early Special Recruitment. Not only did this battle last a long time, but Lin Yi was completely alone as 2 people. No, as 3 or 4 people. He was so tired that his mouth was dry. He slumped down on the ground, took out a big bottle of waha from his backpack, and drank it all in one gulp. When he heard the prompt tone, Lin Yi felt like his brain had crashed. This adds up to a total of 210,000 experience points. Such a huge amount of experience allowed Lin Yi to be promoted twice, directly from level 13 to level 15. It's the familiar lottery session again. This time, Lin Yi pulled out a palm-sized golden hourglass, which was a rare object. A rare object is like opening a blind box, full of unknowns. Lin Yi read its information with great anticipation. Central Asian hourglass. After use, you can enter a stagnant state, which lasts for 2.5 seconds. Stagnation state. Cannot move, cannot be selected. Seeing the effect, Lin Yi smiled. Another life-saving item. Moreover, there is no level limit mentioned in the introduction, which means that as long as he enters the stagnation state, no matter what level the opponent is, he cannot attack him. The Sandman leader is different from other monsters. He is the embodiment of the laws of another land and has no entity. After being killed, he turns into yellow sand all over the sky. But it did drop something like a dungeon boss. The space backpack was picked up automatically, and Lin Yi opened the backpack to check. The Sandman leader didn't give much. Apart from the blood crystal, there was only a skill book and 2 pieces of equipment. Although the quantity is small, the quality is very high. Skill book, summoning sand soldiers. Occupation, all occupations. Quality A. Effect, generate a sand soldier that can survive for 180 seconds. Sand soldiers have the ability to attack. Cooling time, 10 minutes per chanting time. 10s/spiritual power consumption, 120. Sand soldier attributes. HP, 1680. Attack, 120. Defense, 60. The attributes of this sand soldier are comparable to those of an ordinary monster of level 20 or so. Apart from anything else, if he is used as a thug or a shield, it is definitely why Rugud. Moreover, Lin Yi has a huge number of strengthening points. He believed that as long as the sand soldiers were strengthened enough times, their attributes would become extremely terrifying. Lin Yi didn't even dare to think about how great it would be to clear dungeons with a bunch of sand soldiers after the level of this skill was raised. Lin Yi learned the skill with his blood dripping and looked at the other 2 pieces of equipment. Boots of quicksand. Occupation, all occupations. Quality A. Level, 15. Agility, plus 20. Quicksand storm. Spray a stream of quicksand, and the target hit directly will be imprisoned for 2 seconds. The target affected by the quicksand will be slowed down by 40% for 5 seconds. Cool down, 2 hours. Armor of quicksand. Occupation, all occupations. Quality A. Level, 15. Life, plus 600. Defense, plus 270. Quicksand armor. After activation, a hard shell is formed, and defense is enhanced by 50% for a period of time. Duration, 30s/cooling time, 2h. The quality of both pieces of equipment are A grade and their attributes are also very good. More importantly, it is available to all professions. With these 2 pieces of equipment, Lin Yi's body will be much stronger. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi put on his equipment immediately. After putting on his equipment, Lin Yi couldn't wait to open his attribute panel to check. Lin Yi, level 15, 134/2400000. Attack, 60. HP, 1620. Defense, 415. Spiritual power, 800. Agility, 33. Equipment, Spirit Guardian Robe, A. Quicksand Armor, A. Lost Boots, A. Skills, Ring of War, exclusive/C. Invigorating Aura, exclusive/C. Recovery Aura, B. Sand Soldier, Summoning Aura, A. With the help of equipment, Lin Yi's attributes have been greatly improved, especially the two attributes of health and defense. Why are you laughing so happily? Did you reveal something good? Su Qingyun saw Lin Yi smiling like a chrysanthemum and asked curiously. Lin Yi directly showed him his attribute panel. Su Qingyun rubbed his eyes, a little afraid to elaborate. Your panel is almost catching up with mine. After a brief shock, Su Qingyun also started laughing. Good boy. Without saying too much, just with your current attributes, you can already get into a first-class university in the college entrance examination. As long as you raise your level to level 20, you will definitely be able to enter Imperial Capital University. Okay. Su Qingyun was sincerely happy for Lin Yi. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble, and the originally bright sky quickly became dim and dilapidated. Lin Yi frowned, and his expression became nervous. Su Qingyun looked relaxed. Don't be nervous. This is a sign that the alien land is about to disappear. We'll be back to Tainyuneo in a while. About a minute later, the energy in the foreign land was exhausted and the space disappeared. Lin Yi only felt a flash before his eyes, and the world was spinning. When his sight returned again, he had returned to Tainyuneo. At this time, there were only a few people left here. The strange place disappeared, and only Lin Yi and Su Qingyun were excluded. It's out. When Fang Jingyong and Zheng Qiao saw Lin Yi, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, how come he is already level 15? After Fang Jingyong found out Lin Yi's level, he began to stutter. It's not that he is not calm. It's mainly because Lin Yi's upgrade speed is too explosive. Not only him, even the usually steady Zheng Qiao couldn't help but swear. Fuck, this kid is such a freak. Although he spoke in a foul language, there was a gleam of light in his eyes. For him, he was not afraid that Lin Yi was a freak, but was afraid that Lin Yi was not weird enough. The Sea Dragon's secret realm is of vital importance to China and must not be lost. Originally, Mumu Yuko was like a mountain, weighing them down and making them feel upset. However, Lin Yi's appearance at this time gave Zheng Qiao hope. There were not many people waiting here at this time, and he saw Fang Jingyong's iconic figure at a glance. Zheng Qiao walked over quickly and looked at Lin Yi with a smile on his face, his eyes full of admiration. Student Lin, did you guys kill the ultimate boss in this foreign land? Lin Yi killed Longzhua, and the Longting Guild will sooner or later find out about him. If he hadn't found the force that the Longting Guild was wary of earlier, he might have been assassinated at any time. Imperial Capital University is obviously an excellent choice. Lin Yi was originally preparing to take the entrance exam for Imperial Capital University. Now would be a good idea to show his abilities to Zheng Qiao and get in touch with him, so that the people from Longting Guild would not dare to act recklessly. Lin Yi nodded. Yes. My profession has mutated. Not only does it have the super auxiliary effect of the Aura Master, but when I release skills on the enemy, the treatment will also be converted into damage. My skill cooldown and casting time have become similar to those of ordinary support professions. Are you telling the truth? Although Zheng Qiao is old, his heart is beating very fast at this moment, as if he is back to the time when his first love agreed to him. I'm so excited. Lin Yi didn't waste any words and muttered a bunch of nonsense spells. After about 10 seconds, he pointed at Zheng Qiao and said, War Halo. Zheng Qiao is of high level and has good equipment. Lin Yi's War Halo can even break his skin, but as the recipient, Zheng Qiao can see the value of this skill. There was silence afterwards. Fang Jingyong and Zheng Qiao stared at Lin Yi intently, anticipating his next move. About 20 seconds later, Lin Yi repeated the previous feint. When Zheng Qiao saw the War Halo appear again, he jumped for joy. Great! I'll submit my application to the college today and recruit you in advance. Chapter 23. Level 30 Group, Source of Evolution. After asking about Lin Yi's home address, Zheng Qiao and Fang Jingyong left happily. Xiao Yi, who was that person with City Lord Fang just now? Lin Yi smiled and said, The Imperial Capital University sent our admissions director from Southwest State. Director of admissions? It looks like you've secured admission to Imperial University. You don't have to work so hard in the next few days. He shook his head and said nothing. No need to work so hard. That's definitely not going to work. He knew very well that there was no free lunch in the world. Moreover, the Longting Guild is like a sword hanging over his head, which may fall at any time. Although they didn't dare to do anything blatantly after joining Imperial Capital University, it was unclear what they did in secret. Besides, Lin-Yi is not someone who likes to pin his hopes on others. As the saying goes, if you rely on mountains, they will fall. If you rely on people, they will run away. Only when you are strong yourself can you be the most reliable. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening when Lin-Yi and Su Qingyun returned to Tianyuan City. After a tiring day, although Lin-Yi was not injured, he was mentally exhausted. He fell asleep quickly after lying on the bed. Southwest Province, Longting Guild Branch. Shen Miao Miao, the secretary of the Longting Guild who had contacted Lin-Yi during the day, was in a panic and very irritable state at this time. Earlier, when Longzhou decided to level up in Southwest State, she came to the Southwest State branch to arrange a team for Longzhou. However, just half an hour ago, she received news that Longzhou had lost contact after entering a different place. Now that the offsite location is closed, Longzhou and others still have no trace and cannot be contacted. Long Tongue is of noble status. If she disappears inexplicably, she will be doomed. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the phone in her office rang. Hey, any news? Secretary Shun, the off-site has been closed. We have searched Tianyuneo, but still haven't found any clues. But after investigation, we found that young Master Long seemed to have entered the foreign land in order to find someone named Lin-Yi. And this Lin-Yi is said to have stayed in the alien land for a long time with a member of the Fireworks Adventure Group, and was excluded only after the alien land disappeared. Should we capture him and interrogate him? Shen Miao Miao was stunned for a moment. Lin-Yi. She thought of Zheng Qiao's attitude towards Lin-Yi during the day, and spoke after thinking for a moment. No, Zheng Qiao from Imperial Capital University is in Tianyuan City right now, and he takes this boy very seriously. Don't let him catch us. Invite the leader of the Fireworks Adventure Group to come out now. I'll be right there. Half an hour later, Huang Zhen, leader of the Fireworks Adventure Group, stood in the middle of his living room with a stiff look on his face. Shen Miao Miao sat on the sofa in front of him. After learning about Shen Miao Miao's identity, Huang Xing, who was originally angry because his sleep was disturbed, immediately became flattering. Secretary Shen, you came to see me late at night. Do you have any instructions? Shen Miao Miao waved her hand and took out a prismatic crystal. Recognize this? When Huang Xing saw the crystal, he became excited. I recognize it. I recognize it. This is the activation crystal for the level 30 team dungeon, the source of evolution. The source of evolution is famous because it produces an evolution crystal that can allow professions to evolve. Evolution crystals are extremely attractive to professionals with very low professional ratings. Huang Xing has been dreaming of getting one over the years so that he can take another step forward. However, due to the special nature of the evolution crystal, the activation crystal of the source of evolution has always been controlled by various major forces, and ordinary people have no chance to touch it at all. However, Huang Xing saw hope at this time. It's good that you recognize it. Help me do one thing, and it will be yours. Huang Xing suppressed his excitement and said, You say, I, Huang Xing, will definitely sacrifice my life for you, and will go through fire and water without hesitation. It's very simple. Tomorrow you ask Su Qingyun to bring his nephew Lin to form a team to brush the source of evolution. Huang Xing won't be able to deal with it this time. Is it that simple? Shen Miao Miao nodded. It's that simple. No matter what method you use, Lin must participate. Huang Xing was not a fool either. He also guessed from Shen Miao Miao's expression that doing this would definitely not be a good thing for Su Qingyun and Lin. But he didn't care. After all, as long as he could get the evolution crystal, what happened to other people was none of his business. The next morning, Su Qingyun received a call from Huang Xing. When Su Qingyun learned that they were going to do a level 30 team dungeon, he immediately raised questions. Captain, with our group strength, we can't defeat the source of evolution. Huang Xing had already received a hint from Shen Miao Miao that someone from the Longting Guild would lead them to Brush. You don't have to worry about that. I still have some connections over the years. I found a few experts, and I'm sure we can get through it. By the way, I heard from Chun Kong yesterday that Lin Yi is very powerful and has a chance to be admitted to Imperial University. He has a lot of experience in team dungeons. Let's call him along as well. Su Qingyun was a little surprised. This is not good. Huang Xing smiled and said, "What's the big deal? We have been friends for so many years, and he is considered half my nephew. It is only natural for me to take care of him. Pack up quickly. I will come and pick you up soon." After hanging up the phone, Su Qingyun pushed open Lin Yi's door. Lin Yi heard the noise, rubbed his eyes, and was a little curious when he saw the excitement on Su Qingyun's face. "Uncle, what's wrong with you? Why are you so excited so early in the morning?" "You little brat, you're still sleeping. Hurry up and get up. Today we're going to clear the team dungeon source of evolution together." The source of evolution? Can your adventure group get the activation crystal? The source of evolution is very famous, and its activation crystal is controlled by major forces, and no one has ever heard of it leaking out. Our team leader just called and told me. I don't know how he got it, but as long as he can get it, it's fine. Don't worry about it. The experience in the group is very rich, and he even asked me to bring you along to share the experience. Although Lin, he felt that this matter was a bit strange. He couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. There aren't many leveling sites near Tianyuan City, and the monsters there are of a relatively low level, which makes it not suitable for rapid leveling. Lin, he was originally thinking about finding a way to go to other places to play other copies. Thinking of this, Lin, he no longer cared about the details. Huang Xing arrived after Lin, Yi, and Su Qingyun finished washing up. The three of them drove together to the entrance to the source of evolution. The source of evolution is located 50 kilometers north of the southwestern state capital. Because of the special nature of the copy, there are also city defense troops stationed here. Because it is difficult to activate the crystal, there are only 7 people here at this moment. After getting off the car, Huang Xing told Lin, Yi, and Su Qingyun that the 7 people were his friends. Through their spiritual eyes, Lin Yifa and Su Qingyun discovered that the 7 people were all level 30, with a professional rating of B, and their equipment was also very good. Each of them had at least 3 B-level equipment. Su Qingyun had followed Huang Xing for more than 10 years and knew him inside out. In his opinion, these 7 people and Huang Xing are not from the same world at all. When Su Qingyun recalled that Huang Xing had always emphasized taking Lin Yi with him, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. However, before he could say anything, Huang Xing had already activated the copy. A strong suction force erupted from the entrance of the copy, directly sucking all 10 of them in. Chapter 24. Instant Kill of Huang Xing. As soon as they entered the dungeon, Su Qingyun immediately pulled Lin Yi back and took the initiative to distance himself from Huang Zhun and the others. "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" Lin, he was a little confused when he saw Su Qingyun suddenly became so nervous. Su Qingyun did not reply to Lin Yi's words, but questioned Huang Xing angrily. "Are they from the Longting Guild?" "Oh, you're quite smart. It seems that young Master Long's matter is really related to you." The person who spoke was Xiong Hua, a black turtle warrior from the Longting Guild's 7-member team, and also the leader of the 7. Someone from the Longting Guild? Lin Yi fronted suddenly. He didn't expect that the Longting Guild would target him so quickly. Su Qingyun stared at Huang Xing with great anguish. "Why do you do this to me?" Huang Xing laughed. "Old Su, Secretary Shen, just want to find out something from Lin Yi. Why are you so nervous?" Su Qingyun broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh, got it. Then why did you specifically lure us into this dungeon? Do you really take me for a fool?" Huang Xing's face turned cold. "If you cooperate well, there is still a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, there is only one way to go." Su Qingyun was so angry that his whole body began to tremble. "Huang Xing, are you a fucking human? I've been with you for so many years, and you treat me like this." Huang Xing showed a disdainful smile. "You're already in your 60s. Can you please stop being so childish? To put it bluntly, you are just one of my employees. What does it matter how long you work here? Do you really think I treat you as a brother? Besides, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth." Huang Xing looked at Xiong Hua with a flattering expression. "Brother Xiong, I'll take them down right away. I hope you could say a few good words for me in front of Secretary Shen." Xiong Hua laughed. "Yes." Huang Xing pulled out a long knife from his space backpack and looked at Lin Yi and Su Qingyun with cold eyes. "Lao Su, give up resistance. I don't want to kill my brothers with my own hands." Su Qingyun spat, blocked Lin Yi behind him, took out a return to city scroll from the space backpack, and stuffed it into his hand. Xiaoyi, I'll hold him back. You go first. Natural copies are different from artificial copies. This is also a real world, and death means real death. After entering, the only way to leave is through the scroll of returning to the city, except to clear the level. The scroll of returning to the city requires time to guide, and Su Qingyun's move is obviously intended to lead to his own death. Xianghua and others smiled disdainfully when they heard this. The 7 of them were all level 30 B-class professionals, and they didn't take Su Qingyun and Lin Yi seriously at all. One of the mages sneered. Ah, how shameless. You think you can hold us back with trash like you? If Secretary Shun hadn't said that he wanted to take us alive, I would have killed you with a fireball. Lin Yi patted Su Qingyun on the shoulder and comforted him. Uncle, don't panic. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals can't kill us. After a night of accumulation, Lin Yi had more than 30,000 reinforcement points. Just now, Lin Yi used all of it to strengthen the sand soldier summoning aura. Lin Yi just took a look and found that the attributes of the sand soldiers he could summon now were almost the same as those of level 30D monsters. Although Xianghua and his friends have good professional ratings and their equipment is luxurious, Lin Yi's skills have no cooldown. As long as he is not killed instantly, he can create a bunch of sand soldiers in a few seconds. He really doesn't take these people seriously. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals? What a big mouth. When Xianghua heard Lin Yi belittle him like this, he immediately became angry and looked at Huang Xing and spoke. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you catch him? Upon hearing this, Huang Zhen immediately swung his sword and slashed at Su Qingyun. Huang Xing's profession is a D-level Gale swordsman. Although it is a warrior profession, its attributes and abilities are more like those of an assassin. Although he is level 30, due to problems with his equipment and profession, his health points are only 1,400 points, and his defense is a pitiful 150 points. With the shield and guardian charge skills given by Lin Yi, Su Qingyun would not be able to defeat him in a short time, even if Lin Yi did not take action. However, Lin Yi hates this kind of two-faced people the most. Lin Yi looked at Huang Xing coldly and uttered a word indifferently. D. Lin Yi stretched out a finger and gently pointed it at Huang Xing and whispered, War Halo. The Scarlet War Halo fell on Huang Xing's body, and a scarlet and shocking number appeared. Minus 1,386. Huang Xing's health bar was almost empty. He was so frightened that he quickly asked Xianghua and others for help. Brother Bear, save me. However, before the assistance of Xianghua and the others could make any move, Lin Yi tapped again. This time, Huang Xing's health bar was empty directly, and he fell to the ground. This scene also shocked Xianghua and others. Although Huang Xing's profession and equipment are rubbish, his level is there. In the blink of an eye, he was killed instantly by a level 15 Ore Master. This completely overturned their cognition. Su Qingyun had already seen Lin Yi's methods yesterday, so he was not too shocked at this time. Although Huang Xing was killed instantly, he still did not dare to relax. Compared to Huang Zhen, Xianghua and his 7 talents are the key. Looking at Huang Xing's body, Xianghua and the other 7 were stunned. A level 15 Halo Master kills a level 30 Wind Blade Master in seconds. This is too scary. Xianghua reacted quickly. After a brief pause, he immediately began giving orders to his team members. There's something strange about this kid. Use shield combat to charge forward, and use assassin to sneak over and stun him. Be careful when you do this, don't kill him all at once. If he dies, we won't have a good life either. No! The 2 assassins immediately used stealth skills and hid in the air. Although Xianghua and his companions were frightened by Lin Yi's terrifying attack, as members of the Longting Guild, they also had pride. In their eyes, Zhang Zhen was also an easy target to defeat, so they just paid more attention to Lin Yi and did not choose to directly use tactical attack to kill him. A level 30 B-class assassin with B-class equipment cannot be ignored. Lin Yi raised his finger to the sky, and the glow of an inspiring halo spread down. Although the 2 assassins were not present, their speed was greatly slowed down. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Yi began to summon sandmen. Su Qingyun also held a shield and stood in front of Lin Yi, ready to taunt him. As long as the 2 assassins show up, he can control them immediately. The 2 assassins were also veterans and saw through Su Qingyun's thoughts. When one of the assassins attacked, Su Qingyun subconsciously used taunting to control him. The other assassin, who was still in stealth, had a look of mockery on his face. Ah, toys. He appeared behind Lin Yi and hit the back of Lin Yi's neck with the dagger in his hand. Xianghua also shook his head and said, "This guy's attack method is indeed scary, but his combat awareness is too weak. Secretary Shun asked so many of us to catch him, which is really a waste." However, the next second, the smile on his face stopped abruptly. Chapter 25. Congratulations. You got it right. Go to die. Toy. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth slightly raised, his eyes contemptuous. As a senior veteran, he had already made countless contingency plans in his mind. Naturally, he had thought of the situation. When feeling the strong wind behind him, Lin Yi directly activated the skill of Quicksand Boots, Quicksand Storm. The assassin was too close to Lin Yi, and he had no time to react before being hit in the face by a storm of yellow sand. The confinement took effect. Although his dagger was only a few dozen centimeters away from Lin Yi's neck, it could not get any closer. Lin Yi snapped his fingers, and a strong sand soldier walked out of the light circle. This sand soldier holds a sledgehammer made of sand in his hand. Under Lin Yi's command, he swung the hammer and knocked the assassin away. After being strengthened, the attack power of the sand soldiers is still considerable. In addition, the assassin is a fragile profession, and this blow directly reduced the assassin's health by half. In this cross-level battle, the assassin poses the greatest threat to Lin Yi because of his stealth ability. Now that he has already started, Lin Yi will naturally not hold back. Just as the restraining effect on the assassin disappeared, a scarlet war halo fell towards him. Huang Xing had already experimented with the horror of the war aura for him. The assassin's face was full of panic, and he shouted to Xianghua and others, "Save me!" The support in their team is the B-level Son of the Stars. This is a healing-only support. Quick, feed him. Xianghua was also a little panicked at this time. The Son of the Stars immediately waved his staff and began to chant. Since the Star Child has only one ability, the skill animation is very short. The healing spell even has only a 2-second lead-in. Lenny looked at Xianghua and smiled grimly. "You want to save people? Have you asked me?" Lin Yi raised his hand, and a resurrection aura appeared. As they continued to lose blood, a faint golden light appeared on Xianghua and the others' foreheads. That's a sign of being dizzy. The spell was interrupted, and the assassin's eyes were filled with despair. The war halo directly emptied his remaining health bar. This scene directly frightened the assassin, who was mocked by Su Qingyun. After the taunting ended, he didn't dare to fight anymore and used the speed-increasing skill to escape. Su Qingyun has been through many battles, so he naturally wouldn't let him go so easily. He swung the shield in his hand and hit the assassin accurately, causing him to fall to the ground and fall into a brief dizziness. Xiao Yi clicked to kill. Receive. Lin Yi used another war halo to take him away. After the dizziness ended, Xianghua was really panicked when he saw the bodies of the two assassins. Now, he couldn't care about what Shin Miao Miao had told him to do to keep someone alive. Attack together and kill him in seconds. Xianghua's profession is the Black Turtle Warrior, which is a relatively special profession. Not only does it have the same high defense as a shield warrior, but its attack is also very impressive. After entering combat state, there's a green turtle shadow behind him, which looks like he is really carrying a turtle shell on his back. The remaining 4 people, except for the auxiliary Son of the Stars, the other 3's professions are Ice Archer, Thunder and Fire Warlock, and Control Mage Trap Master. The methods displayed by Lin Yi have exceeded their understanding. They were extremely terrified at this moment and began to release their skills in a panic. Su Qingyun quickly turned back to Lin Yi, slowed down for them, and pulled Lin Yi to run. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Uncle, I told you these shrimp soldiers and crab generals can't kill us. The assassins are all dead. Just take a rest and watch my performance. Sand soldiers, hammer him." Although the attributes of the sand soldiers have been greatly improved after the sand soldiers' summoning aura was strengthened, they can only be compared with D-level monsters around level 30, and there is still some gap compared with Xianghua and the others. Xianghua was shocked and angry at this time and shouted fiercely, "A rubbish sand soldier wants to stop me?" A green light appeared on Xianghua's body, and he jumped up from the ground, spinning rapidly like a tire, and smashed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi grinned. "If one can't stop it, what about 3 or 5? In just 1 second, Lin Yi summoned 3 more sand soldiers. 4 sand soldiers stood in front of Lin Yi in a row, waving their giant sand hammers in unison. The hammer hit Xianghua accurately, knocking him out like a baseball. Xianghua's defense was very high, and the 4 sand soldiers were unable to kill him instantly, but the severe pain made him scream miserably. At this time, the Son of the Stars was busy casting healing spells on Xianghua and the others to restore the health lost by the aura of recovery. I have to say that although the rating of Child of the Stars is only B due to its specificity, the recovery effect is indeed abnormal. In a short period of time, she had already restored a lot of health for the rest of the people. Lin Yi could now understand why they had to kill the nurse first when fighting in a team. This is really disgusting. Lin Yi summoned 2 more sand soldiers to stand in front to absorb the damage, and then gave the Son of All Stars 2 war halos. Without the threat of assassins, and with the free-to-consume meat shields like the sand soldiers, Lin Yi can defeat an entire group by himself. At this moment, many black vines suddenly grew on the ground under the feet of the 4 sand soldiers. Restricted by these vines, the sand soldiers were confined to the spot and unable to move, and their health bars also dropped significantly. A hint of joy appeared in the eyes of the trap master. I have controlled the sand soldier. Quick, kill him. The ice archer drew his longbow and a blue crystal arrow shot towards Lin Yi. The ice archer's attack has ice attributes. Once hit, the speed will be greatly reduced. It is a shooter with built-in soft control. The skills of the Thunder and Fire Warlock were also ready. He waved his staff, and a muffled sound was heard in the sky. A fireball flashing with lightning fell from the sky. After releasing the skills, the Thunder Fire Warlock and the Ice Archer both breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally done. The two looked at each other, both feeling like they had survived a disaster. The combined panel damage of their 2 attacks exceeded 3,000. In their opinion, Lin Yi had already used all of his methods, and his skills were on cooldown. Without the sand soldiers blocking them, they would surely die at the hands of their skills. Unfortunately, they don't know. Lin Yi's skills have no cooldown. The trajectory speed of their skills was not particularly fast, and considering the distance they had previously created, Lin Yi had at least 2 seconds to react. When Lin Yi raised his hand, 2 sand soldiers summoning halos appeared beside him. Under Lin Yi's command, the 2 sand soldiers took the initiative to step forward to block the skills. Although the 2 sand soldiers were killed directly, their skills were completely blocked, with only some shock waves dissipating. Unfortunately, this level of shock wave did not cause any damage at all. At best, it could only blow Lin Yi's hairstyle a little crooked. The Thunderfire Mage and the Ice Archer stared at Lin Yi in shock. Your skills have no cooldown. Lin Yi was considerate and answered their questions. Congratulations, you got it right. Go to die. Chapter 26 My skill cooldown is 1 billion points shorter. The 3 men looked terrified and quickly raised their hands to continue attacking. However, the aura of war has come uninvited. At the same time, the sand soldiers broke free from the vines and launched a charge. Under the double blow, the 3 of them quickly calmed down. When Xianghua saw this scene, he no longer had the will to fight. He hurriedly took out the potion, drank it, then got up and ran away. At the same time, he was holding a scroll back to the city tightly in his hand. This is horrible. Young Master Long must have been killed by him. I must spread the news and have the guild send experts to kill him so that I can avenge my brothers. However, before he could run far, he was hit by a shield. While Lin Yi was performing, Su Qingyan was not idle either. He has been staring at Xianghua. When he found that the guy was trying to run away, he immediately took action. Seeing that Su Qingyan actually dared to take the initiative to stop him, Xianghua was immediately furious. Damn it, it's fine if he, a freak of a god-level professional, bullies me, but why do you, a D-level shield warrior, have the right to do that? When Xianghua saw that Lin Yi was still standing there without moving, he suddenly became frightened and took out a tortoise shell from his backpack and threw it at Su Qingyan. Xianghua is of high level and well-equipped. If you get stuck to him, you will definitely be beaten up, if not killed. Of course, Su Qingyan was not that stupid. He rushed over simply to restrain Xianghua temporarily. Seeing that this guy was fooled, Su Qingyan stopped immediately, and several yellow figures quickly passed by him. Although sand soldiers are summoned creatures, they are theoretically separate individuals and do not have distance restrictions like skills during their duration. Although the distance between Xianghua and Lin Yi was more than 500 meters at this time, the the sand soldiers could still execute the charge order. If fighting alone, Xianghua is certainly not afraid of the sand soldiers. However, these sand soldiers just engage in group fights. Even though Xianghua had thick skin and flesh, he couldn't withstand the circle kick. He did not choose the war halo to kill Xianghua directly, but let the sand soldiers surround him. He looked at Xianghua with a smile. Want to live? Xianghua was also a smart man and immediately understood what Lin meant. Think. Xianghua immediately took off his equipment and then turned his backpack upside down. He looked at Lin with a flattering face. In fact, we are also people with miserable lives, and we just follow orders. I will give you all these things. Please forgive me and let me go. I will always remember your kindness in the future. Lin grinned. You are sensible. You can mention my name in front of the King of Hell so that he will know who is helping him to increase his sales. As soon as he finished speaking, the two war halos directly emptied Xianghua's remaining health bar. After the battle, Su Qingyun's tense, god-level spirit finally relaxed. He looked at Lin apologetically. Xiao Yi, I'm sorry, I almost hurt you. Lin smiled and said, they were originally coming for me. What does it have to do with you? To be precise, it should be me who almost hurt you. Su Qingyun sighed with a sad face. It seems that I can't leave the city casually in the future. Otherwise, I don't know when I will fall into their hands. I don't care. Anyway, it's difficult to improve my level, but what should you do? Su Qingyun's professional rating is too low, making it difficult for him to pass the professional trial. Professionals have to undergo a professional trial every 30 levels. Only those who succeed in the trial can continue to gain experience. The experience of the loser will be locked, and he will never be able to make any further progress in his life. If you can't pass the professional trial, there is not much difference between level 25 and level 30. Lin smiled and said, Uncle, you need to cheer up. Why don't you care? Can't the evolution crystal improve your career rating? Brother Tian and I haven't even gotten married yet, so it's not time for you to retire yet. Of course, Lin didn't really want Lin Qingyun to help him save money to get married when he said this. The main thing is that the higher the level of the professional, the longer the lifespan. Lin hopes Su Qingyun can live longer. Su Qingyun said as he cleaned up the battlefield. What are you thinking about? This is a level 30 team dungeon. Although it is only a normal level, the difficulty is comparable to a nightmare level single-player dungeon of the same level. The lowest level of ordinary monsters is 30, and they come in waves, which makes it extremely difficult. The boss's level is as high as level 35. There's no way we can win just by the two of us. If it weren't for the Sand Soldier summoning Halo, Lin would have really gone back. After all, although his damage is high, he can't kill a large number of monsters in one go. And Su Qingyun could not withstand the damage from multiple level 30 monsters. However, things are different after summoning Sand Soldiers. The monsters can use human wave tactics, so can they? Sand Soldiers can survive for 180 seconds. Even if the battle time is only 80 or 100 seconds, Lin may be able to create 1 or 200 Sand Soldiers. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. When a number of Sand Soldiers is large enough, Lin believes that even the dungeon boss will have to kneel. My skills cool down very quickly. We'll gather a wave of Sand Soldiers and push forward. Su Qingyun then remembered that Lin had previously summoned several Sand Soldiers in succession. Can your Sand Soldier be recharged? Some summoning skills can be charged at ordinary times, and then multiple summons can be summoned continuously during battle. Lin shook his head. That's not the case. It's just that my cooldown is a little short. Su Qingyun still didn't believe it. How short? Lin stretched out a finger. 1 minute. This cooling time is already very short for summoning skills. Lin shook his head. No, it's 1 second. Su Qingyun's eyes were full of question marks. 1 second? Although I have little education, you can't lie to me like this. What is the difference between a 1 second cooldown and no cooldown? Hundreds of years have passed since humans entered the universal age, and I have never heard of anyone having a skill cooldown of 1 second. Since he would need it to kill monsters later, Lin simply started casting spells continuously. 30 seconds later, Lin and Su Qingyun were surrounded by densely packed Sand Soldiers. Looking at these nearly 100 Sand Soldiers, Su Qingyun was shocked. His eyes were dull, and although his throat kept moving, he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Lin he asked after gulping down a bottle of drink. Uncle, how many monsters are there in the Source of Evolution dungeon? Are these sand soldiers enough? If not, I'll give you some more. At this time, Su Qingyun was no longer concerned about Lin Yi's consumption. He nodded heavily. Enough. Enough. The group in this dungeon means squad, not legion. With your summoning speed, not to mention the ordinary monsters, even the boss would cry when seeing it. After hearing this, Lin Yi stopped. Releasing skills so frequently and efficiently put a lot of strain on Lin Yi's tongue and mouth. He even vaguely felt like he was about to have a cramp. Lin Yi rubbed his somewhat stiff mouth and muttered to himself. This blowjob is still not good enough. It seems I need more practice. Chapter 27, B-Level Boss, Chaos Lord. After the battlefield was cleaned up, Su Qingyun, who had been poor for so many years, finally experienced the feeling of becoming rich. The only pity is that these equipment are all level 30 and Su Qingyun cannot wear them. Fortunately, there are enough sand soldiers, so in the next battle, he only needs to follow Lin Yi forward. Because the sand soldiers had a limited survival time, Lin Yi did not dare to rest, and the two continued to move forward. The terrain of the Source of Evolution is relatively simple, with towering mountains on both sides and only a passage of about 20 meters in the middle. They just need to advance along the passage to reach the boss's location. The passage is very long, and you can't see the end at a glance. Lin Yi and his companions walked for 1 or 2 kilometers before they encountered the first wave of monsters. This is a group of firewolves. The flame demon wolf is twice the size of an ordinary wolf, and its fur is a bright, fiery red. You can even see sparks jumping from time to time. Their eyes are like red-hot coals, emitting a blazing light. The sharp claws and calm fangs look murderous. Lin Yi activated his spiritual eyes to read their information. Flame Wolf, LV30. Quality C. HP, 2,480. Attack, 595. Defense, 180. Skills, Flame Attack, Flame Roar, Burning Tail Attack. The Flame Demon Wolves not only have impressive attributes, but are also numerous, and the 20-meter wide passage is almost filled to the brim. Lin Yi roughly estimated that there were at least 30 or 40 of them. The Source of Evolution is limited to groups of up to 10 people. The Flame Demon Wolves are only the first wave of monsters. Their number may not increase as time goes by, but their quality will definitely be higher. From this we can see that this level of group dungeon is really not something that an ordinary team can pass. Ouch! The Wolf King, who is the largest and had the brightest hair in the wolf pack, screamed, and immediately more than a dozen firewolves rushed out. Wolves have very high IQs, especially under the command of a Wolf King. They can even deploy impressive tactics. If it were in the past, Lin Yi's first goal would definitely be to get rid of the Wolf King first. However, now that he has many sand soldiers by his side, he chooses to fight head-on. The reason for doing this is certainly not simply to show off, but because I don't want to waste time. The Wolf King has a very high status in the wolf pack. Once the Wolf King is killed, the remaining wolves will flee in all directions. For Lin Yi, these firewolves are experienced packs of action, and he would feel sad if one ran away. Charge! Sand soldiers. Under Lin Yi's command, the sand soldiers behind him formed a square formation and attacked like a regular army. The attributes of the sand soldiers are lower than those of the flame wolf. Although they have an advantage in numbers, they're still at a disadvantage as soon as they meet. Lin Yi immediately pointed to the sky and used Recovery Aura and Invigorating Aura in succession. Under the illumination of the Invigorating Halo, the speed of the flame wolf decreased, while the sand soldier seemed to have taken stimulants, swinging the hammer in his hand much faster. Under the effect of the Recovery Aura, the flame wolf's health dropped rapidly. It's a pity that the sand soldiers can benefit from the beneficial effects of Lin Yi's skills, but they cannot receive any treatment. This made his idea of building a perpetual motion machine fail. Seeing that the sand soldiers already had a decisive advantage, Lin Yi did not choose to kill them with the War Halo. After all, there's still many monsters behind. If you use up all your energy here, it would be funny if your mouth gets cramps. Kill the Flame Wolf and gain 3,260 experience points. Kill the Flame Wolf and gain 3,260 experience points. As the sand soldiers continued to kill the flame wolves, the experience bar began to appear on the screen, and Lin Yi's experience was also steadily increasing. With the sand soldiers around, Su Qingyan didn't need to join the battle at all. He was a little nervous at first, but after fighting a few more waves, he was completely relaxed. While the sand soldiers were fighting, he was even able to relax and chat with Lin Yi while drinking wheat juice. Team dungeons already have experience bonuses, and with Lin Yi's kills above his level, the experience is very rich. In just 1 hour, Lin Yi reached level 16. This feeling of rapid upgrade made Lin Yi intoxicated. Even though his mouth was a little stiff and painful, he was still full of fighting spirit. 2 hours later, Lin Yi and Su Qingyun brought their army of sand soldiers to the deepest part of the canyon. Here, there's a lake of 200 to 300 square meters. The water in the lake is a strange black color. Although it looks like it is flowing, it gives people an extremely viscous feeling. In the middle of the lake, there was a huge figure sitting cross-legged. It is the boss of the source of evolution, the Lord of Chaos. The Chaos Demon is huge in size. Although he is sitting cross-legged, he is like a small mountain and gives off a very oppressive feeling. Its body is covered with black scales, and its head has a bunch of huge, curved horns similar to buffalo horns. Although my eyes were closed, I could still see the eerie and breathtaking red light through my eyelids. Next to it was a giant battle axe whose handle alone was 5 or 6 meters long. There was a purple-red flame burning on the axe blade, which looked extremely powerful. Although the Chaos Lord has not been awakened yet, the aura around him gives people a strong sense of oppression. Lin immediately used his spiritual eyes to read its information. Chaos Lord LV-35. Quality B. HP 132,000. Attack 1050. Defense 750. Skills: Violent Slash, Flame Breath, Demonic Shadow Impact. When the Chaos Lord's health drops to a certain level, he will absorb the dark energy in the demon pond and complete his evolution. Hiss. So fierce. Seeing the message from the Chaos Demon Lord, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. This guy's attributes are truly terrifying. The most important thing is that it will evolve. Although Lin Yi had already gathered 100 sand soldiers at this time, he still felt that it was not safe enough when facing such a powerful Chaos Demon Lord. He rubbed his mouth to relieve the stiffness and then continued to gather troops. 2 minutes later, the number of sand soldiers behind Lin Yi had skyrocketed to more than 200. At this time, his tongue was already a little tangled, and the efficiency of releasing skills was greatly reduced. More importantly, the survival time of the sand soldier is only 180 seconds. If we continue to accumulate them, some of the sand soldiers will automatically die. Uncle, you are very experienced. Do you think these sand soldiers are enough? If not, I'll try my best, and I should be able to get some more. Although Su Qingyun had never cleared the source of evolution, people in his line of work were quite knowledgeable about dungeons. At this time, Su Qingyun looked somewhat helpless. Stinky boy, do you want to listen to what you're saying? The Chaos Lord is only a team dungeon boss, not a legion dungeon boss. If it sees you like this, it will probably get angry too. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt relieved. Is that so? Then charge. Chapter 28, Killing the Chaos Lord. After the sand soldiers entered the boss territory, the Chaos Lord's eyes opened. A dazzling red light emanated from its eyes, and a powerful aura spread out, and the earth seemed to tremble slightly. Despicable human, the source of our race's evolution is not something you can covet. The Chaos Lord's low voice was heard, and it grabbed the giant axe beside it. When it stood up, its already huge body became even bigger, about 7 or 8 meters tall. With those gleaming scales on its body, it looks majestic. Fortunately, the sand soldiers have no thoughts. Otherwise, you will inevitably feel timid when facing the Lord of Chaos. The sand soldiers only mechanically carried out Lin Yi's orders. They fearlessly swung their sand hammers and rushed towards the Chaos Lord. The Chaos Lord's attributes are too abnormal, and the sand soldiers' attacks cannot break his defense at all. Lin Yi didn't expect them to kill the Chaos Lord. Their job is to absorb damage. When the Chaos Lord saw the densely packed sand soldiers, a hint of confusion clearly appeared in his huge red eyes. However, he quickly adjusted his state, raised the giant axe high, and chopped it down at the middle of the sand soldiers. The huge axe fell to the ground, and the powerful force directly caused the earth to shake and dozens of sand soldiers nearby were directly shaken to the ground. Among them, the sand soldiers who were hit by the axe blade were killed instantly. With just this one move, the Chaos Lord instantly killed more than a dozen sand soldiers and dealt a cumulative damage of over 10,000. Lin, he was also frightened by this horrific injury. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he immediately raised his hand and gave the Chaos Lord a set of invigorating aura and reviving aura packages. When facing this kind of high-level boss, the power of the percentage damage of resurrection aura is fully demonstrated. With a halo of recovery, the Chaos Lord's health was directly reduced by 20%. Although there is still a 2% continuous blood loss, the Chaos Lord's health is still increasing visibly. What a terrifying recovery speed. Lin Yi frowned slightly. According to his estimation, the Chaos Lord can recover at least 3 to 4% of his health per second. At this speed, after 20 seconds, when the recovery aura can take effect again, its health will be fully restored. This is totally a waste of time. Su Qingyun saw this scene and pointed to the pool of water under the feet of the Chaos Demon Lord. The evolution pond under its feet is a blood spring. As long as you stay in it, you can quickly restore your blood volume. Once you leave, the recovery speed will be greatly slowed down. I see. Lin, he suddenly realized that by letting the sand soldiers charge, he had actually set himself back. The Chaos Lord is a melee boss. Although he has a long-range attack skill called Fire Breath, the range of his other means and attacks is too large. Lin, he immediately ordered the sand soldiers to withdraw. At the same time, he hooked his finger at the Chaos Lord with a provocative look. The fire in the eyes of the Chaos Demon Lord became much stronger. It was obvious that Ling Yi's actions angered it. However, in his subconscious, he existed to protect the pond of evolution. So he did not rush out, but opened his mouth wide and sprayed a long line of fire towards Lin Yi. Fuck, that's not martial ethics. Before the flames arrived, the heat wave had already made Lin Yi's skin turn red and stinging. Lin, he still has self-awareness. With his current personality, if he is really sprayed, he could just start the meal. Lin Yi hurriedly controlled more than a dozen sand soldiers to form a human wall in front of him, and then he dragged Su Qingyun and dodged to the side at full speed. The Chaos Lord's Fire Breath not only has a long attack range and high damage, but also has a wide range. The fire line immediately spread out when it hit the Sandman, and the radiation range reached 10 meters. If Lin Yi hadn't run so fast, the two of them would have really become acquaintances. Standing firmly, Lin Yi once again used his spiritual eyes to attack the Chaos Demon Lord. When he saw that its skills, Violent Slash and Flame Breath had entered cooldown, he began to provoke it arrogantly again. In the eyes of the Chaos Demon Lord, Lin Yi was like a weak mouse. However, the rat not only blocked its two attacks, but also dared to provoke it, which made the Chaos Lord very angry. After dozens of seconds, the Chaos Lord finally couldn't help it, and the scales on his body suddenly spread out, revealing a murderous aura. The Chaos Demon Lord transformed into a black shadow and rushed towards Lin Yi quickly. When the Chaos Lord left the pond of evolution, Lin Yi immediately used the invigorating aura and then arranged revival aura for him. After leaving the pond of evolution, the Chaos Lord's recovery ability dropped significantly, and he couldn't even make up for the continuous blood loss. Lin Yi was delighted and immediately deployed his troops, using the sand soldiers to surround and attack the Chaos Demon Lord. Soon, under the percentage damage of the recovery aura, the Chaos Lord's health dropped below 50%. Suddenly, a strong red light shone in its eyes, and the scales on its body also changed from black to red, making it look extremely powerful. It's going to evolve. Su Qingyun's expression became nervous. After the evolution, the Chaos Demon became larger and the horns on its head became thicker. The flames that were originally only on the axe blade now penetrated the entire axe, and the flames rose, becoming several times more violent than before. At the same time, a black energy shield appeared around its body. This is exactly the Dark Lord's evolved skill, Dark Shield. Although the Dark Shield cannot block damage, it can make him immune to control effects. Without the slowing effect of invigorating aura, the Chaos Lord was incredibly fierce, and every time he swung his giant axe, he could instantly kill more than a dozen sand soldiers. Fortunately, Lin Yi never fights a battle without preparation. After the battle began, Although his tongue was a little tied, he still did not stop stationing his soldiers. Although Chaos Lord's attributes increased after evolution, his skills were not refreshed. Even with ordinary attacks alone, it was unable to break through the Sand Soldier's defenses. A minute later, the Chaos Lord let out a mournful wail, and his huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Its huge eyes were filled with resentment. It could not understand until its death why it died at the hands of a level 16 person. After the Chaos Demon Lord was killed, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took out the doll and drank it madly. He didn't dare to stop at all just now. Kill the Chaos Lord and gain 220,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have cleared the origin of Evolution Team instance and obtained the Evolution Pond, which has been automatically converted into an Evolution Crystal for you. The Chaos Lord's body dissipated, and things exploded all over the ground. Lenny took stock. The Chaos Lord dropped a total of 1,200 blood crystals, 2 pieces of B-level equipment, and 3 B-level skill books. Both pieces of equipment are used by level 30 mages, and neither Lin Yi nor Su Qingyun can use them. After taking a look at it, Lin Yi threw it directly into his backpack, ready to sell it. When his eyes fell on the 3 skill books, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 29 Evolution Crystal, True Vision Aura. Among the 3 skill books, although only one is for auxiliary professions, its effect is extremely suitable for making up for Lin Yi's current shortcomings. Skill book, True Vision Field. Occupation, Support. Quality, Grade B. Effect, create a 10*10M special domain. Within this range, all stealth and camouflage effects are invalid. Opening the domain consumes 20 points of spiritual power per second. Chanting duration, 20s/spiritual power consumption, 90. Although the effect of this skill is very simple, with neither damage nor control effect, it is still a good skill for Lin Yi. Lin Yi now has 4 skills, including soft control, single target burst, area damage, and summons. This skill set gives him strong combat capabilities, but his shortcomings are also obvious. Whether it is the War Halo or the Sand Soldier's attack, a clear target is required. Once the opponent uses a skill with stealth or camouflage effects, the target will be lost. Moreover, although Lin Yi's defensive attributes are quite good, his profession is limited. If you really encounter a master assassin, you will be killed instantly once you get the chance. But with the True Vision effect, this threat is completely eliminated. Although this skill consumes a lot of spiritual power, the effect of ordinary auxiliary professions will be greatly reduced due to limited spiritual power, but there is no consumption when Lin Yi uses the skill. This skill is in his hands, and once he enters combat mode, he can keep it activated. Moreover, after being strengthened through enhancement points in the future, the range of this skill will definitely become larger. Just imagine, if on the battlefield, Lin Yi's True Vision Halo directly covers thousands of square meters, making the enemy's stealth and camouflage skills all ineffective. How desperate would the opponent's assassin be? After learning the skills, Lin Yi started drawing the lottery with great anticipation. Unfortunately, luck will not always favor a person. Lin Yi didn't get anything good for 2 consecutive times. Lin Yi's attitude was very positive, and he was not discouraged. At this time, the pool of evolution also condensed rapidly, and finally turned into a palm-sized black crystal and floated into Lin Yi's hand. Evolution Crystal. A crystal with special energy. The energy inside can help a profession complete career advancement. Currently, the highest known career rating on Blue Star is God level, and there is no room for Lin Yi's career to rise. He handed the Evolution Crystal directly to Su Qingyun. Looking at the Evolution Crystal, Su Qingyun showed a hint of longing in his eyes. He took the Evolution Crystal and rubbed it carefully, but he did not use it. After playing with it for a while, he shook his head and laughed. I'm already this old. Even if I advance in my profession, it's hard for me to achieve anything. It's better to sell it and exchange it for more training resources for you. Su Qingyun stuffed the Evolution Crystal into Lin Yi's hand and preached. Don't think you can spend lavishly just because you have some money in your pocket. As your level increases, the resources you need become more expensive, especially since your Aura Master is the most expensive profession, and we are not a wealthy family, so we must have a plan to go long-term. Su Qingyun was right. The higher the level of the professional, the greater the ability to make money, but also the higher the consumption. Therefore, in reality, many professionals who have no followers, even if their levels are not low, are actually not very wealthy. Lin, he has the system, so he doesn't think he will have to worry about resources in the future. And because he traveled through time since childhood, Lin Yi's feelings for Su Qingyan are also very sincere. He has always been open and honest with his family. Lin Yi cut a cut on Su Qingyun's finger without saying a word, and then directly put the evolution crystal on it. The evolution crystal suddenly turned into a black light and enveloped Su Qingyan. The aura on Su Qingyun's body began to boil like boiling water. After a few minutes, Su Qingyun's aura gradually stabilized. When the black light dissipated, Su Qingyun's aura was much stronger than before. Lin Yi could see through his spiritual eyes that Su Qingyun's career rating had changed from D to C, and his attributes had also been greatly enhanced. The occupation rating is not only an increase in basic attributes, but also different attribute points are obtained after each upgrade. At the same time, the skill bonus multipliers for attribute points are also different. Even though Su Qingyun's professional rating has only been raised by 1 level, his actual combat power has increased several times compared to before. More importantly, the ceiling in the future is even higher. According to the data, the passing rate of C-level professionals for the first professional trial is 100%, and the passing rate for the second professional trial is also close to 50%. Generally speaking, a professional who can reach level 60 can live to 150 years old unless he dies in battle. As a professional, Su Qingyun naturally aspires to become a master. He was very happy that his career level had been raised. Evolution crystals are very valuable. Even if he's worth 10 billion, I still don't think it's worth it to give it to you. Looking at the smile on Lin Yi's face, Su Qingyun's eyes softened. You've really grown up. After the Chaos Lord was killed, the copy rules quickly excluded Lin Yi and the others. After this incident, Lin Yi knew that he had been targeted by the Longting Guild. It became very unsafe in the wild. After leaving the dungeon, he did not dare to stay and rushed back to Tianyuan City. It was 12 o'clock noon. 4 hours had passed since Lin Yi and his team entered the copy. In the southwest state city, in a Longting Guild branch office, Shi Miao Miao frowned. What's going on? Logically speaking, it should have been finished by now. Shi Miao Miao picked up the phone and immediately asked someone to go to the source of evolution to see what was going on. More than 10 minutes later, the phone rang. After hearing that Lin Yi and Su Qingyun had already come out of the dungeon, Shi Miao Miao was so angry that she threw the phone to the ground. She sat down on the chair angrily and began to think of a solution. She's a smart person. From this incident, she has guessed that Lin Yi's profession has mutated and has extremely strong combat power. At the same time, she also guessed Long's was ending. After thinking it over again and again, she decided to report the matter. Imperial Capital, Longting Guild Headquarters, Conference Room. At this time, the top leaders of Longting Guild gathered together. President, the Sea Dragon competition is extremely important to the Empire. As long as we get a spot and some hype, we can establish a very good image among the people. The other 3 guilds are working hard and allocating all resources to train those who have just awakened this year, hoping to get a spot. In our guild, young Master Long Zhua has the greatest hope. Please call him back from Tianyuan City. We must help him get a spot, even if we have to do everything we can. Just as Long Tongue was about to speak, there was a knock on the meeting room door. A maid walked up to Long Tongue and whispered something. After hearing this, the expression on Long Tongue's face turned cold as ice, and his eyes were as sharp as a tiger. Although he tried his best to suppress it, everyone could feel the surging murderous intent in him. The high-level leaders of the Longting Guild present were all shocked. They haven't seen Long Tongue so angry in many years. President, what happened? Why are you so angry? Long Tongue took a breath. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he spoke in a cold tone. Longswood died in Tianyuan City. Chapter 30, Shadow Killing Hall, Falling Trees, Assassination in Dark Night. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell into a chilling silence. But this silence was soon broken. The high-ranking members of the Longting Guild became angry and excited. Who did it? How dare they attack young Master Long? They don't take our Longting Guild seriously. No matter who he is, we must make him and the forces behind him pay the price. The top leaders of the Longting Guild all subconsciously thought that the person who took action was from a powerful force. After all, The Longting Guild has a very high status in China, and ordinary forces dare not provoke it. The information conveyed by Shun Miao Miao was very complete, and it specifically mentioned Zheng Qiao's matter. Long Teng's eyes swept over these senior executives without saying anything. In a large force, power struggle is inevitable. Among these people, many are coveting Longting's position. Longzhu was killed. Although these people looked very angry, as if their own sons had died, many of them were actually very happy. Long Teng raised his hand and pressed it, and the entire conference room immediately became quiet. I will take care of Longzhu's affairs myself, so you don't have to worry about it. But the Sea Dragon competition is extremely important. Even if we don't have Longzhu, we still have to compete. As for the specific personnel, you guys can decide. After saying that, Long Teng left the meeting room directly. Back in his office, Long Teng could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He kicked the valuable desk, made of special crystal stone, into pieces. This scared the maid who reported the information. Go to the Shadow Killing Hall and find me someone who hasn't been included yet. The Shadow Killing Hall is an assassination organization specially trained by the Longting Guild. Everyone inside is an assassin with a professional rating of A or above and a level above level 50. Soon, a man dressed in black and wearing a hideous mask walked in. Shadow Killing Hall, Reserve Luo Mu. Greetings to the president. Longting nodded and pushed Lin Yi's information in front of him. Bring this man back to me. Zheng Xiao from Imperial Capital University is also here. Remember, don't attract his attention. After completing this mission, I will personally approve you to become a formal member of the Shadow Killing Hall. Luo Mu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. I promised to complete the task. Although Lin Yi didn't know that Long Teng had sent people to arrest him, after what happened to Huang Xing, he had decided not to leave the city rashly. As for leveling up, Lin Yi planned to ask Zheng Qiao for help directly. Because he used too many skills in the Source of Evolution, Lin Yi did not go to find Zheng Qiao in the afternoon, but stayed at home to rest. When night fell, Lin Yi left home and headed to the northernmost part of Tianyuan City. The north of Tianyuan City is a specially planned entertainment area where all kinds of people mix. There's a black market here. Lin Yi came here to dispose of the equipment he got from Longzhu and others. Although the Longting Guild has now determined that Longzhu's death was related to him, Lin Yi cannot admit it openly. Otherwise, with the power of the Longting Guild, it would be difficult for Imperial Capital University to directly break off relations with the Longting Guild for him. The advantage of the black market is that you don't have to ask where the goods come from. Lin Yi entered the black market after putting on the camouflage clothes he had prepared in advance. The equipment sold by Lin Yi were all top-notch quality, and the process went very smoothly. When he left the black market, Lin Yi had an extra 130 million in his card. After leaving the black market, Lin Yi did not let his guard down. He walked around it several times and made sure that no one was following him before he removed his disguise in a secluded corner. Just as Lin Yi was about to go home, he suddenly felt a chill. He turned his head and looked around, but didn't find anything unusual. But the uneasy feeling in his heart was still there, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Yi seemed to have thought of something. He took out the golden cicada shell from his backpack and pointed True Vision Aura toward the sky. The True Vision halo floated in the air like a giant searchlight, directly illuminating the 10*10M range centered on Lin Yi. At this time, Lin Yi saw that at the corner not far in front of him stood a man wearing a loose black robe and a ferocious beast mask. Under the illumination of the True Vision halo, his figure seemed somewhat blurred, and he was obviously in stealth mode. Lin Yi activated his spiritual eyes on him. The spiritual eye is ineffective. This means that this person's level is at least 30 levels higher than his. Although Lin Yi is very powerful, he is not truly invincible. In the face of absolute level suppression, even if he has 4 great talents, it will be of no avail. Lin Yi looked solemn, holding the golden cicada shell tightly, his mind working frantically, thinking about how to escape. The person who came was Luo Mu, who came from the Imperial capital. Luo Mu looked at the real halo in the air and frowned slightly. There are actually true vision skills. A thick black aura emerged from Luo Mu's body. In just a few breaths, Lin Yi felt as if he was separated from the outside world. Boundary skill, Lin Yi exclaimed. The barrier skill is a very special one. It can demarcate an area after use. Before the barrier is broken, anything that happens inside will not be noticed by the outside world. At this point, he was certain that this guy was sent by the Longting Guild. Luo Mu's level is too high, and he's also an assassin, so he can completely defeat Yi. Moreover, he also has the skill of setting a barrier. If the barrier cannot be broken, no one will find out, even if he is killed here. Luo Mu tapped his toes lightly and rushed towards Yi like an arrow. The distance between them was not that close to begin with, and the fallen leaves arrived in the blink of an eye. Yi hurriedly crushed the golden cicada shell, generated a prosthesis on the spot, and teleported behind Luo Mu. Due to the limitations of the barrier skills, even the golden cicada shell only allowed him to teleport to the place where Luo Mu had previously stood. Luo Mu's dizzy slash hit the prosthesis, and when the prosthesis disappeared, he was obviously stunned for a moment. A miss. Luo Mu didn't care to believe it. His attack as a level 55 assassin was dodged by a level 17 Aura Master. No matter what means he used, it made him lose face. There was a hint of coldness in Luo Mu's eyes. He started to get serious. Faced with a huge level gap, Yi's skills had no effect on Luo Mu. He made up his mind and took out the exploding star from his backpack. Without any hesitation, Yi directly injected spiritual power into it and then threw it into the air. The exploding star lit up with a dazzling red light, and a powerful energy wave was brewing rapidly. Exploding star. There was a hint of shock in Luo Mu's eyes. He didn't expect that Yi would have such a terrifying thing. The exploding star can cause 50,000 points of damage. Even he can't withstand it. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the exploding sky star was brewing. The huge energy fluctuations directly broke through Luo Mu's barrier. The fire clouds rolled, and meteorites wrapped in scorching heavenly fire fell like hail. The coverage area of exploding sky star is not small. Luo Mu has no time to catch and can only use skills to escape the coverage area. The exploding star made a lot of noise. Fang Jingyong and Zheng Xiao in the City Lord's mansion rushed out of the room immediately after hearing the noise. Looking at the bright red clouds in the night sky, the two men looked gloomy and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the north of the city. Chapter 31. This kid is very shrewd and has great potential. Yi's speed was not as fast as Luo Mu's, and he could not escape the range of the exploding star at all. In desperation, he could only take out the Central Asian hourglass from his backpack and crush it. The Central Asian hourglass turned into a golden light and fell on Yi. In an instant, Yi became like a golden Buddha. The meteorites that were gleaming with golden light and exploding with stars fell on him, but could not cause any harm at all except for making tinkling sounds. This kid is quite interesting. He has a humble background, but he actually has several life-saving treasures in his hands. Luo Mu's mission is to bring Yi back alive. He originally thought that Yi would be killed directly by the explosion and was a little discouraged, but now seeing this scene, he felt a little happy in his heart. Suddenly, Luo Mu turned his head and looked to the southeast. He sensed two powerful auras approaching rapidly. Luo Mu frowned slightly. "You came so quickly. It seems we have to hurry up." Although they were still far away, Luo Mu could already feel that these two auras were far stronger than his. If you don't escape in time, you will definitely be caught. For the people of Shadow Killing Hall, being caught means death. The exploding star did not last for more than 2 seconds before it ended. When the effect of the Central Asian hourglass ended, Luo Mu immediately turned into a stream of light and pounced towards Yi. Luo Mu raised the dagger high and smashed it at the back of Yi's neck. When the Central Asian hourglass ended, he had already taken out the divine protection and successfully activated it. The divine protection turned into a milky white light shield to protect Yi. The falling wood's attack didn't create any splashes when it landed on top. While Yi was keeping some distance, he frantically summoned sand soldiers and asked them to rush in front of Luo Mu and self-destruct. Although the power of the sand soldiers' self-explosion was not enough to hurt Luo Mu, it did stop him for a moment. It was during this gap that Zheng Xiao and Fang Jingyong arrived. He saw the two people from afar. A hint of joy appeared between his brows, and he shouted, "Director Zheng, save me." When Zheng Xiao saw that the person being attacked was Yi, he immediately became furious. As he waved his hand, a green sword appeared under his feet. With the support of the long sword, his speed increased dramatically. In just a blink of an eye, he was less than 500 meters away from Lin Yi. Seeing this, Luo Mu didn't dare to stay and immediately entered stealth state to prepare to escape. However, he still underestimated the importance of Zheng Qiao and Fang Zhengyong. Fang Zhengyong snorted coldly upon seeing this. "You hurt someone in my territory and you want to run away? Where do you put me?" Fang Zhengyong took out a special sand table and tapped it lightly. A light curtain immediately rose up on the wall of Tianyuan City, and all the passages leaving the city were automatically locked. That light curtain is the city's defense method, and the amount of blood crystals consumed to activate it once is astronomical. This method is basically only used when the city is in danger of being destroyed. However, now Fang Zhengyong opened it without hesitation. Luo Mu, who was in stealth mode, looked as pale as death. Damn it, who is this guy? Why would the Lord of Tianyuan City so decisively open the city protection light curtain for him? Zheng Xiao was not idle either. He took out a fist-sized eyeball from the storage space. After the eyeball was thrown into the air and exploded, a strange wave enveloped the entire Tianyuan City. When Luo Mu saw the eyeball in Zheng Xiao's hand, he was in despair. "You're crazy. You even used the Eye of True Vision to catch me." The Eye of True Vision is a kind of artificial equipment, which can make a huge area enter the real state after use. The Eye of True Vision is expensive and rare, so ordinary people can't get it even if they have money. It is very precious. Luo Mu didn't know what virtue he had in him to be captured by someone with the Eye of True Vision. "I got you." Zheng Xiao immediately moved over after noticing the fallen leaves. Luo Mu took one last glance at Lin Yi, his eyes full of unwillingness. Looking at Zheng Xiao getting closer and closer, he took out a piece of red crystal and crushed it. The crystal exploded, igniting a raging fire that directly enveloped the fallen wood. No one knew what kind of flame it was, but it was quite powerful. In a moment, the fallen wood was burned to ashes, leaving no useful information. Fang Zhengyong and Zheng Qiao looked at the ashes on the ground with grim faces. "Damn, who is this guy? So decisive." Fang Zhengyong immediately removed the protective light curtain after confirming that Luo Mu was completely dead. Zheng Xiao came to Lin Yi and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was not injured. He had already reported Lin Yi's information last night and submitted an application for special recruitment. This morning, the president of Daida University called him personally and not only approved the special recruitment, but also allocated special funds to him and told him to make proper arrangement for Lin Yi's leveling up. If Lin Yi was killed right under his nose, Zheng Xiao would not only be punished, but also be laughed at for the rest of his life. This is also why he would use the Eye of True Vision at all costs. The fallen leaves turned to ashes, the clues were cut off, and Fang Zhengyong and Zheng Xiao could only turn their attention to Lin Yi. Fang Zhengyong had already noticed that Lin Yi had reached level 17. Thinking of this, he was surprised and joked. "Whose young master did you kill? Are you being chased by someone?" After this incident, Lin Yi's sense of crisis increased dramatically. He used to think that he would be safe as long as he was inside the city. Now it seems that this is not the case. If he didn't have many ways to save his life today, he would have been in trouble. As the top guild in China, Longting Guild has many talented people. This time, they can send a level 60 assassin with enchantment skills to find him. Next time, they can send a level 80. Lin Yi knew that he had to take the initiative to seek Zheng Xiao's protection. Lin Yi sighed and pretended to be innocent. Hey, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be sent by the Longting Guild. Lin Yi's words were shocking, and Fang Zhengyong and Zheng Xiao were both stunned. Longting Guild. Lin Yi nodded and recounted what happened this morning. Of course, he did not say that Longzhuo was killed by him, but that Longzhuo told the outside world that he was looking for trouble with him by entering the foreign land. In the end, the foreign land disappeared and Longzhuo was unable to come out, so the Longting Guild held him responsible. After hearing this, Fang Zhengyong seemed very angry. Damn it, these bastards, aren't they bullying the honest people? Zheng Xiao is obviously not so easy to fool. He knew very well that with the strength of the leveling team that the Longting Guild had equipped for Longzhuo, it would be almost impossible for them to be wiped out in an ordinary level 30 foreign land without human interference. Thinking about the fact that Lin Yi and Su Qingyun had passed the source of evolution, he basically knew the answer in his mind. However, he also guessed Lin Yi's purpose, so he didn't point it out. Lin Yi is not only a specially recruited student of the Imperial Capital University, but also a strong candidate for the Sea Dragon competition with a special status. Even if the Longting Guild is powerful, they cannot touch Lin Yi casually. However, Longzhu's identity is also very sensitive. Zhang Xiao knows that it will be difficult to resolve this matter without making a big fuss. Zhang Xiao also knew that as long as they didn't point this out, they would always have the initiative once things got out of hand. After figuring it out, he couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with admiration, muttering in his heart, "I didn't expect this kid to be so smart. He's so shrewd at such a young age. He's a promising talent." Chapter 32, Sea Dragon Competition. Lin Yi has been paying attention to the changes in Zhang Xiao's expression. Although Zhang Xiao's expression did not change much, Lin Yi still caught the subtle change in his eyes. Lin Yi knew in his heart that it was stable. However, he did not show it. Instead, he sighed in frustration. "Hey, they dared to attack me in the city. So if I go to the wild to level up, they will kill me in public. There is no place to level up. What should I do?" Zhang Xiao patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry. The application I submitted to the college yesterday has been approved. You are now a student of our Imperial Capital University, and the principal has specially approved special funds for you so that I can arrange leveling matters for you. As for your safety, you don't have to worry at all. I will always stay by your side to protect you. Even the Longting Guild won't dare to mess around." Lin Yi immediately bowed to Zhang Xiao to express his gratitude. "Come on, follow me to the City Lord's mansion. I'll tell you something." Zhang Xiao took Lin Yi away, while Fang Jingyong stayed to deal with the aftermath. Returning to the City Lord's mansion, Zhang Xiao looked at Lin Yi with a smile. "You also soloed the source of evolution, right?" Lin Yi knew that the stronger his ability was at this moment, the more willing Zhang Xiao would be to protect him. Lin Yi did not hide this and nodded in acknowledgement. After hearing Lin Yi's personal admission, Zhang Xiao couldn't hide his smile and finally burst out laughing. "Great! God bless China!" Zhang Xiao's expression straightened up. "Lin Yi, are you willing to fight for your country?" Lin Yi was stunned. "Fighting for my country? No, I'm only level 17. Even if I'm a little special at my level, if I really go to the battlefield, I'm afraid I won't even be cannon fodder." Zhang Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed when he realized that Lin Yi had misunderstood. "This battlefield is not that battlefield. Let me tell you directly. Some time ago, a special sea dragon secret realm appeared in the public waters between us and Sakura country. According to the testing of professional institutions, the secret realm has reached the S level. The resources inside must be very rich. Our two countries both want to take it, but we don't want to start a war. So the people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs discussed and came up with a plan. The two countries will select a 5-member team from the newly awakened professionals to compete. The winner will obtain ownership of the Sea Dragon secret realm." Lin Yi frowned. Although he thought he was very capable, he was not blindly arrogant. He knew that there would always be people better than you. For such a big matter, shouldn't you go to the imperial capital's wealthy families and superpowers to look for candidates? For professionals, resources are also an important component of strength. Before the third transfer, a good piece of equipment can sometimes not only narrow the gap between professions, but also reduce the impact of levels. Zhang Xiao smiled bitterly. "To be honest, we have already started screening all over the country, and today we have finalized the list of candidates. The backgrounds and professions of those people are indeed very good, but this year Sakura country has produced a peerless genius, Music Cz, who awakened the only rare profession, the Holy Light Angel. As the only profession, her combat power is immeasurable. From what I can see so far, only a mutant or a master like you has the ability to compete with her." Lin, he suddenly felt under great pressure. If you handle this kind of thing well, you'll be a hero, but if you handle it badly, public opinion can crush you. Especially since Music Cz is her only job. Generally speaking, those who can bring only one thing must not be simple. Seeing that Lin, he was a little hesitant, Zhang Xiao tried to persuade him patiently. "I know this is very stressful for you, but think of it this way. No matter what the result is, you are fighting for your country. Even if you fail, the Empire will remember your contribution and hard work. If you win, you will go down in history, and your opponent is the Sakura country. If you win, you will definitely be worthy of a page in the family tree for ordinary people. To be honest, for a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, this matter has given him the maximum buffs. To be honest, Lin Yi was moved. Although he had made a decision, Lin Yi did not agree directly, but asked, "If I lead the team to capture the Sea Dragon's secret realm, can I enter the Earth's core battlefield in advance?" Zheng Xiao looked at Lin Yi strangely. He thought Lin Yi would make some special requests, but he never thought he would ask this. Even if you don't take down the Sea Dragon's secret realm, as long as your strength meets the standards, all students of our Imperial Capital University can apply to enter the Earth Center battlefield in advance. However, if you can take over the Sea Dragon's secret realm, you will be directly awarded the rank of second lieutenant when you enter the Earth's core battlefield in the future. In addition, the rewards from the Empire are also very generous, and there will be special resources allocated for your training in the future. At the end, Zheng Xiao directly hit Lin Yi's vital point. The Sea Dragon competition is very important to the Empire. Once you are selected and become a formal member, you will be fully protected by the Empire. By then, even if the Longting Guild wants to take action against you, it will be powerless. Lin Yi grinned. "I agree to participate." When Zheng Xiao saw Lin Yi agreed, he smiled with satisfaction. "Then you should rest first. I will take you to the assessment tomorrow. Once you pass the assessment, you will become a formal member of the team. For official team members, the Empire has a special training program. The competition will be held right after the college entrance examination. Time is tight, so the Empire will give the regular team members some tough measures. As long as you can handle it, it will definitely be a great opportunity for professionals at this stage like you." Lin, he was also full of this. "By the way, please also pay more attention to my uncle's safety. I don't want him to be implicated because of my affairs. Don't worry, I will send someone to take him to live in the City Lord's mansion right now." The people from the Longting Guild don't have the guts to confront the authorities head-on. Everything was arranged properly, and Lin Yi settled down in the City Lord's mansion under Zheng Xiao's arrangement. The Imperial capital, the headquarters of the Longting Guild. Although it was already very late, Long Tong was still sitting in his office. His eyes were closed, but his face twitched from time to time, indicating that he was not asleep. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Longting opened his eyes, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "Come in. Are there any results?" The maid who came in looked a little flustered and stammered. "Master President, the life force left by Luo Mu has dissipated." There seemed to be anger rising in Long Tong's eyes. "Waste." But he quickly calmed down. "Call Shen Miao Miao and ask him to find out how Luo Mu died." The maid turned on the communicator and opened the photo sent by Shen Miao Miao. In the photo, Zheng Xiao, Fang Jingyong, and Lin Yi are standing together, and the remnants of the eye of true vision can still be seen in the air. Long Tong gnashed his teeth in anger. Zheng Xiao. After pondering for a while, Long Tong calmed down, analyzed the situation carefully, and immediately gave the order. "Give me all the detailed information about Lin Yi within 10 minutes. After Long Tong finished reading Lin Yi's information, he had already guessed why Zheng Xiao was so fond of Lin Yi. In the dark night, Long Tong's eyes were cold and chilling. "Huh, a mutant or a master, interesting. If you kill my son, not even the Empire can save you." Chapter 33, Secret Realm Selection. Because the assessment location was in the Imperial capital, Lin Yi was woken up by Zheng Xiao at 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day and took his personal aircraft to the Imperial capital. On the aircraft, Zheng Xiao handed Lin Yi a pad. "Here is the information about the members and copies of the assessment who took the assessment with you. Take a look for yourself." After opening the document, Lin Yi discovered that there were a total of 200 people taking the assessment. He pulled them randomly and found that all these people had god-level professions, including rare professions like Aura Master, but Lin Yi did not see the only profession. According to the information, these people have reached level 15, and 4 of the most powerful ones are almost at level 17, which is not much different from Lin Yi. Lin Yi noticed that these people were all from the 4 major guilds: Longtung, Fengming, Huxiao, and Shiho. Even if Lin Yi has a cheat, he can't create such a big gap with him. This shows how terrifying the background of the 4 major guilds is. In addition to these 4 people, the rest of the participants also come from big families in top cities. This is normal. Today is only the 3rd day of awakening. If there is no accumulation of resources, even if a civilian awakens a powerful profession, he will not be able to reach such a high level in this period of time. Lenny did not spend too much time on the examinees. Anyway, for him, these people are not good enough, so it is better to spend more time studying the assessment copy. The assessment copy is a level 30 man-made copy called Misty Ruins. This copy is specially modified by the official for assessment. After entering it, the assessee will be provided with 4 NPC teammates of different professions. The examinee will then be scored based on his or her performance in the copy. After Lin, he took a look at the monster assessment in the copy. He quickly lost interest, turned off the tablet, lay down on the chair, and prepared to sleep. Although the Misty Ruins is also a level 30 copy, because it is an assessment copy, the monster design therein is not even as good as that of the source of evolution. Zheng Xiao kindly reminded, although you are very capable, the other participants are not mediocre either. Study the dungeon carefully and try to get a good score. The higher the ranking, the corresponding rewards will be given by the Empire. Lin Yi replied perfunctorily, got it. I'll try my best to get first place. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi's faint snoring was heard. Zheng Xiao wanted to say something, but then he changed his mind and thought that Lin Yi had already cleared the source of evolution, so there should be no problem with this assessment copy, so he stopped paying attention to him. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the aircraft landed at the entrance of the foggy ruins on time. The other assessors were all from the 3 megacities of Imperial Capital, Tianjin Capital, and Magic Capital. Only Lin Yi came from a remote area like Southwest Province. It was for this reason that as soon as Lin Yi got off the aircraft, everyone's attention was immediately focused on him. These geniuses from powerful forces all wanted to see how Lin Yi could defeat them. Old Zheng, you are late. A hearty voice was heard, and a man in a white robe, with a physique as strong as a bull, but wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a feather fan in his hand, walked over. Zheng Qiao introduced Lin. This is Sun Xiangrong, the vice president of our college. Lin Yi respectfully saluted Sun Xiangrong and said, Student Lin Yi, meeting Dean Sun. Sun Xiangrong looked at Lin Yi, and when he saw that he was neither humble nor arrogant, but generous and decent, and even showed no fear when facing his gaze, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. He has a calm and steady character, is neither arrogant nor impatient, and is a promising talent. Hearing such comments, the other candidates immediately looked at Lin Yi with jealousy. 4 of them looked at him with hostility in their eyes. These 4 people are the highest level ones on the list, namely Xiang Lin from Longting Guild, Gu Jiao from Fengming Guild, Ren Hao from Huxiao Guild, and Zhang Koyun from Shiho Guild. The professions of the 4 of them are all very good. Among them, Xiang Lin's profession is the Divine Fire Elementalist, which is the most powerful type of fire magic. It has high damage and a wide range. After the 3rd transformation, it will be a powerful weapon on the battlefield. Although Gu Jia from Fengming Guild is not very old, she has an extremely hot and curvy figure. Maybe it is because of her profession as the Phoenix Blood God of War, the muscles on her body are very perfect, and she looks uniquely beautiful. Ren Hao is a big and strong man with a sturdy build. At first glance, he looks like a man with strong limbs and a simple mind. However, this guy's profession is Tiger Shadow Assassin, which seems out of place with him. Zheng Koyun's profession, Star Silver Hunter, is a very special shooter profession. Not only can it absorb the power of Stardust to cause a lot of damage, but it can also use the power of Stardust to quickly move in a short period of time. It is a shooter profession with extremely strong life-saving ability. The hostility among the 4 towards Lin Yi comes from the young man's competitive spirit. After all, the 4 of them had all received support from the guild, but even so, Sun Xiangrong's evaluation of them was only okay. Lin Yi, who came from a remote village, not only had a higher rank than them, but also received such a high evaluation from Sun Xiangrong, which made them very unbalanced. Xiang Lin snorted coldly and whispered, Do you think this guy is Director Zhang's illegitimate son? In a poor and remote place like Southwest Province, with no money and no power, no matter how powerful his profession is, it is impossible for him to upgrade so quickly. Ren Hao nodded in approval. It's possible. Otherwise, with so many states and hundreds of cities in China, how could such a great man emerge in a remote place like Southwest State? He's just an aura master. Even if his profession mutates, and he has some damage, how much stronger can he be? I had someone check this guy's deeds yesterday, and almost no one was brought along to level up. In my opinion, Director Zheng used items that squeezed his potential in order to promote him. Some special items have the function of squeezing potential. To put it simply, it is overdrawing the future. Although this kind of prop can make people progress rapidly in a short period of time, when the effect disappears, it will be difficult to make further progress. Although Gu Jia and Zhang Koyun did not say anything, they agreed with this statement in their hearts. In their opinion, whether in terms of resources or career, Lin Yi could not be better than them. Although Lin Yi was far away from them and couldn't hear clearly what Xiang Lin and the others were saying, he had learned lip reading before and could roughly understand it. Lin Yi pouted. Damn it, you dare tease me? Why get the chance? I will definitely teach you a lesson. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Qiao, Sun Xiangrong stood at the entrance of the dungeon. Everyone already knows about the Sea Dragon's secret realm, so I won't go into details. Being able to come here means that you are all the best among the thousands of students in China. However, the number of places is limited, and we will only select 5 from you. At that time, these 5 people will receive the Empire's full training to prepare for the Sea Dragon competition. I hope you can all show your strength and strive to be the best. Now, I declare that the assessment begins. Everyone enters the dungeon in order of level. Chapter 34. Is he really just a level 17 Aura Master? Lin Yi had the highest level, so he was naturally the first person to enter. Zhang Xiao patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said, each profession has a different way of calculating scores, so pay attention to the method. Lin Yi quickly understood what Zhang Xiao meant. He gave him an okay gesture and walked towards the entrance of the copy under the gaze of everyone. Although Lin, who doesn't like to cause trouble, he is not a soft persimmon. Being bitten by crickets in front of you is definitely unbearable. Lin Yi walked towards the copy and said something casually when passing by Xiang Lin. Naibi. Ren Hao immediately became furious when he heard this. Who are you scolding, you bastard? Lin Yi didn't even look at him and walked into the copy. Xiang Lin's face darkened and he broke out in a cold sweat. Humph, why would you get angry with such a person? He just relied on special props to squeeze you to get a higher level. He is only 1 level higher than us, but we have all received special support from our respective guilds, and both our skills and equipment are top-notch. He has no right to compete with us. Entering the dungeon first doesn't necessarily mean he'll get good grades. Let him jump around for a while. When the test is over, we'll let him recognize the difference between a chicken and a phoenix. You have entered the misty ruins. When his vision returned, Lin Yi appeared in a dilapidated ruin shrouded in fog. Soon, for digitized people condensed in front of him, and at the same time, the attributes of 4 more people appeared on Lin Yi's panel. These 4 people are the NPCs assigned to the copy. After taking a look at the occupations and attributes of the 4 NPCs, Lin Yi smiled. You really assigned me to the support team? The professions of Lin Yi's 4 NPCs are Shield Warrior, Shooter, Mage, and Assassin, including his own Aura Master as an assistant. It is just a basic team. The evaluation for each profession is separate, and the mechanism is different. For example, the evaluation of warriors mainly depends on the comprehensive data of pulling monsters, damage resistance, and damage. For mages, the focus is on burst and group damage, and for supports, the focus is mainly on treatment and control scores. Knowing the mechanism in advance is actually a disguised way of telling participants how to score reasonably. This will also allow the system to make better rating decisions. Lin Yi originally wanted to rely on the Sand Soldier Corps to push forward, but now he has been assigned to the support role, so if he wants to get a high score, he can only do more healing. This is good, as my methods will not be exposed too much. It would be a good idea to keep some tricks so that we can attack the Sakura country by surprise. Start brushing. Under Lin Yi's command, the 4 NPCs formed a regular exploration formation and moved forward. Entering the dungeon, visibility was very poor due to the thick fog. The monsters living in it have already adapted to this situation and can fight in it like fish in water, which greatly increases the difficulty of passing the level. Soon they encountered the first wave of monsters. This is a ghost cat that excels in speed. With the help of the fog, they can maximize their speed, hit once, and then run away, which makes them very difficult to deal with. However, in front of Lin Yi's exciting aura, everything is useless. These NPCs are like puppets. Although they are stiff, they are very obedient and will hit wherever you point them. Coupled with the constant slowing down of cheer up aura, those monsters were shot mercilessly like living targets. Although Lin Yi did not use any damaging skills against the monster, his advancement speed was still very fast. Outside the copy, after all the examinees entered the area, Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong came to the monitoring equipment. The instrument is divided into 5 large screens, which distinguish the progress of examinees in the 5 professional groups. Sun Xiangrong looked at the first screen with a smile in his eyes. Although Gu Jia is a girl, she is indeed very suitable for the Phoenix Blood Warrior profession. It has only been 15 minutes, and she has almost finished the first floor. Her comprehensive score is also firmly ranked first. I think she is the best candidate for the warrior position. Judging from the current data, Gu Jia's comprehensive score is 4,000 points higher than the second place, and he is indeed far ahead in the warrior group. Zheng Xiao also agreed with this. Although Phoenix Blood Warrior is not the only profession, its number is extremely rare. Currently, there are no more than a handful of them in existence. It can almost be regarded as the only profession. It is normal for them to be stronger. The second and third screens are for shooters and assassins. Judging from the data, Ren Hao and Zhang Qian have some lead over the others, but it is not particularly obvious. There are also several people behind them who are catching up closely. The fourth screen is for the mage class. After seeing the data above, Sun Xiangrong frowned slightly, sighed, and shook his head repeatedly. The magic profession has always been the weak point of our empire. Could it be that the theory published by Eagle Sauce is correct? Our country's magnetic field is not conducive to the powerful magic profession. The competition in the mage group was the most intense, and everyone's scores were very close. Although Xiang Lin was from the Longting Guild, he only had a few hundred points advantage over the second place. The most important thing is that, logically speaking, the progress of the mage group should be the fastest among all professions. However, judging from the current progress, their progress cannot even catch up with the assassin group. Speaking of this, Zheng Xiao also became a little depressed. Judging from the data, the probability of China awakening a powerful magic professional is indeed very small. Even the past 30 years, none of the top 50 magic professionals in the world were Chinese. The magic profession is an undisputed killer on the battlefield, which is also the reason why China has suffered successive defeats on the battlefield in recent years. Zheng Xiao sighed. Perhaps that's right. Back in the day, China had many top magicians who achieved great success in major battles. But now, if this continues, we might run into big trouble. Alas, it's only been a few decades. It's hard to describe. Sun Xiangrong saw Zheng Xiao so sad, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. The top leaders of the empire do not agree with this theory, and have already set up a special research group to find a way to crack it. I received an emergency order to leave the dean a few days ago, and it seems to be because of this matter. I think there should be a result soon. I firmly believe that China will never decline because of this. Don't be too sentimental. Let's solve the trouble we have first. You've been bragging to me that this kid you brought from Southwest Province is a monster who has the ability to compete with Music CZ. I want to see if you were bragging. Sun Xiangrong's eyes fell on the last screen. The next second, his eyes suddenly widened. After looking for 3 seconds, he rubbed his eyes hurriedly and took a deep breath after making sure that he was not seeing things. In less than 20 minutes, he has already entered the second floor. Is he really just a level 17 or a master? Chapter 35. Is this the score that a support can get? Judging from the data, Lin Yi's comprehensive score is as high as 110,000. Of all professions, auxiliary professions have the lowest ratings. Putting aside Lin Yi's words, the first place in the auxiliary profession currently has only 40,000 points, while the points of the top 5 in the other 4 professions have exceeded 80,000. But then again, looking at the whole show, Lin Yi also had the highest score. Even Gu Jia scored 20,000 points lower than him. The most frightening thing is that the gap is still widening. Zheng Xiao was also stunned when he saw this rating. If assigned to the auxiliary group, the score you can get for actively causing damage is very low. To have such a high score, it can only mean that Lin Yi's auxiliary ability is also very superb. Lin Yi's feats in the past 2 days let Zheng Xiao know that he has a strong output ability. However, he did not expect that after Lin Yi's profession mutated, he still retained such an exaggerated auxiliary ability. This is the true meaning of being able to both nurse and fight. Zheng Xiao's melancholy expression disappeared instantly, and his smile became as bright as a chrysanthemum. When Lin Yi said on the aircraft that he would take first place, he thought Lin Yi was bragging. But now it seems that he really has it in his hands. This child, he is truly a treasure boy. In the copy, Lin Yi let himself go after adapting himself for a while. In order to improve efficiency, we don't care about tactics or positioning, and just let the 4 NPCs fight freely. Anyway, with his terrifying amount of healing, these monsters have no way to kill the NPCs. As time goes by, some people have come out of the copy one after another. The assessment copy is level 30, and considering the level of the assessee, it is basically impossible to pass it. Most of those who came out had their spiritual power exhausted or were eliminated after being killed by monsters. The Misty Ruins are divided into 3 layers, and the strength of the monsters inside gradually increases. After entering the 3rd level, because Lin Yi did not use any skills against the monsters, the killing efficiency suddenly slowed down, and the originally leading advancement speed was gradually caught up by people of other professions. 2 hours later, except for the auxiliary group, the remaining people in the other 4 groups had entered the stage of attacking the boss. However, the level 30 boss is too difficult. After entering this stage, the elimination rate begins to accelerate. 95% of people are eliminated in just a few minutes. After another 10 minutes, everyone except Lin Yi was eliminated. The one with the best performance was Gu Jia, who reduced the boss's health by 40%. This also brought her overall score to an astonishing 1.2 million. After Gu Jia and others were eliminated, they immediately began to look for Lin Yi in the crowd. However, after looking around, they didn't see Lin Yi at all. They looked at the entrance of the copy again, and when they found that the entrance was still open, they suddenly felt like the sky was falling. Xiang Lin's eyes were even darker than before. He gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. What kind of props did Zheng Xiao use on him? Even if his skill effects are abnormal, his spiritual power should have been consumed after such a long time. This is unscientific. Gu Jia and Zheng Koyun's eyes were also full of confusion. If it is a normal aura master, this will indeed happen. After all, recovery potions cannot be used in the assessment copy. This is also why auxiliary professions are generally the first to be eliminated. However, Lin Yi is not a normal aura master at all. For him, as long as his tongue is not tied, he can keep using skills. At this time in the copy, Lin Yi's 4 NPCs were fighting fiercely with the boss. He took out a handful of melon seeds from the open space nearby and started eating them. Although the boss's attacks caused great damage to the NPC, with Lin Yi's infinite blood recovery, the shield warrior in the front was like a cockroach and could not be killed at all. With the blessing of invigorating aura, the other 3 output-type NPCs became very flexible. They could easily avoid the boss's attacks without even Lin Yi's deliberate command. Because the boss's defense attribute is very high and its health bar drops very slowly, this gives Lin Yi the opportunity to score points crazily. At this time, on the monitoring instrument, Lin Yi's comprehensive score has exceeded 2 million. Looking at the time and the score that was still rising like a rocket, Sun Xiangrong looked at Zheng Xiao with curiosity. If I remember correctly, he currently only has 5 skills, and he doesn't have any equipment that increases spiritual power. How did he get such a high score? Zheng Xiao shrugged and said with a smile, "Professional mutation is just like gene mutation, full of uncertainty. How would I know? Why bother so much? As long as he can suppress music CZ, isn't that enough?" Sun Xiangrong nodded, but soon sighed with a bitter look on his face. It's a pity that he is a support. The rules of the Sea Dragon competition are too restrictive for him to perform. If he were a DPS profession, he might really suppress music CZ. Zheng Xiao looked at him with some confusion. Have the competition rules been finalized? Sun Xiangrong nodded, looking very angry. Well, it's settled. This competition is different from the usual dungeon record competition. Sakura Country requires the addition of individual and team competitions, and the winner will be determined by the points in the end. Music CZ's Holy Light Angel not only has the high burst of a mage, but also has excellent healing and protection capabilities. It has a great advantage in team and individual competitions. Except for Music CZ, among the candidates selected by Sakura Country this time, the assassin profession is the Void Walker, who is known to have the strongest assassination ability. With him around, it will be difficult for Lin Yi to perform well even in a team competition. Even if we win the dungeon with Lin Yi's assistance, our hope of winning in the end is slim. After hearing the competition system, Zheng Xiao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Individual and team competitions, great. Sakura Country is really going to shoot itself in the foot this time. Sun Xiangrong looked at Zheng Xiao with a strange expression. Just as he was about to ask the reason, a fierce red light appeared at the entrance of the copy. At the same time Lin Yi was teleported out, a prompt popped up on the detector. Congratulations to Lin Yi for successfully clearing the dungeon. At this time, Lin Yi's score on the monitoring instrument was fixed at 2.8 million. After the data is uploaded, the system immediately gives the ranking of each profession and projects it into the air in the form of a holographic projection. The first to come out were the warriors. With an extremely high score of 1.2 million, Gu Jia successfully obtained the qualification of an official warrior team member. Although the first place in the three professions of assassin, mage and shooter were not unexpected, namely Xiang Lin, Run Hao, and Zheng Keyun, their scores were not as exaggerated as Gu Jia, only more than 800,000, and the difference from the second place was only 40,000 to 50,000. Zheng Keyun exclaimed, Jia Jia, you are so amazing. You are so much taller than us. When the time comes, you'll have to work hard to take down that damn music CZ. Gu Jia's eyes were determined and his fighting spirit was high. Yes, I will prove to the world that although Phoenix Blood Warrior is not the only profession, it is no less powerful than the only profession. Just as everyone was marveling at Gu Jia's strength, the scores for the auxiliary category slowly emerged. Because Lin Yi passed the level, everyone was curious about his rating. Everyone's eyes were focused on the projection. After seeing the data, the whole audience fell silent. Soon, a swear word broke the silence. Holy crap, 2,800,000. Is this something a support profession can earn? There must be a bug in the system. Chapter 36, let's have a real fight. Gu Jia and others looked at the scores on the projection. Their eyes went from dull to solemn, and finally they frowned and looked at Sun Xiangrong with a puzzled look. Dean Sun, is there something wrong with the system? How could his score as an aura master be higher than our combat professions? Thinking of what Lin Yi said when he entered the copy, Run Hao and Xiang Lin's faces suddenly turned red, and they raised questions immediately. In the system's evaluation, combat professions are indeed easier to gain points. After all, killing monsters is the easiest to count. This is also the reason why, except for Lin Yi, the highest score of the auxiliary profession is only over 400,000. Lin Yi looked at their red faces and laughed out loud. Don't blame the road for your incompetence. What's wrong with the support profession? I led the team to kill the boss, and I got a higher score, so what? As soon as these words were spoken, they caused a huge uproar. You're just bragging. That's a level 30 B-class boss. Even if you have a lot of healing, your skills will always be consumed and have to cool down. I don't believe you can defeat the NPC teammates given by the system. You must be bragging. I admit that the third level Aura Master is very powerful, but you're only level 17, you only have 5 skills, and your equipment is terrible. If you kill the boss, I will eat you directly. There must be a bug in the system. Faced with everyone's doubts, Lin Yi could only say, if you're not good at it, practice more. When Sun Xiangrong saw the prompt to complete the copy, he was actually confused. He was the one who led the team to build this assessment copy, and he was very clear about the difficulty of the monsters in it. It is no exaggeration to say that below level 20, even if it is the only profession, it is impossible to clear the game with such NPC teammates. The first thought in his mind was the same as Xiang Lin and the others. They all thought that there was a bug in the system. He also immediately started the system's self-check procedure. Zheng Xiao looked at Sun Xiangrong's operation and said with a smile, don't bother. The assessment dungeon is just a single-player dungeon. Yesterday, he brought a level 25 D-class shield warrior to clear the source of evolution. It's not surprising to clear this dungeon. Sun Xiangrong, who was working hard, suddenly raised his head and said, what did you say? He cleared the source of evolution. Ding. Self-check completed. All operating indicators of the copy are normal. Hearing this prompt tone, Sun Xiangrong suddenly lost his composure. Zheng Xiao couldn't help laughing when he saw Sun Xiangrong's expression. There's so many people waiting, go out and explain. Only then did Sun Xiangrong remember that everyone was still waiting for him. Sun Xiangrong projected the self-examination prompts, walked up to the crowd, and spoke loudly. There is nothing wrong with the copy system. Lin Yi's results are real and valid. Oh my god, It's not a bug. How would they do this? Oh my god, this is too exaggerated. What happened to the aura master being a late-stage profession? After hearing Sun Xiangrong's explanation, Xiang Lin and Ren Hao's faces turned red. Lin, he added a stab to them. If you are new, practice more. Do you know that there are always people better than you? Xiang Lin and Ren Hao's faces turned red, but they couldn't find an excuse to refute. After all, their scores were not even a fraction of Lin Yi's. In comparison, they are indeed losers. I now announce that the official members of the Sea Dragon competition are Lin Yi, Gu Jia, Zhang Keyun, Xiang Lin, and Ren Hao. The rest of you who are not selected don't need to be discouraged. The fact that you are here means that you are all among the best people in China. After you go back, adjust your mindset and practice hard. The college entrance examination in 4 days will still be your stage to show your talents. After some encouragement, everyone except the 5 officially selected left. Sun Xiangrong looked at Lin, Yi, and the other 4, and his expression became serious. You all already know the importance of the Sea Dragon contest, so I won't go into details. The competition will be held on the 2nd day of the college entrance examination, so you only have 4 days to prepare. In these 4 days, we will make a strict leveling plan for you. In the next few days, the dungeon controlled by the Empire, which is used to quickly increase levels, will open up to you the experienced treasure trove. You 5 need to team up to grind. This will not only help you level up quickly, but also allow you to hone your team chemistry. This competition is divided into 3 categories: individual, team, and dungeon. Therefore, it is necessary to practice tacit understanding. Lin Yi's profession is an aura master, and his mind is relatively relaxed during combat. Plus, he scored the highest in the assessment, so I suggest that he be your captain. What do you think? Gu Jia frowned and was the first to protest. I disagree. Although Lin Yi has the highest score, under normal circumstances, the captain of the team is always a soldier. I think it is more appropriate for me to be the captain. I agree. I also think Gu Jia is more suitable to be the captain. Xiang Lin and the other 2 immediately raised their hands to vote. In Xiang Lin's opinion, although Lin Yi had the highest score, he came from an ordinary family. If they really let him become the captain, they would lose face. The same team can display very different combat effectiveness under the command of different commanders. Especially since Lin Yi himself is quite special, it is impossible for him to tell Gu Jia and others his secrets. If you give command without knowing the details, you will not be able to exert your full strength. Since Lin Yi has decided to participate in the competition, he must win. Under these 2 premises, he must fight for the captaincy. Lin Yi looked at Gu Jia. You said it was a normal situation, but the current situation is not normal. My assessment score is more than twice yours. What makes you think you can boss me around? Gu Jia was suddenly speechless. Xiang Lin snorted coldly. You're just a support. Aren't we the ones who will fight the real battle? If there is no warrior profession blocking the way, we will have no chance to output, and you will have no chance to heal and buff. Moreover, in dungeons and teams, Gu Jia needs to face enemies and monsters head-on. She knows better when she needs to recover and when she can hold back the hatred. It is natural for her to be the captain. Ren Hao agreed, right? You're just an assistant. Just follow the instructions. Why are you showing off? Without our protection, you are nothing. Lin Yi glanced at the faces of the 4 people and smiled with disdain. You guys are protecting me? What a joke. For what you said, you all think that only the output ones have the right to speak, right? Since you think my rating is exaggerated, let's have a real fight. As long as you can beat me, you can choose any captain you want. Gu Jia looked at Lin Yi with a strange expression. Are you sure? Even if you have some output ability, in a one-on-one fight, the warrior is invincible. Lin Yi did not reply to her, but looked at Sun Xiangrong. Dean Sun, what do you think of my proposal? Sun Xiangrong glanced at Zhang Xiao and only spoke after seeing him nod. In that case, why don't you 2 have a competition? Chapter 37. Opening champagne at halftime is not a good habit. Xiang Lin waved his fist at Gu Jia. Gu Jia, beat him up. Let him know that no matter how powerful the assistant is, he is nothing without our protection. Gu Jia did not reply, but took a step forward, took a look at Lin Yi's equipment, and took the initiative to take off the extra equipment on his body, leaving only a breastplate and boots. Your equipment is incomplete, but I won't bully you about it. My profession has the advantage. I can let you make 3 moves first. Lin Yi looked disdainful. No need, just show your strongest state. Otherwise, you will find excuses when you lose later. After saying that, he looked at Sun Xiangrong again. President's son, please give her some protection. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength and kill her in an instant. Gu Jia's face turned dark. He looked angry and snorted. Humph, since you were so arrogant, don't blame me for bullying you. Gu Jia immediately put on the full set of equipment. Lin Yi read her information through his spiritual eyes. Gu Jia, level 16, attack 329, HP 4,680, defense 565, spiritual power 800, agility 35, equipment Gungjin Battle Axe S, Titan Armor S, Thunder Gauntlets S, Storm Boots S, Bloodthirsty Ring S. Skills Blazing Flame A, Soaring Phoenix Wings exclusive/A, Rebirth from the Ashes exclusive/S, Wrath of the Phoenix exclusive/S, Phoenix Shadow Guardian exclusive/S. It has to be said that the big guilds are indeed powerful. With the support of equipment, Gu Jia's attributes can be called a humanoid boss. Her skills include damage, displacement, shield, and gain, and the combination is reasonable. Her skill rating is also very high. After reading her attributes, Lin Yi sighed inwardly. Luckily, I have a cheat, otherwise I would not be his opponent. Gu Jia also said to Sun Xiangrong, President's son, please give him some protection. My skills are quite damaging, and his small body can't handle it. Sun Xiangrong sensed the tension between the two men, so he took out 2 jade rings from his backpack and threw them at them. The jade ring formed a layer of light blue light film on Lin Yi and Gu Jia's bodies. Just go ahead and do whatever you want. Go ahead, after 3 moves, I won't hold back. Lin Yi frowned slightly, a little angry. Don't you understand what I'm saying? If you keep doing this, someone will find an excuse when we lose. I don't need you to give in, just come on. Xiang Lin knew that Lin Yi was trying to point the finger at him and immediately spoke in a sarcastic tone. Gu Jia, since they don't appreciate your kindness, why bother trying to please them? Since some people are so arrogant, you should teach them a lesson. Seeing that Lin Yi was so disrespectful, Gu Jia also became angry. Her spiritual power circulated, and a phoenix shadow appeared behind her. In the blink of an eye, raging flames ignited on her body, and she was extremely powerful. Chiyu, a clear bird song sounded, and the flames on Gu Jia's body turned into a pile of fire feathers. With a slight flash, a strong wind blew up, and Gu Jia turned into a red light and pounced towards Lin Yi. Flames were also rising from the giant Gungjin axe in Gu Jia's hand. The giant axe was raised high, and a heavy force pressed towards Lin Yi. There was also a hint of admiration in Sun Xiangrong's eyes. As expected of a Phoenix Blood Warrior, he is so imposing. An ordinary assistant would be so frightened after seeing this scene that he would be completely in a panic and would not be able to cope with it at all. Look, Lin Yi is so frightened that he is stunned. Although he is good at clearing dungeons, his character still needs to be honed. How can a support profession fight a warrior in a one-on-one duel? Zheng Xiao smiled and said nothing. Lin Yi was so frightened that he was stunned. Although the Phoenix Blood Warrior's momentum is indeed impressive, after all, his level is there, and he is also protected by Sun Xiangrong's props. This is just a competition without any life-threatening danger. When facing an attack from a level 55 assassin with barrier-like skills, how can one methodically dodge damage and not complete a counterattack to escape from the predicament be frightened by such childish momentum? Isn't this an international joke? The reason why Lin Yi did not take any action was entirely because of the distance and safety between him and Gu Jia. He didn't want to give Gu Jia a chance to show off. The stronger the ability that Gu Jia demonstrates, the more convincing it will be that he will defeat Gu Jia. Feeling the heat coming from Gu Jia, Xiang Lin looked excited. Yes, that's it. Kill him with one blow of the axe. Gu Jia also seemed to be angered by Lin Yi's contemptuous attitude. With the protection of Sun Xiangrong's items, she didn't have to worry about accidentally killing Lin Yi, so she used the 3 skills of rebirth from the ashes, soaring phoenix wings, and fiery slash right from the start. The purpose is to defeat Lin Yi in one move. After discovering that Gu Jia did not continue to use other skills, Lin Yi snapped his fingers. A yellow halo appeared on the path that Gu Jia had to take. In the blink of an eye, a sand soldier took shape and swung a sand hammer at her. Summoning skills. Everyone was stunned when they saw the sand soldiers suddenly appear. Although it is not uncommon for auxiliary professions to have summoning skills, the attributes of the sand soldiers summoned by Lin Yi are too luxurious. Gu Jia was also secretly shocked when he saw the attributes of the sand soldiers. She thought this was Lin Yi's reliance, and a hint of disdain appeared in her eyes. Although the attributes of the sand soldiers you summoned are very good, they can't stop me. If this is what you rely on, then you should obey my command. The sand soldier swung the sand hammer and collided with the Gungjin battle axe, and was instantly dispersed. The flames on the Gungjin battle axe exploded, instantly devouring the sand soldiers. Although the flame on the battle axe has dimmed a lot, its power is still strong. The sand soldier was killed instantly, and the smile on Xiang Lin's face became even brighter. Victory is in our grasp. Zhang Keyun shook her head. It's impossible for a support profession to fight a warrior. But he is quite courageous. At least he dares to take action. Linny didn't expect that a single sand soldier could stop Gu Jia. After hearing what Gu Jia said, Linny smiled and said, "It's not a good habit to open champagne at halftime." Another 2 consecutive snaps of the fingers, and the sand soldier halo appeared again. Under the fearless charge of the 2 sand soldiers, Gu Jia was also stopped. Your summoning skills can be recharged. Gu Jia was blocked and felt angry and furious. She was angry that she, a dignified Phoenix Blood warrior, could not instantly defeat the Aura Master, and she was angry at Lin Yi's mean and contemptuous look. Gu Jia was so ashamed and angry that a dazzling red light shone from her body, and the phoenix behind her soared into the sky, magnifying dozens of times. Jia Jia is actually going to use Phoenix's fury. It looks like he's really angry. After seeing the phoenix shadow in the sky, Zhang Keyun, Xiang Lin, and Ruan House separated and hid behind Sun Xiangrong. Phoenix's Wrath is an AoE skill with high damage. Although their defensive equipment is luxurious, if they are hit, the equipment will be damaged. Lin Yi could feel the power of the Phoenix's Wrath. Although his life was safe with the protection of Sun Xiangrong's items, Lin Yi did not want his equipment to be damaged. Lin Yi stretched out his hand and tapped Gu Jia gently. Résurrection Oha. Chapter 38, I wave my hand to say no more words. The halo of recovery shone on Gu Jia's body, and not only did her health drop by 20% instantly, but a faint golden light appeared on her head, and her original charging movement froze in place. Dizzy not bad, because the random effects of the recovery aura are random. Lin Yi originally planned to start with the recovery aura, then slow down with the exhilaration aura, and finally kill with 2 battle formation auras. Now, there's no need to be so troublesome. Just click to kill. It's over, Lin Yi said lightly, then casually fanned his hands at Gu Jia, as if fanning a fly. The next moment, 2 red war halos appeared above Gu Jia's head. Buzz! The props given by Sun Xiangrong emitted a dazzling blue light, forming a faint light film on Gu Jia's body. All damage from war aura is blocked. When Gu Jia's stun ended and she wanted to continue attacking, Sun Xiangrong raised his hand and a powerful aura enveloped her, directly interrupting her skills. Stop it, you lose. Sun Xiangrong's expression was also a little strange. He never expected that Lin Yi not only had terrifying healing abilities, but also had such exaggerated combat power. The fact that Gu Jianing stood out from the warrior selection basically means that he is the best one-on-one fighter among the current Chinese students at this stage. However, she was like a toy in front of Lin Yi, and was defeated without even touching the corner of his clothes. Although Zheng Xiao had anticipated Lin Yi's abilities, he was still shocked when he saw him defeat Gu Jia so easily, and a question popped up in his mind. Is this kid's profession still an Aura Master? Lin Yi is quite satisfied with the current result. At least judging from the frequency of using skills, the characteristics of his skills without cooldown and consumption will not be exposed for the time being. As for cooling, we will leave it all to the energy storage mechanism. Dean Sun, I didn't lose. My defense attribute is very high. I can fight back. Gu Jia obviously couldn't accept this result. He was very excited, and the fire in his body was getting stronger and stronger. Xiang Lin also hurriedly stood up to speak for her. Dean Sun, Gu Jia hasn't lost yet. With Gu Jia's attributes, he will have no problem withstanding this wave of attacks. As long as he can get close to Lin Yi, he can be killed in seconds. Sun Xiangrong's face darkened. Are you questioning me? With a casual move of his hand, 2 rings flew out from Lin Yi and Gujia. My flowing light ring will only be activated when it takes more than 3,000 damages at the same time. As he said that, he threw a ring directly at Ren Hao. Hit him with your fireball. Xiang Lin's equipment and attributes are also very good. Due to his profession, even an ordinary fireball can cause over 2,000 points of panel damage in his hands. Xiang Lin still didn't believe that Lin Yi could win, so he took out his staff and summoned a huge fireball towards Ren Hao. The fireball fell on Ren Hao, and there was no change in the flowing light ring. Instead, Ren Hao's health dropped significantly. Xiang Lin's eyes darkened. He raised his staff and began to chant loudly. As the spell was completed, a rolling red cloud appeared in the sky. The fire dragon is coming. He shouted at Lin Li and pointed his staff at Ren Hao, and a fire dragon over 10 meters long swooped down. Fuck, are you serious? The descent of Fire Dragon is Xiang Lin's most powerful skill at present, and the panel damage just reaches 3,000. His purpose was to verify whether the starting mechanism of the flowing light ring was indeed 3,000. Ren Hao subconsciously wanted to use skills to dodge, but was directly pressed down by Sun Xiangrong and pushed towards the Fire Dragon. When the Fire Dragon was about to hit Ren Hao, the flowing light ring immediately turned into a light film and wrapped her. The Fire Dragon crashed into it without causing any waves. Seeing this scene, even Xiang Lin, who was the most stubborn, didn't know what to say. Gu Jia's face was filled with defeat, and he almost fell down as he swayed. She found it hard to accept that she was defeated by a support profession in a one-on-one duel. And it was such an easy defeat. Am I really that weak? Gu Jiao's heart was a little broken, and he fell in his self-doubt. Lin, he noticed her change and frowned. When he was teasing him earlier, Lin, he also noticed that Gu Jia did not interrupt. What's more, they still have to participate in the Sea Dragon competition together in 4 days. If they lose their mentality, it will affect the subsequent competitions. Lin, he walked up to Gu Jia and said with a serious expression, "It's not that you are too weak, but that I am too strong. In fact, both your professional equipment and combat awareness are very good. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here. Each profession has a different period of strength. The Wind Blood Warrior will only be strong after awakening the Phoenix True Fire after the second transformation. By then, perhaps you will really have the strength to fight me. What you need to think about now is how to quickly upgrade and enter your own strong period, instead of falling into self-doubt because of a small setback. If you do this, you are doomed to never become a strong person." After hearing Lin Yi's words, Gu Jia, who had originally looked distracted, once again showed a gleam of divine light. After coming out of that state, Gu Jia was still feeling scared. A shattered heart is a fatal blow to any professional. If Lin Yi hadn't pulled her out in time, her life would probably have ended here. Gu Jia looked at Lin Yi gratefully. "Thank you. I will work hard. One day, I will challenge you again." Seeing that she had returned to normal, Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently. "As long as you are happy. Now I want to be the captain. Do you have any questions?" Gu Jia immediately shook his head like a rattle. "No, I support you to be the captain." Lin Yi looked at Xiang Lin and the other two. "What about you?" Even Gu Jia is no match for him, let alone the three of them. Although Xiang Lin was unhappy, he had no choice but to accept it. Gu Jia suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Although being the captain is an honor for her, it is also very stressful. After all, she didn't have the confidence that she could defeat Music CZ. However, Lin Yi's miraculous ability gave her some hope. "Will you lead us back to win the scramble?" Lin Yi waved his hand and said nothing. Seeing this, Xiang Lin started to act sarcastic again. You've already lost your confidence before the game even starts. How can we win with a captain like this?" Lin Yi glanced at Lin speechlessly. "Are you stupid? I'm waving my hand not to say no, but to say there's no need to say more. If you have a brain short circuit, please don't come out and embarrass yourself, okay?" Gu Jia was amused by Lin Yi's words. She covered her mouth and burst out laughing, looking at Lin Yi with some curiosity. "He's kind of interesting. There are many beauties in Fengming Guild, and Gu Jia is a dazzling one among them. In the imperial capital, she is the dream lover of her peers. Xiang Lin was naturally one of them. When he saw that the goddess looked at Lin Yi with a different look in her eyes, he became so angry that his face turned red. He wanted to refute, but Lin Yi spoke first. "The Sakura country team is very strong, so I need the players to obey my orders unconditionally. You can't even understand the meaning of my actions. I'm wondering if you're not a good fit for this team. Chapter 39. I'm still the same without you. Sun Xiangrong noticed that the direction was a little off and immediately coughed lightly. Ahem. Stop arguing. The Sea Dragon contest is extremely important. You should focus on improving yourselves and studying the enemy instead of fighting among yourselves. There is still time today, so you should try to clear the experience treasure house first. Sun Xiangrong quickly dispatched a special car from the college. In the car, Sun Xiangrong also began to explain the experience treasure house copy to them. The experience treasury is a top-secret copy directly controlled by the imperial authorities. Because the rules are different, killing the monsters inside will gain a lot of experience, and the monsters inside will only drop something called experience capsules. After using the experience capsule, you'll gain fixed experience. The primary capsule is 50,000, the intermediate capsule is 100,000, and the advanced capsule is 150,000. The number of times you can enter the experience treasure house is limited. Each person can only enter it 3 times in his lifetime, and because it is a heavenly copy, if you die in it, you really die. After finishing the explanation, Sun Xiangrong looked at Lin, Yi, and the other 4 with a serious look. The experience treasury is divided into 3 levels, 30, 50, and 70. My request to you is very simple. Before the college entrance examination, you must clear the 50-level normal level once, and raise your level to around 30. Hearing this, Lin, Yi, and the others were all stunned. Xiang Lin was the first to question. A level 50 copy? The level is raised to level 30? Dean Sun, you are not mistaken. This is impossible to accomplish. Sun Xiangrong said seriously, we not only have the experience vault dungeon, but also Sakura country has it. Music Cece's profession is too special. I just received news from a spy that she has led the team to clear the 30th normal level dungeon. The experience treasure house gives a lot of experience. Although you are only level 16 or 17 now, as long as you can clear the level 50 normal level once, you can definitely reach level 30. At level 30, she will face her first professional trial. Before the competition, Music Cece is unlikely to have time to complete the first trial, but judging from her current progress, she will definitely be able to reach level 30 before the competition begins. This is your goal. You're the best people in my China. Do you think you are inferior to the people of Sakura? Linny pondered for a moment and then spoke. If Ko can go, I can go too. Dean Sun, don't worry, my team, and I will not let you down. Sun Xiangrong looked at Lin Yi's determined eyes, full of admiration. Very good. This is the mental outlook that Chinese men should have. Due to the special nature of the experience treasure house, there are checkpoints at every level and even a special legion for protection. After verifying their identities layer by layer, they finally arrived at the entrance of the copy. I'm going to start the dungeon now. The 5 of you should form your team first. At the same time, communicate well and make your skills clear to each other, so as to avoid being unable to exert the team's strength in the battle. After Lin initiated the team formation, his cold eyes swept over Gu Jia and the other 3, and finally stopped at Xiang Lin. I know that in the eyes of some of you, I'm a peasant from small place, and I am not worthy of being on your team. But the facts are in front of me. I am better than you. As the captain of the team, I require that I have absolute command authority. In battle, you must obey my orders unconditionally and execute my combat instructions. Xiang Lin knew that Lin, he was pointing at him, and he stiffened his neck and retorted, "What if your instructions are wrong?" Lin, he looked at him coldly. "Does that have to be done?" Xiang Lin looked at Lin Yi in surprise. He didn't expect Lin Yi to answer like this. How can you be sure that my decision is wrong before the results come out? If failure is caused by my decision, I will naturally bear the consequences. But before that, I will not allow anyone to question me. Otherwise, you will be kicked out of the team. Xiang Lin snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? Kick people? You're dreaming. Lin Yi looked at Zheng Xiao standing beside him. Director Zheng, Xiang Lin is not following orders. I propose to kick him out of the team and let the 4 of us enter the dungeon. I promise that we can still achieve the set goal without him. Zheng Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Yi in confusion. He is a mage. He may not be very effective in single combat, but he is very important in dungeons and team battles. Are you so confident? The Experience Vault is also a team dungeon, and it is much more difficult than the Source of Evolution. This is no joke. Lin Yi vowed, of course. I could sign a military order. If I can't pass the level, I will voluntarily give up the position of captain or quit the team. Oh, you are so arrogant. You really think you are so important, don't you? Without me, I don't believe you can get through. Xiang Lin looked angry, and he glanced at Gu Jia and the other two. You guys better think carefully. The experienced treasure house has a limit on how many times you can use it. This guy is blindly arrogant and will definitely fail. Are you sure you want to follow him and waste an opportunity? After what happened before, Gu Jia was full of curiosity about Lin Yi. After considering it, she stood directly behind Lin. I believe that if he dares to say so, he can definitely do it. Zheng Koyun and Ren Hao were hesitant. Lin, he was not in a hurry about this. After a day, he accumulated a lot of strengthening points. Even if Zheng Koyun and Ren Hao refused, he was confident that he could lead Gu Jia through the level with the help of the Sand Soldier Corps. After hesitating for a while, Zheng Koyun finally made a decision. She stood next to Gu Jia. I believe in Jia Jia's choice. Xiang Lin's expression darkened, and he looked at Ren Hao. Ren Hao, don't be stupid. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to clear the dungeon, but you will also lose some life-saving items. Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Zheng Xiao. There are only 3 of us, and the previous military order is still valid. When Ren Hao heard this, he suddenly became anxious. Hey, no, I'm willing to follow your orders. Hey, Hao, you. Xiang Lin was so angry that his face turned red instantly. He pointed at Ren Hao and was unable to speak. Ren Hao's eyes were filled with resentment. Xiang Lin, you know my father's character. If he knew that I was really disqualified, he would tear me apart alive. Do you think he can really lead you through? Ren Hao looked bitter. I don't dare to gamble. At this time, Sun Xiangrong had just returned after arranging the startup work, and Zheng Xiao took the opportunity to briefly explain the matter. Sun Xiangrong and Zheng Xiao are both experienced people. They know that if the captain of a team does not have a say, it is absolutely impossible to unleash the strength of the team. The Sea Dragon competition was of great importance, and Xiang Lin was the most powerful mage among the students in the country this year, so it was unlikely that he would be eliminated. Lin Yi naturally knew this, and he was deliberately trying to take it from Lin Li Wei. Although Zheng Lin and Sun Xiangrong also saw it, they could only follow Lin Yi's idea. Otherwise, the team would be in disarray, and the consequences would be more serious. All right, then the 4 of you go for it. If you fail, just give up the captaincy. Chapter 40, Experience Treasury. Lin Yi didn't waste any time and took Gu Jia and the other 2 directly into the dungeon. Looking at the backs of several people, Xiang Lin stomped his feet in anger and spat on the ground. Bah, you really think you're such a big shot? If you guys can get by without me, I'll just eat you. Although Xiang Lin was very angry that Sun Xiangrong agreed to Lin Yi's proposal, he did not have the courage to question him, so he could only stand aside and sulk. Do you think they can make it? Sun Xiangrong asked Zheng Xiao with some curiosity. Zheng Xiao shook his head. I can't explain it clearly. Although the Experience Treasury is also a level 30 group dungeon, the quality of the monsters inside is much higher than that of the source of evolution. Zheng Xiao had no idea about this either. We'll find out in a moment. Anyway, they have life-saving items in their hands, so they won't die. If we lose an opportunity, the worst that can happen is that the guild behind them will give us some experience items to make up for it. You have entered the Experience Treasure House. The map of the Experience Treasure House is in a dilapidated ruins. They were now standing in a dilapidated square with broken stone pillars everywhere. Among the messy stone pillars, you can see clumps of cotton, candy-like things floating around. Lin Yi activated his spiritual eyes immediately and tried to read the information. Primary experience, Spirit Fusion, LV 30. Quality, C. HP, 8,600. Attack, 480. Defense, 10. Skills, Form Transformation, Energy Drainage, Differentiation and Fission, Chaos Impact. It's a bit difficult. After seeing the properties of the primary Ling Rong, Lin Yi scratched his head. This primary Rong Ling is a very special monster. It has high health and attack power, but low defense. With 10 points of defense, if the attack lands, it will basically cause real damage. Lin Yi is a little confused now, whether to strengthen the recovery aura or the Sand Soldier summoning aura. Among them, the recovery aura not only has percentage damage when used against the enemy, but is also very good for healing when used on teammates. The Sand Soldier summoning aura tends to be more single target. After careful consideration, Lin Yi decided to strengthen the recovery aura. The reason is very simple. He is not fighting alone now. Although the Sand Soldier summoning aura is very practical for clearing maps, it still takes time to cast the spell. In the Sea Dragon battle, the enemy will definitely not give him too much time to station troops. Although Lin Yi didn't know how powerful Music Cz was, he could guess a little from the conversation and expressions of Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong. The person who can give these big guys such a headache must be no simple person. Lin Yi is confident but not conceited, nor is he an extreme hero. In order to have a greater chance of winning, he must fully understand the abilities of his teammates and then make reasonable combinations. Brushing a copy is a good opportunity. Lin Yi decided that he would now play the role of an assistant in the team's brain. As for attacking, just use it as a backup. After consuming a day's accumulated reinforcement points, the recovery aura was successfully upgraded to level 10. Skill book, Recovery Aura, LV10. Effect, instantly restore 30% of the health of allies within the target range. Coverage range, 20m * 20m. In the next 20 seconds, the friendly target's health will be restored by 4% per second. While healing friendly targets, life resuscitation can also purify most negative states, such as poisoning, bleeding, slowdown, etc. Cooling time, 5 minutes per chanting time. 20s/spiritual power consumption, 90. After the upgrade, the effect of the recovery aura is greatly enhanced, and the range is directly doubled. After turning off the panel, Lin immediately began to make battle deployments. Gu Jia will go and kill the monsters. Run Hao will assist from the flank, and Zun Koyan will come behind me to deal damage. Until I give you clear combat orders, just follow your combat habits. All three were descendants of high-ranking officials from the 4 major labor unions. They had received elite professional education since childhood and quickly entered combat mode. When Lin Yi and others entered the square, there was no need to take the initiative to lure monsters. Those primary fusion spirits that were originally wandering aimlessly immediately changed their forms. It changed from its original white color to bright red, and its body rapidly expanded, turning into a monster covered with tentacles. This is the state transition among the 4 skills of the primary Ronglin. After entering combat state, Rongling's attributes are further enhanced. At this time, Rongling's health has exceeded 10,000, and his attack volume has directly exceeded 600. Fortunately, Gu Jia's equipment is good enough, otherwise it would be really difficult to face a monster with such high attack power. There were a total of 12 Ronglings in the square. After all of them entered combat mode, they immediately rushed towards Lin Yi and the others like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Rongling was flying very fast, leaving bright red trails in the air. What a fast speed! Gu Jia was secretly shocked and immediately activated his rebirth from the ashes to enhance his attributes. After all, the attack of this primary Rongling was too exaggerated. If she really couldn't withstand the impact, Lin Yi and the others would be in danger. Hold them back and give us a safe distance of 50 meters. Faced with Lin Yi's order, although Gu Jia didn't have the confidence to hold on, he still rushed forward without hesitation. Ren Hao has entered stealth mode and keeps a distance of 10 meters from Gu Jia. Within this range, he would neither interfere with Gu Jia's battle nor provide effective assistance at any time. Zhang Koyan also took out her weapon and started firing. Of course, Lin Yi was not idle either, and he used Invigorating Aura and Reviving Aura in succession. The random negative effect of the Recovery Aura is also a slowdown. Although the slowdown ratio is not very high, it is still considerable when combined with the Invigoration Aura. Under the double deceleration, the speed of the primary melting spirits was reduced by half, and Gu Jia's pressure was suddenly reduced a lot. She swung Geng Jing's battle axe, and with the fire damage of the fiery slash, she directly attracted the hatred of the 12 primary fusion spirits. Gu Jia and the other 2 had very good combat awareness. After Lin Yi used his skills, they had already entered a perfect combat rhythm without any need for any command. Gu Jia, in particular, relied on his agile body to shuttle between the 12 fused spirits like a loach, avoiding a large amount of damage. This made Lin Yi feel a little more relaxed, as he didn't have to keep healing. With their cooperation, the health of the 12 primary fusion spirits steadily decreased. While staring at Gu Jia and Ren Hao's health points, Lin Yi began to summon sand soldiers. However, he did not let the sand soldiers directly participate in the battle, but let them stand behind him and Zhang Keyun to serve as bodyguards. Zhang Keyun couldn't help but ask when she saw more and more sand soldiers around her. Your skill has no cooldown. Yes, they can store energy. Just output it without worry. Even if there are fish that slip through the net, these sand soldiers can keep you safe. Although these sand soldiers cannot heal or provide any buff effects, they can act as meat shields. This is enough for the shooter. Without having to worry about being cut, Zhang Qian began to let go and work hard. The attack power of the Star Silver Hunter is very high, and each arrow shot can cause 1500 plus damage. Moreover, Zhang Qian's shooting speed is very fast. On average, he can deal at least 9,000 plus damage in 1 minute. Such an exaggerated output ratio made Lin Yi dumbfounded. With the cooperation of the 4 people, 5 minutes later, all 12 Rongling were killed. Kill the primary Rongling and gain 7,200 experience points. Kill the primary Rongling and gain 7,200 experience points. Even if they divided it equally among the 4 of them, each person would get 21,600 experience points. This has significantly increased their experience. Among them, Gu Jiao was directly upgraded. Chapter 41, Boss Intermediate Spirit Fusion. What a rewarding experience. Seeing his experience bar jumping, Lin Yi was a little surprised even though he had been leveling up like a cheat. This primary level fusion spirit is just an ordinary monster. Moreover, they now have 12 primary level fusion spirits just after entering the gate, and the number behind them must be many. If I'm luckier and get some more experience capsules, it might not be impossible for me to reach level 30 before the college entrance examination, as Sun Xiangrong said. As the captain, Lin Yi can check the consumption of team members at any time. After this battle, Lin Yi had a preliminary understanding of the skills of Gu Jia and the other 2. Needless to say, Gu Jia's profession is very intense. Although Run Hao looks strong but simple-minded, he is very savvy in combat and has mastered the essence of an assassin, which is to kill with 1 strike and retreat after 1 shot. What interested Lin Yi the most was Zhang Koyun's Star Silver Hunter. Although she has only 3 skills, they're all very effective. Shadow Strike has a small displacement, and the damage of the next attack will be doubled, making her very flexible. The second skill, Holy Crossbow, is his core skill. This skill has percentage damage, and the damage is very considerable. The third skill is Demonic Judgment. The damage is not high, but it can repel enemies in a fan-shaped area. It is a skill with strong self-preservation ability. Judging from a proportion of damage, Zhang Keyun ranks first when Lin Yi does not use the Sand Soldier tactics. Keep moving forward. When he doesn't need to output damage himself, Lin Yi feels relaxed. He just needs to replenish the Resurgence Aura and Invigorating Aura in time when the duration of the Resurgence Aura expires. After gradually feeling the horror of Lin Yi's auxiliary ability, Gu Jia also fought more arrogantly and gradually even began to actively gather monsters. There are many monsters in the Experience Treasure House. It took them a full hour to clear the square they entered first. The shot in the square shows a dilapidated bluestone palace. Lin Yi did not advance rashly, but ordered his troops to rest on the spot. Gu Jia and the others are different from him. Their skills consume energy, and the high-intensity combat also consumes a lot of their physical skills. Although very tired, everyone had a smile on their face. In this 1 hour, they all advanced by more than 1 level. After resting for 20 minutes, Lin Yi and his team continued to advance. Entering the dilapidated portal of the hall, Lin Yi felt his consciousness daze for a moment, as if he had entered a dungeon. When they regained consciousness, they had already arrived at the hall. The space inside the hall is very large, and it is over 10,000 square meters when you look around. There were ruins and weeds everywhere, and the air was filled with a strong smell of mold. There are more fused spirits here, and although their levels have been slightly improved, the difference in attributes is not that big. Under Lin Yi's command, they began to advance steadily. After 6 hours, Lin Yi and his team finally cleared out all the primary fusion spirits in the palace. Although they gained a lot of experience, even Run Hao, who had the least experience, was promoted to level 19, and Lin Yi was promoted to level 22, but what was more discouraging was that they didn't even see a single experience capsule. After clearing the primary soul fusion, there's a portal at the end of the palace. According to the information provided by Sun Xiangrong, the boss is behind this portal. After resting, Lin Yi took the lead to enter. Entering the boss area, it is still in a temple. However, the area of this hall is not very large, only a few thousand square meters. In the middle of the hall, there is a stone platform of more than 300 square meters. There are 18 towering stone pillars surrounding the stone platform. The pillar is connected with an iron chain as thick as an arm and engraved with special patterns. At the end of the chain, there was a tall Rongling in combat mode. This Rongling was over 4 meters tall and stood in front of Lin Yi and his companions like a giant. Coupled with its very visually impactful color, it gives a full sense of oppression. Lin Yi immediately activated his spiritual eyes on it. Intermediate Spirit Fusion, Boss, LV35, Quality B, HP, 156,000, Attack, 1280, Defense, 680, Skills, Form Transformation, Sudden Impact, War Trampling, Massive Killing, Ruthless Iron Chain. As soon as Lin Yi used his spiritual eyes, the boss woke up. Young and fresh blood. It must be delicious. The boss made a low and terrifying sound, and then it exerted its strength so suddenly that it actually tore a stone pillar apart along its face. At the same time, the broken stone pillars fell towards Lin Yi and the others due to inertia. Scatter and hide. The broken pillar was 3 or 4 meters long, and the impact range was very large. Lin Yi could only order his men to disperse and dodge. As a result, the formation was instantly disrupted. The boss had a very high IQ. After disrupting the formation, it immediately tore apart 4 stone pillars and smashed them towards Lin Yi and Zheng Koyun crosswise. The stone pillars were flying very fast, and because the attack range was too large, Lin Yi had no way of dodging them with his speed. Fortunately, he has always had a reserve of sand soldiers, and now they come in handy. The 10 sand soldiers pushed forward and just managed to take down the 2 flying pillars. Lin Yi originally wanted to send sand soldiers to help Zheng Koyun block the damage, but he never expected that she would use her shadow attack to slide through the gap between the 2 stone pillars gorgeously. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was worried for her. The power of this stone pillar is not to be underestimated. Even the sand soldiers with more than 3,000 HP almost couldn't withstand it. If there was a mistake, Zheng Koyun would have died on the spot. After dodging the stone pillar, Zheng Koyun immediately picked up the crossbow and started attacking. A few arrows fell, and the boss's blood dropped a little. Lin Yi gave her a thumbs up. Great. Come towards me. Maintain the formation. Gu Jia takes the lead. After Lin Yi issued the combat order, he raised his hand and gave the recovery aura and invigorating aura packages. The attack of this intermediate soul fusion boss is so terrifying that even Gu Jia would be left with little health if he was hit by one. Lin Yi did not dare to be careless. While keeping a close eye on her condition, he asked the sand soldiers to interfere and relieve the pressure. In this kind of battle, the role of the assassin profession is very limited. Ren Hao could only make up for some insignificant damage and control wherever he could. When fighting a boss with a huge amount of health, you really have to rely on shooters and mages. Lin Yi originally thought that his skills were quite powerful, but after forming a team with Gu Jia and others, he discovered that due to the rating of his skills, the basic damage was really not enough, and it was completely supported by the lack of cooldown. Lin Yi decided that before the competition began, he must find a few skills with high healing power. After the previous battle, Lin Yi and his companions had already developed some tacit understanding. After quickly adjusting his state, he entered the familiar rhythm of battle. Under the slowing and acceleration of Lin Yi's infinite, invigorating aura, without cooldown, they gradually began to use the dog-walking tactics. Chapter 42, Experience Capsule, S-Level Skill Book. The intermediate soul fusion boss has been unable to hit anyone, so even the highest attributes have become useless. When its health dropped to 50%, the boss let out an angry roar, and the chains that had originally locked it all turned into weapons. 18 iron chains, each dozens of meters long, flew all over the sky and bombarded wildly as it swung. The attacks were too dense, and even with the acceleration of Cheer Up Aura, Gu Jia was hit one after another, and his health bar quickly dropped to the bottom. Just when Gu Jia thought she was going to die and was about to use her life-saving trump card, A scarlet halo appeared above her head and quickly restored her health. Fortunately, the boss's skills also have consumption and cooldown. After a minute, the red light on the boss dissipated and the chains fell to the ground. A gray mark appeared above its head, indicating that it was in a weak state. This gave Gu Jia and others, who had been in a state of high tension, a chance to catch their breath. Lin Yi also hurriedly took out the source of life from his backpack and drank it in big gulps. In just 1 minute, he used a total of 3 recovery auras, 20 cheering auras, and 30 war auras. It can be said to be challenging the limits. There is no way to solve this problem. The boss's attack is too terrifying. The value of Lin Yi's war halo is not enough, and he can only make up for it by quantity. Lin Yi took off the Medal of Courage on his body and handed it to Zheng Koyun. Remember to return it to me after use. The Medal of Courage can convert part of the damage into true damage. Lin Yi is now mainly a support, although the aura of recovery will also deal some damage. That is real damage, and the Medal of Courage cannot provide any amplification. In order to quickly deal with this intermediate level fusion spirit, Lin Yi did not hesitate to do so. Badge of Courage. When Zheng Koyun saw the words, exclusive reward for first solo, clearing a nightmare-level novice dungeon, on the Badge of Courage, she was stunned. At that time, this matter was announced nationwide, and they all speculated that there might be some powerful, unique, or rare professions. However, she never expected that the person who accomplished this achievement was actually an aura master. Don't just stand there, the boss's weakened state is about to pass. Get ready for battle. Let's take it down in one go. Zheng Koyun was not pretentious. After putting on the Badge of Courage, she immediately started attacking. When the weak state of the boss disappeared, it first launched a fierce attack on Gu Jia. While Gu Jia and Ren Hao were attacking at the same time, its body suddenly became ethereal, and after a feint, it rushed towards Lin Yi and Zheng Koyun. Gu Jia and Ren Hao were immediately shocked. Be careful. Get out of the way. I've been on guard against you. Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth, and dozens of sand soldiers that he had summoned earlier immediately rushed forward to form a solid wall, blocking the boss. Seeing that the boss could not break through the sand soldiers' barrier in a short time, Gu Jia and Ren Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately rushed over to contain him. Boss of this level not only has high HP, but also recovers quickly. Although every 20 seconds, Lin Yi used the recovery aura to instantly reduce 30% of its health. But with the boss's terrifying recovery, in the end, he could only reduce about 5%. Fortunately, Zheng Koyun continues to contribute. After being blessed with the Badge of Courage, her output efficiency has been greatly improved. As the battle progressed, although the three made some mistakes in their operations, fortunately, they were able to recover in time with the help of Lin Yi, and no serious consequences were caused. The battle lasted for 10 minutes. After such a long and fierce battle, when the boss was killed, except for Lin Yi, Gu Jia and the other two were so tired that they sat down on the ground. Especially Gu Jia and Zheng Koyun. They were sweating profusely, and even their clothes were wet. Kill the boss intermediate Rong Ling and gain 400,000 experience points. After the prompt sound, the boss's body exploded, revealing a lot of things, all of which were automatically picked up by the backpack. Lin Yi opened his backpack and found 2 more experience capsules in it. There are 10 basic experience capsules and 5 intermediate ones. That adds up to 1 million experience points. Although as the level increases, a huge amount of experience is required. But with Lin Yi's current level, 1 million experience points is enough for him to level up by at least 2 levels. As a team, Lin Yi certainly had no intention of keeping it all to himself. He took out the experience capsule. There are 10 primary experience capsules in total. We'll each get 2 and 1 intermediate one. The rest will be divided equally after we clear them next time. After this time of clearing the dungeon together, the abilities displayed by Lin Yi have impressed the 3 of them. Although Zheng Koyun is first and Lin Yi is second in terms of damage share, it is no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for Lin Yi, they wouldn't even be able to defeat all the monsters in the square. Lin Yi's way of releasing skills as he spoke and his fighting style, without cooldown, were so powerful that the shock they brought to the 3 of them even overshadowed the joy of leveling up. Gu Jia blinked her big eyes and moved closer to Lin Yi with a curious look on her face. Hey, your skills are not on cooldown. Lin Yi has now been promoted to the next level. He is busy drawing the lottery, and has no time to answer Gu Jia's questions. Gu Jia looked at Lin Yi with his eyes closed. Pouting her lips, a strong sense of loss surged in her heart. Why is he ignoring me? Gu Jia not only has a good career and strong abilities, but is also beautiful. Her parents are both high-ranking officials in the Fengming Guild. She is a real white, rich, and beautiful girl. She had always been the center of attention since she was a child, but now she was rejected when she took the initiative to talk to Lin Yi, which made her feel a little disappointed. Suddenly, she frowned. Is it because I sweat too much and smell? Gu Jia glanced at Lin Yi. Among the four people, because Lin Yi was almost standing still to release his skills, his body was relaxed, and there was no trace of sweat at all. She looked down at herself again and saw that her clothes were all wet, as if she had just been pulled out of the water. Although this showed off her graceful figure, sweat is still sweat. After she sniffed it for a while, she took the initiative to distance herself from Lin Yi. How embarrassing. Gu Jia hid aside, and her face turned red with shame. In fact, not to mention that Lin Yi didn't notice Gu Jia. Even if he did notice her, he wouldn't smell any strange smell. At this moment, he was staring at the cards in the prize pool. I hope it has an A-level skill or above. Otherwise, I am a bit shabby as a captain. Before participating in the selection, Lin Yi always felt that his skills were pretty good. However, after comparing himself with Gu Jia and others, he realized that he was really like a frog in a well. Although he can still defeat Gu Jia and the others with the help of the system, this does not mean that Lin Yi does not want powerful skills. Soon, the contents on the card appeared in front of Lin Yi. Congratulations, you got an S-level skill book from the prize pool. Chapter 43, The Art of Controlling People. S rank. Is it finally my turn to be the king of luck? Woohoo! Lin Yi excitedly looked at the detailed introduction of the skill book. Skill book, Holy Light Bath. Profession, Aura Master, exclusive. Quality, S level. Effect, within 5 seconds, continuously treat the target within 10*10m and gain a 50% attack speed bonus. Treatment amount, 5,000. Duration, 10s/cooling time. 10 minutes per chanting time. 20s/spiritual power consumption. 200. The basic healing amount alone is 5,000, plus the tenfold increase in Lin Yixian's Aura Master attributes. Even if he doesn't have any equipment to increase his attack, the panel damage of this skill can reach 6,000 plus, which is extremely terrifying. Comfortable. After learning the skills, Lin Yi suddenly felt that his back became much stronger. Finally, we don't have to rely on quantity to win anymore. Lin Yi looked at the time. It took them a total of 8 hours and 32 minutes to complete this copy, which was quite difficult. Except for him, everyone else looked tired and obviously had no strength to fight anymore. Lin Yi pursed his lips and had to give up the idea of working overtime to achieve the nightmare level. Lin Yi took the initiative to choose to end the copy. Outside the copy, Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong set up a tea table and drank tea while waiting, feeling leisurely and comfortable. Xiang Lin was standing in the distance, looking depressed. Damn it, why hasn't it come out after such a long time? Could it be that it has been brushed? Just when Xiang Lin was getting anxious, a powerful spatial fluctuation appeared at the quiet copy entrance. It's out. Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong's faces immediately lit up with joy, and they stood up to greet him. After Lin Yi and others appeared, Zheng Xiao, Sun Xiangrong, and Xiang Lin immediately used their spiritual eyes on them. When Xiang Lin saw that Lin Yi's level had reached 21, his face turned pale, and he sat down on the ground with a thud. When they saw the levels of several people, Sun Xiangrong and Zheng Xiao's eyes were filled with joy. You really conquered the boss. They originally thought that Lin Yi and his team could only fight against ordinary primary level spirit fusion at most. After all, there was no mage in their team, so it was normal for their efficiency to be lower. But judging from this level, it would be impossible for them to continuously advance to so many levels without the massive amount of experience from the boss. Gu Jia spoke first. Yes, this is all thanks to Lin Yi. If it weren't for him, we would have a hard time fighting ordinary Rongling. Zheng Qiyun also nodded. Indeed, Lin Yi's support ability is too strong. To be honest, I think he is much better than the level 35 support in the team that led me to level up. Although Run Hao didn't say anything, the look he gave Lin Yi said it all. Lin Yi's gaze fell on Xiang Lin. Do you have a clear understanding of yourself now? Xiang Lin looked dazed at this moment, unable to utter a word. He didn't know what to say. In a one-on-one fight, Lin Yi can easily handle Gu Jia, let alone him. Let's play in a team. Lin Yi led the team to clear the level 30 group dungeon without a mage. In such a comparison, Xiang Lin's role is really dispensable. Thinking of what Lin Yi said before, Xiang Lin suddenly panicked. There are conditions when they accept the training of guild resources. If he was really kicked out of the team, he would definitely become an outcast of the guild and his life would be ruined. Xiang Lin was suddenly frightened and quickly stood up, looking at Lin Yi with a shameful look on his face, and lowered his head. Yes, I'm sorry. I underestimated you. I recognize you as the captain. I promise that in future operations, I will unconditionally obey your arrangements. The Sea Dragon competition is of vital importance to the Empire, and Lin Yi certainly doesn't think that he can kick Xiang Lin out with just one word from him. Now this result is exactly what he wants. Lin Yi took out the remaining 2 primary experience capsules and 1 intermediate capsule and looked at the other 3. After all, we are a team. Do you have any objection to giving him these extra experience capsules? The 4 major trade unions have always been allies. Gu Jia and others are of similar age and have known each other since childhood. Naturally, they would not mind a few experience capsules. After obtaining consent, Lin Yi directly stuffed the experience capsule into Xiang Lin's hand. Looking at the experience capsule in his hand, Xiang Lin felt like he was dreaming, giving him a very unreal feeling. Is it really for me? Lin Yi smiled and said, although I am very unhappy with you. Who told us to be a team? Although Lin Yi was at odds with the Longting Guild, he was still able to distinguish right from wrong when it came to major issues. It would be worthwhile to use a few experience capsules to convince Xiang Lin. Anyway, this experience capsule doesn't belong to him alone, so it's a sure win. Sun Xiangrong raised his eyebrows and whispered in Zheng Xiao's ear with a strange look on his face. How did you find this kid? Not only is he strong, but he's also very good at controlling people's hearts. Is he really only 18 years old? Zheng Xiao smiled like an auntie. Of course, I found it among the vast crowd of people after putting in countless sweat and effort. Lin Yi was brought up by Zheng Xiao. The better Lin Yi is, the more benefits he can get, not just some actual cultivation resources or wealth, but also fame. For people like Zheng Xiao, there is basically no need to worry about wealth and cultivation resources. If they don't have the vision to develop their family, a good social reputation is their greatest pursuit. Leaving a name in history is something every man loves to do. Zheng Xiao patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Not bad. You have a good idea. His eyes fell on Xiang Lin. Although these experience capsules can help you level up a bit, it's still hard to keep up with their progress. You'll have to figure out the rest on your own. Any questions? Xiang Lin hurriedly shook his head. No. Okay, you're all tired today. Go back and have a good rest, and gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. In the next 4 days, try to make the remaining 2 chances. Gu Jia and others contacted the guild, and soon various luxury cars came to pick them up. Lin Yi had nowhere to go, so he could only follow Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong to Imperial Capital University. Zheng Xiao was worried that Lin Yi was too tired, so he didn't take Lin Yi for a walk and took him directly back to his residence. I put some spiritual fluid in the bathtub that can help you strengthen your body. Go take a bath and relax. Lin Yi came from a poor family and had never enjoyed such good things, but he did not refuse and went into the toilet openly to enjoy a high-quality life. Dragon Guild. When Xiang Lin returned to the guild, Long Tongue summoned him immediately. When Long Tongue saw Xiang Lin, he frowned slightly. Didn't you say you were going to the experience vault? Why didn't your level change? Xiang Lin looked embarrassed. Master President, I did get in, but there was a small gap. I didn't get in. After listening to Xiang Lin's explanation of what happened, Long Tongue did not scold him, but fell into deep thought with a gloomy look. Mr. President, what do you think of the experience capsule I just mentioned? Long Tongue gave him a displeased look and said, Go get it from the warehouse. After Xiang Lin left, Long Tongue immediately called his secretary. Immediately make an appointment with the presidents of the other 3 guilds and tell them that I have something important to discuss. Make sure they arrive as soon as possible. Chapter 44. Long Tongue's Ambition and Plan. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the office building of the Longting Guild had fallen into darkness, with only some lights on in Longting's office. Under the dim light, Long Tongue's face looked even gloomier. In front of him was a pile of information. These are the detailed information about Lin Yi that he asked his secretary to compile. Among them, every event from Lin Yi's awakening to the present, as long as it can be found, is written in great detail. Half an hour later, 3 luxury cars stopped in front of the Longting Guild building. 2 men and 1 woman got out of the car. The 3 of them looked at each other and frowned. What on earth is Longting up to? Why did he call us here so hastily in the middle of the night? The person who spoke was the only female among the 3, Guming Shu, the current president of Fengming Guild. Oh, who knows? He likes to keep things mysterious. The person who answered the phone was sturdy and looked somewhat similar to Ren Hao. He was the current president of the Tiger Roar Guild, Ren Tianming. Zheng Yin, the leader of the Lion Roar Guild, was dressed in a relatively elegant manner. He pushed his glasses and said, "Why are you calling us here so late? It must be something important. We'll know once we go up and take a look." The 3 of them came to Long Teng's office, and Ren Tianming was a little dissatisfied. "Lao Long, what on earth are you up to? You have to call us over here in the middle of the night. Isn't it okay to say so on the communicator?" Long Teng pointed to the sofa and said, "Sit down." After the 3 of them sat down, Long Teng stood up, closed the door, and then took out a special palm-sized ball. After the sphere was activated, an arc-shaped light enveloped the entire room. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Ren Tianming and the other 2 suddenly became serious. That ball is called a barrier ball, a special man-made prop. The function is also very simple, which is to build a special barrier to prevent being spied on and monitored. Even the barrier ball has been used. It looks like it's a big deal. Zheng Yin pushed his glasses and looked at Long Teng with a smile on his face. Long Teng distributed the information he had prepared in advance to the 3 people. This matter is big or small. It all depends on how you look at it. The 3 of them picked up the information and looked through it, and soon their faces became filled with shock. In the information, Long Teng did not hide the fact that Long Zhuo was suspected to have been killed by Lin Yi. After today's trials, these big guys naturally knew Lin Yi. However, Ren Tianming and the other 2 were still shocked when they saw that Long Zhuo might die in his hands. The 3 of them probably guessed the purpose of Long Zhuo's invitation. Guming Shu put down the information. "This is your private matter. We don't want to get involved, and we have no reason to get involved." Ren Tianming and Zheng Yin also met the requirements. Long Teng sneered. "Long Zhuo's death is indeed my personal matter, but Lin Yi is not." Ren Tianming was a straightforward person, and he felt unhappy when he saw Long Teng's look. "What exactly do you want to say? Can you finish it in one breath?" Long Teng raised his lips and said, "Well, since you all like to play dumb, let me tear through this veil. Since the last war with the center of the earth was temporarily settled, our 4 major guilds have flourished and become increasingly powerful. Over the years, we have used every possible means to plunder resources and try every possible way to erode the authority of the Empire. The Empire is actually well aware of these things. The reason they turn a blind eye is because they feel that if they rashly confront us, the losses will be too great. But things are different now. This kid might be the key person to change the situation." Ren Tianming had a puzzled look on his face. "Him? Impossible." "Impossible? Have you forgotten how we won the last geocentric war? The power of the Aura Master on the battlefield cannot be ignored. Not to mention that he is a mutant Aura Master. Not only does he have full auxiliary capabilities, but he also has excellent attack and self-defense capabilities. Such a person, once he grows up, will definitely be a strategic level figure. The Empire is not stupid. What we have done over the years has almost reached their bottom line. You should also know that it is only a matter of time before the Empire takes care of us. Are you willing to be under someone else's control forever?" Hearing this, Ren Tianming and the other 2 felt their scalps tingling. Guming Shu scolded Long Teng. "Are you crazy? How can you say such a thing?" Long Teng smiled. "We are not outsiders, so why should we pretend? When we were doing things, your Fengming Guild did not fail once. Why don't you want to deny it now? I'm afraid the Empire won't approve of it." Zheng Yin's expression also became serious. "Although we have been actively developing in recent years, our foundation is still shallow compared to the Empire. If we really start fighting now, we have little chance of winning. I'm not stupid. How could I destroy myself? We still need time. Under normal circumstances, even if the Empire knew, they would just let us develop. But now something unexpected has happened, and we must nip it in the bud." Long Teng clenched his fists, murderous intent in his eyes. Ren Tianming shook his head. He is now the captain of the Sea Dragon tournament and the main protected person of the Empire. If we take action at this time, what else can we do but self-destruct? It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. Ren Tianming raised his eyebrows. You are not trying to avenge your son and deliberately drag us into this. Long Tong gave him a cold look. You're the only one who has a brain? If I really want to drag you into doing things for me, do I have to write it out directly for you to see? Think about it for yourself. The reason why we have the opportunity to develop vigorously is because the focus of the Empire is on the Earth's center battlefield. It is difficult to withdraw. But once the Earth's center battlefield is completely pacified, you don't think that the Empire can still tolerate our existence. Of course, if you are willing to give up all these years of hard work, then I have nothing to say. Gu Mingxiu and the other two fell silent, thinking seriously. With the power of the four major guilds, they are fully capable of sitting at the same table with the Empire. Once people have tasted power, it is difficult to give it up. Since you asked us to come, you must have a plan. Tell us about it. There was a sly look in Long Tong's eyes as he took out 4 fiery red crystal balls. As soon as the crystal ball appeared, the air nearby became distorted. Gu Mingxiu and the other two's eyes widened at the same time, with expressions of horror. Geocentric passage, spaceball. Where did you get this thing? Longting did not answer this question and continued talking. Based on the skills Lin Yi has shown so far, he is certain to win the college entrance examination. In the last level of the college entrance examination dungeon, there is something that the first martial god left for future generations of geniuses. He will definitely try it. When the time comes, we just need to have someone use the space ball to open a passage in the dungeon, and naturally someone will help us solve the problem. Ren Tianming asked curiously, is this method safe? If this is discovered, it will be a serious crime. Longting laughed. Of course. The space will disappear directly after use, and the college entrance examination copy is limited to level 60. With the thinking of the creatures in the center of the Earth, they will definitely not let go of Lin Yi, who is a huge potential threat to them, and the Empire will definitely seal off the dungeon for the safety of other students. By the time they send people in to rescue us, it will be too late. Chapter 45. Why bother with elites? Just go for nightmares. The Empire is strong, and none of the 4 of us can compete with it. Only by uniting together can we have a glimmer of hope. We are all acquaintances now, and we all have dirty hands, so I'll just say it directly. This is a token of my loyalty. If you don't participate, then Long Tongue showed a sinister smile. Gu Mingxiu and the other 2 neither refuted nor expressed their opinions in a hurry. There was silence, and the atmosphere became oppressive. Long Tongue was not in a hurry. He took out a cigar and lit it. There were curling smoke rings and a comfortable expression, but there was a cold gleam in his eyes. After several minutes of silence, Zhang Yin took off his glasses, rubbed his face, and took the initiative to pick up a space ball. Old Dragon is right. Over the years, the Empire has gradually increased its restrictions on us. This shows that their patience is almost at its limit. If we don't make plans, we will sooner or later become the ones making wedding dresses for others. My Lion's Roar Guild is willing to give it a try. Zhang Yin had a smile on his face and looked amiable, but his eyes became extremely sharp, completely different from his previous elegant temperament. Lao Zhengyu. Zhang Yin has always given people a very elegant feeling, but at this moment his temperament is like a sword out of the body, which makes Ren Tianming feel a little unfamiliar. Zhang Yin smiled and looked at Ren Tianming. Isn't this what we have been doing all these years? It's just that we have made it clear now, don't you think? Ren Tianming still looked a little hesitant, but if this fails, there will be no recovery. Long Tongue sneered. Failure? Do you really think we have any other options? We have been on this path since the first day of the alliance between our 4 guilds, and there is no turning back. You don't really think that when the Empire takes the initiative to attack us, you'll have a good ending if you raise the white flag. Ren Tianming's expression changed several times. Forget it. What you said makes sense. Let's fight. Seeing Ren Tianming agreed. The coldness on Long Tongue's face and eyes eased a lot. Although Gu Mingxiu has not expressed her opinion yet, the result is already obvious. The 3 of them looked at Gu Mingxiu. Although all 3 of them had a smile on their faces, their smiling eyes made Gu Mingxiu's body stiffen. She knew that if she said no, she would not be able to leave here alive today. The alliance remains. Gu Mingxiu sighed secretly and took the initiative to put away a space ball. The alliance remains. Then, Let me tell you the details. The next day, Linny got up very early. After stretching, he let out a strange sound. This feels so good. He felt his body was very light. This is, of course, all thanks to the spiritual liquid. Come and have breakfast. Today you can clear the elite level and raise your level to above 25. I will then help you get a decent set of equipment so that you can try the level 50 experience vault. Even if I can't clear the level, I should be able to reach level 30 by killing more ordinary intermediate level spirits. After breakfast, Zheng Xiao took Lin Yi to the treasure house of experience. Gu Jia and others had arrived a long time ago, and when they saw Lin Yi, they came forward to greet him. Xiang Lin received some experience-boosting items from the guild warehouse yesterday, and his level was raised to 20. Gu Jia came close to Lin Yi and said, "Captain, are we going to do the elite level today?" Zheng Keyun and Ruan Hao also looked at Lin Yi with curiosity. Elite level? I'd better continue to grind ordinary levels. Although ordinary fusion spirits give less experience, the boss rewards are still very good. It's more cost-effective than grinding elite levels. The difficulty of the elite level is several times higher than that of the ordinary level, and Xiang Lin's face was full of worry. With just the strength of Gu Jia and the others, they dare not even think about reaching the elite level. However, after seeing how powerful Lin Yi was yesterday, they felt that it was not impossible to give the elite level a try. Ren Hao put his hand on Xiang Lin's shoulder. "Xiang Lin, you don't trust our captain and your own abilities. Although there were only 4 of us yesterday, I felt that it was quite easy to clear the normal level. Today, with you as the main output, it will definitely be even more powerful. Normal levels are meaningless." Xiang Lin had a strange expression on his face. He still has self-awareness. He still knew the difficulty of the level 30 elite copy. Although he was still confident in his output, a monster of that level would kill him if it just touched him. Even Gu Jia's attributes are bad enough. Unless the support is very powerful and can guarantee Gu Jia's blood volume at all times and restrict the actions of the monsters. Otherwise, the probability of their failure is very high. He looked at Xiang Lin with a smile. "Why are you scared?" Xiang Lin coughed lightly. "Ahem. How could I be afraid? I will obey the captain in everything." He nodded. "Yes, that's good. We're going to play Nightmare level today." Gu Jia and the others were shocked. Captain, you're not kidding. It's a Nightmare level difficulty, and the boss is level 45. Our average level is only 20. Can we do it?" Now, even Gu Jia, who was the most confident in Lin Yi, hesitated. Fighting boss across so many levels, it seems a bit far-fetched just to think about it. If it was yesterday, Lin Yi might have considered it, but now he has S-level skills, so he must stand up. Sun Xiangrong and Zheng Xiao also felt their heads buzzing. Sun Xiangrong hurriedly began to persuade. "Lin Yi, it's good for young people to be courageous, but don't be too greedy. It's better to brush the elite level." He shook his head with a determined look. "Dean Sun, you should know that if we only play elite levels, the level we can upgrade after clearing the level is very limited. In this case, how can we try to reach level 50 for the 3rd time? Although I know you don't have much hope for us to get past level 50, you don't want us to be killed instantly after entering the level 50 dungeon, do you? And our opponent is the only professional one. If we want to win, we can't just play it safe. If we don't even have the courage to compete with ourselves, how can we win a competition where we are at a disadvantage? How can a person who doesn't even dare to challenge himself climb to the top in the future?" Although Lin Yi's tone was calm, the smile on his face was even a little unruly. But his words made Gu Jia and the others feel overwhelmed with emotion. There was a bit more admiration in Gu Jia's eyes when she looked at Lin Yi. Gu Jia was the first to stand up and support Lin Yi. "Well said. We should challenge ourselves." Ren Haohe and Zheng Koyun also nodded. "Me too." Xiang Lin pouted like a deflated balloon. I could do anything." Sun Xiangrong shook his head and smiled. "Oh, it seems that I am really old. I have lost my spirit." The great man is right. This world is ours and yours, but the future will definitely be yours. Since you are so determined, then do it. Chapter 46. Captain, you are cheating. Sun Xiangrong started the copy, and Lin Yi and his companions entered after forming a team. "You have entered the Nightmare Level 30 group, the Experienced Treasure House. Although the difficulty has changed, the map has not changed, and the monsters are still Ling Ling. but they have changed from primary to advanced, and the number has also increased from the original 12 to 36. Lin immediately used his spiritual eyes to read the information from Rongling. Advanced Experience Fusion, LV30. Quality B. HP, 18,600. Attack, 680. Defense, 20. Skills, Form Transformation, Energy Drainage, Differentiation and Fission, Chaos Impact. The level has not changed. It is still level 30. The difference from the ordinary copy is that the quality has changed from C to B, the health point has increased by 10,000, and the attack has increased by 200. With this kind of attributes, he could be a small boss in an ordinary level 30 single-player dungeon. But here he is just a gatekeeper. This shows how difficult it is to access the nightmare-level experience treasury. This was Xiang Lin's first time entering the experience treasure house. When he saw the terrifying properties of the high-level fusion spirit, he felt a black screen before his eyes, and the hand holding the staff began to tremble. Captain, how do we fight? Although Gu Jia and the other two were a little nervous, due to yesterday's experience, there was no fear in their eyes. Instead, there was some anticipation. Lin did not have any props to hide information, so Gu Jia and the others could see that he had an additional S-level skill. After witnessing Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities yesterday, they were full of curiosity about his new skills. After all, the ratings of the skills used by Lin Yi yesterday were very average, but the effects were very good. If an S-Class 1 comes down now, it will take off immediately. Just follow yesterday's formation. Xiang Lin, just stand behind me and fight according to your usual habits. Lin Yi snapped his fingers, and Resurrection Aura was in place. Without Lin Yi saying anything, Gu Jia had already rushed out with the Gungjin battle axe. Ren Hao entered stealth mode and followed closely behind. Zhang Qiyun stood behind Lin Yi, took out a crossbow, and started attacking. Seeing that everyone had entered combat mode, Xiang Lin hurriedly waved his staff and began a chant. I have to say that Xiang Lin's Divine Fire Elementalist is worthy of being a profession with mechanical attributes, and its lethality is very amazing. With one of his level skill, Skyfire Meteor, the health of all 36 high-level Ronglings instantly dropped by 2,000 plus. 2,000 each, 36 heads equals 72,000. Such a huge amount of damage directly makes him the top of the output list. Seeing the horrific output on the panel, Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked. This was his first time to form a team to clear a dungeon, and also his first time to see with his own eyes the power of the god-level mage class in clearing a dungeon. Although Lin Yi's Holy Light Bath damage is also very high, that is also under the premise of having a cheat. Otherwise, even if he has the ability to attack, the cooldown alone can kill him. Xiang Lin spared no effort in order to express himself. With his full strength, 36 high-level fusion spirits were eliminated in just 3 minutes. At the end of the battle, Gu Jia and the others still had plenty of spiritual power and looked relaxed. Only Xiang Lin was sweating profusely, with a potion in his mouth that was restoring his spiritual power. Gu Jia looked at Xiang Lin in surprise. The sun rose from the west today? Why are you suddenly working so hard today? You were not like this before. Xiang Lin blushed slightly and immediately defended himself. The past is the past, and the present is the present. I work hard, so what? Isn't this for the captain to understand me better and to give him more instructions? Yesterday, Lin Yi and the other 3 completed the dungeon, which made Xiang Lin seem dispensable. Of course, he worked so hard today to demonstrate his value in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi naturally knew what he was thinking and patted his shoulder with a smile. You'll have a chance to show off, but this dungeon is huge. If you continue to deal with it like this, you will probably faint from exhaustion when the boss comes. I have a basic understanding of the effects and damage of your skills. The next battle will proceed according to the normal battle rhythm. Pay attention to the connection between recovery and skills. Xiang Lin is not Lin Yi. His spellcasting requires a very complicated chanting process. This process not only consumes spiritual energy, but also consumes a lot of physical strength. Xiang Lin's previous fighting style was to use whatever skills he could, without considering the consumption and skill connection at all. In this way, although the output is very high and the map clearing efficiency is fast, his own consumption is also very large, and a lot of output is wasted. If this was a small dungeon, there wouldn't be any problem with his style of play, but the map of the Experience Treasure House is very large. It took them more than 8 hours to clear the normal level yesterday, and the nightmare level would take even longer. If one were to remain in such a highly tense state after fighting for such a long time, not to mention a human, even a cow would be exhausted to death. I understand. Lin Yi led the team to continue moving forward. In order to better integrate the team, Lin Yi did not use Holy Light Bath at the beginning. However, with Xiang Lin's stable output, their advancement speed was not slow. The experience points given by nightmare level copies are also very high. After clearing out all the monsters outside, Lin has reached level 24. It's a pity that what Lin Yi drew from the prize pool twice were some ordinary potions and special props with very ordinary effects. In addition to Lin Yi, the levels of Gujia and others also increased rapidly. Gujia is even almost catching up with Lin Yi. This is not to say that the experience required for Gujia to upgrade is different from that required by Lin Yi, but that they both have props that can increase experience. This prop is very precious, and Lin Yi felt a little envious when he saw it. After entering the hall, although he was still a high-level spirit fusion, his level had been raised to level 40, and his attributes had also been greatly enhanced. The number of fused souls and nightmare-level copies has also increased several times. As soon as they entered the hall, they were besieged by more than 60 roanlings. With so many fused spirits, even with Gu Jia's superb skills, he couldn't block them all. More than 10 of them broke through her defense line and rushed straight towards Lin Yi and the other two behind them. Although Lin Yi summoned the sand soldiers in advance, he did not control them to resist this time. Instead, he raised his hand and used Holy Light Bath. Keep your formation and dodge on your own. After Lin Yi issued the combat order, he took the lead and dodged to the side. There's a team competition in the Sea Dragon competition. Humans and monsters are different. Lin Yi is also a human being, and he doesn't know what abilities the opponents from Sakura country have. To be on the safe side, he decided not to let Xiang Lin and the others have too much comfort. Otherwise, once you become dependent on his sand soldier tactics, you will be dumbfounded when encountering an emergency. Zhang Keyun has 2 self-protection skills, plus the acceleration of invigorating aura. She shuttles back and forth in Rongling's attack like a loach, and her output is not interrupted. Although Xiang Lin was not so flexible, he had always received elite education, so his physical skills were acceptable. Even when he was dodging attacks, he did not panic too much, and his skills were not interrupted. Not bad. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with their performance. In the following battles, Lin Yi did not deliberately speed up the advancement, but just maintained the current rhythm. 10 hours later, they finally cleared out all the ordinary high-level spirits. While resting on the spot, Lin Yi began to stockpile sand soldiers. Although their levels have been raised, the boss is a level 45 advanced Linghan after all. Lin Yi does not have much confidence in his heart, and can only stockpile more sand soldiers to be prepared. At the beginning, Gu Jia and his companions were accustomed to seeing a dozen or so sand soldiers. But as the number of sand soldiers increased, they were all confused. Captain, you're cheating. What skill do you have that can charge so much? Chapter 47. The dog owner lives a good life. Linny laughed. Ahem. It's not bad. The energy level is probably a little over 100 million. But the summoned creatures are a little too weak. They can be killed in one move. They are rubbish. Xiang Lin and the others opened their mouths wide and stared at Lin Yi with round eyes. Do you listen to what others say? Lin Yi's words came from the heart. Although the sand soldiers have been strengthened again and their health has exceeded 4,000, their defense attributes are too low. In a nightmare level copy, they will be melted instantly if they are targeted by the fire of more than 2 soul melters. However, when Gu Jia and others heard it, it would be like Versailles. After all, they are only in their 20s. Don't say that Lin Yi's main job is an aura master, a complete auxiliary job. Even if it is a god-level summoner profession that mainly summons creatures, the attributes of the creatures summoned at this stage will not be much better than the sand soldiers created by Lin Yi. But there are so many Lin Yi. A summoner over level 20 who can summon 8 or 10 monsters is already quite awesome. As for people like Lin Yi, there are hundreds of them at a time, which is simply unheard of. Although Lin Yi's enhancement skills cannot be used on the sand soldiers, they have the advantage of large numbers. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Apart from anything else, with this move alone, Lin Yi can basically kill all summoners below level 50 instantly. Ren Hao is a straightforward person, and he makes complaints quietly. Captain, if those summoners heard you say this, they would definitely kick you out. Gu Jia smiled sweetly. Circle kick? Even if they add up, they are not enough for the captain to beat. The few of them then remembered that apart from occasionally using resurrection aura to deal damage, Lin Yi spent the rest of his time on wisdom and healing, which made them forget that Lin Yi also had the ability to output damage. After seeing that the four of them had almost recovered, Lin Yi decided not to continue dwelling on this topic. Let's go and meet the nightmare level boss. Entering the boss territory, the boss is still tied up in the middle of the stone pillars. However, the size of the boss in the nightmare level copy has increased several times, and it looks to be 7 or 8 meters tall. Lin Yi and his companions even have to look up to see its full appearance when standing in front of it. Lin Yi immediately activated his spiritual eyes. Advanced Spirit Fusion Boss LV-45. Quality A. HP 356,000. Attack 2,680. Defense 800. Skills: Form Transformation, Sudden Impact, War Trampling, Massive Killing, Ruthless Iron Chain. After seeing the attributes of the boss, Xiang Lin cursed out loud. Fuck, such a high defense, what the hell? Although Xiang Lin was very efficient when dealing with ordinary monsters before, he was helpless when facing a boss with such high defense. With his current panel, the damage his skills can cause is negligible. Not only him, but the other 3 people in the entire team, except Lin Yi and Zheng Keyun, could not inflict any damage when facing this boss. Zheng Keyun held the crossbow, her eyes eager to try. What about me? Zheng Keyun's skill characteristics are there. As long as there is enough output space, he can deliver high output no matter how high the boss's defense is. Lin Yi had already thought of this situation in advance, which is why he'd been piling up sand soldiers in front. The boss's attack is very strong. Gu Jia, you should be careful. If you can't hold him back, you can dodge. I will use the sand soldiers to fill the gaps, so as to protect myself first. Ren Hao, you should focus on controlling the enemy. Similarly, you should prioritize your own safety. I'll be the second line of defense. Xiang Lin and Zheng Keyun, you two just hide behind me and deal damage. Action. Lin Yi has made battle deployments, and the battle is about to begin. The 3 halos of Resurgence Aura, Invigorating Aura, and Bathing of Holy Light are unfolded at the same time. Although the panel damage of Bath of Holy Light is very high, it is a fixed amount. It is very effective for clearing minions, but it is a bit useless for fighting boss. It is better to use it directly on teammates. Although Gu Jia and the others are now at full health, the buff that continuously increases attack speed is very important, especially for Zheng Keyun. Attack speed is output. The boss hatred is punished, and the attack is decisive and capable. 18 stone pillars were pulled up by the roots and smashed down together. Gu Jia, who was in the lead, suddenly looked horrified. Based on previous experience, if these stone pillars really fell on her, it would be a disaster. The stone pillars were moving very fast and were flying in a formation, almost blocking all her escape routes. Gu Jia gritted her teeth and was about to use the life-saving trump card given by her elders when Lin Yi's indifferent voice sounded in her ears. Retreat. Gu Jia subconsciously stepped back a few meters as a series of yellow figures flashed past her. More than 20 sand soldiers charged forward. Although they were broken up immediately after a single encounter, the power of those stone pillars was also largely buffered, and Gu Jia blocked them all with a flaming slash. Keep calm. We are a team. Don't just think about your own situation during the battle. Gu Jia showed a trace of shame. She had previously neglected herself and her teammates, and therefore failed to make the correct judgment. The boss's attributes are increased, but its attack methods and offensive methods are almost the same as those of the normal level. After entering the state, the boss's health is also rapidly decreasing. After half an hour of fierce fighting, the boss's health bar was finally emptied. When the boss fell, 5 people, including Lin Yi, all collapsed to the ground exhausted. In this battle, the most tired ones were Lin Yi and Zheng Keyun. Among the few people, Xiang Lin was the most relaxed and the most excited. We actually cleared a nightmare-level dungeon. Damn, we are so awesome. Zheng Keyun joked. What does defeating the boss have to do with you, you lazy bastard? Xiang Lin answered calmly. I didn't put much effort into the boss fight, but I killed a lot of people in the front. We are a team, so the division of labor and cooperation is reasonable. Kill the boss advanced Rongling and gain 800,000 experience points. As much as 800,000 experience points, if divided equally among 5 people, each person would get 160,000. After the boss died, many experience capsules appeared in Lin Yi's backpack, including 30 primary ones, 10 intermediate ones, and 5 advanced ones. After Lin Yi distributed the experience capsules, he looked at his own experience bar and used it on the spot. Lin Yi is now level 24, and the experience points required to upgrade exceed 1 million. After using up all the experience capsules, the upgraded white light finally lit up on his body. Lin Yi glanced at his character panel. Lin Yi, level 25, 12,000/1, 500000. Although Xiang Lin and his companions originally had lower experience than Lin Yi, they all had props that increased their experience, so their levels had now reached level 25. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but complain in his heart. Damn, the life of a rich dog owner is so comfortable. Chapter 48 Boss. Are you polite? Children from poor families have to grow up early. It seems that they can only rely on their own efforts. System Draw a Lottery. Lin Yi opened the lottery page and prayed silently in his heart that he would get something good. Congratulations, you won the rare item, the Vulcan necklace from the prize pool. The Vulcan necklace, it sounds like a good gimmick, but I don't know what the specific effect is. Lin Yi opened the information panel of the Vulcan necklace with great anticipation. Vulcan necklace, rare item. A special item that was once worn by the god of fire and has a hint of divinity. 100% immune to fire attribute attacks below level 70. Although it is only a single attribute immunity, 100% immunity is still okay. Since it was free, Lin Yi was not picky and just wore it around his neck. After putting on the Vulcan necklace, Lin Yi opened his character panel to check. Lin Yi, level 25, 12,000/1, 500000. Attack, 120. HP, 3,200. Defense, 525. Spiritual power, 1,800. Agility, 35. Equipment, Spirit Guardian Robe, A. Quicksand Armor, Lost Boots, A. Skills, Ring of War, exclusive/C. Invigorating Aura, exclusive/C. Recovery Aura, B. Sand Soldier, Summoning Aura, A. Holy Light Bath, exclusive/S. Protection from the God of Fire. Gain a lot of immunity to fire attributes. Seeing that the additional Vulcan protection entry did not indicate a 100% immunity limit below 70, Lin Yi couldn't help but guess in his heart. Could it be possible that this thing can break through the limitations? A gleam of light suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. As he lowered his head and looked at the Vulcan necklace, the system's voice rang out. The Vulcan necklace can be enhanced by spending 6 million enhancement points. Do you want to enhance it? It can really be strengthened. Seeing this prompt, Lin Yi almost jumped up. Although the Vulcan necklace seems like a rare item, it is different from the ones he got before. This one can be used for a long time, and it can be strengthened. Although the effect is relatively simple, it is also very powerful. Now he is immune to those below level 70 without upgrading. If he spends a lot of enhancement points to strengthen it, then in the future, no matter what level they are, any professional with fire attribute will lose their threat to him. Although it takes a lot of points to strengthen once, Lin doesn't care. Anyway, he can get 1 strengthening point in 1 second, so just save it up slowly. Captain, what are you grinning about? Gujia saw Lin Yi laughing foolishly by himself, so she nudged Lin Yi's arm and asked curiously. Gujia made full preparations today and applied high-end skincare products that specifically inhibit sweat before clearing the dungeon. There wasn't a drop of sweat on her today. Lin Yi came back to his senses, touched his mouth, and laughed. Ahem, nothing. We've been tired all day. Let's go out. Gujia pouted, feeling a little lost. Humph, you're so arrogant. When the entrance to the copy began to fluctuate, Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong, who were waiting outside, suddenly became alert. When they saw that Lin Yi and the others had reached level 25, both of them were filled with joy. You guys also conquered the nightmare level boss. Although he already had a guess in his mind, Sun Xiangrong still asked. Lin Yi nodded, yes. Let's prepare to try the level 51 tomorrow. Although the level of the monsters in the normal difficulty level 50 will be raised to level 50, due to the quality, the attributes will not be much stronger than those in the nightmare level 30. Lin, he still has great confidence that he can pass it. After Sun Xiangrong gave a few instructions, Gu Jia and the others went back to their homes to find their mothers. Lin, he still followed Zheng Qiao back to his residence. The next morning, after Lin, he got up, he used all the strengthening points accumulated in the past 2 days to strengthen the Sand Soldier summoning aura. With the investment of more than 60,000 reinforcement points, the Sand Soldier summoning aura was successfully upgraded to level 30. The health of the summoned Sand Soldiers has also reached 5,000. Although the attack and defense attributes are not high, fortunately the duration has been increased from 180 seconds to 240 seconds. Although it was only 4 minutes for Lin Yi, he could already do a lot of things. For example, it is no problem to stockpile dozens more Sand Soldiers. After the team was formed and Sun Xiangrong started the copy, Lin Yi and his 4 companions entered. It was still the ruined square, but this time Rongling had turned back into a primary Rongling. Only the level had become level 50. Advanced Experience Fusion, LV 50. Quality, C. HP, 26,000. Attack, 712. Defense, 30. Skills, Form Transformation, Energy Drainage, Differentiation, and Fission, Chaos Impact. It was similar to what Lenny guessed. The attribute difference between the ordinary Lingrong and the level 50 ordinary copy and the level 30 nightmare copy was not too big. It just means more blood. However, compared with the nightmare level, the number is relatively smaller, and on balance, the difficulty is about the same. After entering the copy, without Lin Yi's command, Gu Jia and others had already positioned themselves according to the previous formation, waiting for Lin Yi's order to start fighting. After confirming that the difficulty was similar, Lin, he did not have too many concerns and waved his hand. Let's get started. 8 hours later, Lin Yi and his team had arrived at the boss portal. This is more than 2 hours faster than yesterday. This is not to say that the level 50 copy is weak, but after 2 days of running in, the tacit understanding between Lin Yi and his colleagues has greatly increased. Coupled with Lin Yi's deployment, they can perfectly bring out the strength of the team. Although the journey was relatively easy, Lin Yi did not get carried away. Instead, he asked everyone to rest on the spot while he began to deploy troops. When they saw the mighty army of Sand Soldiers, Gu Jia and his companions were still greatly shocked. Captain, I admit that your skill can charge so much, but is your spiritual power unlimited? How can you summon so many? Gu Jia and others felt their heads buzzing. This scene was contrary to the conventional knowledge they had learned for many years. Lin, he started talking nonsense. Of course not. It's just that this skill will automatically consume spiritual power when it is charging. While you are resting and sleeping, I'm working hard to wait for the skill to charge. When Gu Jia and the others heard this, they suddenly felt that Lin Yi's figure became taller. Seeing that the number was almost the same, Lin Yi stood up and said, "Let's go. Circle and kick the boss." After entering the boss territory, Lin Yi and the others were already very familiar with it. This time, Lin Yi and his team did not give the boss the chance to take the initiative. Lin Yi ordered the Sand Soldiers to rush forward, and in just a blink of an eye, the 18 stone pillars were smashed to pieces by the sand hammers in the hands of the Sand Soldiers. The boss didn't even react for a moment. When it was about to launch an attack, it froze. "Where's my pillar? Guys, trap it to death." Under Lin Yi's control, the Sand Soldiers smashed the stone pillars and then the iron chains. That guy's like a demolition team. When the dozens-meter-long iron chain was reduced to only half in a blink of an eye, a trace of panic appeared in the boss's big eyes. Its illusory face was full of confusion, and it let out a strange cry. Although Lin Yi didn't understand, he could probably guess what it was saying. "Nima, am I the boss, or are you guys?" Chapter 49, Career Revelation. Although the Sand Soldiers still couldn't withstand the output of the booze, they had the advantage of large numbers. Coupled with the stable and continuous output of Zheng Kuyun and Lin Yi, the booze's blood volume dropped rapidly. Although this boss had the most luxurious attributes among the ones they fought in 3 days, it was also the one that suffered the most, being beaten up completely unilaterally. After an hour of methodical attack, the boss let out a whimper and fell to the ground. Before dying, it looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of humiliation. It just couldn't understand why there was such a rogue way of fighting. Congratulations, you killed 50 boss intermediate fusion spirits and gained 10 million experience points. Although the dungeon is only of average strength, it is high enough in level and has a very good drop rate. This time, there are 32 advanced experience capsules alone, and a total of 450 intermediate and primary capsules. Combined with the experience gained from killing Rong Ling in the dungeon, Lin E and the other four successfully upgraded their levels to level 30. Your level has been upgraded to level 30, meeting the requirements for the job change trial. Do you want to start it? The difficulty and content of the professional trials for each profession are different, and the time to complete them is also different. Some people's career trials may take only a few hours to complete, while others may take several days or even months. Once the professional trial is started, it cannot be interrupted. Lin E and his friends do not dare to gamble and can only choose to refuse first. Lin E entered the lottery interface, selected Start, and looked at the prize pool with anticipation. Congratulations, you got the rare item Orn's forging hammer from the prize pool. A dark red hammer appeared in front of Lin E. Another piece of equipment? Could it be the same as the Vulcan necklace? After tasting the sweetness of the Vulcan necklace, Lin E has begun to daydream. He quickly clicked on Orn's forging hammer to check the details. Orn's forging hammer, rare item. The hammer of the forging master Orn, a small object of exquisite craftsmanship. After use, you can reset the item's attributes. After the reset, the item's rating has a certain chance of being upgraded. After the reset, the item's class will definitely be changed to be exclusive to this class. It's a magical thing. Although Orn's forging hammer has no direct impact on combat power, its effect is indeed ingenious. Zheng Xiao said that he would take him to get some equipment and skills tomorrow. Lin E immediately began to look forward to it. Aura Master is a rare profession. Both the skills and equipment are in very small stock, so it is very difficult to find exclusive ones. However, with Orn's forging hammer in hand, Lin E doesn't have to worry about this problem. If it really doesn't work, just hammer it. Outside the copy, Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong looked gloomy. Although his expression eased a little after seeing Lin E and the others' levels have been raised to level 30, the worry between his brows was still obvious. Seeing the expressions of the two bosses, Lin Yi's expression darkened slightly. Director Zheng, what happened? You two don't look very well. Sun Xiangrong was interrupted by Zheng Xiao just as he was about to speak. It's nothing, it's just that the college entrance examination is about to start, and things are too complicated, which makes us both a little anxious. You're all already level 30, great. You must be tired, go back and rest, and gather at the Academy Reserve Department warehouse at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The Empire allows you to choose a set of equipment and a skill book that can be used at your current level. When he returned to his residence, the worry on Zheng Xiao's face deepened. Lin E sat opposite him and joked. You and Dean Sun both look so sad. You weren't even happy that we successfully cleared the level 50 dungeon. What's going on? Is there something new going on with Music CZ? Zheng Xiao looked at Lin E with a serious expression and nodded. Lin E was suddenly shocked. He was just saying it casually. She won't start the career trial, will she? Every time you pass a professional trial, your professional ability will be greatly improved and your attributes will also double. For example, Lin Yi's current skill bonus is 10 times the basic attribute, but when he passes the first professional trial, this multiple will become 20 times. From now on, every time you pass a professional trial, your attributes will double again. Therefore, although they're all level 30, the combat power of those who have passed the professional trial and those who have not heard of the professional trial is completely different. The second aspect is obtaining attribute points. The more professional trials you pass, the more basic attributes you will obtain will increase exponentially. This is also the main reason why, as the level increases, it becomes increasingly difficult to fight against opponents of higher levels. Because of his system, Lin E would not be afraid even if Music CZ was the only profession. However, when Lin E heard that she had actually started a professional trial, he felt a little upset. If Music CZ really passed the trial before the competition, then they wouldn't have to fight. For those who have passed the professional trial, the attributes and abilities are a dimensionality reduction attack to them. Even if Lin E has a cheat, it is difficult to make up for it. Has the Sakura Nation gone crazy? The competition will start in just 2 days. Aren't they afraid that Music CZ's professional trial will take a long time? Zheng Xiao's eyes were dim, and he sighed. According to reliable information from our spies in the upper echelons of Sakura country, after reaching level 30, Music Cizi received divine inspiration for her career. She entered the trial directly, and the time limit is only 1 day. Professional divine revelation. Isn't this a legend? The more official explanation for today's professionals is that they came into being due to changes in the laws of heaven and earth. But there is also a folk version of creationism. Simply put, creationism believes that the abilities of professionals do not come out of thin air, but are bestowed by gods, and the ultimate goal of professionals is to become gods. Professional revelation is a general term used by creationists to describe some special visions that occur when people in certain professions undergo professional trials. Zheng Xiao shook his head. This is not a legend. In fact, from our current research, creationism is closer to the truth of the origin of professionals. It's just that this statement can easily cause unnecessary panic. So the major empires agreed to publish the law theory. According to our research, professional divine revelation is actually a sign of divine recognition. We call these people apostles of God. The abilities of the apostles of God are very strong. Once they appear, they will be trained by the country. Lin Yi quickly analyzed what Zheng Xiao said in his mind. Lin Yi came to an important conclusion. Gods are real. Lin Yi's expression became stiff. This news was no less exciting than what he heard in his previous life on Earth. Aliens really exist, and that Earth civilization was given by aliens. Lin Yi suddenly felt confused and dejected. Then we are doomed to fail, right? Zheng Xiao fell silent. After a long time, he suddenly slammed the table with a look of joy. Not necessarily. If someone can pass through the gift left by our first martial god to future generations of geniuses in the college entrance examination copy, there may be a chance to turn the tide. Chapter 50, Ling Yao's suit, all-round assist. A gift from the god of war? What is that? Lin Yi looked confused. He had never heard of this word before. Zheng Xiao, who was originally dejected, was now like a child who got a new child after his toy was broken. The excitement in his eyes and on his face could not be hidden. You are too young. It is normal that you don't know the god of war. Let me tell you this. When Blue Star first suffered the mutation, monsters were everywhere. The channel to the center of the earth was opened, and the races from the center of the earth invaded on a large scale. We humans lived in dire straits. Under such circumstances, a man named Zhao Wuji appeared in China. He was the first to awaken his profession, and he discovered a method to awaken his profession and then spread it. Under his leadership, the human race all over the world worked together to defeat the rays from the center of the earth and built cities to continue human civilization. Since then, the human race has revered him as the god of war. However, after human civilization was able to continue and gradually got back on track, he left behind a man-made copy for the assessment, saying that he had left his own heritage in it, and then he went into the starry sky alone to find a way to completely solve the problem of the demon beasts on Blue Star. As time went by, people gradually forgot his name. That assessment copy is the college entrance examination copy. Zheng Xiao shook his head. To be precise, not really. The current college entrance examination replica is led by the government. Our Imperial University is leading the construction of a projection-style artificial replica across the country. Although the test copies left by the god of war were artificially created, they are not much different from natural copies. The laws in them are all the embodiment of his will. Maintaining the dungeon requires energy. Zhao Wuxian has been away for too long, and the energy in the dungeon has become increasingly weak. It is not enough to support too many people entering to take the exam. Therefore, we put the entrance to the exam dungeon on the last level of the college entrance exam dungeon. First, use the college entrance examination copy to screen it, so as to avoid wasting copy energy for no reason. However, because the difficulty is too high in the past 100 years, although there have been a few people who have entered it, none of them have passed the test, so this test copy is rarely known. Lord Wuxian is a true pioneer on the path of professionals. I believe that the legacy he left behind will not be weaker than that of the professional god. Zheng Xiao looked at Lin Yi with burning eyes. Lin Yi, judging from your current performance, you have a very good chance of passing the martial god assessment. The hope of our whole country rests on you. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and he suddenly felt a huge pressure. Although he did not deny his own excellence, he was also very clear that he could be where he is today entirely because of his system. Lin Yi estimated that the assessment left by a figure of Zhao Wuxian's level should not be as simple as just testing one's strength. However, since Lin Yi has decided to participate in the competition, he will not back down no matter what difficulties he encounters. There is no way. As Chinese, we have a built-in buff when it comes to dealing with the Sakura country. Even if I die, I can't give up. Otherwise, even if I die, I will be kicked away by my ancestors. Looking at Lin Yi's expression, Zheng Xiao suddenly remembered that Lin Yi was just an 18-year-old boy. He shouldn't be the one to bear such a huge pressure. Zheng Xiao immediately coughed lightly. Ahem. Well, Music Czi's career divine revelation was truly unexpected. You don't have to feel too stressed. Just do your best and leave the rest to fate. After this incident, even if the Sea Dragon Secret Realm is really lost, the Empire will not blame you. Lin didn't say anything big. He just said he was tired and went back to his room to rest. Although Lin Yi was determined to defeat Music Czi, he still felt a lot of pressure when he learned that she would complete her first job change before the competition. Fortunately, Lin Yi is not a person who is prone to internal friction. The brief pressure aroused his endless fighting spirit, and he soon fell asleep. I don't know if it was because he was under too much mental pressure last night, but Zheng Xiao was the one who woke him up the next day. After breakfast, Zheng Xiao led us to the warehouse of the Reserve Department of Imperial Capital University. The so-called Reserve Department is actually the treasure house of the Imperial Capital University. The Imperial Capital University is backed by the imperial government, which owns countless resources, and the collections in its Reserve Department are naturally extremely rich. There were all kinds of cultivation resources, skills, equipment, potions, and rare items. There was so much to see that Lin Yi was overwhelmed and didn't know what to choose. Zheng Xiao looked at Gu Jia and the other three. Before you came here, your elders should have analyzed the situation for you. You should know how to choose the equipment that's right for you, right? Gu Jia and his companions had already learned all the skills. They only needed to choose equipment. Gu Jia nodded repeatedly and answered in unison, yes. Then go and choose for yourselves. After you've chosen, just come and register with me. After Gu Jia and the other two left, Zheng Xiao walked towards the depths. I have chosen your things for you two. Come with me. To be honest, with so many things, if Lin Yi were asked to choose by himself, he really wouldn't know what to choose. The main reason was that time was tight and he couldn't finish reading it, so the choice he made was definitely not the best. Zheng Xiao is different. He has worked at the Imperial Capital University for many years and has a comprehensive understanding of the things here. Moreover, as the director of the Imperial Capital University, his insights on the professional cultivation path are definitely much better than Lin Yi's. What he recommends is absolutely right. After walking a few hundred meters, I saw a shiny white suit on a human-shaped wooden frame. This Ling Yao suit was used by the last Halo Master of the Imperial Army until his second job. It's perfect for you to use now. The Ling Yao suit consists of chest armor, leg armor, shoes, cloak, and staff. The overall appearance is silvery white, shining, and very high-end. Lin Yi fell in love with her just because of her looks before he even looked at her attributes. Lin Yi used his spiritual eyes to check the properties of the Ling Yao suit. Spiritual glory set. Occupation, Oha Master. Quality S. Level 30. Attack, plus 280. Life, plus 4,000. Defense, plus 1,024. Spiritual power, plus 3,000. Speed, plus 50. Exclusive skill, Spiritual Guardian. After activation, release a shield that can continuously absorb 10,000 damage. Duration, 30s. Cooldown, 24h. The attributes of the Ling Yao suit are indeed very suitable for Aura Masters, especially the high spiritual power. For Aura Masters with many skills, it is a perfect match. Unfortunately, this attribute is a complete waste for Lin Yi. But Lin Yi had no choice but to tell everyone that he used his skills without consuming any energy. Even the authorities would probably catch him and slice him up for research. Although the Aura Master skill slots are unlimited, the principle of biting off more than you can chew still applies. You already have 5 skills, and I'm choosing 2 more for you now. Lin Yi took the 2 skill books that Zheng Xiao handed over. Skill book, Radiant Aura. Profession, Aura Master, exclusive. Quality, S level. Effect, within the range of the aura. Add a shining effect to friendly forces. Coverage, 10*10M. Duration, 20s. Consumption, 1000 spiritual power. Chanting time, 30s. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Radiance. Friendly forces are blessed with the power of radiance and gain a 20% damage increase during the duration. Skill book, Purification Aura. Profession, Aura Master, exclusive. Quality, S level. Effect, instant purification aura covers all negative effects on friendly troops and provides a period of hegemony. Coverage, 10*10M. Duration, 20s. Consumption, 1000 spiritual power. Chanting time, 30s. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Seeing these two skill books, Linny couldn't help but admire Zheng Xiao. With the cooperation of these two skills, Lin Yi has the ability to add blood, speed up, increase damage, and provide dominance buff in terms of assistance, which can be said to be an all-round assistance. Chapter 51. College Entrance Examination begins. More importantly, these positive effects will turn into opposite effects if used on enemies. Apart from anything else, the damage reduction effect of Radiance is enough to make the enemy's mages and shooters worry. In addition, this skill is also good for dealing with assassins. If you are lucky, with the help of the recovery aura, you can even achieve a good counterattack effect. Think about it. Once the halo is turned on, even if Lin Yi does not upgrade his skills, within the range of 10*10M, the enemy assassins will not only have nowhere to hide, but even their burst will be weakened. Then the soft control and hard control that follow will directly make this area a restricted area for assassins. This is also the fundamental reason why the Aura Master is called the most powerful auxiliary. The more skills there are, the more coordination there is, and with the super high bonus from the Aura Master, the effect is abnormal. As the level of the Aura Master increases, the casting range and skill range will steadily increase. People like Lin Yi who have cheats don't count. Even for a normal Aura Master, after the third transformation, the coverage area of the aura he holds up can easily cover tens of thousands of square meters. What is the concept? It is equivalent to him acting as an assistant, allowing allied forces in a small-scale war to benefit from the effects at the same time. On the battlefield, the artillery tactics specially designed for this purpose are invincible. What a pity that the sand soldiers can't benefit from the buffs. Otherwise, why would we need a legion? I'm a legion all by myself. Lin Yi felt sorry about this. Put on the equipment and try it out. Lin Yi did not refuse. He took off his equipment and put on the Ling Yao suit. After Lin Yi learned the Radiance Aura and Purification Aura, he opened his character panel to check the changes. Ling Yi, level 30, 12,000/2500000. Attack, 430. HP, 7,200. Defense, 1,600. Spiritual power, 5,800. Agility, 85. Equipment, Spiritual Glory Set S. Skills, Ring of War, exclusive/C. Exhilaration Aura, exclusive/C. Recovery Aura, B. Sand Soldier Summoning Aura, A. Holy Light Bath, exclusive/S. Radiance Aura, exclusive/S. Purification Aura, exclusive/S. Protection from the God of Fire. Gain a lot of immunity to fire attributes. After changing the equipment, Lin Yi's attributes are completely different from before. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a complete transformation. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. It's nice to have money. This is the power of money. Although Lin Yi has been making great strides since his awakening, he has always relied on the 3 basic talents given by the system and then stacked them up to achieve his goals. In fact, his panel attributes are very poor. However, now that he has the equipment, even if he is not dead, wearing this equipment, when he returns to a place like Tianyuan City, it will be a dimensionality reduction attack to his peers. His current health volume is almost catching up with some ordinary monsters of the same level. With the support of the panel, other skills have not changed much, but the War Aura and Sand Soldier Summoning Aura have gained a lot of benefits. The damage of War Aura can benefit from the panel bonus. All in all, one War Halo can deal more than 6,000 points of damage. The single burst came up all of a sudden. Although the attribute bonus of the Sand Soldier is not as terrifying as the War Halo, The health of a single sand soldier has reached 12,000, and the attack has reached more than 500. With this set of equipment, Lin Yi can now clear the experienced treasure house by himself. Lin Yi's originally heavy mood suddenly became a little cheerful. Zheng Xiao also saw what Lin Yi was thinking and reminded him. Although the Sakura country's foundation is not as good as ours, your level is too low, and you can't make a difference in equipment and skills. Their team configuration is on the same starting line as yours. In a competition of this level, everyone's panel is similar, and the main thing to compare is the professional characteristics. Originally, with your special profession, you could barely fill the gap in Mu Zixizi's only profession, but now that she has experienced professional enlightenment, everything is different again. The most important thing for you now is to try your best to pass the martial god test and get the inheritance he left behind. Otherwise, once we lose the Sea Dragon competition, the feud between the Longting Guild, and you will probably be in trouble. Zheng Xiao's words were a reminder to Lin Yi. Lin Yi also knew that the four major guilds had an extraordinary status in China. Now that he is wearing the title of a member of the Sea Dragon competition, he has the support of the people and the official protection of the empire. The Longting Guild dare not act recklessly. However, once they lose the Sea Dragon competition, the Longting Guild only needs to incite some public opinion to put the empire into a passive position. By then, it would be difficult for the authorities to protect Lin Yi even if they wanted to. Although Lin Yi crushed his peers from the four major guilds, the real world is not a fair 1v1. Longs would die in his hands, and without the protection of the empire, it goes without saying that Long Tongue wanted to kill him. Since we sent out level 55 assassins last time, next time they might be level 60, 70, or even higher. Lin Yi suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. For him, the Sea Dragon competition is not just a fight for his country, but also a fight for honor. This is simply a fight to survive. Another +1 for the reason why Lin Yi must win. 2 hours later, Gu Jia and his friends had finished their selection and registration, and then left. Because they failed the professional trial, they couldn't continue to gain experience. Lin Yi took a good day to rest and adjust his condition. The next morning, Zheng Xiao personally took Lin Yi to the imperial capital official middle school to take the college entrance examination. As the largest city in China, the imperial capital has a large number of references. The examination hall for the college entrance examination alone is enormous. In the square waiting for the exam, students stood in groups. Through Zheng Xiao's explanation, Lin Yi also learned that the most powerful forces in the imperial capital were the four major guilds and the 8 major families. There are more than 500,000 candidates in the imperial capital every year, and about 1/3 of them are from them. This also allowed their power to develop rapidly. In just a few decades, they have been able to sit at the same table with the authorities. Zheng Xiao and Lin Yi stood at the outermost edge. Lin Yi frowned after taking a look around the areas of the 4 major guilds. He didn't even see Gu Jia, Xiang Lin, and others. Soon, the exam time arrived. After a distant voice sounded, Sun Xiangrong, as a representative, gave a brief speech and encouragement, then announced the official start of the college entrance examination. After the staff started the copy, a total of 30 entrances appeared and the candidates entered one after another. Go and queue up. The ordinary college entrance examination copy should not be too difficult for you. Try your best to obtain the inheritance of the God of War. Lin Yi nodded and stood at the back of the team. Because there were so many entrances, it was soon Lin Yi's turn. After Lin Yi entered the copy, Sun Xiangrong came to Zheng Xiao after finishing his work. Old Zheng, Gu Jia, Xiang Lin, Ren Hao, and Zheng Yin didn't take the college entrance examination. That's a bit weird. After listening, Zheng Xiao frowned slightly. Although Gu Jia and his classmates have been admitted to the Imperial Capital University, it doesn't matter whether they take the college entrance examination or not. However, even if others may not know about the inheritance of the God of War, the 4 major guilds cannot be unaware of it. In previous years, although the geniuses they trained themselves were also admitted, they would all take the college entrance examination and try to inherit the copy. All 4 are absent this year, which does reveal some weirdness. However, Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Forget it, just keep a close eye on it. The college entrance examination is a national event, and I don't think they have the courage to tamper with it. Chapter 52, The Invasion of the Earth's Core Races. The college entrance examination copy is an artificial projection copy. Simply put, it can be understood as a VR game. The examinee needs to pass the level with his own ability. The final result judging is also very simple, which is to compete on the number of levels passed and the time you can persist in the same level. There are many universities in China, and the admission standards of the lowest level universities are relatively low. Some colleges and universities in remote cities will even admit you as long as you take the college entrance examination and persevere and pass it. However, the resources in such universities are generally very poor, with perhaps only 1 or 2 large dungeons and or secret realms. This kind of college is not very meaningful for professionals. At most, it can help them get a resume, and then they can get a little more salary when they graduate and join an adventure group or a small guild. The design of the college entrance examination copy is a tower structure. As you go up the floors, the number, quality, and level of monsters will gradually increase. The copy is divided into 36 levels in total. Among them, levels 1 to 12 are divided into ordinary levels, and those who complete the assessment in this range can join third-rate colleges. 13 to 24 are the elite level, and these students are eligible to enter second-rate colleges. Those who can be admitted to second-rate colleges are already considered good among ordinary people. As long as they practice hard in school, they can basically reach the threshold of the second professional trial after graduation. If such people are not too ambitious, they can go to some small cities or small guilds after graduation and at least become reserve senior executives. Levels 25 to 30 are the elite level, and those who can enter this range can enter top-notch universities. The biggest difference between first-rate colleges and second-rate and third-rate colleges is that first-rate colleges, like Imperial University, are directly governed by the government and have much more resources and arrangements for students' future after graduation. The official jurisdiction of second-rate and third-rate colleges is mostly nominal, and the actual operations are basically run by the local cities themselves. 31 to 36 are the genius level, and only those who reach this level will be admitted to the Imperial Capital University. After entering the dungeon, the monsters in the normal layer are all levels 9 to 15, and most of them are of E grade. Lin Yi bathed him in holy light and killed him instantly. The monsters in the elite layer are slightly higher in level, but none of them exceed level 20. Their quality is mainly D, and there is still no match for the power of holy light bath. It was not until I entered the elite level that the monsters became a little more tolerable. The monsters here have reached level 30, but their quality is still D, and their attributes are still not good enough. Lin Yi directly summoned several sand soldiers to push forward. Floors 31 to 36 are the main assessment areas of Imperial University, and the difficulty has increased a lot compared to the previous ones. The monster level here is still stuck at 30, but the quality has been upgraded to C. On the 35th and 36th floors, the monsters inside even have the attribute bonus of boss. This level of difficulty is indeed the ceiling for ordinary people. After all, in previous years, the highest level of candidates taking the college entrance examination was only around level 25. Lin Yi and his team were able to raise their level to such a high level thanks to the benefits of the Sea Dragon competition. Although these monsters were still no match for Lin Yi, their large numbers did delay him for some time. By the time Lin Yi had cleared all the monsters on the 36th floor, an hour and a half had passed. This time is certainly not Lin Yi's limit. He does this just to cover up the fact that he has a cheat. Even so, his speed is unprecedented. At this time, many students have finished their exams. At this time, Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong were sitting in front of the monitoring equipment of the college entrance examination copy. Although this instrument cannot display the real-time situation in the copy, it can tell how many people are left inside and the number of people on each floor. Sun Xiangrong pointed to the bright spot on the 36th floor. This kid, it seems like he hid something while he was grinding the experience treasury. He cleared the college entrance examination dungeon so quickly. This is a full hour faster than the previous record. Zheng Xiao touched his chin and fell into thought, thinking to himself, if I had known this kid's attack ability was so outrageous, I should have given him some auxiliary attack skills. What a miscalculation. Old Zheng, do you think this kid can pass the martial god test? Zheng Xiao shook his head. I don't know, I hope so. No one has ever passed this test in all these years. Lin Yi has already given us so many surprises in this period of time. We can only look forward to him creating another one. Otherwise, the Sea Dragon secret realm will be handed over to others. Sun Xiangrong's eyes were full of unwillingness. I don't know what kind of shit luck this Sakura country has. Someone actually became an apostle of God at this very moment. They have been provoking us frequently over the years. It's really annoying. Damn it, if we hadn't put the overall situation first and focused our main energy on the defense line of the Earth's core battlefield, I don't believe they would dare to treat us like this. Zheng Xiao sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Over 40% of the entrances to the Earth's core battlefield on the entire Blue Star are in China. Once the defense line is lost, we will be the first to bear the brunt. This is a fundamental war between races, and it's above all else. If the Sakura country wants to jump around, let them jump around for a few more years. With Lin Yi's ability, as long as we train him well, it won't be long before he can join the Earth's core battlefield. Once he completes his third professional trial, we will be able to defeat the Earth's core again and gain 100 years of peace. Then, we can deal with them properly. When Sun Xiangrong heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Have you informed Zheng Yi? Zheng Yi is Zheng Qiao's younger brother, a 5-star general of the Empire, and one of the main persons in charge of the Earth's core battlefield. Sun Xiangrong and Zheng Qiao had been friends for decades and knew each other well, so he did not hide anything from him. Yes, they have already finalized the military professional training plan for Lin Yi. As long as Lin Yi completes the first professional trial and enters the Earth's core battlefield, it can be activated. Sun Xiangrong was slightly surprised. Are you in such a hurry? Isn't the minimum standard for the geocentric battlefield 60, and has you gone through 2 professional trials? Zheng Xiao casually looked towards the areas of the 4 major guilds. On this important day, the presidents of the 4 major guilds also attended. Long Tung, Gu Mingshu, Ren Tianming, and Zheng Yin were all sitting together at this time, talking and laughing. Feeling Zheng Xiao's gaze, Long Tung showed a unique smile on his face, which made Zheng Xiao feel a little uncomfortable. Zheng Xiao retracted his gaze. That's for ordinary students. Lin Yi is not ordinary. Moreover, the situation within our empire is not optimistic. Lin Yi's appearance has given us hope of breaking the impasse. Although doing so feels like forcing things to happen, we have no choice. Sun Xiangrong knew the meaning behind Zheng Xiao's words and let out a long breath. Some termites really need to be cleared out. Otherwise, the beautiful building will be destroyed by them. When Ren Tianming saw Zheng Xiao's eyes, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why is Zheng Xiao looking at us like that? Did he find some clues? Long Tung smiled slightly. Don't worry, since there is no evidence, they can only swallow their anger. Long Tung looked at the time, stretched out his right hand, and tapped rhythmically on the table. Almost there. Tada, tada, tada. After knocking 30 times in a row, the entrances to the 30 college entrance examination copies suddenly vibrated violently, and it looked like they were about to dissipate. The monitoring instrument also flashed red and issued a shrill alarm. Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong's faces suddenly changed, and they asked the staff in shock. What's going on? The staff hurriedly began a series of maintenance work, and finally spoke with a pale face and a panicked look. Something is wrong. Geocentric energy has been detected in the dungeon. Chapter 53. Martial God Copy Zhao Wuji, Earth Core Creature Yanzhe. What? Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong's expressions suddenly became extremely nervous. The two of them pushed the staff aside and started operating the instrument themselves. When they saw the words, Earth's Core Energy Detected, appear on it, they both took out their communicators and started calling people. People from the technical department, come here quickly. The Imperial City Defense Force will immediately enter the first-level combat readiness state and blockade the entire city. Send me an elite force below level 60 immediately. Quickly. The instrument detected the energy of the Earth's core, indicating that a space crack appeared in the copy. The college entrance examination copy is just a projection copy. If you die in it, you will just be teleported out. However, the copy left by the God of War is different. If you die in it, you will really be killed. Obviously, this is a plan specifically designed for those who are heading to the mysterious realm of Wushan. Director Zheng, is there anything I can help you with? Long Tung, Gu Mingshu, and the presidents of the 4 major guilds have already come over, and Long Tung took the initiative to ask. At this moment, Long Tung still had a smile on his face, and there was no sign of nervousness at all. Considering that Gu Jia and others were absent from the college entrance examination today, Zheng Xiao suddenly had some guesses in his mind. However, due to the lack of actual evidence, he was unwilling to engage in verbal battle with Long Tongue and the others at this time. No need. This is an official internal matter of the Empire. Just cooperate. The examination room will be sealed immediately, and you can return to your original seats. The college entrance examination is one of the most important affairs of the Empire, and countless contingency plans were made in advance. In just 2 minutes, the entire examination room was blocked and the city defense forces quickly entered. 3 minutes later, a 5-man team fully armed with armor came to Zheng Xiao. Director Zheng, I am Lu Manshan, the squad leader of the Shanzi Battalion, a reserve force of the Imperial City Defense Army. I have formed 5 level 60 squads according to your requirements. Please give me your instructions. The college entrance examination instance has been sealed off, but the captain of the Sea Dragon competition team, Lin Yi, is still in it and has entered the god of martial arts mystery. Now the geocentric energy has appeared in the instance. I order you to enter the god of martial arts mystery as quickly as possible and bring Lin Yi out safely. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Lu Manshan didn't hesitate at all. He simply replied and led the team into the dungeon. Watching Lu Manshan and others enter the copy, Zheng Xiao prayed silently. The rules of the college entrance examination copy limit that only people and creatures below level 60 can enter. Judging from the energy detection, the number of people coming from the center of the earth is not large. I hope Lenny can hold on and wait for rescue. Sun Xiangrong had a stern look on his face at this moment, his fists clenched, and he glanced viciously in the direction of Long Tongue and the other 3. These bastards are so crazy that they actually did such a thing. They are not human beings at all. Zheng Xiao took a deep breath and quickly suppressed his inner anger. Once you have tasted power, you'll never forget it. It seems that they're also very clear that once Lin Yi develops and helps the Empire stabilize the situation in the Earth's core battlefield, their days will not be easy. It is normal for them to take action in advance. But I didn't expect them to dare to take action at this critical juncture. This is almost a showdown with us. Zheng Xiao's brows were full of sorrow. I have to say, they really dare to think and act. As long as they get rid of this variable, Lin Yi, they can still maintain the status quo. If this continues, once they become powerful, the Empire will probably be in complete chaos. Among the 4 of them, there is a very powerful leader. College entrance examination, copy 36th level. All projections require a physical object as a reference. There are naturally copies of the college entrance examination as well, and because it is necessary to connect to the portal leading to the Wuxian mysterious realm, all those who pass to the 36th floor will be automatically teleported to the actual 36th floor. 5 minutes ago, people carefully selected by the 4 major guilds used the geocentric space channel spaceball here together. After the spaceball was used, the powerful space storm directly tore the bodies of the 4 people into pieces. As the passage took shape, a middle-aged man with a strong physique, a human-like appearance, but with many dark red stripes on his face, 2 horns on his head, and wearing leather armor walked out. His name is Yinze, and he is a private in the geocentric army. The leather armor on Yinze's body was a little torn, and he had some wounds on his body. He looked tired, like a defeated soldier. Yinze was confused at first after entering the college entrance examination copy, but when he discovered that the rules were different, a light appeared in his eyes. This is the surface world. You will receive a prompt when entering an artificial copy. College entrance examination copy. Haha, I was thinking about being punished after being defeated. Now, I just need to capture more geniuses from the human beings on the ground, and I can make up for it. Maybe I can even get some rewards. When Yinze saw the spaceball and the remains of human flesh and blood in the space channel on the ground, a sneer appeared on his face. What a stupid human on the ground. They actually took the initiative to use the spaceball to summon us, to harm our compatriots. How pathetic. Why worry about the extinction of such a race? This surface world will belong to our center of the Earth sooner or later. Yinze took a look at the stability of the space channel and guessed that the energy should be able to last for more than 10 minutes. We have a hurry up. The college entrance examination copy is one way, and there is no portal leading downwards. When Yinze saw the portal leading to the martial god copy not far away, he went in without any hesitation. At this time, Lin Yi had already entered the Martial Saint copy for a while. There is not much difference between this and the ordinary copy. It's just that the quality of the monsters inside is indeed very high. The lowest level is level 40, and the quality has reached B grade. Lin Yi summoned the sand soldiers and pushed forward all the way. In 10 minutes or so, he had reached the deepest part of the copy. Here, there is no boss, only a tea table. There was a set of exquisite tea sets on the table, and the hot water in the teapot was bubbling and steaming, as if someone had been making tea here. Lin Yi had never seen such a situation before and was immediately curious. Walking to the tea table, Lin Yi carefully touched the teacup. After finding nothing unusual, Lin Yi picked up an empty cup to check. Holding the cup in his hand, Lin Yi was just about to study it when fragrant tea suddenly came out of the empty cup. "Sit down," an elegant and gentle voice sounded, which frightened Lin Yi. When he looked up suddenly, Lin Yi saw that a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, wearing a green robe and with a handsome face, had appeared on the chair opposite him. Although the man looks young, his eyes give people a sense of vicissitudes of life. Lin Yi looked at the man with fear, staring at him intently, and slowly backed away. "Who are you?" The man poured tea for himself and said with a faint smile, "Zhao Wuji." Chapter 54, Man Conquers Nature. "Ah, you're the god of war." Lin Yi was a little surprised. Zhao Wuji smiled slightly. "Why? Not like..." He pointed at the teacup in Lin Yi's hand and said, "Drink it. This is good stuff. No one has come to drink it for many years." Zhao Wuji looked up at the sky, as if he was lost in thought. The most recent one was about 70 or 80 years ago. The little guy had an interesting name, Ma Dongmei. Lin Yi's eyes immediately widened. "What? Ma Dongmei?" Ma Dongmei is not an ordinary person. She is the only female among the existing 5-star generals in China. While Lin Yi was shocked, he secretly used his spiritual eyes to investigate Zhao Wuji. "Zhao Wuqi. Great." The spiritual eye showed very little information, only the name. After seeing this prompt, Lin Yi no longer hesitated and raised his head to drink the tea. As the tea entered his stomach, Lin Yi immediately felt a warm current sweeping through his whole body. He felt that all the cells in his body suddenly became more active. Although there was no change in his panel attributes, Lin Yi always felt that he seemed to have become stronger. "Sit down and tell me about Blue Star's recent situation." Lin Yi took his seat and was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Lin Yi was a little confused. In his understanding, the Zhao Wuji in front of him should be the NPC that Zhao Wuji constructed using the copy rules. His role was to assess the people who came in and then give them inheritance. However, this question now doesn't sound like something that a mechanized creature like an NPC can ask. Don't be surprised. Although what you see now is the clone I condensed using the laws, it also has my will. Although I am far away, I can still receive some feedback after a certain period of time. Lin Yi was immediately delighted and began to talk incessantly. Lin Yi also mentioned that the center of the earth has become restless recently, and the conflicts among the major empires within the Blue Star over resource allocation have become increasingly intense. Finally, Lin Yi asked a question. "Master Wushan, now there are many signs that troubled times are coming. Since you can receive the news, why don't you come back to help stabilize the situation in China?" As the first professional human being, Zhao Wuji must have achieved a higher level of cultivation after so many years in the starry sky. With such an existence like him, who can suppress the world for eternity, there will be no chaos on Blue Planet. Zhao Wuji shook his head and said, "When the world is at peace, there will be chaos, and when there is chaos, there will be peace. This is an inevitable law. Moreover, no matter which empire dominates or which empire dominates the center of the earth, it is the same to me, as long as the bloodline of Blue Star can be continued. What I have to do is not only to protect China, but to protect the entire Blue Star bloodline." Zhao Wuji picked up the teapot and filled it up again for Lin Yi. "This is the last cup in the teapot. After you finish drinking this, the copy will also come to an end." Having said that, Zhao Wuji's expression turned serious. "You answer the questions I'm going to ask you next truthfully. This is related to whether you can truly get what I left behind. Do you believe there's a God in this world?" Faced with this question, Lin Yi nodded without hesitation. "Certainly." Zhao Wuji's eyes remained calm, and he continued to ask questions. "How do you understand professionals and God?" Zheng Xiao had thought about this question seriously when he was discussing creationism with Lin Yi. First of all, I feel like we're the so-called toys of God. They give us abilities, powerful opportunities, and even accept us as servants of God. They are above us. To us, they are creators and unattainable beings. There are some subtle fluctuations in Zhao Wuji's eyes. Do you believe in God? Lin Yi chuckled. That depends on whether it works. If it's useful to me, I can believe in it temporarily. If it's useless to me, or even has side effects, not only will I not believe in it, I will also overthrow it. A gleam of light flashed in Zhao Wuji's eyes. Do you think God can be defeated? Lin, he spread his hands and said, Of course. In my opinion, the so-called gods are just professionals of a higher level. Maybe their realm has undergone a qualitative change from that of ordinary professionals, but in essence they are still the same. As long as professionals keep moving forward, they can definitely become gods. It's like you're a god to me now, and for weak ants, I can easily crush their army and destroy their nests. Even if they gather the strength of their entire clan, they can't defeat me. So I'm also a god to them. God is a relative concept. They are indeed high and mighty, but I don't think they are invincible. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji applauded and exclaimed, Well said. I didn't expect that at your age. You have such unique insights. Congratulations. Lenny picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp, then smiled. Hee hee, man can conquer nature, and talent is the greatest. After Lin he finished drinking the tea, Zhao Wuji's figure became illusory. You have such insights. You will become a great man in the future. I wanted to give you a lecture, but now I think that thousands of words are not as effective as your words that man can conquer nature. Zhao Wuji waved his hands, and the tea table, cups, and other items in front of him turned into a milky white ball of light. Fortunately, you haven't started your career trial yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use these things I left for you. My clone doesn't have much energy left. What I'm going to tell you next is very important, so you must keep it in mind. The laws of the universe are fair. There is no absolute strength or weakness. Don't pursue career trials or anything related to God. Try to stay away from them. Take this source of star core, and remember, man can conquer nature. I look forward to the day when we meet in the future. As he spoke, Zhao Wuji's body began to become unsteady and his voice became increasingly erratic. When the white ball of light fell into Lin Yi's hands, Zhao Wuji also disappeared. Lin Yi looked at the ball of light in his hand, repeating Zhao Wuji's previous words over and over again. Don't believe in God? Could it be? Lin Yi seemed to have thought of something. His expression was horrified. During the 3 years that Lin Yi spent at Tianyuan No. 1, he liked to go to the library to read books when he had nothing to do. He learned from some historical books that in the currently known professional system, the highest level is the 9th level, level 270. But, strangely, apart from Zhao Wuji, no one else has reached this level since then. In fact, ever since Zhao Wuji left, there hasn't been a professional above level 6 on Blue Star. Recalling Zhao Wuji's words, Lin Yi exclaimed, Professional trials are the gods' tight control over the human race. Boom! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound in the sky, and a ferocious flash of lightning streaked across the sky. An aura of desolation made Lin Yi terrified. He quickly covered his mouth and dared not say anything more. This is a copy constructed by Zhao Wuji with his own power. Obviously, this thunder is signaling him not to talk nonsense. Lin Yi felt as if he knew something extraordinary. Lin Yi did not dare to hesitate and immediately swallowed the source of the star core in his hand. Suddenly, Lin Yi seemed to hear a clicking sound. This figure looked like something was broken. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt his body lighten, and some enlightenment seemed to flash through his mind. In order to verify his guess, Lin Yi took out a primary experience capsule from his backpack and swallowed it. When he saw that his experience had continued to increase, Lin Yi knew that he had guessed right. He wasn't hallucinating just now, but the invisible shackles on his body and even on his soul were broken. Lin Yi looked at the sky and began to understand what Zhao Wuji said at the beginning. After a moment, Lin Yi chuckled. Forget it, I'm just an ordinary person. How can I have such a lofty consciousness? The most important thing now is to take down Music CZ first. Lin Yi got himself in shape and was about to head for the exit when a surprised voice rang out. Haha, I finally found it. You have reached level 30 at such a young age. Not bad, not bad. If I can bring you back to me, I can finally report to you. Chapter 55, Crying in Anger at Yinzei. Although Lin Yi had never seen creatures from the center of the earth, he could feel the aura of Yinzei that was completely different from his own. Compared with normal humans on the ground, Yinzei's aura is more primitive and barbaric. This is not a derogatory word, but an adjective, because this means that his combat power will be stronger than that of humans on the ground of the same level. In fact, in the battlefield in the center of the earth, although the human race on the ground often wins, it is all based on strategy, difference in numbers, and various complex situations. If we really talk about individual soldier quality, the human race on the ground cannot compare to the creatures in the center of the earth. Feeling the extremely aggressive look in Yinzei's eyes, Lin Yi immediately used his spiritual eyes to explore his information. Yinze, Earth's core creature. Profession, Flame Mage B. Level, 60. Attack, 3,150. HP, 43,200. Defense, 800. Spiritual power, 5,800. Agility, 65. Equipment, Lava Staff, B. Mammoth Leather Armor, B. Wind Boots, B. Skills, Fire Mastery, exclusive/C. Fire Enhancement, exclusive/C. Fire Shield, B. Firestorm, B. Flame Ember Fireball, B. When he saw Yinzei's specific information, Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. Lin Yi looked at Yinzei with a strange expression. Are the mages of your inner earth race good at fists and feet? Yinzei was stunned by the question. When seeing Lin Yi's playful eyes, Yinzei suddenly felt that he was being looked down upon. Foolish ground people, is there shit in your head? I'm a noble flame mage. How could I possibly practice fists and kicks? Do you think all races are like you, half-hearted and not doing their jobs? What Yinzei said is indeed true. The race in the center of the earth is very loyal. Whatever they do, they will never be half-hearted and will definitely do it to the utmost. This is especially true in cultivation. This also means that the abilities of the creatures in the center of the earth are more limited than those of humans. Simplicity means purity, and extreme means power. Although Yinzei's equipment is not good, he is confident that he can crush the ground humans of the same rating and level. Yinzei also read Lin Yi's information. We saw that Lin Yi's profession was an aura master, and the equipment on his body was so luxurious, he couldn't help laughing out loud. God is helping me. I was just thinking of catching a few decent guys to report back to the mission, but I didn't expect to catch such a big fish as you. Now, becoming an officer is a foregone conclusion. Huh? Yinzei seemed to have seen the scene of himself being praised by his boss after returning, and could not help laughing out loud. Lin Yi's mouth corners slightly raised. Dreaming in broad daylight? Do you know what is outside the dungeon? It's the capital of China. An expert will be coming in soon, so you might as well worry about yourself first. Yinzei sneered. You are a level 30 aura master. Do you think you can drag someone to rescue you? You look down on me too much. Lin Yi folded his arms and grinned. Then you will know if you try it. Arrogant boy, how dare you look down on me? I will let you see how powerful I am. Yinzei took out a fiery red staff, raised his hand, and shot several fireballs as big as ping-pong balls at Lin Yi. This is not a skill, but just a normal attack from Yin Zili's professional ability. Although the flame on the fireball may not be very strong, the temperature is extremely high. When it appears, the surrounding air becomes distorted. The main reason why Yinzei didn't use his skills was that he was afraid of accidentally killing Lin Yi. The profession of Aura Master is not only powerful among the human race on the ground, but also equally powerful among the races in the center of the earth. Obviously, it can get more benefits if it is brought back alive. Although these small fireballs are just his ordinary attacks, they're quite powerful. Yinzei estimated that would be no problem to cripple Lin Yi. Faced with the flying fireball, Lin Yi not only did not dodge, he didn't even use any skills. Oh, are you surrendering just like that? You humans on the ground are really cowards. Those fireballs fell on Lin Yi, just like falling into a pool of water, and were immediately offset by a strange force. Not only did Lin Yi's health bar not drop, but even his clothes were not damaged at all. It was as if Yinzei had never taken action. Yinzei's laughter stopped abruptly, his eyes widened like copper bells, and he looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. How is this possible? Where's my attack? Of course, the reason why Lin Yi was safe and sound was because of the Vulcan necklace. The Vulcan necklace can provide 100% immunity to fire attacks below level 70. Yinzei is only level 60, so of course it is impossible to hurt him. Lin Yi had asked before, Yinzei is a serious wizard. He doesn't practice martial arts. In this way, Yinzei poses no threat to Lin Yi at all. Lin Yi patted his clothes. The mockery in his eyes was not concealed at all. That's it? Level 60 can't even break my level 30 defense? You, the Earth Core race, are no match for that. With this level of strength, you're not even worthy of carrying our shoes. Lin Yi's words are like Garen's infinity edge, silence, and critical hit. Yinzei was speechless. He blushed and held it in for a long time before he managed to utter a word. Don't fart here. How can you compare with our noble inner Earth race? With the previous lesson, Yinzei didn't dare to brag anymore and directly waved his staff to release skills. Lin Yi did not take any protective measures, just stood there nonchalantly and spoke in a joking voice. Hey, don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Try one skill at a time. Let me see if you can hurt me today. Of course, Lin Yi would not be so bored as to tease Yinzei here, but wanted to use this to delay time. Although Yinzei couldn't hurt him because of the Fire God necklace, Lin Yi was not thinking about saving himself, but about capturing Yinzei alive. Capturing the creatures from the center of the earth alive is a great achievement. In this way, even if they lose in the sea dragon competition, for this reason, he is still a hero of the Empire, and his safety will be more guaranteed. Yinzei's level is much higher than Lin Yi's. If he really wants to run away, Lin Yi is not sure he can keep him. Therefore, Lin Yi chooses to attack his heart. From the current perspective, the effect is very significant. Yinzei waved his staff and used all his skills, but without exception, they were all blocked by the Vulcan necklace. After a barrage of skills, Yinzei was exhausted and his face turned red with anger, while Lin Yi looked calm and composed, even holding a handful of melon seeds in his hand. There was a thin layer of melon seed shells on the ground. Why? Why? Tell me, what kind of sorcery is this? Why can't my skills hurt you? Yinzei's face was ferocious, like a mad beast. Lin Yi smiled and said, Hey, don't give up so easily. Maybe you're not strong enough. Come on, try again. Seeing Lin Yi's playful smile, Yinzei suddenly realized that there was not much time left in the passage. After figuring it out, he glared at Lin Yi viciously. You humans on the ground are so cunning. I will let you go today. I will remember you. And when our army from the center of the earth breaks through your defenses, I will come to find you again. Seeing Yinzei was about to leave, Lin Yi suddenly became anxious. Hey, come on, try again. Maybe your next skill will be able to break my defense. Chapter 56, Capture Alive. Yinzei was just pissed off by Lin Yi before. He wasn't really stupid. Since he had already seen through Lin Yi's thoughts, he naturally didn't dare to stay any longer. If the mission fails, the worst that can happen is a punishment. But if you're left here, there are only two possibilities. One is to start the banquet right away, which is still considered good. The most terrible thing is that the banquet cannot be started. What he will face, well, it's horrifying to think about it. Yinzei couldn't do anything to Lin Yi, let alone his verbal match. He was tactful enough to keep silent and just ran away. Lin Yi chased him for a distance, and when he found that this guy was really determined to run away, he got so angry that he started cursing. Are all of you in the inner Earth races cowards like you? A level 60 being chased by a level 30, how shameful. I feel ashamed for you. There is only one country and nation at the center of the earth, and the cohesion is extremely strong. Yinzei could accept Lin Yi scolding him, but he could not accept Lin Yi insulting their nation. Lin Yi looked at Yinzei's gradually slowing down speed, and he was delighted and immediately increased his output. In that scene, he directly used the unique skills he had learned from the old ladies at the intelligence station at the entrance of the village during the new year in his previous life. His scolding was so eloquent and fluent. If it is accompanied by a BGM, it will be a refreshing rap. Yinzei finally did not let his anger get to his head. After using his intelligence to gain the upper hand, he simply took out a ball of cotton and plugged his ears. The main point is to turn a deaf ear to keep quiet. Seeing that this guy didn't fall for it, Lin Yi was furious. He raised his hand and cast an encouraging aura. Because of the level difference, although Lin Yi's skills were effective on Yinzei, the effect was discounted. But this did slow down Yinzei's movements. Seeing that it was effective, Lin Yi began to take over and kept summoning sand soldiers. The health of the Sand Soldier is as much as 12,000. Although Yanzei can easily kill him instantly by releasing his skills, ordinary fire attacks cannot do that. Unleashing skills requires preparation time, which slows down actions, which can be considered a disguised form of delaying time. Yanzei originally wanted to combine his speed to break through the blockade of the Sand Soldiers, but he was slowed down by the invigorating aura, and the reviving aura also drew confinement, which made him directly surrounded by the Sand Soldiers. These Sand Soldiers are more than just sandbags. Although they are vegetarians, the sand hammers in their hands are not. Faced with the attack of more than 10 Sand Soldiers, Yanzei was forced to stop and use his skills to deal with them. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, he was no longer in a hurry. He spoke while summoning the Sand Soldiers. No, take your time. There are plenty of Sand Soldiers. I guarantee you'll have a blast. When Yanzei releases his skills, he can create a new batch of Sand Soldiers. As soon as the previous batch of Sand Soldiers died, new ones immediately filled the vacancies. After all of Yanzei's skills went in a cooldown, he completely collapsed when he saw another round of Sand Soldiers coming forward. Yanzei entered the battlefield at the age of 20, and now he is 30 years old. He has been fighting on the battlefield for 10 years. Even when he was surrounded by enemies several times his number, he had never collapsed like this. This collapse comes from a deep sense of powerlessness in the heart. Who the hell are you? Why can you summon so many enemies continuously? This is really too much. Yanzei loudly vented his dissatisfaction in his heart. His eyes gradually turned red, and his aura became manic. What the hell? This guy's thinking has reached a dead end. When He discovered that Yanzei was not in a good condition, he immediately ordered the Sand Soldiers to surround him tightly, and he ran away. The self-destruction of a level 60 professional is no joke. You are immune to the damage from my skills, but I don't believe you are immune to the damage from my self-destruction. Come on, don't fucking run. Yanzei had lost his mind at this point, and the spiritual energy in his body had become disordered. The collision of spiritual power caused his body to swell rapidly, like a balloon. Any living creature, once faced with death, will unleash great potential. At this moment, Yanzei burst out with an impact force and physical fitness far beyond his usual level. Like a wild bull, he broke through the encirclement of the Sand Soldiers and flew towards Yi. Fuck your sixth uncle. Get out of here. He was extremely anxious and quickly used the aura of excitement to slow him down. However, the distance between the two of them was rapidly closing. Just when he was feeling confused, a loud shout came. Damn you, you bastard from the Earth's core. How dare you commit violence in our territory? Iron Man, control him. The person who came was officially in charge of Lu Manshan's team that came to rescue Yi. Although Lu Manshan and his men are only reserve members, they are the reserve forces of the Imperial Capital City Defense Army, and their strength is extraordinary. The auxiliary in the team is a formation master. As he chanted, a gray hexagram appeared under Yanzei's feet. The originally hard land immediately turned into a muddy swamp. Yanzei fell flat on his face. Immediately afterwards, a black magic circle appeared out of thin air above Yanzei's head. Thick black light extended from the magic circle and finally formed thin ropes to tie up Yanzei. Under the suppression of the black light, Yanzei's breath gradually became calmer. The Formation Master is a type of assistant who specializes in controlling the field, and all his skills are control. It's very disgusting. He only used 2 skills to control Yanzei so completely that he couldn't even self-destruct. The scarlet in Yanzei's eyes gradually faded away. When he looked down at the black light on his body, he knew that even if he wanted to die now, it would be a luxury. He turned his head and looked at Yi fiercely, his chest heaving with anger. I pray to the Mother Goddess of the Earth. You will not die a good death. Lu Manshan came over and kicked Yanzei over. What a bullshit Earth Mother Goddess. This is the surface world. She has no right to control it. Lu Manshan walked up to Yi and saluted. I am Lu Manshan, the captain of the Shanzi Battalion, a reserve force of the Imperial City Defense Army. I am here to rescue you under the orders of Lord Zheng. Are you okay? Yi shook his head. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid something would really happen. Lu Manshan saw through his spiritual eyes that Yi's health was full, and there was no injury on his body, which made him quite confused. He just found you? That's not the case. I've been here for quite some time. Lu Manshan looked at Yi for a few seconds, then looked at Yin Zhe. Hey, I heard before that the Earth Core race is very powerful, and we're basically no match for them in a one-on-one fight. But now it seems that it is not true. Yin Zhe spat, bah. Stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, let me go and let's practice. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I'll write my name upside down. Lu Manshan is also a passionate person, and he has always been curious about the creatures in the center of the earth. A smile appeared on his face. Great. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen a level 60 being unable to defeat a level 30 player. Today I want to see your skills. Lu Manshan looked at his 4 teammates. Brothers, spread out and don't let this guy get away. My friend, release your control over him. I want to fight him. Chapter 57. If I can't control him, how can I control you? Lu Manshan's occupation is a B-level brave warrior. This is a profession between berserker and shield warrior. Heroic warriors can be equipped with shields and offensive weapons at the same time, so their attack and defense attributes are relatively balanced. Lin Yi saw Lu Manshan's attribute information through his spiritual eyes. Lu Manshan. Occupation. Brave warrior. B. Level. 60. Attack. 2136. HP. 67,800. Defense. 1,300. Spiritual power. 3,000. Agility. 45. Equipment. Heroic round shield. B. Silver blue dagger. B. Rock armor. B. Deadwood leg armor. B. Yellow wind boots. B. Skills. Sudden impact. Exclusive/C. Leaping shield strike. Exclusive/C. Heroic charge. B. Shield break. B. Bloody war roar. B. Lu Manshan's equipment is very good. Although it is not a suit, it is all B-level equipment and fully equipped. Even so, judging from the panel, Yin Zhe is still slightly better. This shows that it is not groundless that the creatures in the center of the earth are stronger than the humans on the ground. Lu Manshan held the heroic round shield in his left hand and the silver blue dagger in his right hand, looking at Yin Zhe with a sneer on his face. I have to admire your courage. A mage actually dares to challenge my warrior profession. It seems that it is not unreasonable for people to call you the inner earth race, beasts. It is really brainless. Yin Zhe snorted coldly. Stupid. Only the weak would complain about the pros and cons of their profession. For us in the center of the earth, there are no weak professions, only weak people. Similarly, there are no strongest professions, only the strongest people. So what if I'm a warrior? On the battlefield, I can kill as many warriors and assassins as you can on one hand. You're just a reserve. What the hell are you doing? I don't know if it was influenced by Lin, but Yin Zhe's mouth was also very poisonous at this time. Especially the last sentence. It really stabbed Lu Manshan in the heart. For China, the most elite soldiers must be on the battlefield in the center of the earth. Lu Manshan and his group were not able to enter the earth battlefield at their level and were indeed eliminated. Lu Manshan was immediately furious. You are so sharp-tongued. Well, I will let you know today that even if we don't enter the battlefield in the center of the earth, I can still beat you to a pulp. TZ, remove his restraints. I want him to see the strength of our Imperial City Defense Reserve. Although Lin easily defeated Yin Zhe with the help of the Vulcan necklace when fighting against him, this does not mean that Yin Zhe is weak. On the contrary, from the previous fights, Yin Zhe's control of skills was very precise, his timing was very good, and his combat proficiency was extremely high. Lin Yi also agrees with Yin Zhe's words that there is no strongest profession, only the strongest person. Although Lu Manshan has the advantage in his profession, in Lin Yi's opinion, if a fight really breaks out, he will most likely lose. Lin Yi looked at Lu Manshan with a smile. Captain Lu, let's just forget about it. The invasion of the inner earth creatures is no small matter. There are many people outside waiting for us to get out. Lu Manshan waved his hand. It won't take much time to deal with him. No matter how urgent it is, there's no rush for 2 minutes. Seeing that Lu Manshan was determined, Lin Yi could only shake his head and stand aside. The Formation Master also withdrew his control over Yin Zhe, as requested by Lu Manshan. Yin Zhe held the staff, and, after keeping a certain distance from Lu Manshan, he hooked his fingers and said, "Come on, you new recruit in the reserve army." People are most angry when their weak spots are attacked, and they may even temporarily lose the ability to think. Lu Manshan is now. A yellow light flashed on his body, and he used Heroic Charge to rush towards Yin Zhe. Heroic Charge will not only temporarily increase Lu Mansion's speed and defense, but also put him in a domineering state and immune to control during the charge. It is a common skill used by warriors to approach the target. Lu Mansion's tactics are simple and common. That is, use the dominant state of Heroic Charge to quickly approach the opponent, then use Shield Level to stun, and finally use Sudden Impact to finish. This kind of fighting method can definitely be used to fight monsters. In some ways, monsters have relatively low IQs, and their fighting styles are very simple. To most people, monsters are actually not much different from living targets. However, people are different. Even if they use the same skills, the effects produced when used by humans and monsters will naturally be different due to the different control of timing. It is also said that Yinze is a veteran soldier who crawled out from a pile of dead bodies, so he has a sharper combat instinct. Yinze saw through Lu Mansion's tactics at a glance, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You are indeed a rookie. You treat me like a monster? Today I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your instructor." On the battlefield, humans and monsters are different. Yinze raised the staff in his hand high, and a bright red fire cloud immediately appeared in the sky. The lines on Yinze's face also glowed red. Covered in the red light, his entire body seemed to be enveloped in flames. Yinze slammed his staff to the ground, and with a loud bang, a raging fire suddenly broke out within a 5-meter radius centered on him. Yinze did not stop his actions. The staff in his hand was still dancing quickly, and the red clouds in the sky rolled up as if something horrible was brewing. Seeing the flames around Yinze, Lu Mansion didn't take it seriously. "It's just bluffing." Lu Mansion raised a shield and rushed into the fire. Coming in front of Yinze, Lu Mansion raised the shield in his hand and jumped high. Leap Shield Strike not only has a stun effect, but can also interrupt skills. In his opinion, as long as this shield falls, he will be sure to win. Seeing this scene, He covered his face, unable to bear to look at it. He whispered to the formation master next to him. "He is about to lose. Get ready to attack." Lu Mansion's idea is very beautiful and theoretical, but reality is cruel, and theory also needs to be flexible. Looking at Lu Mansion jumping high, Yinze showed his white teeth and smiled brightly. "It's over." "Idiot." Yinze held the staff in front of him, and the flames on his body expanded suddenly, forming a thick flame shield. At the same time, the red clouds in the sky stopped rolling, and a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 4 meters fell from the sky with rolling pressure. Leaping Shield Strike cannot be interrupted. Lu Mansion can't even make any other defenses at this time, and can only let Fireball hit him. Lu Mansion's Leaping Shield attack did hit the target, but with the Fire Shield, Yinze was stunned, but his health bar was not affected. As the Fireball fell, Lu Mansion's health bar dropped significantly in an instant, leaving only 1/3 of his health, and he was in danger. Boom! As the fireball dissipated, the flames on the ground around Yinze exploded like a violent storm. Yinze certainly didn't set the fire for fun, but for the current firework storm. A firestorm erupted, and Lu Mansion's health bar was emptied directly. Fortunately, a red halo covered his head, which brought his health back in time. The Formation Master was full of disdain when he heard asking him to take action. In his opinion, his captain could not lose. But when he saw Lu Mansion's health bar was emptied, his heart was like an earthquake, and he began to release skills in a panic. Yinze was restricted by the formation again, but his face was full of smiles and his eyes were full of arrogance. Yinze looked at Lu Mansion, who was lying on the ground, gasping for breath, with cold sweat on his forehead and still in shock, and laughed sarcastically. "Do you think you're a monster like that little guy? If I can't control him, can I control you?" Yinze's unbridled laughter echoed throughout the entire dungeon. Those who knew that he was arrested, while those who didn't think that this guy was going to receive the award. Chapter 58. Lonting, he's got all. Yinze's eyes moved back and forth between Lin, and Lu Mansion, with the corners of his mouth raised as he thought secretly. I said, there must be something strange about that boy. He is only level 30. I can't hurt him even at level 60. This guy is stronger than the apostle of the Mother Goddess. I must find a chance to pass on the information. In this way, even if I die, I will have done my duty to the Empire. Yinze glanced at the time. According to his calculations, the passage would disappear in a few minutes. I heard from that kid that the place outside is your Chinese imperial capital. Then there must be a panic outside. Don't just stand there. Take me out to see what's going on. Just think of it as me coming to your Chinese imperial capital to explore the way on behalf of the invincible Wang Jun. Although Lin Yi helped restore Lu Mansion's health, his internal injuries could not be healed at this time. He repeatedly reviewed the battle in his mind. After several reviews, he came to a conclusion. He had already lost from the beginning of the battle. From the initial verbal attack to setting up the fire scene in advance, summoning the fireball, using the flame shield to resist damage, and finally using the firestorm to complete the kill. This series of arrangements and deployments are so perfect that Yin Zhe is completely invincible. Lu Manshan reviewed the game several times, but couldn't find any chance to win. He looked up at Lin Yi and fell into self-denial. Could it be that I can't beat a level 30 person? As a veteran, Yin Zhe naturally knew Lu Manshan's current state. If he added fuel to the fire, he would be completely ruined. Don't even think about it. Even I can't do anything to that guy, let alone you. If he hits you, it's no different from killing a chicken. Yin Zhe has already proven his strength, so Lu Manshan does not question his words. Seeing Lu Manshan's rapidly declining look, Lin Yi glared at Yin Zhe fiercely. Don't listen to his nonsense. He can't do anything to me because I have a special item that can restrain him. If it were any one of you, you could easily kill me in seconds. Lin Yi's words were half true and half false. After consuming the essence of the Star Core, Lin Yi was no longer bound by the shackles of professional trials. His profession automatically evolved. His strength was indeed greatly improved, but if he did not have enough preparation time, he would still not be able to beat a level 60 person. However, it would be very difficult for Lu Manshan to kill him. The Earth Core race has a natural advantage over us. In addition, he has been on the battlefield for many years and has rich practical experience. It is normal for him to lose. We just need to learn from the experience in time and not make the same mistake again next time. If you want to become a strong person, it will not be smooth sailing. Without the indomitable spirit of perseverance, nothing can be successful. After listening to Lin Yi's words, Lu Manshan's mind became more open and he no longer dwelled on the trivial matters. Thinking of his previous state, he broke out in a cold sweat and saluted Lin Yi. Thank you so much this time, little brother. Lin Yi waved his hand. I should thank you, otherwise I really can't catch him by myself. Lu Manshan walked up to Yin Zhe and kicked him over. You old bastard, I almost got killed by you. Yin Zhe looked at Lin Yi again with a serious look in his eyes. Compared with strength, he was more afraid of Lin Yi's ability to help people untie their knots with just a few simple words. Is he really only 18? If this boy is not eliminated, he will become an obstacle to the king's army in the future. I must spread this news. Yin Zhe stopped talking and ignored Lu Manshan's words. Boom! Boom! Loud noises were heard in the copy. The ground began to tremble, and some tiny space cracks began to appear in the copy. Oh no, hurry up! The copy is about to collapse. Lin Yi and his group came here through a portal, and no one knew where the origin of this copy was. If they don't want to appear in a certain location, Lin Yi and the others can only leave before the copy completely collapses. Lu Manshan and others did not dare to delay and ran towards the exit carrying Yin Zhe. In order to increase speed, Lin Yi kept using invigorating aura to accelerate. After several minutes of running, they finally teleported back to the 36th floor of the college entrance examination copy before the copy shattered. At this time, the space passage leading to the center of the Earth also began to crumble. Although Yin Zhe's spiritual power was restrained, his hands and feet still had a certain degree of mobility. When the space channel was about to collapse, he threw out a crystal ball. Intercept it quickly. Although they didn't know what the crystal ball was, Lu Manshan and others knew that they must not let Yin Zhe pass anything back at this time. Although Lu Manshan and his team members reacted quickly, Yin Zhe controlled the timing very well, and they were still a step late after all. When the attribute ball entered the space channel disappeared instantly, and they were left empty-handed. Lu Manshan was so angry that his face turned red, and he punched and kicked Yin Zhe. After the information was passed on, Yin Zhe also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was in physical pain, he looked relaxed and even verbally attacked Lu Manshan. What a bunch of rookies. So many people are asking me to pass the information back. With soldiers like you, The surface world will sooner or later become our territory in the center of the earth. He touched his forehead and suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. He knew without thinking that the information Yin Zhe sent back must be about him. Now, the troubles of Longting Guild have not been resolved yet, and they're being targeted by the center of the earth again. But he was a carefree person and was only annoyed for a second. Captain Liu, please go out first. He has only been here for a short time and has only had contact with us. What he sent back was nothing more than news about me. We don't have any solution for this kind of thing. Let the people above solve it. You have a very useful brain, kid. Not only are you strong, but you are also very thoughtful. If you grow up, you will be a formidable rival to my center of the earth. Luckily, I met you ahead of time. After I pass your information back, the king will definitely make arrangements. You will not have a peaceful life in the future. He shrugged. Who are you trying to scare? Do you really think our empire is just a decoration? Even if you have the means to sneak some people over, they're just cats and dogs like you at most. I can catch them with a flip of my hand. What's there to be afraid of? He stopped talking nonsense with Yin Zhe and took out the teleportation scroll and left. Because Lu Manshan and his companions brought Yin Zhe with them, they could only return to the first floor and exit through the entrance. At this time, the college entrance examination venue had been completely blocked, surrounded by fully armed city defense troops, and there were many airships loaded with various weapons in the sky. Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong stood at the entrance, looking anxious. Ren Tianming lowered his voice and asked, Long Tongue, it's been so long, and Lu Manshan and the others haven't come out yet. Is your method reliable? Long Tongue smiled and said, Don't worry. The fighting power of the creatures in the center of the earth is stronger than that of us humans. No matter how powerful Lin Yi is, he is only level 30. Fighting across 30 levels, even the former god of war couldn't do it. He is guaranteed to die. As he was talking, the anchor point of the dungeon entrance lit up with white light, indicating that someone had come out using a teleportation scroll. Long Tongue clapped his hands, stood up, and glanced disdainfully at the city defense troops around him. They're out. Now that Lin Yi is dead, we don't have to hide anymore. Next, we have to let go and do it. Chapter 59, Zheng Xiao, Showdown. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Zheng Yin also stood up, took off his gold-rimmed glasses, looked at the spaceships and ships in the sky. His eyes were sharp and a smile was on his face. Yes, after hiding it for so many years, it's time to be open and honest and show the world the results of our years of hard work. The white light dissipated and Lin Yi's figure appeared. Lin Yi. Ren Tianming stood up quickly and turned to look at Long Tongue with a questioning look. In order to use the space ball on the 36th floor, each of the 4 guilds sacrificed one of their best talents. In addition, Gu Jia and others also lost the opportunity to try the martial god copy. If Lin Yi was killed and their plan could go smoothly, they would be able to accept this loss. But now Lin Yi is not dead. Their losses are not limited to this. More importantly, they are now in an extremely passive situation. They originally wanted to cut off Lin Yi's fuse so that the Empire's bomb would explode later and also buy them time to perfect their own bomb. However, the current situation is that the fuse was cut, but the spark did not fall. The bomb was supposed to explode some time later, but now it could explode at any time. Lin Yi returned to the examination room, and his eyes met Long Tongue's. He extended his middle finger towards Long Tongue and moved his mouth slightly. Long Tongue's face turned cold instantly. The sharpness in Zheng Yin's eyes disappeared completely. He put on his glasses again and sat down, falling into deep thought. Gu Mingshu's face was cold, and she tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart. Long Tongue, you'd better give us a reasonable explanation. When Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong saw Lin Yi, they both breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to greet him. Lin Yi, I'm glad you're still alive. As long as you are still alive, Lu Manshan and the others died a worthy death. Old Zheng, remember to allocate an extra pension to their families from the academy. Their descendants can also be specially recruited into the academy in the future. Zheng Xiao nodded. Yes. That was the case at that time. When Lin Yi heard what the two said, he was immediately upset. Well, they're not dead. They just can't use the teleportation scroll because of the inner Earth race that was teleported here. The two of them looked at Lin Yi in confusion at the same time. You captured the invading inner Earth race alive. Lin Yi nodded. Didn't the inner Earth race that came over do anything to you? Lin Yi nodded and then quickly shook his head. This made Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong look confused. What do you mean? Did you do it or not? Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, Lu Manshan and others escorted Yin Zhe out of the entrance. Yin Zhe's physical appearance is obviously different from that of humans, and he causes everyone to be amazed as soon as he appears. When he saw Yin Zhe, Long Tongue let out a breath of foul air. We'll discuss this tonight at the old place. Long Tongue stood up and prepared to leave. The city defense troops were on high alert. Long Tang's face turned cold, and he looked at Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong. Lin Yi was fine, and there was no evidence, so Zheng Xiao couldn't do anything to them. He waved his hand to signal the city defense troops to let them leave. The test results will be announced tonight. Please exit in an orderly manner now. City Defense Garrison. Yin Zhe has been imprisoned in a special prison. Lu Manshan's team is reporting the mission progress to Zheng, Xiaoxiu, and Xiangrong. After hearing the report, Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong were both shocked. Although Lin Yi emphasized that he was able to remain safe and sound under Yin Zhe's hands because of his special props, it was obvious that they didn't believe it. Zheng Xiao and Sun Xiangrong looked at Lin Yi with excitement. All right, you five did a great job this time. I'll give you credit. Go find your battalion commander and apply to join the regular troops. After sending Lu Manshan and his men away, Zheng Xiao took out the barrier ball. The barrier took shape, and the two couldn't wait to ask what was on their mind. You passed the martial god test and got the inheritance. Lin Yi did not hide this. Yes. The energy of the martial god copy has been exhausted, and it no longer exists. Although the disappearance of the martial god copy was a major loss for China, fortunately, the most important inheritance was obtained by Lin Yi, so this was not unacceptable. What is the inheritance of the god of war? Just when Lin Yi was about to say that the divine revelation trial was a shackle, he suddenly felt a heavy pressure like a mountain pressing down on him. What's wrong with you? The two noticed that Lin Yi was not in a good condition and asked with concern. That kind of pressure comes and goes quickly. After Lin Yi recovered his breath, he shook his head and said, Lord Wuxian gave me a special medicine. After taking it, my career advanced ahead of schedule. Zheng Xiao clapped his hands excitedly. I knew it. The inheritance left by the Lord God of War will definitely help us turn the tide of the battle. Although Sun Xiangrong was excited, he was not blindly optimistic. Although you have obtained the things left by the Lord Martial God and have completed the advancement of your profession, the strength of the God's apostles should not be underestimated. Mu Zixizi is still a strong opponent. You must be cautious in tomorrow's competition. Go and rest first. I'll take you to Sea Dragon Island tomorrow. After what happened today, Zheng Xiao felt that his own residence was no longer safe, so he simply let Lin Yi live in the City Defense Army's base. This place can be said to be one of the safest places in the whole of China. Even if Long Tongue and the others are really desperate and come to kill us personally, we are not afraid here. After Lin Yi went out, Sun Xiangrong looked at Zheng Xiao. Now that they have started, I'm afraid they will gradually show their cards. How do you plan for tomorrow's game? A stern look flashed across Zheng Xiao's face. Showdown? That's good. Otherwise those old guys up there will always say we are delusional. We two brothers have had enough of these parasites over the years. If it weren't for the overall situation and those old guys' hesitation, Xiaoya and I would have wanted to take action against them a long time ago. Now that they have taken the initiative to stick their heads out, I want to see what those old guys have to say. At this moment, Zheng Xiao's face was full of murderous intent, which was completely different from his usual image. Sun Xiangrong looked at Zheng Xiao's current appearance and said with a smile, Old Zheng, I find that whenever you mention fighting, you look at least 20 years younger. You look like you are ready to go into battle at any time. Zheng Xiao nodded. To be honest, I have been waiting for this day for many years. Sun Xiangrong gave him a thumbs up and said, You are indeed the vanguard general who dominated the battlefield in the center of the earth. Even after so many years of teaching, I have not been able to completely change your personality. But it's too far to talk about all this now. Let's first discuss tomorrow's competition. They dared to take action in the college entrance examination copy. No one can guarantee what will happen tomorrow. What are you going to do tomorrow? Under the current circumstances, I'm afraid the two of us can no longer control them. Zheng Xiao sneered. Of course I know this, so I called Xiaoya back. Come to think of it, I actually hope they can come up with something so that we can collect some interest in advance. Chapter 60. We are not afraid of even a tiny country. So how can China be afraid? At midnight, in the Takan Desert, thousands of miles away from the imperial capital. What no one knows is that beneath the yellow sand, there is a huge underground city hidden. Here, there is a complete industrial system, and the warehouses are filled with various advanced fighter planes and warships. In the highest conference room in the underground city, Long Tung, Ren Tianming, Gu Mingshu, and Zheng Yin were sitting there. This underground city was built by the four major guilds and was named the Underground Imperial Capital. This is also the foundation of the four major guilds. All the savings they have accumulated over decades are invested here. Here, not only do they have their secretly trained professional army, but also a complete military factory. In the conference room, none of the four people spoke, and the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. In the end, it was Ren Tianming who broke the deadlock first. Long Tongue, give me an explanation. The three people's eyes fell on Long Tongue. Long Tongue spread his hands and said, "There's nothing to explain. Who would have thought that Lin Yi could accomplish something that even Zhao Wushan couldn't do? Now that things have come to this, there is no turning back." Ren Tianming looked at Long Tongue angrily. "Fuck you, we suffered such a huge loss, and you just said one sentence. If the Empire withdraws from the battlefield on Earth and focuses on dealing with us now, what chances do we have of winning? Isn't this a joke on our decades of hard work?" Long Tongue calmly pointed at the documents on the table. "That's what I'm talking about. According to the information I received, there will be a big movement in the center of the Earth recently, and the Empire's elite troops cannot be mobilized at all. With our current strength, it is too unrealistic to want to win it all at once, but we can plan slowly." Long Tongue pressed the button in front of him, and a projection of the Chinese city map appeared. The mayors of the cities marked in red are all our people. We just need to stand out and wave the flag, and we will immediately have countless supporters. War is never a short-term job. Long Tongue stretched out his hand and drew a circle on the map. "We just need to take over all these small and medium-sized cities, and then use war to support war. With the help of the center of the Earth to contain us, we can take the imperial capital in 2 years at most." Ren Tianming sneered, "Huh, that's easy to say. 2 years? With the upgrade speed that Lin Yi has shown so far, he must have gone through at least 2 professional trials in this time. With a Halo Master of this level here, even if the Empire's elite are all on the Earth's core battlefield, are you so confident that our team can win?" Ren Tianming and his companions are all strong men who have experienced 3 professional trials, and they are also very aware of how terrifying Aura Masters are on the battlefield. Zheng Yin knocked on the table and said, "This is easy. Just kill him before he gets up." Gu Mingshu frowned slightly. If it weren't for what happened today, there might still be hope. But now, Zheng Xiao and the others will definitely increase their protection of Lin Yi, and we hardly have a chance. That's wrong. There is still a chance. It just depends on whether you're willing to give it up. They have no evidence for what happened today. Even if Zheng Xiao and the others report it, those old guys above are so cautious that they won't make a decision so quickly. We just need to act before they do. Zheng Xiao has been keeping an eye on us for so many years. It's time to get some interest back. The next morning, Gu Jia, Ren Hao, Zheng Keyun, and Xiang Lin arrived at the City Defense Army's base. When the four saw Lin Yi, they immediately surrounded him. "Captain, I heard that you captured a level 60 Earth Core creature alive in the dungeon yesterday. Is that true?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "It's not me who caught him. I just delayed him for a little while. By the way, why didn't you take the college entrance examination yesterday? What did you do?" Gu Jia pouted and complained, "My mom kept me at home, saying that I had to participate in the Sea Dragon competition today and that she had to test my ability, and then she forced me to practice for a whole day." Zheng Keyun, Ren Hao, and Xiang Lin's situations are similar. In short, they're kept at home by their parents for various reasons. "Didn't your president tell you anything?" The 4 of them shook their heads in unison. "No." After just a few words, he had a clear idea in his mind. Judging from the current situation, Gu Jia and the other 3 do not know the truth of the matter and think it was an accident. In order not to affect the Sea Dragon competition, he did not say much. At exactly 9 o'clock, Zheng Xiao arrived with a guard of 100 men. These guards were all fully armed and looked very impressive. He couldn't detect their levels through his spiritual eyes, which meant that they were all masters above level 70. Soon, a flying ship landed at the base. After a brief speech, Zheng Xiao took Lin Yi and others on board the ship and set off for Hailong Island. The flying ship is very fast and can reach a distance of thousands of miles in just over 2 hours. After landing on Hailong Island, people from Sakura country had already arrived. In order to compete for the competition, the two countries specially built a temporary venue on Hailong Island. The venue covers an area of thousands of square meters, which is enough for a 5v5 team combat. Both sides tacitly agreed to keep the guards on the ship. Only the team leader and members of the competition came down. After entering the venue, while Zheng Xiao and teacher Sakura Kuni were discussing the details of the competition, the players from both teams were also looking at each other. The standing position of the Sakura country players was different from that of Lin, Yi, and his team, who stood in a row. Among the five of them, the only girl, Music CZ, was only half a body length away from the instructor from Sakura country, while the remaining four people all stood behind Music CZ, a full 2 body lengths away. Music CZ has a beautiful face, with her hair tied up with a wooden hairpin, revealing her swan-like neck. She was wearing a suit of light golden armor and had a cold expression, like a noble snow lotus. The 4 team members behind her were all boys. They looked at Music CZ with eyes full of respect, as if they were not looking at the captain, but the queen who was high above them. Lin Yi saw through his spiritual eyes that the 5 people from Sakura country had different occupations. Music CZ, the angel of holy light. Sato Yuma, the void walker. Watanabe Kazuki, the shield of steel. Suzuki Shota, the messenger of resurrection. Takahashi Yujiya, the fission archer. Except for Music CZ, who is the only one with a profession, the other 4 also have god-level professions. In terms of equipment, both sides are similar, all wearing S-level equipment, except for Lin, E, and Music CZ, who have suits. Music CZ's suit is called the Holy Light Apostle Suit. Judging from the entry, it is an Apostle-exclusive suit, which will improve with the increase of level. The Apostle suit is also the symbol of the Apostle of God. When Lenny looked at Music CZ and others, Music CZ just glanced at Lin, E, and then looked away with an arrogant and disdainful look. After waiting for a while, Music CZ saw that Zheng Xiao and the others had not yet discussed the details, so she frowned and spoke coldly. "Just start drawing lots. My time is precious, and I shouldn't waste it on such meaningless things." The teacher from Sakura country was not angry because of Music CZ's cold tone. Instead, he spoke in a humble and flattering tone. "You're right. I'll start drawing lots with them right now." According to the previously established rules, the competition is divided into 3 phases: individual, team, and dungeon. The order of these 3 items also needs to be determined by drawing lots. Soon, the results came out, and the order of the competition was copy, individual, and team. For the purpose of assessment, both parties specially built a projection replica. There are 6 types of copy content, all of which are level 50 maps. The specific content is automatically selected by the system, but the difficulty can be determined through negotiation between the 2 parties. Soon, the copy randomly selected by the system was the City of the Dead in Sakura country. Music CZ said calmly, "I don't like doing things without challenges. Let's choose the Nightmare level." Music CZ's eyes fell on Lin. "You Chinese people should have the courage to accept it." Zheng Xiao frowned and spoke in a low voice into Lin Yi's ear. "Don't be fooled. Holy Light Angel has a great advantage in clearing maps of higher levels. We will have a higher chance of winning if we choose normal difficulty." Lin Yi shook his head and said, "How can we fight later if we lose at the beginning? We Chinese can lose, but we can't be labeled as cowards." Lin Yi looked directly at Mu Sisi and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "If people from your tiny country dare to do this, how can we, the great Chinese nation, be afraid?" Chapter 61. A good dog doesn't block the road. A hint of anger flashed across Music CZ's cold face. The look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Yi was colder than a knife, and a special sense of oppression emanated from her. Gu Jia and the others suddenly felt their hearts tremble and subconsciously took a step back. As an apostle of God, Music CZ is the holy angel of light walking on earth. She has the mark of God on her body, and her aura is unmatched by ordinary people. This kind of oppressive aura does not simply come from strength, but more from the soul above. Even though Zheng Xiao's level was as high as 85, he frowned and felt a little depressed when facing Music CZ's oppression. Just as he was about to take action to forcibly eliminate this oppressive aura, Lin Yi took a step forward as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Lin Yi's originally not tall figure became majestic. He was like a thick wall, blocking all of Mu Zixizi's breath, and Gu Jia and the others behind him suddenly felt relieved. Lin Yi ate the essence of the star core, and the shackles on his body were broken, so the breath of the apostle of God was naturally useless to him. Do you dare to come in? If not, just get out of the way. Don't you know the saying, a good dog doesn't block the road? There was a fierce light in Mu Zixizi's eyes, and she was filled with murderous intent. With a cold snort, she led her teammates into the dungeon first. Although the competition has not officially started yet, the confrontation between the two teams and even the two countries has already begun. Obviously, in this battle of momentum, Lin Yi won. Zheng Xiao gave Lin Yi a thumbs up and said, "Good job. Keep going." The advantage of playing the Holy Light Angel in dungeon clearing is too great. You just need to not be left too far behind in points. When they arrived, Lin Yi and the others already knew the detailed rules of the competition. The score for completing a dungeon is not fixed. The system will give a rating based on the team's strength in killing monsters, the number of monsters killed, and the time they leave the dungeon. The ratings are divided into 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and D. Grade D can get 10 points, Grade C 20, and so on. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Don't worry. If it was an ordinary level, I wouldn't dare to say anything, but this nightmare level, she can't make any waves. For both sides, clearing an ordinary level 50 dungeon is not a big problem. In that case, it would really just be a simple competition of professional characteristics. Mu Zixizi's Holy Light Angel ability is biased towards group burst. If the difficulty is low, Lin Yi really doesn't dare to say that he can win. But as long as the difficulty increases, the duration of the battle will be prolonged. In this way, Lin Yi has a lot of room for maneuver. Before entering the dungeon, Lin Yi directly used all the reinforcement points accumulated in the past 2 days to strengthen the Sand Soldier summoning aura, and successfully upgraded this skill to LV30. After Lin Yi and his companions completed the team formation, they entered the dungeon. You have entered the Nightmare level dungeon, the City of the Dead. In order to increase the variability of the competition, the information of the copies was not shared when the two sides designed them. Drawing the copy of Sakura Country gives the Sakura Country team an information advantage. After all, experience is still very important when clearing dungeons. Entering the dungeon, what comes into view is a ruined city. The sky was gloomy and dark, and the air was filled with an indescribable stench. There was no one on the tall city wall, and dried blood was everywhere. The city gates were wide open, and the streets inside were dark and empty. The whole city looks like a huge abyss, giving people a great psychological oppression. Xiang Lin held the staff with an unnatural expression. What kind of copy is this? Why is it so creepy? Rin Hao was more relaxed. The City of the Dead, I guess it should be a zombie-type dungeon. Zombie? Xiang Lin was a little uneasy. As Chinese people, it is normal to have a natural reverence and fear for the dead. Gu Jia, who has always been very brave, was a little timid at this time. What are you afraid of? We are professionals, and this is just a projection copy. Just treat it as a normal monster spawn. Let's follow our previous battle formation. We have to work harder. If we lose to the Japanese, we won't be able to face our ancestors in the future. The last sentence is too destructive to the Chinese people. Gu Jia and his companions, who were originally a little scared, suddenly became brave and entered combat mode in an instant. From the moment he entered the dungeon, Lin Yi began to summon sand soldiers. When he entered the city, there were already 20 sand soldiers around him. The attributes of the upgraded sand soldier have been further improved, and its health has exceeded 15,000. Although other attributes are not high, it is still good to be a meat shield. When a number is large enough, it can be used to clear soldiers. Just as Lin Yi and his companions entered the city, a strong wind suddenly blew and the heavy city gate slammed shut. There was a buzz of noise coming from the buildings on both sides of the street. Soon, the gate was broken through and dense crowds of figures crawled out in twisted and strange postures. The spiritual eyes are activated. Ordinary dead, LV 50. Quality C. HP, 51,000. Attack, 4,800. Defense, 100. Skills, bite deadly poison. Lin Yi discovered through his spiritual eyes that among these dead people, in addition to these ordinary dead people, there were also the self-destructive dead people with red bodies and the plagued dead people with green bodies. There are not many of these two special types of dead people, but they all have different characteristics. Among them, the self-destructive dead will self-destruct after death, which is extremely lethal. The plague dead will spray poison. These venoms will not only cause the challenger to lose blood, but will also have the effect of slowing down the opponent and reducing their attributes. However, for the dead, there's stimulants that will add positive buffs to them. At this moment, Lin Yi and his men were like bright lights in the dark night, and the dead bodies nearby kept pouring towards this side. In just over 10 seconds, the streets were already filled with dead bodies, numbering more than 300. After discovering this mechanism, Lin Yi immediately began to look around and started to plan his battle deployment. Go up the stairs on the wall. These zombies don't move fast, and they don't have the ability to jump or fly. As long as they occupy a favorable terrain, they can launch turret attacks. Lin Yi blocked the front of the Sand Soldier King and directly blocked the stairs tightly. Zheng Qiyun is responsible for killing the two special dead types, self-destruction and plague. Gu Jia and Ren Hao are responsible for clearing out those who have crossed the Sand Soldier's defense line. Xiang Lin will take on the main responsibility. The battle deployment was completed, and Lin Yi raised his hand to create Resurrection Aura. In addition, Lin Yi did not choose to use other auras to fight, but began to frantically stockpile Sand Soldiers. After the upgrade, the duration of the Sand Soldiers has reached 360 seconds. Lin Yi knew very well that even with the advantage of no cooldown, he was still no match for traditional mages like Mu Zixizi in using AoE to kill ordinary monsters. Their hope of winning lies in defeating elite monsters and bosses. The most advantageous tactic is, of course, the Sand Soldier tactic. After all, the prerequisite for being able to output damage is to be alive. If a warrior is killed by a monster, even an apostle of God will be in trouble. Chapter 62, Different Choices. Projection of the Sakura Country Dungeon. The City of the Dead is a copy of their own country. Mu Zixizi and her friends had played it once at a normal level when they were leveling up. They were only level 25 at that time. Although this is a nightmare level now, they are not afraid at all, because they have the Holy Light Angel Apostle, Mu Zixizi. According to the professional type, the Holy Light Angel is considered a mage, and clearing dungeons and fighting large-scale team battles are indeed Mu Zixizi's strengths. Mu Zixizi and others did not choose the same artillery attack method as Lin Yi, but chose to advance quickly. After all, although the Holy Light Angel is powerful, it also has consumption. The key points for dungeon scoring are the quality and quantity of monsters killed, the boss defeated, and the time it takes to complete the game. In the City of the Dead, the number of ordinary dead people like those in front of us is very large, but their weight in the system score is very low. If it was to gain experience, Mu Zixizi would be willing to spend some time, but now it's a competition. She needs to get more points in the estimated consumption. The dead copy is divided into 3 sections: front, middle, and back, and the boss territory. Most of the monsters in the front and middle sections are ordinary monsters, and Mu Zixizi is not interested in them. Her target is the elite dead and boss in the latter part. The apostle suit on Mu Zixizi shone with dazzling golden light. The power of the Holy Light Angel has a natural restraint on such dark and cold things as the dead. Where the light shines, the dead retreat. It took them almost no effort to reach the back end. There are special boundaries between each segment area of the dead copy, and the dead will not cross the boundaries. After entering the latter part, the number of deaths here dropped significantly, and there were only thousands of them at a glance. Not only do the attributes of the elite undead greatly increase, but they also have small boss bonuses. Although they will still be restrained by the power of the Holy Light Angel, they can still overcome the fear attack. Mu Zixizi is extremely confident and arrogant about herself. Even when facing her teammates, she rarely speaks and fights on her own. Mu Zixizi's qualified teammates have a clear understanding of themselves. They are Mu Zixizi's pendants, and their only function is to build a defensive barrier for Mu Zixizi. After the elite dead discovered Mu Zixizi and others, they immediately rushed over like a wave. Mu Zixizi raised the staff in her hand high and recited the obscure scale in a majestic voice. The spell was completed. Mu Zixizi waved his staff, and suddenly a golden light as powerful as a rainbow shot straight into the sky. A holy and dignified angel figure with 6 wings and holding a staff appeared in the air. The light of the angel's phantom was cast on those elite dead, and it immediately corroded their bodies like sulfuric acid, leaving terrifying holes. The health of the elite dead is also decreasing rapidly. This is Musaxi's current strongest AoE attack skill, Angel Coming. Musaxi currently has a total of 6 skills, namely Holy Missile, Holy Light Shield, Holy Light Flying Star, Holy Light Judgment, Angel Blessing, and Angel Coming. Among them, Holy Missiles, Holy Light Flying Star, and Angel Descend are all large-scale AoE damage skills. Divine Light Judgment is a high-burst single-target damage skill. Divine Light Shield and Angel Blessing are life-saving skills. It is worth mentioning that these 2 skills can not only be used by yourself, but also by teammates. And because of the Holy Light Angel's profession itself, the attribute bonus is very high. This also makes the Holy Light Angel a versatile profession that can carry and fight, and can even play a supporting role. Under the bombardment of Musaxi's skills, the health of these level 50 elite dead bodies, which were as high as 70,000 or 80,000, were rendered useless. In just 2 minutes, dozens of them were shot dead. During the cooldown and breathing period of Musaxi's skills, the other 4 people will take action to clear out the approaching dead. After the skill cooldown ended, Musaxi repeated this process, and the number of elite dead bodies decreased rapidly. 2 hours later, all the dead bodies in the back section were cleared away. At the same time, Lin E and his team had just dealt with the deaths earlier. Although Lin E and his friends didn't know much about this dungeon, Lin E believed that every point counted and didn't even think about clearing any particular area alone. Lin Yi's style of clearing dungeons has always been to not let go of a single living creature. Of course, he had this idea only because his skills had not been consumed. Otherwise, even if he had the intention, he would not have the ability to put it into practice. After the previous battles, Lin Yi's Sand Soldier Corps has taken shape. As the survival time of the Sand Soldiers increases, even if Lin Yi summons 1 per second, 360 Sand Soldiers can exist at the same time. In order to advance better, he directly divided the Sand Soldiers into 2 phalanxes. With the advancement of the Sand Soldiers phalanx, except for him and Xiang Lin who were busy, Gujia, Run Hao, and Zhangqian didn't even need to do anything. Although there were more deaths in the middle section, the speed was actually faster than the front section due to the advancement of the Sand Soldier Corps. This time, they finished it in just half an hour. As they entered the latter part, the difficulty increased a lot. Occasionally, a few fish would slip through the Sand Soldiers formation and come to Lin Yi and his team. These dead men who passed through the Sand Soldier Corps thought they were wolves among a flock of sheep. But they never expected that Gujia, Run Hao, and Zheng Koyun were almost bored to death during these hours. Now that they finally see a few fish that have escaped the net and have time to take action, they're all very excited. Especially Gujia, who went straight up with the Gungjin giant axe. Ren Hao suddenly became anxious. Gujia, come on, give this to me. I've been resting for so long. The dagger is almost rusty. When Gujia saw Ren Hao rushing over, he immediately threw a punch to force Ren Hao back. Get out of the way. My great axe has been thirsty for a long time. Why are you, an assassin, trying to rob a monster? The dead man's eyes were full of doubt. With its limited IQ, it couldn't understand why the 2 people in front of it could be arguing about this. Ren Hao, there's a suicide bomber coming from the east. Don't let him get within 50 meters of us. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Ren Hao's face immediately showed a hint of joy. Yes, sir. Lin Yi pointed to several plague victims in the pile of corpses and said to Zheng Koyun, light them up. The continuous loss of blood within the plague death range is too unfriendly to the Sand Soldiers. Although Lin Yi does not consume spiritual energy when summoning Sand Soldiers, it does consume saliva. He had drunk more than 3 liters of water along the way, but was still thirsty. Seeing that the 3 of them were so bored, I decided to find something for them to do in advance, at least to warm them up. When Lin Yi and his team just entered the latter part, Musaxizi had already led the team to attack the boss. After a 2-hour-long battle, they finally defeated this level 50 quality A boss. The boss fell to the ground, and a look of fatigue appeared on Musaxizi's face. 5 hours have passed since the beginning. During this period, she was like a fully loaded machine, running continuously. Even though she had passed her first career trial, and both her attributes and physical fitness had greatly increased, she still felt a little tired. After finishing the instance, They leave the instance directly. At this time, dozens of aircraft with cameras were flying over the venue. Although neither China nor the Sakura country has announced the secret of the Sea Dragon realm, the competition process will still be broadcast live on a specific channel. The channel is jointly built by the two countries. The entrance to the copy lit up, and Zheng Xiao and the teacher from Sakura country suddenly became excited. At this time, the audiences from both countries who were watching the game on special channels also began to swipe the screen. It's out. I don't know which side it is from. Need I say more? They came out in such a short time. They must be the weaklings from China. You bastards from Sakura country. What are you barking about? He was eliminated so early. He must be one of yours. Baga, we are led by the great holy light angel apostle Music Cz. How could we be eliminated from the dungeon? Even though the audience in the live broadcast room did not participate in the competition, the atmosphere was quite tense, and they started cursing at each other as soon as they disagreed with something. Chapter 63 Rating S. As the light faded, the figures of Music Cz and others appeared. The comments in the live broadcast room paused for a second and were directly occupied by the Chinese masses in the next second. Huh, you little bastards, keep on yelling? I told you, a tiny country like yours can't produce any great people. What a crap holy light angel apostle. He can't even pass a dungeon. What a rubbish. The people of Sakura country dived directly at this time. Although they wanted to curse back, they didn't know which number to call when they opened the dialogue box. The teacher from Sakura country was not surprised to see Music Cz and others come out. Before coming, he had given Mu Cc and the others a detailed analysis of how they should score points within the range of expenditure they could afford if they were drawn to a copy of their own country. Boss strategy? Music Cz nodded, yes. After answering, he stopped talking and walked to the rest area to recover. About a minute later, the projection above the copy announced the results of Music Cz and others. Cleared the level successfully. Time, 5H. Kill, ordinary dead *18. Elite dead *1200. Booze *1. Evaluation, A. When Teacher Sakura saw the results, she smiled like a chrysanthemum. In a level 50 nightmare dungeon, even if you don't kill the monsters, you can still get a high score as long as you defeat the boss. The A-level evaluation is also the highest evaluation that Music Cz and others can get at their current level based on their previous calculations. After all, according to the system settings, if you want to get an S-level rating, you have to kill all the monsters inside. However, based on their current level, this is almost impossible to accomplish, unless you keep using potions to restore your spiritual power. However, no one would use this method unless they are a fool. Although potions can quickly restore spiritual power, they cannot replenish the physical and mental energy consumed. After all, there are still individual and team competitions to come. According to the regulations, there's only 2 hours of rest time after a game. If we spend all our energy on clearing dungeons in such a short period of time, we will definitely lose the next 2 games. Music Cz and others' current performance and choices are the best solution. And because Music Cz and the others finish the dungeon early, they will have more time to rest, which will give them a much bigger advantage in the upcoming individual competitions. The teacher from Sakura country looked confident of victory. At this moment, the Sakura country audiences in the live broadcast room, who had previously become mute, immediately began to speak crazily. Huasha, can you speak? What's the matter? Is the internet down? Or do you not know how to type? What's wrong with our goddess coming out early? Why doesn't she come out to drink tea inside after defeating the boss? Unlike those losers in China, I'm afraid they don't even have the courage to fight the boss, and they just keep killing ordinary monsters in the front. Bullshit. If you Sakura bastards can get through it, we Chinese can definitely do it too. Our Chinese team hasn't come out yet, so we must be aiming for an S rating. Summer insects can't talk about ice. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. You have no shame. Are you aiming for S? Do you really think your Chinese team are robots? Are there no skills consumption? Since the scenes in the dungeon couldn't be broadcast live, the audience had nothing to do but just kept arguing with each other crazily. Although Music Cz and others came out first, the people of Sakura country were very excited, and the masses were also working hard to output. But due to the large base, the comments they posted were directly drowned out. The screen is filled with Chinese audiences' cordial greetings to the ancestors of the land of Sakura. After another half an hour, Lin Yi and his team finally killed all the dead bodies except the boss. After a short rest, Lin Yi and his men led the mighty army of sand soldiers into the boss territory. The boss of the City of the Dead is an A-level dead general. The dead general is a tank-type boss with an HP of up to 800,000 and a defense of over 2,000. With such luxurious attributes, Xiang Lin, who had been acting as the main force in the front, suddenly lost his role. Looking at the boss, Lin Yi smiled knowingly. Xiang Lin, take a rest here. Zheng Koyun, it's your turn to perform. Zheng Koyun held a crossbow in her hand, smiling. I've been waiting for orders for a long time. Lin Yi and Zheng Koyun both have percentage damage and are very efficient in fighting this kind of tank-type boss. With the sand soldiers blocking the position, Ren Hao and Gu Jia can also easily create a distraction. For Lin Yi and his friends, fighting the boss turned out to be the easiest task. They killed the boss in just 20 minutes. This is mainly due to the super high percentage damage of Lin Yi's Resurrection Aura and the damage increasing effect of Glory Aura. After defeating the boss, Lin Yi took the initiative to withdraw the sand soldiers and led the team out of the copy. When Zheng Xiao saw the white light of the copy light up, he immediately stood up from his seat. Not only him, but countless Chinese people squatting in the live broadcast room were also staring at the copy eagerly. When the teacher of Sakura Country saw that except Xiang Lin, Lin Yi, and the other three were all energetic and not tired at all, he immediately sneered. Hey, you look so energetic? It looks like you've been killing ordinary monsters in here for a few hours. Although there are many common monsters in our instance, it shouldn't take that long to kill them. And oh, are you Chinese so weak? Zheng Xiao immediately used his spiritual eyes to check the condition of Lin Yi and the others. Except for Xiang Lin, the health bars of Lin Yi, Gu Jia, and the other three were full, and their spiritual power consumption was not much. Moreover, judging from their mental state, they did not look like they had used many recovery potions. Zheng Xiao was also a little unsure, and asked nervously, "How are you doing?" Lin Yi gulped down the iced tea in his hand and said with a relaxed look, "Not bad. I didn't leave any." Lin Yi's words immediately caused an uproar in the live broadcast room. People in Sakura Country were madly criticizing Lin Yi for bragging. The Chinese people looked at the state of Lin Yi and the others and felt somewhat confused. After all, Music CZ and the others looked tired after coming out so early. Lin Yi and his friends had been brushing for such a long time, yet it was so easy that they had to wonder if they were just slacking off. The teacher from Sakura Country just shook his head and laughed out loud. The best talents in China this year are actually a bunch of braggarts? How pathetic. Lin Yi glanced at him and said, "Summer insects can't talk about ice. It's a waste of time to explain it to you." After saying this, his eyes fell on the projection above the entrance to the dungeon. Music CZ and the others' grades are still there. Soon, the projection changed, and Lin Yi and his team's results became apparent. Cleared the level successfully. Time, 6.3H. Kill, Ordinary Dead, * 3200. Elite Dead, * 1200. Boss, *1. Evaluation, S. When the results came out, Zheng Xiao and the teachers at Sakura Country were stunned. The audiences from both countries in the live broadcast room were also confused. S. Good. Well done. Zheng Xiao shouted excitedly. His voice immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the Chinese audience in the live broadcast room. Did you see that, little devils? Do you understand what strength is? What's the point of coming out so early? Our Chinese team has killed all the monsters inside. A is your upper limit, but S is not our upper limit, but the upper limit of the system. Music CZ in the rest area heard the noise and opened her eyes indifferently. When she saw Lin Yi and the others' S scores, a solemn expression appeared on her icy face for the first time. As an apostle of God, he also passed the first professional trial ahead of schedule. For her, this competition was like playing house. Although Lin Yi and his friends are all God-level professionals, they're the strongest people in China this time. She also did not take Lin Yi and others seriously. This is her pride as an apostle of God. However, this S rating was like a hammer hitting her in the face. As an apostle of the Holy Light Angel, clearing dungeons is her strong point. However, she actually lost to Lin Yi in this regard. This dealt a serious blow to her proud self-esteem. From this moment on, Music CZ finally began to look at Lin Yi seriously. Chapter 64. Individual competition begins. Except for Music CZ, the other 4 people from Sakura Country all had resentment on their faces. This is impossible. How could they possibly get an S rating? The despicable Chinese must have used some special methods. Otherwise, how could they be more powerful than us? Hearing the complaints from her teammates, a hint of coldness flashed across Music CZ's face. Shut up. If you lose, you lose. Why make excuses? It's just a slight lead. We just need to take it back in the next individual and team competitions. After Music CZ spoke, the 4 of them wanted to complain, but they didn't dare to open their mouths. Although Zheng Qiao did not lower himself to mock Mr. Sakura Kuni, that half-smile on his face already contained too much. The Sakura Country teacher's face turned red with shame, and he cursed in his heart. Damn it, these Chinese people were able to kill all the monsters inside. They must have used a lot of recovery potions. Their relaxed state now must be a fake illusion. When he saw that Lin, Yi, and the others didn't even have time to be complacent, but immediately went to the rest area to rest, he became more certain of this idea. The teacher from Sakura Country took out a clock and pressed the timer. The second individual competition will start in 2 hours. After putting the clock away, he immediately went to the side of his country's players. They must have taken a lot of recovery potions to kill all the dead in the dungeon. They're just pretending to be relaxed. Their purpose is to make us lose our composure. Everyone, have a good rest. You are all the strongest warriors in my Sakura Country. We will definitely be able to defeat them in the upcoming individual and team competitions. Although Music CZ's composure had recovered, she was still unable to enter a state of meditation. My eyes always involuntarily look at Lin Yi. As an apostle of God, her soul perception is very sharp. She could sense that Gu Jia and the others were not pretending to be relaxed. When the teacher from Sakura Country saw that Music CZ did not enter into meditation and responded, he reminded her in a low voice. Yuko, they only achieved a short-term victory by cutting off their own retreat. Don't take it to heart. What kind of apostle are you? The next individual and team battles are the time for you to show them your skills. As an apostle of God, Music CZ has her own pride. She would never allow herself to fail again. After taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and forced herself into a state of meditation. Having lost the first game, the other 4 people from Sakura Country were filled with anger. They're all trying their best to recover at this time, and they all want to prove themselves in the upcoming individual and team competitions. The 2-hour break passed in a flash. When the bell rang, the teacher from Sakura Country immediately came to Zheng Qiao. Let's start drawing lots. The order of appearance in the individual competition is determined by drawing lots. The scoring mechanism is 30 points for a win within 30 seconds, 20 points for a win within 1 minute, and 10 points for a win after 1 minute. A person can also get extra bonus points by fighting continuously. Win a few games in a row, and you will get *10 points. For example, if a person wins 3 games in a row, he or she can get an extra 30 points. The draw results came out quickly and were projected in the live broadcast room. The order in Sakura Country is 1. Music CZ, the Holy Light Angel. 2. Sato Yuma, the Void Walker. 3. Watanabe Kazuki, Steel Shield. 4. Suzuki Shota, the Messenger of Resurrection. 5. Yuja Takahashi, the Fission Archer. The order of Huaxia is 1. Xiang Lin, the Fire Elementalist. 2. Wayne Hao, Tia Shadow Assassin. 3. Zhang Koyun, Star Hunter. 4. Gu Jia, Phoenix Blood Warrior. 5. Lin Yi, Aura Master. After seeing this sequence, the teacher from Sakura Country smiled happily. Zheng Qiao looked solemn. In this kind of competition, where players can penetrate each other continuously, it is of course better for the strong players to appear as early as possible. This not only helps you earn points quickly, but it also boosts morale. In Zheng Xiao's imagination, the best result would be that Lin Yi and Music CZ play the first game. After all, Music CZ is not only an apostle, but also has passed the first professional trial. Xiang Lin's Wujia and others can never be her opponents. She might even get extra points for each extra game. Although Lin Yi has not undergone professional trials, he has eaten the essence of the Star Core. In addition, with his professional mutation, even if he cannot win, he will definitely be able to greatly consume Music CZ's strength. Only in this way can they avoid being left behind in the team competition. However, the current order of appearance is completely reversed. Moreover, the second person to appear from Sakura country is the Void Walker, who is said to have the strongest assassination ability. Even if Gu Jia and his team fought in rotation and forced Music CZ to leave the field, it would still be difficult for Lin Yi to fight against the Void Walker with his profession. After all, the professional oppression is too great. After seeing the result of the draw, even the optimistic Chinese audience in the live broadcast room fell silent. In their opinion, this lottery is simply stinking. Xiang Lin, who was ranked first, had a bitter face. Meow, why am I the first one to get beaten? Damn it. Ren Hao patted his shoulder with an embarrassed expression. It's okay. I'll be the second one to get beaten. Let's talk about this. You're a mage like her. Can you hold on a little longer? This way it will be easier for me to get beaten. Xiang Lin bulged his eyes and waited for Ren Hao. What the hell are you talking about? Are you talking like a human being? Gu Jia couldn't stand these two brothers anymore and shook his head and held his forehead. You two stop making trouble and listen to the captain's arrangements. After spending 2 days together, the four of them have been completely conquered by Lin Yi's strength. At this moment, Lin Yi is the stabilizing force in their hearts. Xiang Lin looked at Lin Yi eagerly. Captain, how can we win this fight? Lin Yi looked at the dejected looks of the few people and smiled. What's with that expression? The fight hasn't even started yet, and you've lost confidence. In fact, this draw is also a good thing for us. Good thing. The four of them looked at Lin Yi in confusion. Lin Yi nodded. Of course it's a good thing. Music CZ's profession is special, and he has already passed a professional trial. I know almost nothing about his abilities. To be honest, I'm not very confident if I confront him rashly. But with this kind of lottery sequence, if you try hard, you can force her to use more tricks. That way, even if she kills all of you, I can still deal with her after understanding her abilities. Gu Jia asked, what about the others? The second person's profession is Void Walker. Lin Yi laughed disdainfully. Others? They're nothing to be afraid of. Just do your best. Believe me, the final victory can only belong to us, China. Xiang Lin nodded heavily. Okay, Captain, I believe in you. I will definitely hold on for a while longer and try to consume more of her spiritual energy. On the other side, Music CZ was already standing on the special stage. Seeing that Lin Yi and the others were still communicating, Music CZ spoke impatiently. My time is precious. I don't have time to waste with you guys. Can you hurry up? Fuck, your time is precious, but ours is not. Damn, this is too disrespectful. Even if I, Xiang Lin, am a rock, I will bite your tooth today. Chapter 65 Xiang Lin. I didn't bring shame to China. Although Xiang Lin and his friends are not apostles of God, nor are they the only profession, they're all top talents in their respective guilds. They have their own pride too. After Xiang Lin stood on the stage, the teachers from both sides took out a ring and threw it to their own team members. This is a competition, not a life and death battle. That ring is a special device that can lock a person's health at 1 point when worn. This device can lock your health points at 1, ensuring that you will not die. Therefore, the competition can only end when one side falls down completely and admits defeat. Shizi, let them know the difference between you and these ordinary professionals. The referee from Sakura country said with a smile. There's a deep meaning behind what he said. After the individual competition comes the team competition. Although this device can lock the blood volume, it will not block the senses or immunity to damage. Even though they each brought some rapid healing potions to recover quickly from their injuries, the psychological trauma and fatigue were not so easy to eliminate. He was giving Music CZ a reminder, asking her to use the most forceful means to crush the confidence of Lin Yi and the others. In this way, they can easily win the team competition. After providing protection for both sides, the teacher from Sakura country immediately announced the start of the game. Although Xiang Lin knew that he was no match for Music CZ, he was still holding back his energy. After hearing the game start, he immediately took action. While quickly distancing himself from Lin, he began to chant. As if to prove himself, Xiang Lin's chanting was very fast this time. In just 3 seconds, a 10-meter-long fire dragon appeared in the sky. The descent of the fire dragon is Xiang Lin's most powerful and also the most energy-consuming skill. He used his ultimate move right at the start, and it was obvious that Xiang Lin didn't think he had a second chance to attack. As a god-level profession, coupled with the training of the Longting Guild, Xiang Lin Yi's attack is still very powerful. At least, the Chinese audience in the live broadcast room has already started cheering for him. Seeing the screen full of cheers, the people of Sakura country were not to be outdone and began to mock tit for tat. When facing Xiang Lin's strongest skill, Music Cz showed a hint of disappointment in her eyes. When Lin, Yi, and others came out of the copy, Xiang Lin was the most exhausted and had consumed the most energy. Music Cz thought that Hua Xiao was able to get an S score because of Xiang Lin's strength. Coupled with Xiang Lin's previous statement that he would knock out one of her teeth, she had some expectations for Xiang Lin's strength. However, when she saw the ferocious fire dragon in the sky, her eyes were full of disappointment. I shouldn't have any expectations from you ordinary professionals. Music Cz waved her staff and raised her hand. A golden missile flew towards the fire dragon. The size of the holy missile is not very large, only a few dozen centimeters. Compared with the fire dragon condensed by Xiang Lin, it is simply unbearable to look at. However, Xiang Lin, the person involved, felt like he was facing a formidable enemy and hurriedly activated the defensive shield he was equipped with. The sacred missile and the fire dragon collided with each other, causing a violent explosion. A dazzling golden light burst out from the small missile. In just a moment, the fire dragon was completely engulfed. The protective shield at the edge of the ring even began to tremble due to the powerful force. Xiang Lin was directly blown away by the blast. Even though he reacted quickly enough, he still couldn't resist it. The shield he was equipped with was broken in an instant, and the powerful impact caused him to bleed from all 7 orifices and sea stars. Xiang Lin, Gu Jia, Zhang Keyun, and Ruan Hao stood up suddenly and looked at Xiang Lin nervously. Lin, he looked at Music Cz with a serious expression. The Apostle of God. He really has something. Music Cz had an indifferent expression. She didn't even look at Lin and spoke coldly. Next, the teacher from Sakura country excitedly pressed the pause button of the clock and looked at Zheng Qiao provocatively. Hey, exactly 5 seconds. No more, no less. Let's get 40 points first. TSK, TSK. I hope the guys behind you could be more powerful and hold on for a few more seconds. Otherwise, the score difference will be too big in the end, and you Chinese will have no place to put your face. Just as he was about to record the score, Xiang Lin, his face covered in blood, crawled up tremblingly. I haven't lost yet. Although Xiang Lin's head was still dizzy, he did not forget what Lin said. He must hold on a little longer, so that they will have a better chance of winning. Music Cz could naturally see that Xiang Lin wanted to consume her, and she smiled coldly. He swung his staff, and a beam of golden light was emitted. She did not use any skills, but simply bombarded with spiritual power. This consumes very little energy, and with her current spiritual power, it is no problem to activate it hundreds of times. However, he still underestimated Xiang Lin's resilience. Because of the life-saving device, although Xiang Lin's health bar has reached the bottom, he will not die. Music Cz launched 5 spiritual attacks in succession. Although Xiang Lin was knocked flying every time, he was like an indestructible cockroach. Even though his eyes were blurred by blood, he still stood up tenaciously. This made Music Cz very angry. I just don't believe it. You are really a cockroach. Music Cz once again launched a holy missile. This time, Xiang Lin struggled several times, but was unable to get up due to exhaustion. However, after such a delay, the time had come to 1 minute and 20 seconds. Although Music Cz won the victory, she couldn't get any extra points. Zheng Xiao announced the end of the game, and after opening the shield, Lin, Yi, and others immediately rushed forward to carry Xiang Lin down. Xiang Lin's vision was already very blurry at this time, and he could not see anything clearly. He could only vaguely hear the voices of Lin, Yi, and the others calling him. Xiang Lin used all his strength to give an ugly smile. Captain, I haven't brought shame to China. Although Xiang Lin had some conflicts with Lin Yi in the past, and although Xiang Lin came from the Longting Guild, with just this one sentence, the only remaining barrier in Lin Yi's heart towards him disappeared completely. No, you did a great job. Many people in China saw your performance. Music Cz is an apostle of God and has completed a professional trial, but you didn't let her get extra points. You, even though defeated, are still honorable. Lin Yi's tone was firm and powerful, as if he was affirming the younger generation. Xiang Lin smiled and said, That's good. Then he fainted. Although Sakura country successfully won the first game, neither the participating players the team leaders, nor the audience in the live broadcast room were happy at all. Just like Lenny said, the gap between Music CZ and Xianglin is like that between a lion and a rabbit. It took a lion more than a minute to defeat a rabbit. This is not a victory, but a shame. More importantly, Xianglin's actions undoubtedly planted a seed of tenacity in the hearts of future Chinese team members. If this kind of fighting style continues, Music CZ might really be dragged down. Chapter 66. The Confused Music CZ. At this moment, Runhao looked at Music CZ on the ring. Not only was there no fears before his eyes, but there seemed to be a raging fire. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and said, "Try to take advantage of your speed and pull more." "Got it. Captain, I'm going." The usual nonchalance in Runhao's eyes was gone, and his gaze was as firm as steel. Standing on the stage, this time, the teacher from Sakura country couldn't help but whisper a reminder. "Yuko, even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Kill him in seconds. Don't make any more mistakes." Music CZ frowned slightly. After becoming an apostle of God, Music CZ did not take ordinary God-level professionals seriously. In her opinion, Lin Yi and the others were not on the same level as her. If there wasn't something in the Sea Dragon secret realm that could increase the strength of her divine blood, she wouldn't have bothered to participate in this competition. This teacher now actually asked him to use all his strength to deal with Runhao. To her, this was a contempt and an insult. However, thinking of Xianglin's performance just now, she could only nod coldly. The game begins. This time, Music CZ was indeed a lot more serious. He waved his staff to summon 4 waves of spiritual energy to block Runhao's position, and then used Holy Missile to make a precise attack. Runhao's profession is an assassin. Although he doesn't think he can beat Music CZ, he will definitely not be eliminated by her so easily. When Music CZ took action, he had already entered stealth. After entering stealth mode, Runhao's speed increased dramatically. He first rushed to the side quickly to escape the blockade, and then went around behind Music CZ like a ghost. Runhao crossed his daggers, and the powerful spiritual power formed a ferocious tiger head. This is his strongest attack skill, Tiger Blade Cut Throat. Although Music CZ does not have the ability of true vision, her perception is very sharp. Without any hesitation, she pressed the staff in her hand to the ground, and rich golden light immediately formed a dazzling shield around her body. The Tiger Shadow Assassin has a very high burst damage. Runhao's attack not only directly broke Music CZ's Holy Light shield, but also attacked her neck with the remaining power. Music CZ tapped her toes lightly, creating distance while completing the turn. When she saw Runhao in the present, anger showed on her face for the first time. Challenging God, the sin is unforgivable. Music CZ was almost hurt by Runhao and was angry. Holding the staff high, her spiritual power surged like a wave, her hair danced in the wind, and her body slowly floated in the air under the support of the cyclone. Behind her, a faint 6-winged shadow can be seen. At this time, Music CZ's temperament became sacred and noble, as if she were a real god. The Sakura country audience in a live broadcast room suddenly became excited when they saw this scene. Is this the Holy Light Angel? So holy, so powerful. Hurry up and judge these hateful Chinese people. Lord Angel. Haha, look, that Chinese guy is frightened silly by the angel's aura. Music CZ's condition at this moment was indeed special, and even people outside the venue could feel a faint sense of oppression. Except Lenny. Lenny could only feel that Music CZ's power was mobilized to a great extent at this moment, but that special pressure had no effect on him at all. The Apostle of God is so powerful. Just this aura alone makes us feel terrified. Can we really defeat her? Gu Jia, who had always been lively and proud, became very depressed at this moment. Lenny smiled and said, "Of course. She's in this state for a long time. It consumes a lot of energy." He was so angry at Runhao that he lost his mind. What a fool. When Gu Jia and Zhang Keyan heard this, they noticed that Music CZ's spiritual power was indeed declining rapidly. In just 1 or 2 seconds, at least a quarter of her spiritual power was consumed. After Runhao discovered that Music CZ's current state consumed a lot of spiritual energy, he suppressed the fear in his heart and started cursing. "I gave you a few chicken feathers, and you really use them as a token of authority? Big sister, you are only level 30, and you call yourself a god? You have no shame." The attack missed, and Ren Hao cursed while using the displacement skill, Shadow Tiger Step, to escape into the distance. As long as he can enter stealth mode again, he can do it again like he did just now. If he could really hurt Music CZ, he would have gotten what he wanted. Unfortunately, although Music CZ was so angry that she lost her mind, her strength is still there. The staff was thrown lightly into the air. In the dazzling golden light, it turned into a lightsaber. Accept God's judgment. Ren Hao, who was about to escape, suddenly felt as if he was nailed to the spot by an unknown force. He could not move and could only watch the lightsaber slashing towards him. With a crisp clang, Ren Hao's health bar was emptied, and the life-saving device on his body lit up with a dazzling green light, forming a shield to compete with judgment of holy light. When the teacher from Sakura country saw this scene, he immediately looked at Zheng Xiao. The protection device was activated actively. We won. If you don't admit it, I will apply to revoke the protection device. Ren Hao's current situation is somewhat different from Xianglin's. This set of protection devices is divided into active start and passive start. The passive trigger locks the health volume at 1 drop of blood. As long as the body can withstand it, there will be no abnormalities. Active triggering is what Ren Hao is experiencing now. This situation means that the attack being sustained far exceeds the tolerance of the protected person. Once the protection is lost, he will be blown to pieces immediately. Zheng Xiao saw Music CZ's spiritual power slot and nodded in agreement. The game is over. Yuko, quickly retract your magical powers. When Ren Hao heard the result announced, he immediately yelled at the teacher from Sakura country. Hey, I haven't even fallen yet. What are you announcing here? Zheng Xiao touched his face, feeling a little embarrassed, and opened his hands to suck Ren Hao over. All right, don't be so naive, kid. If it weren't for the protective device, you would have been blown to pieces. It's reasonable for them to win this round. But you did a great job. Music CZ's spiritual power has been consumed by more than half. At this rate, we are not without hope of a comeback. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi showed himself to be a supporting role, Zheng Xiao and the others were all very clear that if Lin Yi really let go and did it, his attack would be very terrifying. Lin Yi also gave Ren Hao a thumbs up. Well done. Ren Hao chuckled, with a look of regret in his eyes. What a pity. If she could have held on for another 10 seconds, she wouldn't have gotten any extra bonus points. Lin Yi smiled and said, It doesn't matter. It's only 10 points. As long as we can use up all her spiritual power, everyone who is left will have to give me 30 points. At this time, Music CZ had calmed down. She glanced at her spiritual power and felt a little annoyed. The teacher from Sakura country whispered to comfort him. Yuko, the next opponent is a very flexible shooter. Just use the AoE skill to eliminate him. Remember to conserve your spiritual power. Although their captain is an aura master, he is a mutant, and we know almost nothing about him. So you must not be careless. Chapter 67. To survive in this world, you need your brain. The third show began, and Zhang Koyin came on stage. Although she is more fragile, she is also more flexible. As a girl, she is more careful. She discovered that Music CZ was too arrogant, so she could make him lose his mind by doing something that trampled on her dignity. As soon as the game started, Zhang Koyin took a crossbow and shot an arrow at Music CZ's forehead. Music CZ's face immediately turned gloomy. However, although she was angry this time, she did not enter the special state just now in order to show off. Instead, he listened to the advice of the teacher and chose to use the AoE skill, Holy Light Flying Star, to deal with Zhang Koyin. Dozens of golden flying stars as big as fists blocked the area where Zhang Koyin was. Zhang Koyin took a deep breath and continuously attacked Music CZ, while constantly using shadow attacks short displacement to avoid the flying stars. After the skill ended, Zhang Koyin avoided most of the damage from the flying stars with her extraordinary courage and superb skills. At this moment, her health bar was only 1/3 left. Zhang Koyin was breathing heavily and looked at Music CZ with a hint of contempt in her eyes. Is this the apostle of God? Even a shooter like me can't kill him in 1 second. That's all. As he spoke, he shook his head in disappointment. Music CZ's face suddenly became as gloomy as water. Court death. Music CZ immediately used her spiritual power to block Zhang Koyun's position. At the same time, in order to enhance the center of Holy Missile, she took the initiative to rush towards Zhang Koyun. Zhang Koyun's body is very fragile. If she is hit by the sacred missile, she will definitely activate the protective device. When the two were only 10 meters apart, Muzik immediately began to summon Holy Missile. At this distance, and with the speed of a missile, Zhang Koyun couldn't possibly dodge it. Zhang Koyun looked calm, her eyes fixed on Muzik. Although her Holy Missile had a very short casting time, she could never do it as Lenny did, with her words coming into being. Zhang Koyun timed it perfectly, and when she was only one scale away from completing the spell, a special arrow shining with silver light shot out from her hand. It's Devil's Judgment. The arrow hit Muzik and knocked her back, but she was unable to recite the last scale, and her skill was interrupted. Zhang Koyun immediately used her new skill, Ultimate Moment. Ultimate Moment is a continuous gain skill. After use, within 15 seconds, Zhang Koyun will gain 1 second of stealth effect after each attack. At the same time, during the duration, self-damage increases by 20%. After shooting an arrow, she immediately entered stealth mode and completed the move with Shadow Strike. This made it impossible for Muzik to guess her location, and even if the sacred missile was ready, she couldn't aim. And Zhang Koyun became the first person to hurt Muzik. Looking at her health bar dropping, Muzik was so angry that her body trembled. She couldn't accept that she was actually injured by an ordinary god-level professional. Teacher Sakura Kuni in the audience noticed the change in Muzik expression and shouted hurriedly, "Shizi, don't be fooled. Just wait for the next holy light flying star." Zheng Xiao had been staring at this bastard, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he activated the sound barrier. "You think I don't exist? If it happens again, I'll be declared the loser according to the rules we set in the first place." The teacher from Sakura Country was furious when he saw the sound barrier, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the competition rules formulated by the top leaders of the two countries did include a rule that referees could not give any pointers to the players during the game. Muzik did not hear what teacher Sakura Kuni said. Even if she heard it, she wouldn't do it. Her inner pride made her never allow anyone to question her identity and strength as an apostle. In anger, Muzik directly used Angel Coming. When the angel's shadow covered the arena, Zhang Koyun had nowhere to hide. The golden light splashed down, and the protective device on her body was directly triggered. Zhang Koyun glanced at the clock in the distance. It was exactly 1 minute and 1 second. After this battle, Muzik spiritual power was less than a quarter left. Lin patted Gu Jia on the shoulder. "I've calculated it. With her current spiritual power, Angel's Advent and Holy Light Judgment can't be used. Of the 4 skills she can use now, only Holy Missile and Holy Light Star have offensive capabilities. With your strength, it is very likely that you can eliminate her and take the points." Rinhao smiled and said, "Jia, come on and beat her. Don't be fooled by her cold appearance. She actually has a terrible mentality. If she is really defeated by you, I think her mentality will collapse. In this way, our chances of winning in a team competition will be much higher." Gu Jia nodded heavily. "Yes, I'll try my best." What Renhao can see, the teachers in Sakura Country can naturally see as well. He hurried to Muzik side. "Yuko, you have very little spiritual power left. The player they're playing this time is a Phoenix Blood Warrior. Although it is not the only profession, its ability is not weak, and it can restrain you. You go first, and let Sato Yuma take over. There are only 2 of them left anyway, so we can win even if we fight in a round-robin battle." Muzik said coldly, "No need. I am a great apostle of God. Even if I have little spiritual power left, she can't defeat me. Let's announce the start." The teacher from Sakura Country suddenly became anxious, and when he wanted to say something else, a hint of displeasure appeared in Muzik eyes. "You want to disobey me?" Muzik has a special identity and a high status. Although the teacher from Sakura Country is an expert at level 80, no one dared to disobey her. "No, I don't dare." Teacher Sakura Kuni sighed his heart and could only retreat from the stage. The game started. Gu Jia chose to take the initiative. Rebirth from the ashes was instantly activated, and Gu Jia, whose whole body was wrapped in flames, surged in momentum. The phoenix shadow that appeared and disappeared in the flames greatly weakened the oppressive aura of Muzik. Muzik frowned slightly. "Strange, why can I feel a hint of divinity from her?" Gu Jia used phoenix wings to quickly approach, and the giant Gungjin axe in his hand was burning with flames. He chopped down at Music CZ with the force of a mountain. I'm a god walking in the human world. How dare you ordinary professionals want to hurt me? Holy Light Shield appears, blocking Gu Jia's attack, while Holy Missile is ready. The Phoenix shadow behind Gu Jia turned from virtual to real, and a clear cry was heard. A huge and elegant phoenix floated above Gu Jia's head, and a faint red light formed a thin shield that enveloped her. Holy Missile hit them like it hit a solid wall. The blast bounced the two away, but Gu Jia was not hurt at all. Seeing this, Gu Jia was delighted and immediately used Phoenix's Fury. Music CZ looked dazed and fell into a brief dizziness. Gu Jia rushed to her side, and the huge Gungjin axe in his hand fell like a storm. A warrior doesn't need to be a mage, and even without using any skills, he can still deal considerable damage. Music CZ was only stunned for 1 second, but her health had already dropped by 2/3. You deserve to die. Music CZ looked crazy, her spiritual power surged, and she entered the same strange state as before again. In this state, when she used Holy Missile again, it was completely different. The size of Holy Missile has increased by more than 10 times. If it was RPG in the past, it is now the aircraft cannon. The two were too far apart, and Gu Jia had no chance to dodge and was hit head-on. The huge explosion shook the entire venue. The protective device on Gu Jia's body was also directly activated. Although Gu Jia was eliminated, she still had a smile on her face, because her goal was achieved. Music CZ's spiritual power tank is now completely empty. Not to mention skills, even ordinary spiritual power impact can't be used. The mage profession has no spiritual power, and even if it is an apostle of God, it does not have much combat power. Gu Jia made a face at Music CZ. To get by in this world, you need your brains. So what if you're an apostle of God? Just wait for your defeat. Chapter 68 Lin Yi's appearance. Gu Jia's expression and words were clearly captured by the drone in the air. Now, the vast majority of people in the Sakura country suddenly became anxious. Damn, this guy is thicker than a city wall. 4 of them are fighting against 1, and all of them are eliminated. Yet he is still so arrogant? Where's his face? What the hell? Can the Chinese still have some moral integrity? How dare they speak when our goddess Shizi beat 4 of them alone? If our Shizi hadn't run out of spiritual power, she could easily defeat 5 people at once. Gu Jia's words not only ignited the resentment of Sakura country, but also made the anger of the other 4 members of Sakura country like a volcano about to erupt. Sato Yuma, who was about to go on stage, couldn't help it and stood up and yelled at Gu Jia. Baga, who gave you the courage to speak like that? You only have 1 person left now, and he's an aura master, while we still have 4. What are you calling bullshit? Gu Jia smiled sweetly. What's so great about 4? Isn't it just 1 against 4? What's so strange about that? Watanabe Kazuki sneered, huh? You Chinese people really brag without thinking. Is he worthy of being compared with Lady Yuko? Music CZ returned to the rest area and spoke lightly. Talk less and do more. Your profession is very restraining to him. If you lose, change your last name. The Sato family is a hereditary clan in Sakura country. As long as you have this surname, you can enjoy many preferential treatments in the country. Sato Yuma has always been proud of his identity. Hearing this, he immediately patted his chest with confidence. Don't worry, Lady Shizi. Although my Voidwalker is not as good as your Holy Light Angel, it is also a top-notch assassin. It is easy to deal with an aura master. Lin, he had already arrived at the ring at this time. Seeing Sato Yuma still hesitating and bragging, he immediately said lazily, Come up quickly, it's already so late, and I'm in a hurry to go home and sleep. As he spoke, he yawned, as if the upcoming competition was a trivial matter. Lin, he was born in the remote Tianyuan city, and coupled with the blockade of Zhengxiao, the outside world knew very little about him. Originally, the Chinese audience thought that the individual competition was doomed to be lost, but when they saw Lin Yi's casual demeanor, they couldn't help but feel a little confused. Is there something special about him? At this time, a barrage appeared in the live broadcast room. He is the top scorer in our college entrance examination. The imperial authorities did not announce the participants of the Sea Dragon competition. In addition, Gu Jia, Run Hao, and others are familiar faces in the 4 major guilds, so no one noticed Lin Yi. When he was the only one left, some people discovered that Lin Yi was like a blank person, with no information at all. After this comment, People with quick hands quickly checked out the official college entrance examination results. Oh my god, Lin E, the Halo Master. They're against each other. They're against each other. Hiss. Not only did he clear the 36th floor, but according to the official supplementary announcement, he also cooperated with the city defense forces to capture a level 60 Earth creature alive. How amazing. I didn't expect that our tough guy would be the last one. Now that Music CZ is gone, the remaining 4 dishes are more likely to win, right? The audiences from both countries engaged in a fierce verbal battle. The teacher from Sakura country also gave instructions with a serious look. Sato, don't be careless. I just received news from home. Lin E not only cleared the Huaxia College entrance examination dungeon, but also waited for rescue from a level 60 Earth creature. Sato Yuma was suddenly shocked. What? This is impossible. The teacher from Sakura country shook his head. Although it's a little unreasonable, this is the official news released by China, and there are special pictures. As for whether it is true or not, it is up to you to verify it. Don't take it lightly. Go all out. I believe that you are all the best fighters in our country, and you can definitely defeat them. After Sato Yuma walked onto the stage, Music CZ asked the team leader to show him the notice. The creatures in the center of the earth are very unruly and would rather die than surrender. Once they find there is no chance of survival, they will choose to self-destruct. The humans on the ground and the core of the earth have been fighting for hundreds of years, but there have been only a few dozen examples of people being captured alive. Music CZ looked at Lin E in the photo and asked, "How true do you think this notice is?" The teacher from Sakura country pondered for a moment and then spoke slowly. It's about life in the center of the earth. It's 100% true, but whether there's any exaggeration in it needs Sato to verify. Music CZ nodded and looked towards the ring. With Music CZ gone, Zheng Xiao believed that it shouldn't be a problem for Lin E to deal with the remaining 4 people. This time he took the initiative to announce the start of the game. The game begins. Sato Yuma felt angry when she saw Lin Yi's nonchalant look. Humph, do you really think that you are so powerful just because your empire packages you? I won't be scared by your cheap tricks. Although he said this, Sato Yuma immediately used his exclusive skill, Void Walking, to enter stealth mode. Void Walking has a similar effect to stealth, both of which make the enemy lose their target. It's just that Void Walking has an additional 30% movement speed bonus, and as an exclusive skill of the Void Walker, after being upgraded to LV30, it is said that the stealth effect will be upgraded to Void Escape. Escape is a special state, specifically referring to temporarily entering a special space. It can not only hide your body, but also avoid damage. It is a very abnormal skill. However, Sato Yuma's skill is only at level 2 now, and its effect is only slightly better than ordinary stealth. Thanks to the bonus of movement speed, Sato Yuma is very fast. He could get behind Lin E in 2 seconds at most. In Sato Yuma's opinion, once he gets close to him, no matter how many tricks Lin E has, they will be useless. Walking in the void, Lin E raised the corner of his mouth and pointed to the sky. True Vision Aura illuminated the entire arena like a giant searchlight. Wherever the light reaches, Sato Yuma has nowhere to hide. True Vision skill? But at this distance, it's already too late. Sato Yuma is now only about 10 meters away from Lin E. This range has entered his kill range. Sato Yuma was immediately wrapped in a black mist, and his entire body quickly became ethereal. This is Sato Yuma's void travel. It can travel through space within a range of 10 meters without any control. Watanabe Kazuka saw this and laughed. It's over. Sato's void travel cannot be interrupted and is immune to any control. Hey, I don't even have a chance to perform in the individual competition. What a pity. Watanabe Kazuki, Suzuki Shota, and Takahashi Yujiya all had relaxed smiles on their faces. Although Music CZ looked down on Sato Yuma and the others, she had to admit that void travel was indeed a disgusting skill. Moreover, the Void Walker has extremely strong explosive power. Even for her, it will be difficult once Sato Yuma gets close to her. Music CZ shook her head. It seems that I overestimated him. Chapter 69. There is no surrender in the dictionary. Before he awakened, Lin E ranked first in cultural subjects every year and had a wealth of knowledge as a professional. Naturally, he also knew the characteristics and skills of the Void Walker. The Void Shuttle effect is indeed abnormal, and the guiding time is only 0.5 seconds. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary professionals to react to this. After all skills require chanting and preparation time. However, Lin Yi doesn't need it. After this period of training, his speaking speed has greatly improved. 0.5 seconds is already very long for him. Lin Yi stretched out his hand and lightly tapped, and a red war halo fell on Sato Yuma. Sato Yuma was shocked to see his blood volume drop by half in an instant. Fortunately, his void walking has been guided. The next moment, he was in front of Lin Yi. The dagger in his hand was swung towards Lin Yi's throat with a biting chill. In just 1 second, he swung the dagger 10 times, causing a burst damage of more than 8,000. It's over. When Sato Yuma completed the attack, he turned to face the drone in the air, twirling the dagger in a posture that he thought was very handsome, with a look of smugness on his face. The Chinese are nothing but that. Hey, can you look at the target clearly before attacking? Lin Yi's faint voice came from behind. Sato Yuma's expression changed drastically. As soon as he turned around, a maracas fell directly on his face. Sato Yuma let out a scream, and his face was covered in blood. The rating of War Aura was not high to begin with, and Lin Yi had not strengthened it during this period, which made it unable to meet Lin Yi's needs for damage. Lin Yi didn't think that he could finish the game all at once, so after using the War Halo, he immediately summoned a Sand Soldier to block in front of him. He himself didn't expect that Sato Yuma would use the real man's trick of not looking back at the explosion. Lin Yi looked at the time and saw that the game had already started for 10 seconds. Forget it. I still need to get extra points to boost morale, so I won't play with you anymore. Lin Yi raised his hand and quickly summoned 3 War Auras. Lin Yi's single target damage is limited, so there are only 2 ways to eliminate people. One is to hit the enemy so hard that he cannot bear it psychologically and physically, and the other is to inflict damage beyond the opponent's physical endurance limit in a short period of time, thus triggering the protection device. Xiang Lin has already proved that the first type is more likely to fail. Lin Yi fully utilized his experience and chose the second option. Lin Yi's War Aura can now deal nearly 5,000 damage. The damage of the 3 combined is a total of 15,000. When the 3 halos fell together, the protective device on Sato Yuma was immediately triggered. Lin Yi clapped his hands. 30 points. Apart from Mu Cc, Zheng Xiao was most worried about Sato Yuma, the Void Walker. In comparison, no matter what, judging from the panel, Lin Yi's positioning is still biased towards a fragile auxiliary. It is still very dangerous once an assassin gets close to you. However, this hidden danger has now been easily solved. As for the remaining 3 people, Zheng Xiao was not worried at all. Zheng Xiao could now understand how the teacher of the Sakura Country team felt when Music CZ was killing everyone in the ring. No, to be precise, it's even better than that. After all, although Music CZ won, she did not get any extra points. This is a flaw in her title as an apostle of God. Lin Yi does not have the title of God's apostle and has not gone through professional trials, but he got extra points. Lin Yi won the victory, and the barrage in the live broadcast room was immediately dominated by the Chinese people. It's so funny. No, this little devil is here to make people laugh, right? A true master doesn't need eyes, because my face will tell me the result. When it comes to the charm of language, the Chinese dare to say they are second, and no one dares to say they are first. The people of Sakura Country were so annoyed that they couldn't say a word. They could only greet Sato Yuma's ancestors warmly in their hearts. The expressions of Mr. Sakura and the team members all froze, and then became extremely ugly. It's not that they can't afford to lose. After all, there are 4 of them, so losing 1 or 2 games is acceptable. But they couldn't accept losing in this way. This is too stupid. It's just unbearable to watch. Sato Yuma returned to the rest area and wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. Lady Shizi, I was careless. I'm sorry. Music Czi's expression has returned to indifference. This matter is over. Go back to the tribe and cross out your name. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Sato Yuma, but also Watanabe Kazuki, who had not yet entered the stage, became frightened. Music Cz didn't look at them, but stared at Lin Yi on the ring. Lin Yi found that Music Cz was looking at him, and he was not afraid at all. The 2 men's eyes met in the air. Muzukzizi was also shocked when she found that there was no awe or fear in Lin Yi's eyes when facing her. When she was inspired by God's profession, the angel of holy light told her that as an apostle of God, she had a trace of God's blood in her body and carried God's divinity. Both body and soul are superior to ordinary professionals. Ordinary people will definitely feel fear when facing them. However, not only could Lin look her in the eye, but Muzukzizi could also feel an extremely strong aggression. Seeing that she was unable to suppress Lin, Muzukzizi withdrew her gaze and said in a cold voice, "He's not simple. Don't be careless. Treat him as if he were me." Hearing this, the teachers in Sakura country were secretly shocked. He had never heard Muzukzizi give such high praise to others. Hearing this, Watanabe Kazuka panicked. "Lord Shizi," Muzukzizi still didn't look at them and spoke in an indifferent tone. "Even I was exhausted of my spiritual power by their round-robin fighting, wasn't it? Do you think you are inferior to those 4 Chinese people?" Watanabe Kazuki gritted his teeth and said, "We are the best warriors in the empire. How can the Chinese compare to us?" He looked at the few people who were still chattering and felt very impatient. "Hey, are you guys going to fight or not? If you don't want to fight, just admit defeat. The result will be the same anyway. Let's finish it soon and go back home to sleep. It's good for both you and me." Lin Yi's language has always been aggressive. This made Watanabe Kazuki very angry. There is no word like surrender in the dictionary of the warriors of my Sakura empire. Watanabe Kazuka quickly jumped onto the ring. As Zheng Xiao announced the start of the match, Watanabe Kazuki immediately took out a large shield and placed it in front of him, going directly into defense mode. Watanabe Kazuka's occupation is Iron Shield. This is a shield warrior who has almost only defensive capabilities, which is a relatively extreme profession. Watanabe Hashu's defense on the panel alone is 3,200, and his health is as high as 22,000. It is even said that his skills are all defensive. With Lin Yi's current means, it is unrealistic to rely on burst damage to trigger the protection mechanism to eliminate him. The only choice is to let him get fed up and admit defeat. Lin Yi thought of what Watanabe Kazuki had said before, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. "There's no word surrender in the dictionary? Then I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Chapter 70, I give up. Please stop torturing me." Anyway, Lin Yi has already obtained an extra 30 points. Even if he can only get basic points for the remaining 3 people, it will be enough for victory. He doesn't mind playing slowly with Watanabe Kazuki. Torturing the Japanese is such a satisfying thing. Although Resurrection Aura has percentage damage, Lin Yi did not use it. With a protective device in place, it's useless even if the health is emptied. Therefore, Lin Yi did not use any skills on Watanabe Hashu, but began to summon sand soldiers. In order to show that his skills have a cooldown, he deliberately set a 10-second time to summon one. With the previous experience of Sato Yuan as a lesson, Watanabe Kazuki appears to be very cautious. Not only did he enter a defensive state, but he also activated his strongest defensive skill, Absolute Barrier, right from the start. This skill is a continuous amplification skill. After activation, Watanabe Kazuki's defense attribute can be increased by 50%. The effect is very powerful, but it also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. With his current spiritual power, he can only last for 30 seconds at most. Muzukzizi looked at Watanabe Hashu on the stage. Her face suddenly fell, a hint of anger appeared on her face, and she questioned the teacher in charge. "The Empire asked you to select talents, and you chose these good-for-nothings?" The teachers in Sakura country were in tears. He was so angry that he shouted at the ring, "Idiot! No one is attacking. Why are you defending? Are you trying to piss me off to death?" Only then did Watanabe Kazuki realize that Lin Yi had not made any movement. He carefully popped out half of his head. When he found Lin Yi standing there with a smile on his face, he immediately understood Sato Yurin's mood. Grass! With a roar of anger in his heart, Watanabe Kazuki could only temporarily interrupt his skills and then take the initiative to attack. He positioned himself very clearly, which was to consume Lin Yi as much as possible and create opportunities for the 2 people behind him. "Idiot! Aren't you very capable? Come and hit me." Watanabe Kazuki also began to imitate him and began to speak. At this time, Lin, he had already summoned 8 sand soldiers. Lin, he has never heard of such a request in his life. That must satisfy him. Beat him. At Lin Yi's command, 8 sand soldiers immediately surrounded Watanabe Hashu. The sand hammers in their hands hit Watanabe Hashu's shield rhythmically like hammering iron, making a tinkling sound. The sand soldiers' attack power was not high and could not break Watanabe Hashu's defense at all. If you can't break the defense, you just can't take away the enemy's health, but the pain is still there. In order to better protect himself, Watanabe Kazuki squatted on the ground and gathered the shield above his head for defense. The hammer hitting it probably put pressure on his arms, and the frequent and harsh noises were a mental torture. After just a few dozen seconds, he began to feel dizzy. Although the health bar is still full, there's a feeling of emptiness and weakness, as if I have a serious illness. Musaxizi frowned after seeing the attributes of the sand soldiers through her spiritual eyes. She didn't understand how Lin Yi, an aura master, could summon a creature with such luxurious attributes. The spiritual eyes can only see simple information and cannot see the specific level. Otherwise, Musaxizi would be even more shocked. After all, if you want to improve the level of your skills, you must use special props. This kind of special prop is extremely rare. Ordinary people may not even see it in their lifetime, let alone use it. Even Musaxizi has never used this special prop. Why can he summon so many sand soldiers in such a short time? And there is no change in the spiritual power tank. It's strange. Musaxizi was confused. The teacher from Sakura country started to explain, some summoning skills can be charged in advance. When you charge it in advance, your spiritual power is already consumed. When you summon it and use it, it won't consume spiritual power. Musaxizi nodded slightly. After Lin, he summoned 8 sand soldiers. He stopped moving, which is reasonable. If that's the case, then it's not that scary. Otherwise, it's too exaggerated that the skill has almost no consumption and the attributes of the summoned sand soldiers are so good. If Lin knew what Musaxizi was thinking, he would definitely be speechless. Lin, he only summoned 8 sand soldiers, not because he could not summon more, but because he was afraid that there would be too many at once, and Watanabe Hashu would not be able to bear it and be knocked unconscious. Anyway, Watanabe Kazuki's defense attribute is very high, and Lin has no way to get extra points from him, so of course he has to give them a heavy psychological blow. Watanabe Kazuki was tortured by the loud noise, and his head was about to explode. The force from the shield made his bones weak. It's uncomfortable, right? Why don't you just admit defeat? You have no chance of winning against me anyway. Lin, he stood on the stage and began to persuade patiently. Watanabe Kazuki, who was originally a little confused, heard this, and his blurry eyes were immediately filled with anger. Dream on. There is no word surrender in the dictionary of the Sakura country warriors. I don't believe that your summoned creature can last forever. Even if I have to outlast you today, I will outlast you. Normally, there are 2 types of summons. One type is like Lin Yi, who has a time limit. Once the time is up, he will disappear regardless of whether he is hurt or not. The other type has no time limit, and this summon will exist as long as it is not dispersed. However, according to the law of conservation of energy, the continued existence of the second summoned creature requires a constant consumption of the host's spiritual power. In Watanabe Kazuki's opinion, no matter what kind of sand soldiers Lin Yi has, as long as he can withstand the pressure, he will definitely be able to drain all of Lin Yi's spiritual power. I have to say that Watanabe Kazuki's idea is a good one. Unfortunately, Lin Yi has the ability of everlasting life, and his skills do not consume any spiritual energy at all. He also didn't have a clear understanding of himself. However, after only 3 minutes, he was shocked to the point of foaming at the mouth. However, his will was still very strong, and even so, he did not faint. Of course, this is also because Lin Yi is more understanding. Seeing that this guy could hardly hold on any longer, Lin Yi considerately asked the sand soldiers to stop attacking and give him time to relax. After all, if this guy really fainted, it would make him a positive figure. After resting for half a minute, Watanabe Hashu's eyes gradually became clear. It's over. However, what responded to him was a loud clang. He subconsciously raised his shield to block, and then came the torture of his soul. The clanging sound was so unbearable that not only Watanabe Kazuki, But even the people off the field and even the audience in the live broadcast room could not stand it. After the sand soldier time was up, Lin immediately filled in, focusing on a seamless connection. Watanabe Kazuki was in tears, and then he just gave up, put down his shield, and let the maracas hit him. In this way, he would soon pass out from the pain, and this torture would end. However, Lin will let him get his wish. Lin specifically asked 2 sand soldiers to help him hold up the shield while the other 6 continued to strike. At this time, the Sakura country crowd in the live broadcast room went crazy. Fuck, despicable Chinese people. Just compete. Why torture me like this? That's right, what a despicable nation, without any Bushido spirit at all. Another 5 minutes passed, and Lin asked Watanabe Hushu to rest for a while. When he gradually regained consciousness, he smiled and asked, "How is it? Have you learned to admit defeat now?" These nearly 10 minutes were definitely the darkest time in Watanabe Kazuki's life. He has been tortured to the point of going crazy. Hearing Lin Yi's words, he cried, I give up. Please don't torture me anymore. Please eliminate me. I beg you." Chapter 71, you are a support? Then what am I? Watanabe Kazuki, you bastard. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? You are a brave warrior of our great Sakura Empire. How could you possibly admit defeat? When the people in the Sakura country rest area heard this, they became furious and loudly scolded Watanabe Kazuki. Lin on the ring was also looking at Muzixizi sitting in the crowd with a smile on his face. Is this guy provoking me? Muzixizi's brows were determined and she clenched her fists. Although he looked down on people like Watanabe Kazuki, she was the captain of the team after all. Lin insulted her teammates, which was also a disguised insult to her. The teacher in Sakura country was relatively sober, and he could understand Watanabe Kazuki. That kind of pressure is indeed unbearable for humans. Seeing the ferocious look on his face and the accusations against Watanabe Kazuki, Mr. Sakura looked at Lin with resentment. Who taught this kid? He's so young, but his heart is so dirty. It's just a little trick. Not only did it humiliate us on the surface, but it also caused conflicts among our team members. What a good trick. Once this boy grows up, he will definitely become a strong obstacle for our great Sakura country to annex China in the future. After this matter is done, we must let the people of the ninja shrine secretly kill him. Sakura Kuni-sensei withdrew his gaze and coughed lightly. Ahem, classmates, this guy has vicious intentions. He just wants to create rifts among us. Don't be fooled. There are still team competitions to come. The overall situation is more important. Watanabe Kazuki is right to admit defeat. But there are so many people watching. He has embarrassed us all. After being reminded, Muzixizi quickly understood and spoke. Shut up. If you have any complaints about him, tell him later. Our mission now is to win this challenge. When the people in the live broadcast room saw this scene, the Chinese audience all applauded. Lin Yi's method is really smart. I love it so much. As expected of our China's top scholar, not only is he very capable, but he also plays a very cool trick. I declare that he will be my new idol from now on. Unlike China, the people of Sakura country were all insulting Lin Yi. What a damn guy. He actually resorted to such despicable means to have a good game. He is such a rubbish and scum. That's right, the Chinese are really a bunch of idiots. They can't beat us in terms of strength, so they do this kind of trick to disgust us. Huaxia rest area. Zheng Qiao couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. This boy is good. Even though he's a bit mean, I still like him. Ren Hao was the most excited. He took out the Chinese flag and waved it. Captain, you are mighty. Beat these little devils up. Xiang Lin woke up in a daze to the sound of Ren Hao shouting. Captain is on the field? Did he win? Gu Jia looked at Lin Yi on the stage, her eyes full of stars. Of course he wins. The captain defeated the Void Walker in 1 second. He claims to be the best assassin, but in front of the captain, he is nothing. Seeing the Sakura country rest area gradually quiet down, Lin Yi pouted, Damn old man. Boring. Anyway, the effect has been achieved, and there is no point in continuing. Lin Yi summoned 2 more sand soldiers, and they concentrated their fire and knocked Watanabe Hushu unconscious. Watanabe Kazuki was carried off the field, and Suzuki Shota looked at the sand soldiers on the field and felt frightened. His profession is resurrection messenger, and he is also a healing auxiliary. Most of his methods are healing, and only one control skill has a little damage. Suzuki Shota looked at their team leader eagerly. Teacher, I'm just a supporting player. Can I just give up right off the court? Lenny smiled and said, What's wrong with being an assistant? I'm also an assistant. You are brave warriors from the Sakura country. How can you admit defeat? It just so happens that both of us play supporting roles in the team. So this kind of confrontation is the most valuable. Stop talking nonsense and come up to compete. Suzuki Shota glared at Lin E with bulging eyes, pointed at the sand soldiers on the ring, and scolded them. Do you still have any shame? You tell me you were a support. Lin E showed his white teeth and smiled brightly. Or a master, if not an assistant, what is he? As he said this, in order to prove that he had the ability to heal, he raised his hand and cast a war halo on Xiang Lin, who had just woken up. Looking at Xiang Lin's health bar that was about to rise, Suzuki Shoyuta remained silent. One skill can restore more than 5,000 health points. Even at his current level, he can't do it. Such a strong recovery ability is even better than a wet nurse. If this is not considered as support, then Suzuki Shota doesn't know what type of profession he is. I can't milk her enough, and I can't beat her enough. Suzuki Shota began to doubt himself. Am I really the best fighter? The teacher from Sakura country saw that Suzuki Shota's expression was not right, and he knew that he had fallen into Lin Yi's trap again. The teacher from Sakura country patted Suzuki Shota's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, you are the best warrior since you can represent the empire in the competition. As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise. Your role can only be reflected in a team. Don't be misled by him and doubt yourself. Muzixizi also said calmly, a person who doesn't even believe in himself is not worthy of being my teammate. Suzuki Shota's expression suddenly brightened up. Lady Yuko, I trust myself very much. I'm the best team support. Muzixizi nodded. Then go ahead, don't give him the opportunity to belittle the empire. When Suzuki Shoyuta was about to go to the ring, the teacher from Sakura country stopped him. The teacher from Sakura country looked at Zhang Qiao. Each individual match is an independent game. These sand soldiers were summoned by Watanabe when he was fighting Shu. They cannot be used in the second match and must be dispersed. In the opinion of the teacher in Sakura country, Lin Yi's sand soldiers were charged in advance, so he was able to summon so many of them in a short period of time. As long as we use this reason to abolish it, it will be easy to deal with. Damn it, how despicable. Isn't this just an attempt to waste the captain's spiritual energy? Ren Hao was the first to stand up and oppose. Zhang Xiao also frowned. There is no such provision in the rules we originally formulated. The teacher from Sakura country said this in a very shameless manner. It doesn't matter. We should deal with special matters in a special way. Let's suspend the game first and report the situation. Then, after the top leaders of the empire reach a consensus, we can continue the game. Teacher Sakurakuni has made a very good plan. The top leaders of the empire are busy with all kinds of affairs, not to mention the need for coordination between the top leaders of the two countries. For this kind of thing, it is considered extremely fast to have a plan in 3 to 5 days. It is normal to have to wait for 10 days or half a month. The teacher from Sakura country doesn't care whether this proposal can be passed. All he wants is to delay time. After all, Watanabe Kazuki had just been tortured beyond recognition by Lin Yi. Although injuries and health bars can be restored by potions, psychological and mental trauma can only be healed by time. Zhang Xiao was about to speak when Lin Yi took the initiative to speak. No need to go to so much trouble. I can just take the initiative to disperse them. It's no big deal. Chapter 72. Is your cooldown very long? Suzuki Shota secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that all the sand soldiers on the ring had disappeared. No more sand soldiers. Suzuki Xiangxiangda suddenly felt that he was able to do it again. Unlike the Aura Master, the Resurrection Envoy skills can be used on himself. Because Suzuki Shota's professional attributes greatly increase healing, most of the attributes in his equipment selection are aimed at self-protection. His health is as high as 10,000, and the cooldown time of his single-target healing skill is only 2 seconds. Although the healing amount is only 3,000, he is confident that he can fight Lin Yi for a long time. Suzuki Shota patted Takahashi Yuji beside him. Good brother, I will fight with him for a while and try to use up most of his spiritual power. Then you can shoot him hard. Standing on the ring, Suzuki Shoyuta said to Zhang Qiao confidently, Announce the start. Lin Yi laughed, quite confident. Suzuki Shuta's face was filled with complacency. At that time, 5 of my 6 skills are healing. The shortest cooldown is only 2 seconds, and the longest is only 20 seconds. Although I can't defeat you, I can drain all your spiritual power. Lenny chuckled. Oh, really? Then I'd like to see it for myself. The game begins. Lin Yi raised his hand, and a war halo appeared. Suzuki Shota looked at his decreasing health points without panicking at all. He waved his staff to heal himself. The health volume instantly increased to 8,000. 2 seconds later, he cast another single-target healing spell on himself, instantly restoring his health. Looking at the full health bar, Suzuki Shoyuta looked very proud. Well, use whatever tricks you have. Today I will exhaust you and make you step down. You don't deserve it. After Lin, he uttered a few words calmly. He snapped his fingers 4 times in a row. Soon, 4 sand soldiers surrounded Suzuki Shota and hit him in the face with the huge sand hammers in their hands. Fuck, how can you still summon sand soldiers? Suzuki Shota's question was followed by a series of heart-wrenching screams. Seeing this scene, everyone in Sakura country was stunned, with only one thought in their minds. How can he still summon so many sand soldiers? Looking at the dazed expressions of the Sakura people, Run Hao laughed out loud. I am dying of laughter. These idiots think they can win by asking the captain to disperse a few sand soldiers? They are just dreaming. So Jia also covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Look at them. They look like they have never seen the world. They're stunned by just a few sand soldiers. If they see the army of sand soldiers that the captain has created in the dungeon, they will be scared to death. Sand Soldier Corps? After these words were spoken, not only the people of Sakura country, but even Zheng Qiao was stunned. He has been teaching at the Imperial University for many years and considers himself knowledgeable and well-read. But he has never heard of any profession that can usurp the power of summoning a legion. Even a dedicated summoner can't do that. Suzuki Shota has no attacking ability at all. Although he only has 4 sand soldiers, he can only take the beating. After Lin, he summoned the sand soldiers. He kept staring at the timing clock. He planned to use the War Halo to trigger the protection device at 29 seconds to eliminate Suzuki Shota, so that he could get extra points. However, he did overestimate Suzuki Shota. After just 25 seconds, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. I finally fainted. Seeing Suzuki Shota faint, the people of Sakura country finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin got 30 extra points, they not only did not resist at all, but felt that they should go faster. This is certainly not a case of psychological treason on their part, but rather that Suzuki Shota was screaming so miserably. Moreover, his performance in the ring was so appalling. He had no backbone at all. The Sakura country has lost all its face. Next, hurry up, I'm sleepy. It will take us several hours to get back. Takahashi Yuja stood up quickly. Fuck, a gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. How dare you look down on the warriors of my Sakura Empire? I will bite off a piece of your flesh, even if I have to bite it with my mouth. I will let you know that we are not made of mud. Although Takahashi Yuja's expression was angry, he had no confidence to speak after seeing Lin Yi's methods. The main reason was that he had just secretly taken a look at Lin Yi's condition. He discovered that Lin Yi's spiritual power tank was still full. Although he didn't know the principle behind this, he was still extremely frightened. Lin Yi gave him a thumbs up. Good, good, good. You have guts, come up there. Let me see if you are made of mud or not. After a pause, Takahashi Yuja gritted his teeth and walked onto the ring. After Zheng Qiao announced the start, Takahashi Yuja immediately took out his longbow and aimed at Lin Yi. Takahashi Yuja no longer had any hope that he could defeat Lin Yi. His goal is to reduce Lin Yi's health. Even if it's just a little bit, it's a victory for him. After all, Lin Yi's health bar is still full. It is not a shame to defeat 4 opponents at once. After all, Mu Zixizi did it. No matter what, Lin Yi is also the captain of the Chinese team, so it is reasonable for him to do it. However, it would be a shame to defeat 4 people at once and remain unscathed. That would not only be an insult to their ordinary team members, but more of an insult to Mu Zixizi. Takahashi Yuji's profession is Fission Archer. This is a rare shooter profession with range attack capability. The arrows he shoots will split into multiple parts. In dungeons and large-scale battles, his profession is very popular. However, The advantage is not so obvious in a one-on-one fight. Lin Yi originally wanted to kill him instantly, but when he thought of the bold words this guy said before he came on stage, he immediately decided to make him recognize himself. Lin Yi immediately began to summon sand soldiers. When he saw the sand soldiers appear again, Takahashi Yujiya was broken. What the hell is wrong with this skill of yours? How can you keep summoning? Lin Yi smiled and said, isn't it just a shorter cooling time? What's so surprising about that? Shorter? In less than 15 minutes since Lin Yi appeared on the scene, he has summoned 16 sand soldiers, and the actual summoning time is very short. Even if it is possible to charge in advance, it can't be so fast. Isn't it just a little shorter? Why, do your skills have a long cooldown? Hearing this, Takahashi Yujiya suddenly felt short of breath and spit out blood. Lin Yi didn't care whether he vomited blood or not, and immediately controlled the sand soldiers to launch an attack. Looking at the 4 attacking sand soldiers, Takahashi Yujiya's face was ferocious. Don't think these 4 sand soldiers can handle me. In a few days, I will let you see how powerful my Sakura Empire warriors are. Takahashi Yujiya quickly pulled the bow, and a light blue crystal arrow took shape instantly. The crystal arrow flew out and immediately split into 4. After hitting the sand soldiers, it exploded into countless ice crystals, not only freezing the sand soldiers instantly, but also knocking off a large amount of their health. Takahashi Yujiya jumped back, creating distance while pulling the bow again. Although it was just a normal attack, his hand speed was fast enough, and he shot several arrows in succession. In less than 3 seconds, the 4 sand soldiers were killed instantly by him. This surprised Lin Yi a little. Hey, there's something. Takahashi Yujiya broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes full of pride. You tell me? Now that the sand soldiers are gone, I'm going to let you see how powerful I, Sakura, am as the top shooter of the year. Lin Yi couldn't help but applaud. Well said. Then I'll reward you with a few more sand soldiers to play with. Takahashi Yujiya. The next second, at Lin Yi's super fast speaking speed. In just 3 seconds, 9 sand soldiers have taken shape. Takahashi Yujiya. WTF? Lin Yi didn't care about his expression and waved his hand to give orders to the sand soldiers. Hit him. Save your strength. Don't knock him unconscious. Chapter 73. Individual competition. Win. Although Takahashi Yujiya has some strength, he is just a shooter after all. When faced with so many sand soldiers whose attributes were comparable to those of Small Boss, he was soon beaten dizzy by the sand soldiers. It was not until this moment that Takahashi Yujiya realized that Watanabe Kazuki was a real man, as he could endure such inhuman torture for so long. In just 20 seconds, Takahashi Yujiya was hit dozens of times. And I don't know if Lin Yi deliberately controlled it, or if these sand soldiers were just wicked. They only hammered 2 places. Face and crotch. Although the crotch was equipped with defense and would not smash the little brother, the impact and vibration made Takahashi Yujiya feel like dying. Let me ask you, which man? No, which male creature can withstand such torture? Seeing this scene, all the men, whether in the stadium or in the live broadcast room, felt a chill in their crotch. Even Ren Hao, his teammate, couldn't help but squeeze his legs together and sighed. Hiss. The captain is so cruel. Gujia rolled her eyes at him and said, What do you know? Haven't you heard that being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself? What? Are you starting to sympathize with the Japanese? Ren Hao immediately shook his head quickly. That's impossible. I give up. Please, let me go. The teacher from Sakura Country said before the game started that the game would not be over until one person was completely knocked down. Therefore, verbal surrender does not count. The teacher from Sakura Country originally intended to use this to humiliate and attack Lin Yi and the others, but he never thought that he would shoot himself in the foot. In the face of Takahashi Yujiya's screams, Lin Yi turned a deaf ear and asked with a smile, Didn't you say you wanted to let me know that the warriors from your country of Sakura aren't made of mud? I haven't verified it yet, so just bear with it for now. When Mr. Sakuraguo heard this, his face turned extremely ugly. This bastard actually wants to humiliate the warriors of my Sakura country like this. There's no problem with Lin Yi saying this. After all, to the people of Sakura country, Lin Yi is an outsider after all, and saying such things will only lead to hostility. But Takahashi Yujiya is different. His family is a well-known family in Sakura country, and he himself is a genius recognized by the people of the whole country. If he said this, it would be a big problem. Teacher Sakura immediately stood up and shouted at Lin Yi. The game is over. We lost, stop it. Zheng Xiao stood up immediately. Hey, you said it yourself before. The fight ends only when one side is completely defeated. How can you change the rules just like that? Teacher Sakura Kuni was so angry that his face turned black, but he did say that, and he could do nothing about it, so he could only yell with a gloomy face. Takahashi Yuji, you should be dizzy. Takahashi Yuji knew that this was a reminder for him to pretend to be fainted. However, the pain from the heavy blow to the crotch was not enough to make me faint. Moreover, Lin Yi could also ask the sand soldiers to control the force, just enough to make Takahashi Yuji feel extremely painful, but the pain would not reach the limit that would make him faint. Takahashi Yuji also knew what Lin Yi was thinking, but he didn't dare to say it. Once he said it, the game was over. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he would be expelled from the family and even stripped of his citizenship. This price was too heavy for him, and, compared with it, he felt he could still endure it a little longer. 20 seconds later, the physical pain directly occupied Takahashi Yuji's mind, and he could no longer bear it. I'm made of clay. Please, let me go. Lin Yi shook his head. It seems that it has not been verified yet. You should hold on a little longer. Under Lin Yi's control, the attack frequency of the sand soldiers increased slightly. Our Sakura country warriors are all made of mud. Please, let me go. After saying this, Takahashi Yuji's heart died. He knew that he would be doomed if he returned home. When he thought of his tragic fate in the future, he couldn't help but burst into tears. After Lin Yi ordered the soldiers to stop attacking, he looked at the crying Gaokyo Yuji and said with a smile, Are you dizzy or not? Do you need my help? Although Takahashi Yuji was heartbroken, he was indeed scared by the beating. He suppressed his sadness and fell to the ground pretending to faint. Although the acting was poor and the body was even shaking slightly, both parties accepted the result. What a waste. As the only one among the four who was not destroyed, Sato Yuma was very tough and angrily denounced Takahashi Yuji's behavior. Watanabe Kazuki and Suzuki Shota didn't dare to say a word. Only those who have experienced this kind of pain know it. The teacher from Sakura Country took Takahashi Yuji off the ring and hurriedly gave him a painkiller and healing potion to drink. From then on, the individual competition was completely over. On the Sakura Country side, Musaxizi defeated 4 people in a row with a winning score of 40, a winning streak of 40, and a total of 80. For China, Lin Yi defeated 4 people in a row with a winning score of 40, an additional bonus point of 50, and a winning streak of 40 points, for a total of 130. In the individual competition alone, China is already 50 points ahead of Sakura Country. Adding the 10 points in the dungeon competition, the gap between the two sides is now a full 60 points. Looking at the scores projected by the system, Zheng Xiao looked at the teacher from Sakura Country with joy. With such a huge score difference, how about we not play the team competition? That way you can still save some face. The teacher from Sakura Country had an unhappy expression on his face, but he did not refuse immediately. In some ways, what Zheng Xiao said makes sense. Musaxizi snorted coldly. It's just a 60-point difference. Do you really think you can win? The scoring mechanism for team competitions is not a fixed score. Team competition scores are divided into winning scores and individual scores. The winning score means that the winning side can get 50 points. At the end of the battle, as long as the winner does not trigger the protective device, each person will get 20 points. If you calculate it this way, as long as the team wins the competition, even if there is only one person left, you can still get 70 points. This is enough to make up for the difference between the dungeon competition and the individual competition. Before the game started, the Sakura Country was full of confidence. In their view, with an apostle of God who had passed a professional trial leading the team, it would be no problem for them to beat China by 100 or 200 points. However, reality gave them a heavy blow. At this time, including Musaxizi, they no longer thought about how many points they could beat China. They just wanted to win the game and get the Sea Dragon secret realm. The teacher from Sakura Country looked at the conditions of Watanabe Kazuki, Suzuki Shota, and Takahashi Yuji and felt a little hesitant. Yuko, they are not in good shape. The team competition. If we don't compete, we can put all the blame on them when we go back. I will help you control public opinion, and it will definitely not affect your reputation. Musaxizi's eyes were firm, and her tone was clear. The Sea Dragon's secret realm has something that can increase the strength of my divine blood. I must get it. Muzixizi glanced at the three of them and snorted. Umph. It doesn't matter if the three of them are not in good condition. Some methods are not convenient to use in individual competitions. Team competition is my home court. Chapter 74. Team competition begins. Muzixizi's eyes were extremely sharp, like a peerless sword. Coupled with the special temperament of God's apostle, her aura at this moment is extremely powerful. The teacher from Sakura country couldn't find any reason to refute. All right. He looked at Zheng Xiao. Stop talking nonsense here. How could our Sakura empire surrender? According to the rules, it's a 2-hour break. Start the clock now. After Mr. Surukani started the timer, he immediately began to provide psychological counseling to Watanabe Kazuki and the other two. On the Chinese side, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly became relaxed because of Lin Yi's performance in the team competition. In particular, Lin Yi's battle record and combat performance can be said to crush Muzixizi, which made them disenchanted with Muzixizi a lot. Captain, how are we going to fight later? Gu Jia supported his chin with both hands and looked at Lin Yi with admiration. Xiang Lin had almost recovered by now due to the effects of the medicine. When he saw how badly Lin Yi treated Suzuki Shota and the others, he felt so happy that he was about to explode. He even felt that Lin Yi was helping him vent his anger. Lin Yi had never fought this kind of team battle before. Although he had some understanding of the methods of the Sakura country players after the previous individual competition, it was not entirely clear. Especially the special state that Muzixizi had previously shown made Lin Yi a little confused. After thinking for a while, Lin Yi spoke. There's no special tactics. Just follow the formation we usually use when clearing dungeons. Zheng Keyun and Xiang Lin can just output damage while ensuring their own safety. As for Ren Hao and Gu Jia, just follow my instructions. Although we have a points advantage now, we should not take it lightly. Muzixizi's ability was not fully demonstrated in the individual competition. We have to be careful not to fail at the critical moment, otherwise we will be too sorry to our fellow villagers. After a brief discussion of tactics, several people began to close their eyes and rest. In the previous battle, they had exhausted a lot of energy. 2 hours passed in a flash. Xiang Lin and his friends had no psychological problems and recovered well. As soon as the time came, Zheng Xiao immediately urged the people from Sakura country to come on stage. Although after psychological counseling by Mr. Sakuragwo, the expressions of Watanabe and Shu looked much better, they still couldn't stop feeling fear when facing Lin Yi. The fear and awe were even more intense than when facing Muzixizi. Captain, it seems like they are scared of you. This way, we should be able to relax a lot. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, the core of their team has always been Muzixizi. Don't underestimate the enemy. Both sides stood on the stage, with the Sakura country's warrior at the front, the assassin supporting, and the assistant, mage, and shooter standing in a row. Lin Yi and his team used the 212 stance, which is commonly used when clearing maps. Xiang Lin and Zheng Keyun both stood behind Lin Yi. This made Muzixizi's expression become much more serious. Normally, in a team, the ones who need the most protection are the supporting roles. And Lin Yi's position clearly shows that he does not regard himself as a support. Muzixizi wanted to guess the purpose of Lin Yi's positioning, but Lin Yi only used 2 skills in the individual competition, which made her have no direction even if she guessed. Muzixizi and Lin Yi's eyes confronted each other in the air. Her red lips moved slightly, and Lin Yi read through her lips that what she said was, "You are doomed to lose." Lin Yi laughed secretly in his heart. What a confident woman. I just don't know what expression such a proud woman will have when she loses. After the teachers from both sides put protective equipment on the contestants, the team competition officially began. Lin Yi has already arranged the tactics. Zheng Keyun and Xiang Lin immediately started attacking. Ren Hao went into stealth mode and waited on standby. After entering combat state, Gu Jia did not move at all. He stood in front of the team, ready to intercept at any time. Over in the Sakura country, Sato Yuma also immediately entered the state of walking in the void. Du Bian and Shu stuck the iron shield in their hands into the ground, and spiritual power poured into it frantically. The shield instantly became 3 or 4 times larger, blocking the attacks of Zheng Keyun and Xiang Lin like a solid wall. At the same time, taking advantage of the shield to block her vision. Music Seizi has begun to wave her staff and chant. Although Sato Yuma was defeated by Lin Yi in the individual competition, Lin Yi did not mean to underestimate him. As soon as he came up, he immediately used the aura of true vision. Sato Yuma is feeling a bit frustrated as he has nowhere to hide. Having lost his means of hiding, he also lost his advantage as an assassin. Now he can only wait for an opportunity to see if he can use the void teleportation to steal Lin Yi or the two outputs at the back in the chaos. Suzuki Shoyuta, in addition to restoring our health points, remember to keep an eye on Lin Yi. If you find that he shows signs of chanting for a long time, interrupt him immediately with Silent Flying Star. Takahashi Yujiya, your task is to attract Lin Yi's attention as much as possible and buy time for me. After being defeated in the individual competition, to be on the safe side, Music Seizi was ready to use her strongest skill, Angel Coming, right from the start. Oh, are you trying to cover up your mistakes? Lin Yi raised his hand, and a resurrection aura appeared. Under the shining of the halo of recovery, the blood volume of the 5 people from the Sakura country dropped by 30% in an instant, and they were still continuing to lose blood. This was terrifying and scared them to death. I have to say that Lin Yi is still a bit lucky. The negative effect extracted from Resurrection Aura, this time, is dizziness. Although it was only 1 second, it was enough. Renhao Gujia kills Sato Yuma first. With Watanabe Kazuki standing in front, Xiang Lin and Zhang Keyin's attacks were all blocked. Only Renhao and Gujia, who had charging skills, had the opportunity to attack. After these days of clearing maps, they have come to agree with Lin Yi's command from the bottom of their hearts. He rushed out almost subconsciously. On the stage, the distance between the two sides was only 30 meters. For Renhao and Gujia, this distance is only 1 second. When the dizziness ended, Gujia's flaming Gungjin giant axe had already hit his face. Sato Yuma was shocked and shouted, "Feed me." Then he used his physical skills to retreat and delay time. However, he did not have the super perception like Music Seizi. He did not notice Renhao sneaking up behind him. The dagger behind him hit his neck hard, causing him to fall into dizziness again. Suzuki Shota's face changed, and he didn't care about his rapidly dropping bloodline. He could only raise his hand to cast Sato Yuma's healing spell. Unfortunately, although his healing spell has a short lead time and low cooldown, the amount of healing it does provide is indeed insignificant when faced with a combination of warriors and assassins. At the moment of death, the protective device on Sato Yuma's body was activated. The protective equipment in team competitions is different from that in individual competitions. Team competitions do not test individual willpower. Once the protective device is activated, the contestants' spiritual power will be sealed, and they will be eliminated directly. Because of the dizziness, Music Seizi's skills were forced to be interrupted. Seeing that Sato Yuma was killed instantly, she was suddenly a little confused. At this time, Takahashi Yuja performed stably and shot 2 ice crystal arrows to freeze Gujia and Renhao in place. Anger rose in Music Seizi's eyes. Kill them both first. Chapter 75? Kill one person first. Takahashi Yujia's ice crystal arrow not only has decent damage, but also has a 1-second stun. Because of the true vision aura, Sato Yuma has never left the team. Gujia and Renhao were surrounded at this time. And because Watanabe Kazuki was standing in front, Xiang Lin and Zhang Keyin's attacks could not penetrate, and they were unable to rescue. Sato Yuma, who was teleported to the stage, had a livid face, but when he saw Gujia and Renhao were both frozen, he clapped his hands with joy. Huh, one idiot. Trade 2 for one of mine. Huge profit. The teacher from Sakura country was originally worried that Watanabe Kazuki and the other 2 would not perform well due to psychological problems. But when he saw Takahashi Yuji's brilliant shot, he couldn't help but laugh. Although this kid said some nonsense in the individual competition, it was a special situation at the time, so it's understandable. He is performing so well right now, and if his arrow is the key to victory, I have to persuade him to at least not expel him from the country. The teacher from Sakura country seemed to have seen the victory and had already begun to think about what excuse to use to excuse Watanabe Kazuki and the other 2 after the victory. Xiang Lin and Zhang Keiyun were also panicked. It would be fine if Renhao was the only one replaced, but Gujia is a warrior. Without her, would help them create output space. Moreover, in this kind of team competition, once the number of people is at a disadvantage, it is basically impossible to recover. Zheng Xiao seemed quite calm about this. Luckily, I gave Lin Yi a purification skill before. It just came in handy now. I just don't know if Lin Yi can complete the guidance in this short time. The chanting time for the purification aura is 30 seconds, but Lin Yi's profession has mutated, and Zheng Xiao can't say how long Lin Yi will need to prepare. Therefore, he did not appear anxious or confident, but looked at Lin Yi with anticipation. Lin Yi noticed that there was a gap in the output of Xiang Lin and Zheng Keyun and reminded them, "Don't be distracted. Hold back their soldiers first. Don't let them form a complete encirclement. Otherwise, Gu Jia and the others will be finished." After saying that, Lin Yi raised his finger to the sky, and purification aura instantly appeared. The soft light shines on Gu Jia and Ren Hao. The ice crystals on their bodies melted immediately, and their movements only paused slightly. Group purification skill. Takahashi Yujia was shocked when he saw this scene. What was surprising was not only that Lin Yi had a group purification skill, but more importantly, his casting time. Music Cz looked at Suzuki Shota with an angry face. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on Lin Yi and use Silent Flying Star to interrupt him if he shows any signs of chanting?" Suzuki Shota was on the verge of tears, but he didn't make any moves. I just saw him move his fingers, and the skill came out. I really don't know what's going on. Music Cz recalled that when Lin Yi played in the individual competition, he didn't seem to see any complicated chanting preparation process when using skills, just some simple gestures. Could it be that his way of releasing skills is different from ours, and he can skip the movements and complete it by praying in his heart? When Music Cz was panicking, Lin Yi had already given new instructions to Ren Hao and others. Return to the team. Ren Hao and Gu Jia immediately began to prepare for a breakout. Music Cz also knew that now was not the time to dwell on this issue, so she gave the order immediately. "Trap them, Watanabe Kazuki. Come quickly and complete the encirclement. Make sure to eat them both first." While enduring the skill bombardment from Xiang Lin and Zheng Keyun, Watanabe Kazuki moved towards Ren Hao and Gu Jia, trying to use his huge shield to block their retreat. Cheerful aura appeared, and Watanabe Kazuki almost stopped in place. Although it is only a short 2 seconds, it is enough to change the situation in the ever-changing battlefield. As the saying goes, slowing down the enemy means I speed up, and waiting for someone to be imprisoned means I flash. While Watanabe Kazuki had no time to block the pass, Gu Jia and Ren Hao had already passed him and broke out of the encirclement. Although at this time, Music Cz and Takahashi Yuji's attacks were ready, it was of no avail. Facing the flying arrows and sacred missiles, Gu Jia directly activated Phoenix Guardian. Although Gu Jia blocked a large number of attacks, many of Takahashi Yuji's split arrows still got through. For a moment, the health of Lin Yi and the other four dropped a little. But under the illumination of Lin Yi's holy light bath aura, his health quickly increased. The encirclement failed as one man was the first to be killed, which made Mu Cc very angry. Anger rose in her beautiful eyes. She glanced at Lin Yi and her eyes became resolute, as if she had made some kind of decision. "Just use the Silent Flying Star on Lin Yi. Use all your strength to distract them, and buy me 10 seconds. Suzuki Shota pointed his staff at Lin Yi, and a purple space vortex appeared above his head. Dense purple flying stars fell on Lin Yi's head like raindrops. Although Lin Yi's health bar did not change, he was silenced, and all his skills turned gray. This is a situation that Lin Yi has never encountered in the future. At the same time, Takahashi Yuji immediately pulled the bow and shot out many tiny ice crystal arrows. Although these arrows do not have the ability to freeze or imprison, they can temporarily reduce speed and defense, and the damage is also considerable. Without Lin Yi's treatment, Gu Jia's health dropped rapidly, and even if he used all his means, it was of no avail. Although Lin Yi could not use any skills and could not see Music Cz, he could feel the violent and surging power behind Watanabe Hashu's shield. Ren Hao tried to interrupt Music Cz's skills, at least delay it for a while. As soon as Ren Hao entered stealth mode, Takahashi Yuji smiled. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Take my arrow rain and frost field. Renhao raised his hand and shot a thick arrow into the air. The arrows exploded in the air, turning into a dense rain of arrows that covered the entire area where they were. Arrows rained down, and the ground within a 5-meter radius was covered with thick ice crystals. As soon as Renhao stepped into it, his feet were frozen and he couldn't move. Here comes your chance. Whether you can keep your nationality depends on you. Takahashi Yuji seemed very excited, his hands flying, shooting arrows with various effects one after another. Renhao was frozen and became a complete static target. He could only activate his defensive skills to resist. Gujia and the other two wanted to provide support, but were stopped by Watanabe Hishu. And with Suzuki Shoda always treating him from behind, Watanabe Kazuki is still in very good condition. Oh, we are so careless. They don't have any real skills. I should have paused earlier. Renhao's health bar has reached the bottom at this time, and he will be eliminated if he is hit by one more arrow. He himself was also very upset at this time. Then, just as the arrow was about to hit the protective device on his body, a scarlet halo landed on his head first.